Chapter 1. This dog is really hardworking. Ching, your dog is so hardworking. He's been working for 3 hours and doesn't even feel tired. This idiot Yang doesn't have many advantages, except that he's strong and hardworking, and he's also very obedient. There were two beauties sitting on the sofa in the living room, one with a cold face and the other with a charming look. They were dressed coolly and their two pairs of white legs were very attractive. The cool and beautiful Ching hooked her finger at Yang. Yang, come here. Yang had been doing housework for 3 hours. Seeing that Ching had new instructions, he hurriedly put down the rag and ran to Ching. Take off your clothes. Ching took out a whip from under the sofa and whipped Yang hard on the back. With crackling sounds, bright red whip marks appeared on Yang's back. Gu Qiuyan asked in surprise, will there really be no problems if we fight like this? It's okay, he's thick-skinned. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I whip him like this, and it makes me feel better. Ching beat him harder, and only threw away the whip when she was tired and sat down on the sofa. Yang didn't say a word the whole time. After Ching finished beating him, he went back to work silently. I wish I had such an obedient punching bag. Gu Qiuyan's face was full of envy. Humph, if you, Miss Gu, wanted to, I wonder how many stinky men would be lining up to get whipped by you. As Ching spoke, she glanced at Gu Qiuyan's chest. Her plump and white cleavage made her jealous, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Gu Qiuyan was shocked. Ching, what are you doing? Let me see if you've put something under it. It wasn't this big before. Can't. Two women were fighting on the sofa, both wearing very little, and when they tore their clothes apart, large areas of snow-white scenery were exposed. She didn't treat Yang as a man at all. Okay, stop making trouble. I want to go back. After playing around for a while, Gu Qiuyan stood up to tidy up her appearance and cover the parts that needed to be covered. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Yang standing beside her. Gu Qiuyan suddenly had an idea. Ching, I just happen to be short of a worker. Why don't you lend me Yang? What's the relationship between us? It's just a small matter. Ching very generously called Yang over and said, Yang, listen to me. From now on, for this month, you will follow Qiuyan. You must do whatever she tells you to do. Remember? Yang nodded expressionlessly, but he was already furious inside. Ching, do you really think I'm a dog? Can you just give people away like that? Yang was a normal person 3 years ago, until he met a strange old man who fed him a pill and turned him into a fool. His parents took him to see many famous doctors but to no avail, and they felt very guilty. They felt that it was because they were busy with work and neglected to care for Yang that Yang suffered from autism. So what if they created the Jiangqing supergroup? If possible, they would rather give up all the honors in exchange for their son's health. The couple decided to pay more attention to Yang. However, there are unexpected changes in the weather. Less than 2 months after Yang became stupid, trouble struck the Chen family again. The Chen couple suddenly jumped off the rooftop of the group building, causing a sensation in Jiangcheng. No one knows why this elite business couple committed suicide. But there is no doubt that once they died, Tianyao Group quickly fell apart and disintegrated into more than a dozen companies. Any one of these companies is an important presence in Jiangcheng, which shows how powerful the Tianyao Group was at that time. The Li family also got a share of the profits. The reason is simple. The Li family and the Chen family have an engagement. The Chen couple committed suicide, leaving behind an idiot son, Yang. Instead of breaking off the engagement, the Li family announced the marriage of Yang and Ching in a high-profile manner a week later. Everyone knows that the Li family wants to use Yang's status as the heir to take away some assets from the Tianyao Group. The Li family was indeed successful. For the next 3 years, Yang was treated like a dog by Ching, and he did whatever Ching asked him to do. Every time Ching was in a bad mood, she would whip Yang to vent her anger. Yang saw everything, but he couldn't speak or control his body. He could only allow Ching to torture him for 3 years. Now, Yang finally woke up. Yes. Woke up. The pill stayed in Yang's body for 3 years, and its medicinal effects were finally absorbed into his flesh and blood. In the words of the strange old man, when the medicinal effects are fully integrated, his body will become a rare medicine king body in the world. Every piece of his flesh and every drop of his blood is comparable to a miraculous medicine. The strange old man estimated that it would take Yang 5 years to fully absorb the effects of the medicine, but in reality it happened 2 years earlier. This is thanks to Li Shiqing. If that woman hadn't whipped him frequently, speeding up his body's absorption of the medicine, Chen Yang wouldn't have woken up 2 years earlier. Bang! The whip hit my body, causing a burning pain. Damn it, Li Shiqing, you stinky woman, I've been bullied by you for 3 years. Now that I'm awake, how can I let you be so presumptuous anymore? Chen Yang turned around suddenly and knocked the woman to the ground. The whip fell and the woman burst into screams. Ah. The sound is wrong. Only then did Chen Yang realize that the woman under him was not Li Shiqing, but her good friend Gu Qiuyan. Yes, Li Shiqing clearly gave herself to Gu Qiuyan, and before leaving, she gave Gu Qiuyan the whip and told her not to be polite. Gu Qiuyan was really not polite and brought Chen Yang home and was eager to try it out. It was her first time whipping someone with a whip. It's really relaxing. What Gu Qiuyan didn't expect was that after she had whipped him twice, Chen Yang suddenly turned around and knocked her down. Panic appeared on Gu Qiuyan's face. But when she thought of Chen Yang as a fool, she immediately calmed down and said angrily, "What are you doing? Bastard, get off me now." Gu Qiuyan raised her knee and slammed it hard into Chen Yang. Chen Yang quickly dodged. What's wrong? Is there a shadow? When Gu Qiuyan saw Chen Yang's dodging, she was completely relieved and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Li Shiqing told her that on their wedding night, Chen Yang had a man's instinctive reaction and was kicked to death by Li Shiqing. So there is no need to worry that Chen Yang will do anything out of line. He can't. Gu Qiuyan also knew this, so she dared to bring Chen Yang home with confidence. Not only that, she also deliberately teased Chen Yang. Chen Yang, do you think I'm beautiful? Am I big? Am I white? Don't you want to sleep with me? Are you afraid or can't? Are you a man or not? Gu Qiuyan's movements became more and more bold. She actually unbuttoned her collar little by little and walked towards Chen Yang tremblingly. In her eyes, Chen Yang is an idiot and not a man at all. Li Shiqing must have teased you like this before, right? Who has a better figure, hers or mine? Chapter 2 Your voice is wrong. Gu Qiuyan is very beautiful, with watery peach blossom eyes, a high nose, sexy red lips, and chestnut wavy hair that adds a lot of charm to her. Her figure is just right, straight where it should be straight, curvy where it should be curvy, with a slender body and round legs. Absolutely a stunner. She twisted her slender waist, her face full of mockery. Chen Yang, I've already taken the initiative. Why don't you take some action? Don't let me look down on you, okay? You asked for it. Chen Yang suddenly took a step forward, just touching Gu Qiuyan's towering breasts, while at the same time hugging her sexy waist with his hands. You can talk? Gu Qiuyan was shocked. Chen Yang sneered, not only can he speak, but he's also very eloquent. Do you want to try it? Chen Yang, you are such a despicable villain. You actually pretended to be a fool and stayed with Shiqing for 3 years. You are so scheming. Gu Qiuyan thought Chen Yang had been pretending to be stupid all these years. Chen Yang was too lazy to explain, he just threw Gu Qiuyan onto the bed and pressed on her roughly. Gu Qiuyan sensed something and her eyes widened suddenly. Didn't Shiqing already destroy you? How could it be? Gu Qiuyan was shocked and her chest was surging. Chen Yang was feasting his eyes. He had indeed been crippled by a kick from Li Shiqing, but with the perfection of his medicine king body, the defect had long been repaired, and he had become even more powerful. Aren't you envious of Li Shiqing for having a dog as obedient as me? What did Li Shiqing say before? She told me to listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do. You were the one who asked me to take some action, so why are you struggling now? Chen Yang knew that the woman in front of him was of the same kind as Li Shiqing, otherwise they would not be playing together. So there will be no mercy. Gu Qiuyan twisted her body wildly, blaring angrily, "Asshole, dare you touch me? Are you provoking me?" Anger flashed in Chen Yang's eyes, and the next second he heard Gu Qiuyan scream, his brows tightly knitted together. I was wrong. Chen Yang. I really know I was wrong. The pain made Gu Qiuyan's voice tearful. Chen Yang turned a deaf ear. 3 years. He had lived like a dog without dignity for the past 3 years, and all the humiliations of the past burst out as anger at this moment. Li Shiqing, you like to play, right? I'll play with you slowly. Chen Yang vented his anger to his heart's content. If you hate Li Shiqing so much, then go find her. Why did you harm me? I only whipped you twice. Gu Qiuyan was extremely sad and angry, but her voice was hoarse and she couldn't speak at all. I don't know how long it took. Gu Qiuyan fainted, but was soon awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. Caller ID, Shi Cheng. Gu Qiuyan didn't want to take it, so Chen Yang slapped her on the butt. Catch. I told you to answer the phone. Chen Yang's eyes were filled with red bloodshot, looking extremely ferocious, which scared Gu Qiuyan. I'll take it. Don't kill me. Gu Qiuyan answered the phone. Li Shicheng's voice came out. How is it, Miss Gu? Is Chen Yang's dog very obedient? I'm telling you, you should torment him as much as you can and never let him have any free time. I understand, Huh? Why does your voice sound wrong? No. I'm fine, I'll call you back later. Gu Qiuyan hung up the phone in a hurry. Li Shicheng must not know what happened today, otherwise she will definitely laugh at me for being so hungry that I can eat anything. Bang! Did I ask you to hang up? Gu Qiuyan clenched her teeth tightly until she fainted again. Chen Yang gradually regained his sanity. Only then did I notice the bright red on the bedsheet. Gu Qiuyan is acting so unrestrainedly. Is this her first time? Chen Yang frowned, then realized his physical condition. At the beginning, the strange old man not only fed Chen Yang a pill, but also left a ball of fire in his body. This ball of flame is a martial art called 9 Turns of Flame Dragon. It was the fire that caused Chen Yang to lose his mind. Now that he has regained consciousness, he realizes what he has done. Gu Qiuyan also brought this upon herself. If she hadn't deliberately provoked Chen Yang, the fire in Chen Yang's body would never have been ignited. Looking at Gu Qiuyan, who had fainted on the bed, Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally pierced his index finger, wiped a drop of blood into Gu Qiuyan's mouth, and then left. Half an hour later, Gu Qiuyan woke up. She sat on the bed in a daze for a long time before finally accepting the reality that she was eaten by Chen Yang. She thought she would feel unwell, but strangely, she didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, she felt full of energy. Gu Qiuyan didn't think about the reason carefully, her eyes were full of hatred towards Chen Yang. Suddenly she thought of something and hurriedly grabbed her cell phone. There are several missed calls, all from Li Shicheng. Gu Qiuyan called back. Qiuyan, you finally answered the phone. If you don't hear from me again, I'll come find you myself. Li Shicheng's tone was filled with resentment. I just accidentally fell asleep. I'm sorry, Shicheng, for making you worry. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, your voice didn't sound right to me earlier. Did something happen? Oh, I was running at that time. Yeah? Li Shicheng clearly expressed doubt. Gu Qiuyan didn't dare let her think too much, and quickly changed the subject. Shicheng, I found a problem. Chen Yang. Gu Qiuyan was just about to remind Li Shicheng to be more wary of Chen Yang. Chen Yang was not a fool at all, and there was nothing disabled there. But change your mind. Can't say. If I tell the truth, won't I be exposed? If Li Shicheng hadn't shown off to him every day about how obedient her dog was, he wouldn't have thought of borrowing Chen Yang to play with, and naturally, what happened just now wouldn't have happened. Li Shicheng is also responsible for what happened to her. As long as he didn't tell the truth, Li Shicheng would not be wary of Chen Yang, and would fall into Chen Yang's clutches sooner or later. Shouldn't good sisters share the same hardships? An evil thought instantly flashed through Gu Qiuyan's mind. Li Shicheng asked curiously, what happened to Chen Yang? Qiuyan, why did you stop talking halfway? Gu Qiuyan said, Chen Yang is indeed a very obedient dog. I woke up from a nap and found that he had actually cleaned the house spotlessly. He was more professional than the people in the housekeeping company. Humph, that's because I've trained you well. I told you I won't let you down. Yes, my Shicheng is the best. I will definitely learn more from you in the future. After leaving the apartment, Chen Yang bought some sacrificial items and headed straight for Dali Mountain. He remembered that his parents were buried here. But when we arrived at the destination, we didn't see any tombstones. Instead, there was a unique courtyard located on the hillside. The patio door was open. Chen Yang walked in puzzled. A girl with a ponytail inside shouted, Who are you and what are you doing in my yard? Get out right now. Chapter 3 Shin Qicheng, the daughter of the Shin family. Your yard? Chen Yang was stunned when he heard the girl shout. If I remember correctly, this place used to belong to Tianyao Group. How did it become her family's yard? Aying, why are you yelling? Don't you know your sister needs some quiet time? A middle-aged man with a serious face came out. Dad, I was practicing martial arts just now, and this guy suddenly broke in. I suspect he came to steal something. The young girl Shun Ying complained. Shen Tianhua looked at Chun Yang and saw that he was carrying some sacrificial items in his hands. He didn't look like a thief, so he asked, "Little brother, are you lost?" Chen Yang shook his head. "I'm here to pay my respects to my parents." "Then you should go to the cemetery." "Why are you coming to my house?" Shining didn't like the guy who suddenly broke in and disturbed her practice, and spoke very rudely. Shen Tianhua thought of something and asked in surprise, "Are you Chen Yang, the son of Chen Son, the founder of Tianyao Group?" "Yes." "Ha, who was it I thought?" It turned out to be Chen Yang, the man whose parents jumped off a building and got so scared that he became an idiot. As soon as Chen Yang admitted his identity, Shining suddenly sneered twice. Chen Yang frowned. He was the first one to have the accident, and then his parents fell from the building. However, when it was spread to the outside world, it was said that he could not bear the blow of his parents falling, which led to him becoming stupid. Chen Yang was too lazy to care about these things. Now he just wants to know where his parents' graves are. "I remember my parents were buried here." "How come it's your yard now? Please give me an explanation." "What explanation do you want?" "We pushed the tomb and built this courtyard." "Is this an acceptable explanation?" Shining said unhappily. Chen Yang's eyes turned cold. "What did you say? You still dare to glare at me?" Shining had always disliked Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang dared to glare at her, she immediately lost her temper. She put her hands on her hips and said, "This is a feng shui treasure land. Using it for the dead is a complete waste of natural resources, so we pushed the tomb away." "You're looking for death." Chen Yang has been mentally retarded for 3 years and was locked up at home by Li Shiqing like a dog. He has never paid homage to his parents. Now he finally has the chance, but finds out that his parents' graves have been pushed down. How could Chen Yang not be angry? Before Shining could finish her words, Chen Yang grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall, with murderous intent in his eyes. Shen Tianhua was horrified. "Brother Chen, calm down. I am a spoiled little girl. I was just joking with you. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me about my deceased parents?" There was still murderous intent in Chen Yang's eyes. Shen Tianhua hurriedly explained, "Your parents' graves were moved away by Gu Rinai a year ago, and we bought this land later." "Moved?" Chen Yang's anger subsided slightly. "Brother Chen, can you let my daughter go first?" Shen Tianhua felt distressed when he saw Shening's face had turned purple. Shen Yang slapped Shening in the face before letting her go. A look of anger appeared on Shen Tianhua's face. Shen Yang glanced at him coldly and said, "If you dare to disrespect our ancestors, 10 slaps on her will be too light." "Ahem, I'm going to kill you." Shining had never been bullied like this since he was a child, and he simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. He looked up and suddenly saw a woman walking towards him, and he was immediately excited. "Sister! Help me get revenge. Apologize." Shin Keqing has a cold face and an ethereal temperament. Shining was stunned for a moment. "What did you say, sister?" "I asked you to apologize to Master Chen." "Why?" "Because I'm your sister." "I don't." Shining snorted stubbornly, but when she saw the sternness on Shin Keqing's cold face, she immediately gave in. In her heart, her sister Shin Keqing is much more majestic than her father. Shining said to Chen Yan reluctantly, "I'm sorry." There's no need for a hypocritical apology. Chen Yang left the courtyard after saying this. He had already found out the whereabouts of his parents' graves and didn't want to waste any time here. You are so ungrateful." Seeing that Chen Yang didn't even turn his head, Shining stamped her feet in anger, then pouted and said, "Sister, why did you ask me to apologize to that idiot? How do you know he's stupid?" Shin Keqing's words instantly woke Shining up. Yes, Chen Yang didn't look like a fool at all just now, he was clearly a normal person. Shining was also confused by anger. No matter if he's a fool or not, he almost killed me just now. I really can't bear to let him go like this. Shining muttered softly. Shin Keqing glanced at her silently. "Do you really think so? What else? If he really wants to kill you, you won't have any chance of survival. Even I can't protect you." Shin Keqing was silent for a moment, and suddenly said something shocking. Xining exclaimed, "Impossible! Sister, you are." "Keqing, are you serious?" Shin Tianhua was also startled. Shin Keqing nodded with a serious expression, not joking at all. Shin Tianhua took a deep breath. Who would have thought that he would be such a capable person? He is indeed Chen Song's son. Like father, like son. Shin Tianhua felt emotional. The Li family has found a treasure. Shin Keqing also looked towards the courtyard gate, a complex expression appearing in her beautiful eyes. Although she had not fought with Chen Yang, masters did not need to stick to formalities when fighting. Sometimes a glance or a gesture could tell the outcome. Chen Yang's aura is much stronger than Shin Keqing's. There is another crucial point that Shin Keqing did not tell Shin Tianhua and Xining, which is that the aura of Chen Yang made her feel very comfortable. It was a kind of fire essence, which just complemented her innate cold body. Renai Building. Chen Yang rushed in directly, but was stopped by a fat manager in the public office area. "Stop. What are you doing?" "Looking for your Mr. Gu." "Have you made an appointment?" "No." "Why are you here without an appointment?" "Get out." The fat manager waved his hand impatiently to drive them away. Chen Yang ignored him and strode towards Gu Renai's private office, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the fat manager. Hey, are you confused or what? If you take another step forward, I'm going to attack you." The fat manager reached out and pressed Chen Yang's shoulder, but the next second he was suddenly bounced away by a strange force, and fell on his butt on the ground, screaming. "What's the fuss?" Gu Renai walked out of the office with a dark face. Seeing Chen Yang, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you, Yang?" "Uncle Gu." Chen Yang spoke. Gu Renai's body trembled suddenly, and he realized something. He stepped forward excitedly and asked, "Have you recovered?" "Yeah, I've recovered." Chen Yang forced a smile. Gu Renai laughed and said, "Haha, great. You've recovered well. My brother and sister-in-law will definitely be very happy to know this. Let's go to my office and talk." Chapter 4: Taking Back Everything I Had. My eldest brother and his wife are both business geniuses. Under their leadership, it's only a matter of time before the Tianyao group breaks into the provincial capital. Unfortunately, God is jealous of talented people. After sitting down in the office, Gu Renai couldn't help but reminisce. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and Shen Yang stated the purpose of his visit. "Uncle Gu, I went to Dali Mountain today and heard that you moved my parents' graves?" "Well, when I was paying homage to my eldest brother and his wife last year, I found that place was too hot and stuffy. I was afraid of disturbing the ancestors, so I moved the grave." Chen Yang suddenly understood. It seems that Shin Tianhua did not lie. He had also discovered that there was a fire gathering under the courtyard, which must have been formed in the past 2 years. It was no longer suitable for burying ancestors. However, it is very beneficial for Shin Keqing's congenital cold constitution. This is also the reason why the Shin family bought that place. "Uncle Gu, I want to go see my parents." "Okay, I'll take you there right away." Gu Renai drove Chen Yang to Panlong Cemetery. In front of my parents' grave, Chen Yang knelt down heavily. "Dad, Mom, I'm an unfilial son. I haven't come to visit you once in 3 years. When I suddenly became stupid, you must have felt guilty, right? Actually, I should be the one to blame. I made you worry. Now that my son has recovered, I swear that I will personally take back everything that once belonged to our Chen family. As for the truth behind that year, I will also investigate it thoroughly and avenge you." Of course, Chen Yang would not be naive enough to think that his parents' death was an ordinary suicide by jumping off a building. There must be a deeper conspiracy. If Chen Yang finds out who is responsible for his parents' fall, he will not let any of them go. Crash! A heavy rain fell, mixed with Chen Yang's tears, and dripped in front of the grave. The whimpering sound of the wind sounded like someone was crying. Gu Renai came to Chen Yang holding an umbrella and said, "Let's go, Yang. I'm sure my brother and sister-in-law have received your kindness." "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Back in the car, Gu Renai said enthusiastically, "Let's go down to Uncle Gu's house for dinner. My daughter will be home today, so I'll ask Aunt Lan to cook a few more dishes." "Uncle Gu, do you have a daughter?" Chen Yang showed a surprised expression. He knew that Uncle Gu was his father's good friend and that Aunt Lan was a kind person, but he didn't know that they actually had a daughter. Gu Rinai smiled and said, "My daughter has lived with her grandfather since she was a child. She only moved to Jiangchen with the old man 2 years ago. I will introduce you to each other later." "Good." Chen Yang nodded. The car started. From casual conversation, I learned that Uncle Gu's daughter is a university teacher. She is quiet, well-educated, and very easy to get along with. Chen Yang was actually looking forward to it. But at this moment, Gu Rinai received a call and his expression suddenly changed. "We may not be able to have this meal." "What's wrong?" "My old man's old illness has relapsed, and I have to rush to the hospital." "Ayang, can Uncle Gu treat you to dinner another day?" "It's okay, I'll go to the hospital with you." A private hospital in Zhangcheng. Emergency room. Xiao Lan and her daughter were extremely anxious. When they saw Gu Rinai coming, they immediately stepped forward. Gu Rinai asked, "What happened?" "The dean invited Dr. Wu, who is treating Dad. We can't see what's going on inside." Xiao Lan replied. Gu Rinai breathed a sigh of relief. With divine Dr. Wu here, it shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Yan. Only then did Gu Rinai notice that his daughter had a cold expression and her eyes were fixed on Chen Yang, as if he were an enemy. Chen Yang almost broke apart. Gu Qiuyan is actually Uncle Gu's daughter? University teacher? Quiet personality? Well-educated and well-mannered? No matter what, it doesn't match the woman who whipped Chen Yang and took off all her clothes to flirt in front of Chen Yang. If it weren't for Gu Qiuyan's eyes that seemed to want to swallow him, Chen Yang would even think that they were two people. "Do you know each other?" Gu Rinai originally wanted to introduce the two to each other, but the subtle expressions on their faces made him think more. "Not only do we know each other, but we also know everything about them." Chen Yang sneered in his heart and said, Actually, it was because Shi Cheng and I became good friends that I met Chen Yang." Gu Qiuyan interrupted. Afraid that Chen Yang would let the cat out of the bag. Gu Rinai suddenly realized, so that's how it is, then it really is fate. Xiao Lan sighed, "I remember you, old Gu, wanted to arrange a marriage for them, but that girl from the Li family got there first." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became more subtle. Chen Yang looked at Gu Qiuyan with a playful expression, and was immediately retaliated by Gu Qiuyan with a glare. Gu Qiuyan walked up to Chen Yang and said in a low voice, "If you dare to tell my parents about us, you're dead." "Are you threatening me?" Gu Qiuyan wanted to continue warning, but when she saw the coldness in Chen Yang's eyes, she swallowed the words back. She knew that this man would not indulge her. It was because of his repeated provocations that Chen Yang became so beastly. Gu Qiuyan shut her mouth wisely. At this time, the door of the emergency room opened. Gu Rinai hurried forward and asked, "Dean, how is my father?" "Mr. Wu and I have done our best." "What do you mean by trying your best?" Gu Rinai couldn't accept this reality. Gu Qiuyan threw herself on Gu Quan, tears streaming down her face. "Grandpa, please wake up. You won't abandon me, right?" Xiao Lan was also about to cry. Chen Yang glanced at Gu Quan, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, and then looked at the grief-stricken Gu Rinai and Xiao Lan. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Why don't you let me give it a try?" "What did you say?" Gu Rinai was stunned for a moment. Chen Yang said, "Uncle Gu, I can cure your father." "Really?" Gu Rinai instantly felt a glimmer of hope and pulled Chen Yang to Gu Quan's bedside, but was soon poured a basin of cold water on by Gu Qiuyan. "Dad, are you crazy? He doesn't look like he knows any medical skills at all." Gu Rinai was stunned, pain in his eyes. Yes, how could Chen Yang know medicine? He had never been exposed to this before, and he was mentally retarded for 3 years. How could he be so confident that he could cure the old man? Gu Rinai felt that he must be crazy. "Chen Yang, I know you hate me, but I've already been punished. Why are you still making fun of my grandfather's illness?" Gu Qiuyan's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she stared at Chen Yang with hatred. It was wrong for her to call Chen Yang a dog, whip Chen Yang, and laugh at Chen Yang, but she was punished. Her innocence has been taken away by Chen Yang. Isn't that enough to offset Chen Yang's resentment? Why would he want to add insult to injury, using the life of the person he cares about most to irritate himself? Why is he so cruel? The hatred in Gu Qiuyan's heart was growing wildly. Chen Yang frowned and said, "I'm not kidding. Just because others can't cure your grandfather doesn't mean I can't either." Chapter 5, A Young Boy, Trying to Attract Attention. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Wu Wenbo was still outside the emergency room and had not left. When he heard Chen Yang's words, his face immediately darkened. Just because others can't be cured doesn't mean he can't be cured either. Who are the others? Aren't they just the Dean and Wu Wenbo? Just now, they used a combination of Chinese and Western medicine but failed to save Gu Quan, but Chen Yang said that he could cure him. Doesn't that mean that his medical skills are better than those of the Dean and Wu Wenbo? Wu Wenbo was naturally displeased. You little brat, trying to attract attention. Chen Yang didn't want to pay any attention to Wu Wenbo. He was willing to take action simply because Uncle Gu and Aunt Lon were nice to him and he couldn't bear to make them sad. But Wu Wenbo insisted on showing off, so Chen Yang couldn't help but say, if I say I can cure it, then I can cure it. You're treating shit. Wu Wenbo cursed loudly. Don't be angry, Mr. Wu. He's just a clown. You are a person of high status. There's no need to bother with him. That's right, Elder Wu is an authority in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. If even Elder Wu can't cure someone, even a god won't be able to cure him. Several medical staff flattered him. Wu Wenbo's expression looked better at this point, but Chen Yang's next words made him furious again. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Who do you think you are to bet with, Mr. Wu? Before Wu Wenbo could say anything, the dog next to him became anxious. Chen Yang didn't even glance at the man. His eyes locked on Wu Wenbo and he sneered, since you don't dare to gamble, then shut your stinky mouth. How the hell do you talk like that? The dog immediately went into protective mode. Wu Wenbo could no longer tolerate it and said gloomily, how do you want to bet? If I save Mr. Gu, you must give me your 1,000-year-old ginseng. How did you know I have a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Wu Wenbo was confused, but Chen Yang's provocative look instantly made him furious, and he had no mind to ask any further questions. Okay, if you can't save her, I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 100 times, then get out of Jiangcheng. It's a deal. Chen Yang's mouth curled up. His medicine king body has reached maturity and is very sensitive to the scent of medicinal materials. Just now, he caught a trace of the scent of 1,000-year-old ginseng from Wu Wenbo, and knew that he must have come into contact with it not long ago. However, just as Chen Yang was about to approach Gu Quan, Gu Qiuyan suddenly yelled with red eyes, "Get out! You are not allowed to touch my grandpa." She now hates Chen Yang. In such a critical situation, Chen Yang actually still had the mind to bet with her grandfather. Such a man deserves to be cut into pieces. Chen Yang had no choice but to look at Gu Rinai. Uncle Gu, let me try, how bad can it be? Gu Rinai's body shook violently. Yang is right. How much worse can it get? Since neither the Dean nor Dr. Wu can cure it, let Yang try. Mr. Gu, you agreed to let him treat you. If anything goes wrong, you can't blame our hospital. The Dean handed over a disclaimer. Gu Rinai hesitated. Chen Yang said, Uncle Gu, believe me. Good. Gu Rinai gritted his teeth and signed his name. There was a shrewd glint in the Dean's eyes. Gu Quan was hanging on by a thread, and based on their experience, he would most likely not survive the night. This will undoubtedly increase the hospital's mortality rate. Now that Gu Rinai has signed this waiver agreement, Gu Quan's death cannot be counted towards the hospital's performance. The Dean also has to thank Chen Yang, the young man. After Qiu Lan's persuasion, Gu Qiuyan finally agreed to let Chen Yang try. But she still said viciously, if I find out you're playing tricks on me, I won't let you go. Even if I die, I'll become a ghost and haunt you for the rest of your life. Please move aside. Chen Yang ignored Gu Qiuyan's warning. You. Gu Qiuyan was almost mad with anger, her fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Seeing that Chen Yang ignored her, she quickly gave in and quietly retreated to the side to sulk. Various treatment options emerged in Chen Yang's mind. This was what the strange old man sealed in his head. There are many. Strange needles, medicinal stones, ancient methods. After screening, Chen Yang chose the simplest and most brutal solution. The energy of the 9 revolutions flame dragon art surged in his palms, and Chen Yang slapped Gu Quan's face left and right. Being confused doesn't hurt your brain. Everyone in the emergency room widened their eyes in shock. What is this guy doing? Are you having a seizure? You actually hit my grandfather? I'll fight you. Gu Qiuyan thought that Chen Yang was still taking revenge on her in this way, so she screamed and rushed towards Chen Yang, but was pushed away by Chen Yang with one hand. Crackling. Chen Yang supported Gu Qiuyan with one hand and continued to slap Gu Quan in the face with the other hand. Mr. Gu, this guy's treatment method is really special. Wu Wenba glanced at Gu Rinai with a gloating look. Gu Rinai's face looked grim. Just because he trusts Chen Yang doesn't mean he can let Chen Yang do whatever he wants. Chen Yang betrayed his trust. Yang, why don't you stop? Gu Rinai walked forward with a sullen face, his eyes filled with disappointment. I'll be right there. Chen Yang continued to fan. That's outrageous. Seeing him being so presumptuous, Gu Rinai finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to stop Chen Yang's violence, but at this moment a sudden cough made Gu Rinai freeze. Cough. Gu Quan, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, suddenly started coughing violently and then spit out a pool of black filth. Dad, are you awake? After Gu Quan vomited, the stuffy feeling in his chest disappeared and his breathing became much smoother. Gu Qiuyan threw herself on Gu Quan, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, I thought I would never see you again. Silly child. Mr. Gu, let me help you check it out. The dean couldn't believe that such an outrageous thing could happen, and hurriedly checked Gu Quan's body. He was surprised to find that all of Gu Quan's vital signs had returned to normal. Wu Wenba asked, how is it? Apart from being a little weak, there's nothing wrong with his health. Impossible. Wu Wenba questioned. According to our previous diagnosis, Gu Quan suffered a relapse of an old illness and entered an acute exacerbation phase. You actually said he didn't have any problems. Do you know what this means? There was no problem, which meant Gu Quan's illness was cured. The reason why old diseases recur is that it is difficult to cure the disease and can only be alleviated. At the beginning, they didn't think about curing Gu Quan's disease because it was unrealistic. All the treatments were aimed at relieving Gu Quan's symptoms, but in the end, even the relief treatment failed. But now the dean said that not only had Gu Quan's symptoms been alleviated, but his old illness had even disappeared. How could Wu Wenba believe it? The dean said, anyway, after examining him using Western medicine, I came to this conclusion. If you don't believe me, examine him again using traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 6, The Fatal Widow Shun Miaoyu. Wu Wenba took Gu Quan's pulse with a skeptical attitude. Soon his eyes widened. When he took Gu Quan's pulse before, Gu Quan's pulse was slow, weak and short, but now it was calm and steady, with 4 beats in one breath and an even rhythm, and it had returned to normal. Damn it, this kid really cured Gu Quan's illness with a few slaps? Wu Wenba was still reluctant to believe it. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Dr. Wu, is my father really okay? Wu Wenba nodded reluctantly, told Gu Rinai some precautions, and then prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Chen Yang reminded, did you forget something? What do you mean? Wu Wenba turned around and stared at Chen Yang with a gloomy look. I should be the one asking you this question, Dr. Wu, what do you mean? You promised to give me 1,000-year-old ginseng, are you going to renege on your promise? Wu is a quack. These 4 words are intolerable to Wu Wenba. Besides, he didn't want to hand over the ginseng at all. Watch your mouth, kid. You don't really think you cured Gu Quan's illness, do you? Isn't it? Chen Yang pointed at Gu Quan. I remember someone said before that Mr. Gu was beyond saving. When I took action, he was still barking with glee. So how did Mr. Gu wake up? Of course I cured him. Wu Wenba puffed out his chest and said, Chinese medicine treatments are inherently delayed, unlike Western medicine which uses strong drugs. Before you, I had already used my unique acupuncture method, the 99 Yang rejuvenation needle, on Gu Quan's body. It takes time for him to regain his vitality. After I removed the needle, it was only a matter of time before Gu Quan woke up. It just so happened that you happened to encounter his awakening time. I see. The dogs around Wu Wenba were still in shock, but after hearing Wu Wenba's explanation, they immediately started barking again. I was saying it, no one would treat a disease by slapping someone in the face. It turns out you're just taking advantage of Mr. Wu. If he hadn't gone crazy and suddenly rushed over to slap the old man would definitely have woken up sooner. Look at how red and swollen his face is after beating him like that. The most hateful thing is that he took advantage of the situation and still acted ungratefully. He even tried to blackmail Elder Wu for 1,000-year-old ginseng. People are no longer what they used to be. Old Wu cured the disease, so you lost the bet just now. Kneel down immediately and kowtow to old Wu 100 times, then get out of Jiangcheng. Several dogs in white coats began to confuse right and wrong. Wu Wenbo waved his hand and said, "He's just a clown trying to attract attention. I don't want to bother with someone of my status. Forget about the kowtow. Just get out of my sight." Did you hear that? It's only because Mr. Wu is so broad-minded. If it were anyone else, how could they let you off so easily? Get out of here. Wu Wenba's dogs surrounded Chen Yang and bit him as if he was a joke. But at this moment, Dad, Grandpa. Suddenly, screams from Gu Rinai and his daughter were heard from the side. Everyone looked over hurriedly. Gu Quan's eyes went dark and he fell back onto the hospital bed with his head tilted back. How so? Dr. Wu, didn't you just say that you had cured my father with the 99 rejuvenating needle? Why did my father faint again? Let me see. Wu Wenbo stepped forward to take Gu Quan's pulse, but it turned out to be slow, weak, and short again, with no sign of improvement at all. Mr. Gu, I'm afraid your father's illness is not going to work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Do you even know how to heal illnesses? Gu Rinai cursed anxiously. Wu Wenbo's forehead was covered with sweat. Suddenly, his eyes rolled and he said, "It could have been done. It's all this kid's fault. He slapped me so hard just now. I'm too weak to handle it." Wu Wenbo directly put the blame on Chen Yang. "I told you you're a quack and you don't admit it. Get out of here." Chen Yang kicked Wu Wenbo to the ground, then took out a silver needle that had been prepared long ago and stabbed it into the baihui point on the top of Gu Quan's head. Awake! As Chen Yang's voice fell, something magical happened. Gu Quan really woke up. Yang, do you really know medicine? If he still had doubts about Chen Yang before, then when Chen Yang woke Gu Quan up for the second time after Wu Wenbo made his conclusion, Gu Rinai completely believed in his medical skills. This needle in the old man's head will be removed after 24 hours. Chen Yang gave a warning, then looked at Wu Wenbo. "Dr. Wu, what else do you have to say now?" Wu Wenbo just got up from the ground. When Wu Wenbo was kicked down by Chen Yang just now, he was extremely angry, but before he could lash out, he saw Chen Yang wake up Gu Quan. The anger in Wu Wenbo's heart was instantly replaced by shock. This guy actually knows medicine. However, Wu Wenbo was naturally unhappy with Chen Yang humiliating him in public. He said with a dark face, "It was just a lucky accident. Don't worry about whether I was lucky or not. You just need to answer whether I was the one who woke up Mr. Gu. You woke me up." This time Wu Wenbo admitted it straightforwardly. Chen Yang said, "Since I woke you up, then you should fulfill the bet." "Okay, 10 years from now." 10 years from now? Ha, when we made the bet just now, you only said that I would give you the 1,000-year-old ginseng, but you didn't specify the time. If I give it to you in 10 years, it doesn't count as a breach of contract, right? Wu Wenbo sneered. No wonder he admitted it so readily just now. It turns out he had already thought of a solution. Chen Yang frowned. Although his medicine king body has reached perfection, his 9 revolutions flame dragon art is still very weak and needs to be nourished by spiritual medicine. This 1,000-year-old ginseng is very important to him. That's why I made a bet with Wu Wenbo. Who would have thought that Wu Wenbo would actually act like a rogue? I thought Jiangqing's famous Dr. Wu Wenbo was such a benevolent person, but he turns out to be a shameless scoundrel. With such poor character, his medical ethics are definitely not that high either. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from outside the emergency room, saying what Chen Yang wanted to say. Everyone looked over. Especially Wu Wenbo's flatterers, who were about to scold him, but when they saw the man's appearance clearly, they swallowed the words back and fear appeared in their eyes. Chen Yang also looked at the person who came. She wore a red hip skirt, flesh-colored high heels, had a hot body, and a beautiful face. Her eyes and eyebrows exuded an irresistible charm. If Gu Qiuyan is charming, then the charming woman in front of him is overly seductive. After Wu Wenbo saw the woman's appearance clearly, his anger instantly subsided. His throat was throbbing, and after a long time, he uttered a word with difficulty. "Miss Shin, why are you here? If I hadn't come, I don't know how you would have bullied our Shin family's distinguished guest." Shin Miaoyu said with a sweet smile. Chapter 7. Don't let the mistress interfere. VIP of the Shin family? Who? Him? Wu Wenbo followed Shin Miaoyu's gaze and looked at Chen Yang, his body trembling violently. "Miss Shin, the Shin family VIP you mentioned, could it be him? What else?" Gulp. Wu Wenbo's heart sank to the bottom of the lake in an instant. Shun Miaoyu is not a simple person. She is known as the deadly widow in the martial arts world. Over the years, there are dozens of men who have died at her hands, if not 100. If Wu Wenba had known that Chen Yang had a relationship with Shen Miaoyu, he would not have dared to go against Chen Yang even if he had 100 guts. Miss Shen, calm down. I'll get the 1,000-year-old ginseng right away. Wu Wenba immediately gave in. Shen Miaoyu walked up to Chen Yang and said with a sweet smile, Mr. Chen, can I have a moment to talk? Chen Yang nodded. The two left the emergency room and walked towards the side of the corridor. That guy is so lucky, he actually hooked up with Shen Miaoyu. No wonder when I first saw him, I felt that he had the temperament of a pretty boy. He really doesn't want to take any detours. Wu Wenba muttered softly. When Gu Rinai heard these words, he felt complicated. He had also heard of Shen Miaoyu. As the saying goes, a young woman's waist is like a deadly knife, which is the origin of the title Deadly Widow. Shen Miaoyu is so skilled that a single seductive glance can make countless men willingly die for her. How could Yang be related to Shen Miaoyu? Could it be true, as Dr. Wu said, that he was kept by Shen Miaoyu? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the truth. Gu Rinai scolded his wife Qiu Lan, but he was also confused in his heart. Qiu Lan said, I'm still worried. Yang is a married man after all. Shen Miaoyu has a bad reputation. If Yang keeps dealing with her for a long time, it's inevitable that people will gossip about him. She suddenly looked at Gu Qiuyan. Qiuyan, since you and Li Shiqing are best friends, then you should find opportunities to remind Li Shiqing to keep a close eye on Yang and not let a mistress interfere and destroy their relationship. Ah? Gu Qiuyan was in a daze and was a little confused when she heard Qiu Lan's words. Mistress. This word sounds really harsh. Gu Qiuyan said absent-mindedly, I'll remind Shiqing, well, mistresses and the like, are the most disgusting. One side of the corridor. Chen Yang looked at Shen Miaoyu and said calmly, what's your relationship with Shen Tianhua? He's my brother. Shen Miaoyu smiled, my brother has 2 daughters. The eldest, Shen Keqing, has a cold personality, and the younger, Shen Ning, is still in school. They are not good at socializing, so this task can only be handed over to a widow like me. What mission? Of course, it's to serve Mr. Chen well. As Shen Miaoyu spoke, she lifted her hair from her temples and deliberately leaned towards Chen Yang, emitting the seductive scent of perfume. Vixen. A word came to Chen Yang's mind. But he remained calm and moved to the side to distance himself, I don't need any service. Shen Miaoyu chuckled, what I mean is, I want to make friends with Mr. Chen. Not interested. Chen Yang was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered something. If you can do me a favor, I'd consider it. It must have been when they were in Dali Mountain that Shen Tianhua realized his extraordinariness, which is why he asked Shen Miaoyu to make friends with him. Since the other party took the initiative to make friends, it is normal for Chen Yang to make requests. Shen Miaoyu said, Mr. Chen, please speak. First of all, I want you to help me find out where I can find aged medicinal herbs. The older the better. It's a small matter. How much does Mr. Chen need? The more the better. What about the second thing? You know about my parents jumping off a building 3 years ago, right? I've heard something about it. I think there must be a conspiracy behind this. If you can help me find some clues, I would be very grateful. Good. Shen Miaoyu nodded, I will definitely work hard to do the 2 things Mr. Chen mentioned. This is my business card, Mr. Chen, keep it. Miaoyu is always on call for you at any time and any place. Shen Miaoyu stuffed a business card into Chen Yang's collar and ran her slender fingers across his chest. Chen Yang cursed inwardly, a vixen. On the way out of the hospital. Gu Qiuyan was driving the car, but she frequently looked at Chen Yang in the back seat through the central rearview mirror. Seeing that Chen Yang kept his eyes closed, she couldn't help but speak first. Don't you have anything to say? Say what? I've never heard Shiqing say you have medical skills. I really don't know any medical skills. Then how did you cure my grandfather? It was a lucky accident. Good luck. Shen Yang directly quoted Wu Wenba's words. Gu Qiuyan snorted, are you kidding me? Well, that's a lie. Chen Yang responded casually without even opening his eyes. Gu Qiuyan was a little angry and then asked, how do you know Shen Miaoyu? It's none of your business. How can it be okay? Gu Qiuyan was anxious. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that Shen Miaoyu is a vixen. You're so close to her. What would Shirching think if she knew? In Li Shirching's eyes, I'm just a dog. What can she think? Do you still expect her to be jealous? Chen Yang glanced at Gu Qiuyan and sneered, why don't you tell me? What would Li Shirching think if she knew about us? You. Gu Qiuyan's pretty face was as cold as frost. I will send you back to Shirching now. No one is allowed to mention this matter again. Just pretend it never happened. I disagree. Why? Li Shirching asked me to follow you for a month. It's just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry to send me back? Why are you still relying on me? Don't you want to settle the score with Li Shirching as soon as possible? Don't you want to prove to her that you are a man as soon as possible? The accounts must be settled, but we need to take our time. There's no rush. A sneer appeared on Chen Yang's lips. For 3 years, Li Shirching treated him like a dog and trampled on his dignity. Chen Yang had to pay it back little by little and tear apart Li Shirching's self-esteem bit by bit. This is fun. Gu Qiuyan didn't expect that Chen Yang would rely on her. She was so angry that she punched the steering wheel. The shrill horn stared a van in front of her and it drifted 180 degrees and hit her head-on. Gu Qiuyan immediately slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision between the two cars. I saw a few ferocious-looking men jumping out of the van, walking straight to the driver's window and knocking. Miss Gu Qiuyan, right? Who are you? At first, Gu Qiuyan thought that they were scared by the horn sound, but when she heard them calling her name, she realized that they were coming for her. We are following Master Wang's orders to invite Miss Gu to be our guest. Wang Ziki? Gu Qiuyan guessed something and said in a cold tone, go back and tell Wang Ziki to stop bothering me. I'm not interested in him. Chapter 8 Full-Time Driver. Ms. Gu, don't be so quick to refuse. Once you hear what I have to say, you might be interested. Lu Yao is your student, right? She owes money and won't pay it back. We've already taken her to see Master Wang. Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look? The man who was speaking took out a photo and stuck it on the car window. Gu Qiuyan recognized the person in the photo at a glance. It was a student in her class. What did you do to her? Gu Qiuyan asked angrily. Don't worry, Master Wang knew she was your student, so he didn't touch her. But if you had gone there any later, you couldn't be sure what would have happened. Lead the way. Ha, she's worthy of being the woman that young Master Wang likes. She's really got guts. Soon the van started and Gu Qiuyan drove closely behind. Chen Yang suddenly said, I didn't expect that someone like you would be so loyal. What kind of person am I? Gu Qiuyan suddenly braked and said, get off. Chen Yang was too lazy to move. I'll go down naturally after you drop me off at my destination. Gu Qiuyan said unhappily, didn't you hear what they said just now? I'm not going back to the apartment now, I'm going to negotiate with Wang Ziki. I don't care where you go, but you have to take me to your apartment in the end. Chen Yang looks like a scoundrel. The van in front had stopped, and a man walked over. Why didn't Miss Gu follow? Did you regret it? Keep driving your car. I won't lose you. Gu Qiuyan looked at Chen Yang with a cold face. It doesn't matter whether you get off the car or not, this is not a joke. If anything happens to you later, don't blame me. After saying that, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! It seemed like he was venting the depression in Gu Qiuyan's heart. We drove all the way to a high-end private club. Wait for me in the car. After parking the car, Gu Qiuyan said something, but turned around and saw that Chen Yang had no reaction and was leaning on the seat as if he was asleep. A look of loss appeared in Gu Qiuyan's eyes. Although she said that she didn't want Chen Yang's help, she would undoubtedly feel more secure if a man was with her in this kind of situation. But what qualifications do I have to ask him to do this? Gu Qiuyan shook her head and finally got out of the car alone. However, she had only taken 2 steps when Chen Yang's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Hello? What? I'll only give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you must come back and drive for me. You order me? Do you really think of me as your full-time driver? Gu Qiuyan was furious, but Chen Yang closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. Miss Gu, please. Several of Wang Ziki's men came over. Gu Qiuyan could only temporarily suppress her dissatisfaction with Chen Yang and followed them into the elevator. Came to a private room on the 3rd floor of the club. The henchman knocked on the door and brought Gu Qiuyan in. A young man in a white suit was sitting on the sofa. Seeing Gu Qiuyan, he laughed and stood up and said, "Oh, isn't this the beautiful Gu? What a rare guest. Where is Lu Yao? Don't worry, I'll have someone bring her in right away." Wang Ziki clapped his hands, and soon, his men brought in a girl with heavy makeup and wearing a black silk short skirt. Gu Qiuyan frowned and asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" "They forced me to dress like this." As soon as Lu Yao opened her mouth, tears started falling. "Wang Ziki, what do you mean?" Gu Qiuyan glared angrily. Wang Ziki smiled and said, "She owes me money and can't pay it back, so this is the only way to repay her. I have several big bosses here who are very interested in the new tea." "You are a beast." "I don't like what Miss Gu said. She wanted to borrow the money herself. I gave it to her out of kindness. How could she become a beast?" "How much did she lend you?" 300,000. "So much?" Gu Qiuyan looked at Lu Yao in confusion. "Why did you borrow so much money from him?" "Teacher Gu, I only borrowed 60,000. Haha, little sister, do you think I'm doing charity here and I lend you money without interest? But your interest rate is too high, it's illegal." "Alright Lu Yao, stop talking." Gu Qiuyan interrupted Lu Yao. Wang Ziki was originally in the loan sharking business, so if you talked to him about the law, he would just treat it as a joke. Only a student like Lu Yao could be so naive. "I'll pay back the 300,000 for her. I hope you won't bother her again in the future. You really deserve to be called a good teacher of the people. You are willing to give out 300,000 yuan to your students. I am really becoming more and more fascinated by you." Wang Ziki's eyes were burning. Gu Qiuyan frowned and said, "Don't talk about these nonsense. Give me 2 days and I will get the money together for you." She didn't have any cards with her, let alone 300,000 yuan in cash, so she needed some time to raise the money. Wang Ziki shook his head, 2 days won't do. I want it now. Then wait for me to call. Gu Qiuyan took out her cell phone, but it was snatched away by Wang Ziki. "Miss Gu, didn't you understand what I meant? I want it now, right now. My interest is calculated by the second. It won't be the same price after 1 minute. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Gu Qiuyan could see that this was not about paying back the money at all. Wang Ziki laughed and said, "If you give me 300,000 now, I won't be able to make things difficult for you, right?" Gu Qiuyan said coldly, "No. If you don't have money, I have a suggestion. Why don't you sleep with me? I won't ask you to pay back the 300,000 yuan. Also, I know your Gu family is looking for partners recently. As long as you serve me well, I will be happy to introduce you to a few partners." Wang Ziki finally revealed his intentions. Gu Qiuyan spat, "You're dreaming. Lu Yao, let's go." Gu Qiuyan pulled Lu Yao and walked outside. But the box door couldn't be opened. "Gu Qiuyan, I've already told you that no woman Wang Ziki, can escape. Why don't you just obey me? I've spent enough time with you. You've made me lose my patience." Wang Ziki showed a ferocious face, pulled off his tie, and approached Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan yelled, "Wang Ziki, you're crazy. If you dare to touch me, the Gu family will never let you go. The Gu family is nothing, I still have the Liehu Hall behind me." Wang Ziki sneered and walked in front of Gu Qiuyan while speaking. Seeing that Gu Qiuyan resisted, he slapped Gu Qiuyan hard in the face. "You are not allowed to touch Teacher Gu." Lu Yao mustered up the courage to rush towards Wang Ziki, but was kicked in the stomach by Wang Ziki and flew out. "I'll kill both of you later," Wang Ziki said viciously. But the next second, boom! The door of the box was suddenly kicked open. Chen Yang said expressionlessly, 10 minutes have passed. Go down and drive." Chapter 9. What are you barking at? Get down and drive. It's already this late, and you're still driving? Is this guy blind? Can't he see what's going on? Gu Qiuyan was speechless. Wang Ziki was stunned for a moment. Who the hell are you? Did you enter the wrong box? Chen Yang ignored him and strode up to Gu Qiuyan. Looking at the slap mark on Gu Qiuyan's face, he frowned slightly. No matter what, Gu Qiuyan is Uncle Gu's daughter. It would be difficult for Uncle Gu to explain why she was bullied in front of him. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Wang Ziki reached out and pressed Chen Yang's shoulder from behind. Chen Yang suddenly turned around and slapped Wang Ziki in the face. What are you barking at? Ah. The prince was confused. I asked you what the dog was barking at? Chen Yang slapped Wang Ziki again, causing him to stagger and several of his teeth to fall out. Wang Ziki finally came to his senses. He was the eldest son of the Wang family, but he was slapped twice in a row. He was immediately filled with anger. You crazy pockmarked donkey, where are the people? Get the hell in here! Wang Ziki yelled towards the door. However, there was no response. Chen Yang said, if you are calling the dogs outside, then there is no need to waste your energy. I knocked them down before I came in. A bunch of gluttons. Wang Ziki cursed loudly and suddenly said, Brother, are you Gu Qiuyan's bodyguard? I'll give you double what Gu Qiuyan gives you. How about working with me in the future? It's not about money. You can't do what Gu Qiuyan can do. What's the meaning? Bang bang bang. Wang Ziki's answer was a series of crisp and loud slaps. In order to prevent him from moving, Chen Yang grabbed his collar with one hand and opened and closed his other hand. In Chen Yang's hands, Wang Ziki was like a plastic toy. Are you relieved? Chen Yang turned his head to look at Gu Qiuyan, but his slaps did not stop. Gu Qiuyan was stunned. He kept slapping Wang Ziki to vent his anger? A warm feeling emerged in Gu Qiuyan's heart, and she suddenly felt that this man was not so hateful. I asked you if you felt relieved? Seeing the woman in a daze, Chen Yang suddenly frowned and yelled, instantly dispelling the slight touch of emotion that had just arisen in Gu Qiuyan's heart. Why are you so fierce? He only slapped me once, but you slapped him more than 10 times. What else can I be angry about? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Yang threw Wang Ziki to the ground like a dead dog. Gu Qiuyan ran over to see Lu Yao. Are you okay? My stomach still hurts a little. She had just been kicked by Wang Ziki. Although it was not serious, she was unable to use her strength and had been curled up on the ground. I'll carry you away. Gu Qiuyan picked up Lu Yao with great difficulty, but she was out of breath before she took 2 steps. Let go. Chen Yang took Lu Yao, turned around and strode out of the box. Lu Yao couldn't help but ask, Teacher Gu, is this your boyfriend? He's so cool and manly. Gu Qiuyan blushed, No. Chen Yang quickly ended the topic. Gu Qiuyan clenched her fists, feeling a little annoyed. She wanted to ask Chen Yang why he was so anxious to deny it. Is it embarrassing to be my boyfriend? But when she thought of Chen Yang's identity, Gu Qiuyan immediately gave up. He was just telling the truth. He is my best friend's husband, what right do I have to be angry? After Li Shiqing returned home, she took off her high heels and lay on the sofa. Her perfect figure that drove countless men crazy stretched out freely, forming an S-shaped curve. She blurted out, Chen Yang, my shoulders are a little sore. Come and massage them for me. If you can't do it well, you won't be allowed to eat tonight. There was no response from the empty house. Only then did Li Shiqing realize that she had clearly lent Chen Yang to her best friend. Li Shiqing felt a little dazed. In the past, when I came home from get off work at this time, I would see that Chen Yang had cleaned the house and prepared meals in advance so that I could eat when I got home. Sometimes when Li Shiqing felt unwell, she would ask Chen Yang to give her a massage. If she felt unhappy, she would whip Chen Yang to vent her anger. It can be said that Chen Yang is an impeccable tool. Chen Yang is not here today, and Li Shiqing actually feels a sense of emptiness in her heart. Am I thinking about him? Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Yang is just a dog. I feel sick the moment I see him. How could I miss him? It must be possessiveness. Li Shiqing shook her head desperately to comfort herself. She had this feeling when she was a student. As the school belle during her student days, Li Shiqing naturally had no shortage of lickers. However, they couldn't get the love she wanted, so they turned around and licked others. Whenever Li Shiqing saw this, she would feel a little uncomfortable. Does this mean that Li Shiqing likes those bootlickers? No. She even felt nauseous. She must feel the same way about Chen Yang, and it will be fine in a few days. That fool doesn't deserve it. Gu Qiuyan asked Lu Yao why she wanted to borrow money and drove the car to a village in the city. Lu Yao came from a poor family, his parents died early, and he grew up with his grandfather. Her grandfather fell ill some time ago. Lu Yao borrowed some money to send her grandfather to the hospital for treatment. But the hospital was spending a lot of money, and Grandpa didn't want to stay in the hospital, so he insisted on going home to take his own medicine and asked Lu Yao to return the 60,000 yuan he had borrowed. Lu Yao couldn't resist, so she went to find Wang Ziqi's henchman to pay back the money. Unexpectedly, the other party asked for 300,000 yuan including principal and interest. How could Lu Yao, a student, come up with so much money? So what happened next happened. After hearing this, Gu Qiuyan angrily cursed, Wang Ziqi is simply a beast. Teacher Gu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's not your fault. Come on, I'll go with you to see your grandfather. The two men got out of the car and walked towards a dilapidated house, and Shen Yang followed them. Just now, when Lu Yao was talking about her family situation, she mentioned that both her parents had passed away. This made Shen Yang feel the same way and he decided to help this poor girl. Just consider it as doing good deeds. The room was dark and damp, emitting a musty wood smell. The walls were mottled and covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and looked like they would collapse at any moment. It is hard to imagine that there is such a village in a corner of Jiangcheng, which is full of lights, wine, and traffic. Before the three of them entered the house, they heard the old man coughing. My grandpa is coughing again. Lu Yao hurried in and poured a glass of water. Grandpa, drink some water. The girl is back. Who are these two? Lu Yao quickly introduced, Grandpa, this is my college counselor, Teacher Gu, and the person next to him is Teacher Gu's friend. It turns out to be Teacher Gu. My family is not well off, so I don't have much to offer. Please don't be offended. The old man was skinny and his face was full of apology. Gu Qiuyan smiled and said, It's okay, we are all very casual. Chapter 10 Distinguished Professor of Capital University of Chinese Medicine. Teacher Gu, did Yao Yao get into trouble at school? The old man asked cautiously. Poor families have a deep-seated inferiority complex. Once a teacher comes to visit, their first reaction is that their child has gotten into trouble at school. The old man was very nervous at the moment. Gu Qiuyan said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, Grandpa. Lu Yao is very obedient in school and studies very hard. We heard from Lu Yao that you were sick, so we came to see you. Oh, this girl is really something. I've been sick for a long time. How could she have the nerve to disturb Teacher Gu? Old man, I'm the doctor that Teacher Gu invited specifically for you. Shen Yang suddenly spoke. A frown appeared on Gu Qiuyan's forehead. This guy is really bold. When did he become the doctor she specially hired? The old man smiled bitterly and said, I appreciate Mr. Gu's kindness, but I know the symptoms of my illness very well. It would be a waste of money to treat it. You don't have to pay for your illness. No charge? The old man looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. Chen Yang smiled and said, After listening to Lu Yao describe your symptoms, I think it's a very typical condition. I can use it as a diagnosis and treatment teaching material to teach my students. All you need to do is cooperate with me to record a video. The old man was surprised and asked, You are so young and you still have students? I'm a humble professor at Capital University of Chinese Medicine. I happened to be back in Jiangcheng collecting materials recently and encountered a case like yours. It's all fate. Shen Yang could lie without blushing or getting nervous. The old man's eyes immediately turned into admiration, so he's a professor at Capital University of Chinese Medicine. How lucky I am. Shen Yang, come out with me. Gu Qiuyan couldn't stand it any longer, so she called Shen Yang outside and said with a sullen face, You're quite capable. You've become a professor at Capital University of Chinese Medicine in the blink of an eye? You don't believe it? Of course I don't believe it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. What matters is that the old man believes it. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? When the old man heard your identity just now, he was so excited that he almost cried. So what? How sad would the old man be if he knew you were lying to him? Ms. Gu, I think you've missed the point. The point isn't who I am, but how I can get the old man to accept my free treatment. Are you sure you can cure it? Turn on your phone and record a video. Don't take pictures of my face, just take pictures of my hands moving. After saying this, Shen Yang went into the house. Gu Qiuyan snorted, Go ahead and shoot. If you can't cure it later, I'll see how you end up. After entering the room, Shen Yang explained the situation to the old man, then asked him to take off his shirt and lie down on the bed. Shen Yang took out the needle box. He bought this at the pharmacy on his way here after listening to Lu Yao's description of the symptoms. I will definitely use it frequently in the future, so I bought a few more boxes. Acupuncture points, Soulgate, Wilshi, Godhall, Fufun, Pahu. Hunman, spinal column area, inferior to the spinous process of the 9th thoracic vertebra, 3 inches lateral to the posterior midline. Isha, spinal column area, below the spinous process of the 11th thoracic vertebra, 3 inches lateral to the posterior midline. Shentang, spinal column area, inferior to the spinous process of the 5th thoracic vertebra, 3 inches lateral to the posterior midline. After Chen Yang used the finger-inch method to determine the acupuncture point, he inserted the silver needle in one breath. It was so fast that it was completed in almost the blink of an eye. Gu Qiuyan held up her mobile phone to record, with a surprised expression on her beautiful face. She didn't know anything about acupuncture, but she could see that Chen Yang's technique was unique, smooth, and efficient, and he performed the exercises in one go. Even those famous old Chinese doctors probably couldn't compare to him. All right. Before Gu Qiuyan could react, Chen Yang was done. So soon? Gu Qiuyan couldn't help but wonder, would this really work? Could it be that Chen Yang was just showing off his skills, but they actually didn't work at all? After all, she had never seen such a fast Chinese medicine practitioner before. Chen Yang didn't need to answer this question, as reality quickly gave him the answer. The silver needles that had pierced the old man's body turned black in a short while. Chen Yang used the 9 revolutions flame dragon technique. His 2 fingers were as hot as branding irons. He pulled out the silver needle while clearing away the toxins on it. Sure enough, here they are. Their cars were smashed. Chen Yang had just finished giving the old man an acupuncture when a familiar roar suddenly came from outside the house. Wang Ziki. Girl, what happened outside? The old man asked worriedly. Lu Yao didn't know how to answer. She didn't dare tell her grandfather that she had borrowed money from a loan shark. He came to see me. Chen Yang spoke up to help Lu Yao out. Those people wanted me to treat their boss, but I refused because they didn't look like good people. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here. Don't worry, old man. I'll take care of it. After saying this, Chen Yan walked out of the house. The old man warned, Professor Chen, please be careful. Lu Yao, take good care of your grandpa here. I'll go out and take a look. Gu Qiuyan said something and followed him out of the house. Seeing that her beloved car was smashed into a mess, her face immediately darkened. Wang Ziki, you bastard, what on earth do you want to do? Is he Wang Ziki? I thought a pig came. Before in the club, Chen Yang slapped Wang Ziki so hard that his face was swollen like a pig's head. Gu Qiuyan was originally angry, and was almost amused by Chen Yang's words. She forced herself to glare at Chen Yang. It's already this late, and you still have the mind to joke. Alright, Mr. Gu, I was the one who beat Wang Ziki, and he came here to see me. Please stand back. But he smashed my car. Then let him pay for it. Chen Yang strode towards Wang Ziki. Wang Ziki subconsciously took 2 steps back and was very afraid of Chen Yang. Chen Yang said contemptuously, coward. Don't be so complacent, you bastard. I came prepared this time. Wang Ziki ran up to a young man and said, Brother Bao, this is the kid. Please help me teach him a lesson. 1 arm is 500,000, 2 are 100, and if you want the whole package, you can add 2 legs. I'll give you a friendly price of 180. The tattooed young man named Brother Leopard looked at Chen Yang carefully and quoted a price. Wang Ziki gritted his teeth and said, deal. The price is a bit expensive, but I have to give it a try. Let's do it. Brother Leopard waved his hand nonchalantly, and a dozen or so younger brothers behind him immediately rushed forward. Chen Yang, be careful. Gu Qiuyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, they are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Chen Yang made an okay gesture to Gu Qiuyan and rushed towards the dozen or so thugs with baseball bats. Bang bang bang. Chen Yang's figure flashed, quick and decisive, and every punch he threw hit the vital point. In less than half a minute, the dozen or so thugs fell to the ground and wailed. Chapter 11, in this case, you need to pay extra money. He's a little more powerful than I thought. Mr. Wang, you have to pay extra for this kind of situation. Brother Leopard was a little surprised to see Chen Yang defeated his men so easily, and then he proposed to increase the price, which was reasonable. You're a money-minded bastard. Wang Ziki cursed in his heart and asked, how much? Brother Leopard held up 5 fingers, 50. Good. Wang Ziki nodded. Brother Leopard laughed, ha, refreshing. He twisted his neck and walked towards Chen Yang, his fists clenched and crackled. Boy, you're quite capable, but it's a pity that you ran into me, Brother Leopard, today. You've hit a wall. Yeah? Chen Yang laughed. Then. Swish. He came to Brother Leopard in an instant. He raised his palm like a knife and struck Brother Leopard's shoulder quickly. In an instant, Brother Leopard felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, and the terrifying force made him kneel down. How could it be? There was horror in Brother Leopard's eyes, and the severe pain in his shoulder made him break out in a cold sweat. Chen Yang taunted, "Needing you today is like kicking cotton. You're looking for death." As the gold medal fighter of Li Hutang, Brother Bao had never suffered such humiliation. He growled and wanted to stand up and fight back, but Chen Yang hit him on the other shoulder with a palm. Boom! Brother Leopard instantly went from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees. Wang Ziqi's eyes widened as he asked, "Brother Bao, are you playing me?" "Shut the fuck up." Brother Leopard's teeth were almost broken. What seemed like a light palm strike to others was extremely terrifying when it landed on him. This is no longer a simple martial artist, but a martial artist with internal strength. "Brother, I'm blind. If you spare me, I'll definitely reward you handsomely in the future." Brother Leopard begged for mercy hurriedly. Chen Yang thought about it and nodded, "Okay, 10 million, and I'll spare your life." Brother Leopard's eyes suddenly widened, 10 million. You think it's not worth it? How should Brother Leopard respond to this? If he says it's not worth it, he is belittling himself. If he says it's worth it, he'll have to pay out 10 million. I can't come up with 10 million right now. Then send the money to this address before noon tomorrow. Chen Yang gave Brother Bao the address of Gu Chouyan's apartment. Brother Leopard crawled away. Wang Ziqi was stunned. This leopard brother keeps saying how powerful he is and that he is the gold medal fighter of the Liahu Hall, but this is the result? Kneeling is quite impressive. Come here. Chen Yang pointed at Wang Ziqi. Wang Ziqi came to his senses and turned around and ran, but he underestimated Chen Yang's speed. Soon Chen Yang dragged Wang Ziqi back. Will you compensate for Gu Chouyan's car? Pay. What about Lu Yao's debt? It's all written off. Write it off? You scared the girl, so you don't have to pay for the emotional damage? How much? 10 million. What? Wang Ziqi once thought he had misheard. He keeps talking about 10 million. Is he talking about Zimbabwean dollars? I don't have that much money. Then ask your dad for it. Wang Ziqi stopped talking. He is not the only son in the Wang family. He has a younger brother who was smarter and more capable than him. In the eyes of his father Wang Defa, he was a good-for-nothing who did things that were not worthy of being mentioned in public all day long, bringing shame to the family. Wang Defa had severed the father-son relationship with him long ago and didn't care about his life or death at all. If you don't want to call, I'll have to call for you. Chen Yang dialed a phone number and a charming laugh came from the other end. Ha, Mr. Chen called so soon, are you thinking about me? Don't be so nagging, just help me pass on a message. Chen Yang told Shen Miaoyu about the matter, and Shen Miaoyu replied readily. Receive. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chouyan said in a gloomy tone, Did you call Shen Miaoyu? Yes. Shen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He had 100 ways to deal with Wang Ziqi, but this was ultimately to help Lu Yao. It would be best if it could be resolved once and for all, so that Wang Ziqi wouldn't come to harass me again after I leave. In less than half an hour, a luxurious black business car drove into the urban village. The car door opened, and first a few bodyguards in black got out, followed by a middle-aged fat man. Dad. When Wang Ziqi saw the middle-aged fat man, his heart trembled slightly. He really didn't expect that Chen Yang could actually call his father. You still have the nerve to call me dad? You bastard. Wang Defa kicked Wang Ziqi hard when he passed by, but did not dare to stop. He trotted all the way to Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, this card has 10 million in it, and the password is 6 sixes. Chen Yang nodded and accepted the bank card. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief silently, then turned and looked at Wang Ziqi with a fierce look in his eyes. Break his legs for me. Wang Defa sent these 10 million not to save Wang Ziqi, but because of the fatal widow Shen Miaoyu. That woman is not someone to be trifled with. One single word from her could bankrupt the Wang family. So the moment Wang Defa received the call, he immediately stopped trying to persuade his secretary and rushed over without stopping. Fortunately, Chen Yang just asked for money and didn't make things difficult for him. "Dad, I'm your biological son." Seeing that Wang De was serious, Wang Ziki hurriedly begged for mercy. Wang Defa roared, "Son? How could I have a son like you? I should have thrown you against the wall with a cannon. Give me the stick." After all, he was the boss's biological son, so the bodyguards didn't dare to really attack him. Wang Defa took the stick himself and hit Wang Ziki on the knee. Snap! Everyone could clearly hear the sound of Wang Ziki's kneecap breaking. Ignoring Wang Ziki's screams, Wang Defa hit Wang Ziki's other knee with a stick, breaking it. "Carry him away!" Wang Defa shouted, and the bodyguards carried Wang Ziki into the business car. Wang Defa made an apologetic gesture towards Chen Yang, then got into a business car and left. Chen Yang said, "He did it on purpose to show me. This Wang Defa is a ruthless person. Anyone who can succeed in business must be a ruthless person." Chen Yang didn't take it to heart. If this happened in the past, he might have had a lot of concerns, but now he is no longer an ordinary person. "No matter how many schemes and tricks you have, I only have a pair of iron fists that can break all your evil tricks." Chen Yang calmed down and gave the bank card to Lu Yao. "I have cured your grandfather's illness. All he needs to do next is take some Chinese medicine to recuperate. The money in this card is enough for you two to use for a long time, so don't spend it recklessly." Chen Yang did not tell Lu Yao how much money was in this bank card. After leaving the urban village, Gu Qiuyan looked at Chen Yang with complicated eyes. "That's 10 million, and you just gave it to me like that? Money is just a number to me. 10 million is easy to come by." Gu Qiuyan was silent for a moment, then muttered, "Yeah, since you're hooking up with Shin Miaoyu, how much money do you want?" Chapter 12: Accidentally becoming a calligraphy master. Because Gu Qiuyan's car was smashed, the two eventually took a taxi back to the apartment. "You can sleep in the study from now on." Gu Qiuyan used to live alone, so the apartment was not big, just a simple 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. One room was used for sleeping, and the other was decorated by her as a study. There is a folding bed inside, which is convenient to use. However, what interested Chen Yang the most was a calligraphy work hanging on the wall with 4 words written on it. "Fuck it? Teacher Gu's preferences are quite unique," Chen Yang said deliberately jokingly. Gu Qiuyan rolled her eyes at him. "What the hell? You're so ignorant. This is the cursive script Chun Shi Yen Yun. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Is there anything special about this cursive script? Of course, this is the most similar work imitating Master Yangchen's handwriting on the market." Master Yangchen. Chen Yang suddenly remembered something and his expression became a little strange. When he was still a normal person, he also had a stage name, Yang Chen, and also wrote several calligraphy works. Could it be that the Master Yangchen that Gu Qiuyan mentioned is me? Chen Yang asked, "Since you like Master Yangchen, why don't you buy his work, but buy a copy and hang it here? Do you think Master Yangchen's works are easy to buy? Master Yangchen has always been low-key. Since his debut, he has only released 8 calligraphy works. Every time a work comes out, it is quickly sold out at auction. It is impossible to get it. The last time Master Yangchen released a work was 3 years ago. I'm lucky to be able to buy a copy of his work." If he still had doubts before, then Gu Qiuyan's words at this moment made Chen Yang certain that the Master Yang Chen she was talking about was himself. It was originally a hobby of a rich kid, but he was so talented that he became a master in the eyes of others. Chen Yang asked curiously, "Why do you like his work? Can't you see? Master Yangchen's cursive calligraphy has a unique charm. Every stroke is filled with arrogance and unruliness. The copy I bought is very similar in form, but its spirit is less than 1/3 of Master Yangchen's. I guess only Master Yangchen can write such uninhibited and charming cursive script. Just looking at it makes people's hearts surge. Just like the name of the master, all the troubles in the world are like a handful of dust, just blow them away." Speaking of Master Yangchen, Gu Qiuyan spoke freely, her expression full of admiration. Chen Yang laughed and said, "Maybe he just picked a random name, like his real name reversed? There aren't as many reasons as you think. Yang Chen, Chen Yang." Gu Qiuyan rolled her eyes and said, "Master Yangchen wouldn't be so vulgar. He chose this stage name for a special meaning. If you say yes, then yes." Chen Yang didn't want to argue with her. Gu Qiuyan suddenly blinked and said, "Do you know why Shirqing and I became best friends?" "Why?" Chen Yang also found it strange. The relationship between the Gu family and the Li family is not very good, and they even had some unpleasantness because of what happened 3 years ago. After all, the Li family relied on the engagement to confidently go to Tianyao Group to grab market share. The elders of Tianyao Group are all dissatisfied with the Li family, but they can't do anything about them. As for Gu Qiuyan herself, she had been living with her grandfather before and only moved to Jiangcheng in the past 2 years. In addition, she is a teacher by profession and has no connection with Li Shirqing at all. Shen Yang was curious about how the two of them could become best friends. "It's because of Master Yangchen," Gu Qiuyan said. "Shirqing and I met at a calligraphy exhibition. There was a work by Master Yang Chen on display, and that's when I realized Shirqing was actually a fan of Master Yang Chen." Shen Yang didn't expect this answer. He had lived in the same house with Li Shirqing for 3 years, but he had never heard Li Shirqing mention this aspect. Perhaps in Li Shirqing's view, talking about art in front of a fool is an insult to her idol. Chen Yang said sarcastically, "Then you two really have the same taste. Don't you dare insult my idol." Gu Qiuyan glared angrily. Chen Yang sneered, "That's not what I meant." "So what aspect are you talking about?" Gu Qiuyan thought of something and said with an evasive look, "Actually, I didn't intend to hit you at first. It was because the wound on your back healed so quickly, it was miraculous, so I couldn't help but whip you twice." Chen Yang's forehead went dark. What kind of perverse logic is this? Just because you heal quickly, you deserve to be whipped? Gu Qiuyan asked curiously, "Chen Yang, what's wrong with your body? I saw Shirqing whip you so many times that day, but when I got home, I found that the whip marks had disappeared. Thick skin and flesh." Chen Yang said casually. The Medicine King body is of great importance, and he will not reveal this secret to anyone until the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art is fully mastered. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Gu Qiuyan didn't ask any further questions, and she had no right to ask any further questions. After returning to the room, Gu Qiuyan turned on her mobile phone and carefully watched the video recorded today. The more Gu Qiuyan watched Chen Yang's acupuncture techniques, the more she was surprised. She thought for a while, and finally turned on the computer and uploaded the recorded video to a public forum in Jiangcheng. At this moment, Chen Yang didn't know about this. He was concentrating on staring at a 1,000-year-old ginseng in his hand. This 1,000-year-old ginseng was given to Chen Yang by Wu Wenba when he was in the hospital today. After Shen Miaoyu came forward, Wu Wenba no longer dared to cheat and honestly gave the ginseng to Chen Yang. "I hope that after eating this ginseng, my 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art can break through to the first revolution." In the past 3 years, Chen Yang has mainly been nurturing the Medicine King body, and there has not been much progress in the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art. So he is in urgent need of various elixirs. After looking at it for a moment, Chen Yang grabbed the ginseng and stuffed it directly into his mouth, just like eating a radish, and finished the ginseng in no time. If Wu Wenba saw this scene, he would probably be so heartbroken that he would vomit blood. This is such a waste of resources. However, this is not the case. After Chen Yang ate the ginseng, the domineering nature of the Medicine King body was revealed. All the essence contained in the ginseng was refined by his Medicine King body without any waste. A stream of pure energy surged towards the flame in his abdomen. The flame was nourished and expanded instantly. Boom! The 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon technique was running frantically, trying hard to absorb this essence of energy. Chen Yang's whole body was burning hot. Spiritual medicine is wood, grass, and would make fire. Breathe it in. As the essence of the spiritual medicine was absorbed, the sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard from the flame. This is the 9-turn flame dragon art. If one reaches the 9th turn, the flames can leave the body and transform into a divine dragon. Half an hour later, Chen Yang compressed the expanding flame to its normal size, but his eyes were bloodshot. An extreme desire and heat made him almost lose his mind, so he stood up and walked towards Gu Qiuyan's room. Chapter 13 Self-Disciplined Miss Gu. Gu Qiuyan was browsing the forum next door. For some reason, she felt the room was getting hotter and hotter, so she changed into a cool hollow nightgown. Anyway, the door is locked, so there is no need to worry about Chen Yang suddenly breaking in. However, what Gu Qiuyan never expected was that Chen Yang turned the handle twice and found that he could not open it, so he actually kicked the door open with his foot. "What are you going to do?" Gu Qiuyan was shocked. Things happened so quickly that she had no time to cover up. She just stood there in a daze in front of Chen Yang. Soon Gu Qiuyan noticed that something was wrong with Chen Yang. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at her with burning eyes, as if he was possessed by a demon. Gu Qiuyan's heart trembled suddenly. This feeling seems familiar. Last time, Chen Yang took away her virginity in this state. Could it be? No. Get out of my room right now. Gu Qiuyan said loudly, and seeing that Chen Yang was indifferent, she grabbed a piece of clothing and ran to the living room. However, before she could rush out of the room, she was suddenly grabbed by Chen Yang and then picked up by the waist. You let me go. Chen Yang turned a deaf ear to Gu Qiuyan's struggle and threw her onto the bed. Don't want. Gu Qiuyan's face showed pleading. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, and a trace of struggle flashed in his bloodshot eyes. He is in great pain now. Although the essence of the elixir can nourish the flame dragon art and allow it to be practiced at a rapid speed, the side effects are also extremely serious. If he didn't vent this anger, Chen Yang felt like he would explode. This is why Chen Yang insisted on staying with Gu Qiuyan. I originally thought that this woman and Li Shiqing were birds of a feather. They trampled on Chen Yang's dignity first, so Chen Yang would not feel guilty about retaliating. But after spending 2 days together, Chen Yang discovered that Gu Qiuyan was not what he saw on the surface. At least in dealing with Lu Yao, her performance impressed Chen Yang. Moreover, Gu Qiuyan just explained that she whipped Chen Yang out of curiosity and did not really use any force. This woman doesn't seem that bad. Looking at the struggle in Gu Qiuyan's eyes at this moment, Chen Yang hesitated, but his body was out of control. Help me this time, I won't treat you unfairly. Chen Yang said this with his last bit of rationality, and then completely turned into a beast. Gu Qiuyan gave up struggling. Half an hour later. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Gu Qiuyan raised her eyes and took a look, her expression changed slightly. What a bad fate. It's Shiqing calling again. It was at this time last time. Gu Qiuyan even suspected that Li Shiqing had some kind of sensor. She would know as soon as she played duo with Chen Yang. Gu Qiuyan wanted to hang up the phone, but her finger slipped and the call was connected accidentally. Miss Gu, huh? Are you running again? Li Shiqing was about to say something when she heard Gu Qiuyan's breathing rate was abnormal and asked suspiciously. Yeah, I just ran for half an hour. Gu Qiuyan tried hard to restrain herself and tried to make her voice sound normal. Li Shiqing praised, you are really self-disciplined. You are in such a good figure, and you still insist on running every day. Don't run away yet. Stop for a moment. I want to ask you something. Is the video you posted on the forum today real? Do you know how popular that post is right now? It's become the #1 trending topic in Jiangcheng. Do you know why? Several medical students commented on your post, saying the acupuncturist's technique was very professional and he looked like a veteran Chinese medicine practitioner. But I see that man's hands look very young, and the clothes he's wearing look a bit like Chen Yang. Could it really be him? Not Chen Yang. For some unknown reason, Gu Qiuyan flatly denied Li Shiqing's guess. Li Shiqing said in a predictable tone, I knew it couldn't be that idiot Chen Yang. Okay, I won't disturb you from exercising. Run slower, I'm hanging up. She called just to ask if the person in the video was Chen Yang. Hearing that he was not, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Then she shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, why am I still worried when I know he is a fool? After a thrilling duo row, the two achieved remarkable results, topping the national server, and then both fell into a deep sleep. While sleeping, Chen Yang's 9 revolutions flame dragon art successfully entered the first revolution. Gu Qiuyan's body was also undergoing some magical changes. When she opened her eyes, she felt refreshed. Looking at Chen Yang who was still sleeping soundly next to her, Gu Qiuyan's mood suddenly became very complicated. After what happened last time, she hated Chen Yang so much that she wanted to swallow him up, but this time she didn't feel much hatred. I just feel sorry for Li Shiqing. Besides, she seemed a little obsessed with this feeling. Even Gu Qiuyan herself didn't know when she developed a liking for Chen Yang. Maybe it was when he saved his grandfather, or when he slapped Wang Ziki to vent his anger, or when he gave 10 million to Lu Yao. In just 2 days, Chen Yang showed her a man's courage and responsibility. It's completely different from what Li Shiqing described. Gu Qiuyan silently got up and went to the bathroom, turned on the shower and let the hot water pour over her body, her thoughts drifting away. She naturally didn't know that a big reason why she became obsessed with Chen Yang was because of the 9 revolutions flame dragon art. During the double row process, Chen Yang's 9 revolutions flame dragon art will affect Gu Qiuyan's body. Gu Qiuyan's physique is improving little by little. This is where the sense of dependence arises. Gu Qiuyan, Gu Qiuyan, what have you done? Chen Yang is obviously your best friend's husband. Gu Qiuyan looked at herself in the misty mirror and forced a wry smile. For a long time, Gu Qiuyan wrapped herself in a bath towel and returned to the room. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Chen Yang quietly. This was the first time she looked at a man so seriously. To be honest, Chen Yang is quite handsome, with sharp features. In terms of appearance, he is more than a match for Li Shiqing. If Shiqing knew he wasn't a fool, I wonder what her attitude would be. Would she put aside her past grudges with him and become a loving couple from now on? Thinking of this, Gu Qiuyan felt very uncomfortable. Obviously, I am his first woman. I'm so unwilling. Just as Gu Qiuyan was daydreaming, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 14. I'm not interested in sows. Are you awake? Gu Qiuyan quickly looked away, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Chen Yang looked at Gu Qiuyan wrapped in a bath towel and the messy bed sheets, and roughly recalled the crazy scene just now. Sorry, I'll be leaving right away. Chen Yang felt guilty from the bottom of his heart and decided to leave Gu Qiuyan's apartment to avoid this situation from happening again. Gu Qiuyan said, "Didn't I just say that if I helped you this time, would you compensate me? Whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I can give it to you. I haven't decided yet." Then tell me when you've made up your mind. Chen Yang put on his clothes and stood up to leave. Gu Qiuyan suddenly sneered, "You're in such a state now, you go crazy at the slightest provocation. What are you going out for? Are you going to harm innocent girls?" Chen Yang was about to say something when Gu Qiuyan said, "We agreed to stay here for a month, so we must keep our word." Chen Yang was silent. A moment later. "Thanks." Chen Yang thanked him and returned to the next room. At this moment, his relationship with Gu Qiuyan became subtle. The next day. As expected, Brother Leopard from Liehu Hall did not send the 10 million. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. As long as Brother Leopard was still in Zhanghai, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. Gu Qiuyan brought Chen Yang to the mall. She wanted to buy Chen Yang a mobile phone and some clothes. During the 3 years that Chen Yang stayed at the Li family, he was treated like a slave and didn't even have dignity, let alone a cell phone. His clothes were so pale from washing that they turned white. Yesterday, I called Xin Miaoyu using Gu Qiuyan's cell phone, which was very inconvenient. Gu Qiuyan asked, "What brand of mobile phone do you want?" "It will be all right. Then I'll buy you a Huawei and support domestic products." Gu Qiuyan helped Chen Yang make the decision. After buying a mobile phone, he also had to apply for a phone card. After finishing, Gu Qiuyan entered her number. Looking at the only number in the address book, Gu Qiuyan felt inexplicably happy. "Would you like me to save Shiqing's number?" Gu Qiuyan asked tentatively. "Who?" "Shiqing, your wife." "I don't know him." When talking about Li Shiqing, Chen Yang's attitude was very cold, as if she were a stranger. "Then I won't help you save it." For some reason, Gu Qiuyan suddenly felt better. Then she took Chen Yang to the clothing store. "I think you'd look good in a suit." Gu Qiuyan looked at Chen Yang's figure, which was very straight. If he wore a casual suit, he would definitely have a different temperament. So Gu Qiuyan started to help Chen Yang get ready. Chen Yang didn't care and let Gu Qiuyan do whatever she wanted. "Go try this." Gu Qiuyan asked the clerk to bring a white suit, handed it to Chen Yang, and then couldn't wait to push Chen Yang into the fitting room. Chen Yang changed his clothes quickly. The moment he came out, the clerk couldn't help but praise him. "Beautiful lady, your boyfriend looks so handsome in this suit." Although she may seem to be bragging, what she said is absolutely true. Gu Qiuyan's eyes also lit up. Chen Yang has a good appearance, but his previous clothes were too low-key. Now that he has put on a suit, his temperament has completely changed. I guess some people would believe that he is a nobleman. "Okay, that's it, take it." Gu Qiuyan was very satisfied, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came, "Wait a minute." A middle-aged woman wearing a big gold chain walked in. She weighed about 200 pounds and was wearing luxury brand clothes. I wish I could write the word rich woman on her face. Coming in with her was a young man in his 20s, with a fair face and tall and thin figure. If this happened in school, he would at least be the class flower. Unfortunately, he was kept by a rich woman. Chen Yang sighed, thinking that this guy had found a shortcut in life and had grown up early. Take off your clothes and let my dear little man try it. The middle-aged wealthy woman walked up to Chen Yang and spoke almost in a commanding tone. Chen Yang didn't say anything. Gu Qiuyan said, "Sorry, we've already decided on this suit and we'll pack it up and leave right away." "Have you paid?" the rich woman asked. Gu Qiuyan was stunned. "No. You're not saying shit." The rich woman sneered and turned to the young man and said, "How about it, honey, do you like this dress?" The young man nodded, "I like it." "Then it's yours." The rich woman called the clerk in a very domineering manner, "We want this suit, pay by credit card." "Okay, Mrs. Xiang, please wait." The clerk obviously knew this middle-aged wealthy woman and immediately put on a fawning face. Gu Qiuyan was unconvinced and said, "How could you do this? We were the ones who came here first and clearly said we wanted to buy this dress. Why should we give it to her?" "Sorry, beautiful lady, Mrs. Xiang is a platinum member of our store and has priority purchasing rights," the clerk explained. Gu Qiuyan said angrily, "What right of first refusal? I've never heard of such a rule." She can understand that members get discounts, and she can also understand that members are given priority recommendations when new products arrive in the store. But since the clothes are put on sale, they are sold publicly. Whoever likes it first can own it, regardless of whether you are a member or not. You've never heard of such a rule, right? I'm telling you the rule now. In this store, my rules are the rules. The middle-aged rich woman was very arrogant. The clerk persuaded her, "Beautiful lady, I think you should give this dress to Mrs. Xiang. Mrs. Xiang is not an ordinary person, you can't afford to offend her. You are bullies. Forget it, since they want it, let them have it." At this time, Chen Yang suddenly spoke lightly. It's not because he is easy to bully, but because there is no need to do so. First of all, he doesn't like this suit very much. It is too formal and not comfortable to wear. Secondly, Chen Yang didn't want to waste time on such a person. "Ha, this handsome guy is sensible." The middle-aged rich woman suddenly looked at Chen Yang seriously. At this moment, Chen Yang was still wearing a suit, and he looked extremely handsome. The pretty boy behind her was also good-looking, but compared to Chen Yang, he was completely defeated. The middle-aged wealthy woman looked at him and said, "Handsome man, I can actually give you this suit. Not only that, I can also help you pay for it, as long as you follow me in the future." As soon as these words came out, the pretty boy's face turned even paler. The rich woman has taken a fancy to Chen Yang. When the pretty boy thought that Chen Yang was coming to steal his gigolo, he immediately showed a ferocious expression towards Chen Yang, and the warning was self-evident. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang said, "You don't have to glare at me like that. Don't worry, I'm not interested in sows and I won't compete with you for them." The scene suddenly became quiet. "Sow? Who is the sow? Who do you say is the sow? You must explain yourself clearly to me today." The middle-aged rich woman lost her guard on the spot and rushed towards Chen Yang with her 200-pound body, but was slapped in the face by Chen Yang. Chapter 15 Ask him to kneel down and lick the high heels. Bang! A big slap hit her face, and Mrs. Xiang was stunned. She suddenly sat down on the ground and said angrily, "You little bastard, you dare to hit me. No one has ever dared to hit me. You are dead. Kneel down and apologize." When the pretty boy saw his financial backer being beaten, of course he couldn't just sit there and watch. He yelled and rushed towards Chen Yang with his fists raised. Chen Yang knocked him to the ground with one hand. "This fat pig is really fierce. He actually squeezed you into this state. Brother, your body is too weak. Go back and nourish yourself." When the pretty boy heard Chen Yang's mocking words, he got even more angry. Xiang Tai scolded, "You useless piece of shit. I knew you were unreliable." Then she stared at Chen Yang fiercely, "Just wait, I'll send someone to kill you right away." Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. "Chen Yang?" At this moment, a puzzled voice suddenly came from outside the store, and a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably walked in. After confirming that it was Chen Yang, she widened her eyes in surprise, "It's really you." Chen Yang frowned slightly when he saw the person coming. This woman was none other than his mother-in-law, Wang Huilan. Chen Yang really didn't expect to meet Wang Huilan here. Aunt! When Gu Qiuyan saw Wang Huilan, her expression became a little unnatural. "Who are you?" Wang Huilan looked at Gu Qiuyan with some confusion. Gu Qiuyan said, "Hello, auntie. I'm Shirching's best friend. My name is Gu Qiuyan. She had met Wang Huilan once when she was shopping with Li Shirching. They had greeted each other at that time, but now it seemed that Wang Huilan obviously had not remembered her. Wang Huilan uttered an "oh" and then turned her gaze to Chen Yang, scolding him, "Why are you here when you're not at home helping Shirching with her work? And what's with that suit of yours? Do you think you're worthy of wearing such an expensive suit?" Wang Huilan's tone of voice was full of harshness, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Gu Qiuyan frowned. Suddenly she felt that Chen Yang's hatred for the Li family was justified. Even she thought Wang Huilan was exaggerating. Gu Qiuyan couldn't help but say, "Aunt, I brought Chen Yang here to buy clothes." "You?" Wang Huilan turned her head and looked at Gu Qiuyan. "What's your relationship with Chen Yang? What qualifications do you have to buy clothes for him? If anyone wants to buy clothes, it should be my Shirching who buys them for him." Gu Qiuyan suddenly didn't know how to answer. At this time, the fat woman sitting on the ground suddenly stood up, rushed to Wang Huilan and scratched her face. "Okay, so this little bastard is from your family. Don't even think about leaving today. I'll scratch you to death." The fat woman couldn't beat Chen Yang, and she wasn't as young and strong as Gu Qiuyan. Wang Huilan was about the same age as her and was thinner. Isn't this just a soft persimmon? Xiang Tai would never miss such a good opportunity. She grabbed Wang Huilan's hair and pulled it, venting all her anger on Wang Huilan. Wang Huilan was stunned. "What is going on? I taught Chen Yang and Gu Qiuyan a lesson. Why is this fat woman so excited?" There was no time to think about it. Xiang Tai's sharp nails had already scratched Wang Huilan's face. Wang Huilan also got angry, and the two of them started fighting, pulling each other's hair. Gu Qiuyan was stunned. They were fighting so fiercely. Chen Yang simply chose to watch coldly. "You dare to fight back? If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Xiang Wenru." The fat woman weighed over 200 pounds, which was no match for Wang Huilan. She soon exerted absolute pressure. "Stop hitting me!" Wang Huilan screamed in agony. When she heard Xiang Wenru's name, she suddenly asked in horror, "Are you Xiang Wenru, the wife of the chairman of Riyuan Group?" The wife of the chairman of Riyuan Group, Xiang Wenru, is not gentle at all in reality. Instead, she is a tough woman who is said to weigh 200 kilograms. That's exactly right. Xiang Wenru also admitted, "Yes, I am Xiang Wenru, do you have any objection?" As he said this, he scratched Wang Huilan's face again. Wang Huilan was about to cry, "Mrs. Xiang, this is a misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding, I don't mean to go against you. You are a relative of this little bastard, and you are just going against me." Although Xiang Wenru said this, the other party had already surrendered, and she had the upper hand in the fight just now, so she stopped. "What relative? I don't know him at all." When Wang Huilan heard that this misunderstanding was caused by Chen Yang, she immediately blamed all her resentment on Chen Yang. Xiang Wenru said, "Not familiar? Are you kidding me? Didn't he just say he's your son-in-law?" "Mrs. Xiang has misunderstood. He is just a dog in our family." Wang Huilan was unwilling to acknowledge the son-in-law, and continued, "Mrs. Xiang, may I ask, how did Chen Yang offend you?" "He just called me a fat pig." "What? Chen Yang, you're so bold." "Mrs. Xiang, could you be mistaken? Chen Yang is a fool and can't even speak." Wang Huilan suddenly thought of something. Xiang Wenru said angrily, "Humph, if you want to protect him, can you at least find a suitable reason? You actually said he can't speak, but just now he spoke better than anyone else." This. Wang Huilan hesitated for a moment, thinking that Xiang Wenru was deliberately making things difficult for Chen Yang, so she accused Chen Yang of scolding her. Xiang Wenru insisted, "Since you just said he's your family's dog, then the dog will definitely listen to you, right? Now make him kneel down and lick my high heels." As long as Mrs. Xiang can calm down, this request is not excessive at all. Wang Huilan turned to look at Chen Yang and said viciously, "Come over here and kneel down to lick Mrs. Xiang's shoes." However, Chen Yang remained indifferent, and looked at Wang Huilan with a hint of teasing in his eyes. This made Wang Huilan wonder. Didn't he always do whatever you asked him to do before? Why can't he do it today? Gu Qiuyan defended herself and said, "Aunt, this is not Chen Yang's fault. It's clearly the Xiang Tai who is being unreasonable. Miss Gu, let me reiterate once again, whether Chen Yang is wrong or not is up to me. What is your relationship with him? Why are you protecting him? Wang Huilan stared at Gu Qiuyan with an aggressive look. I just think it's unfair to him. Unfair? You're feeling sorry for him, right? How about I ask Shirqing to divorce him, and then you can marry him? Wang Huilan sneered, speaking for this dog, who are you to be? I'll make Shirqing break off all ties with you when I get back. You. This was the first time Gu Qiuyan had met such an unreasonable person, and she really didn't know how to communicate. Who dares to bully my cousin? At this moment, a majestic roar suddenly sounded, and dozens of thugs holding baseball bats rushed over and surrounded the clothing store. The expressions of the onlookers around changed instantly. It's someone from the Liehu Hall. Chapter 16. The original wife is more comfortable. The reason why Xiang Wenru is so arrogant is not only because she is the wife of the chairman of Ryuan Group, but also because she has a cousin in Liehu Hall. Because of this relationship, even if Xiang Wenru publicly supports a gigolo, her husband would not dare to say anything. My cousin is here, you two are dead. Xiang Wenru waved proudly outside, and a young man with a dragon on his left arm and a tiger on his right arm strode in. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. It's over, it's over. Chen Yang, that idiot, actually invited the Liehu Hall here. I have to run away quickly. Wang Huilan tried to leave secretly, but Xiang Wenru grabbed her hair and asked, Did I let you go? Ah. Just at this moment, the tattooed young man approached. Wang Huilan screamed in fear and her eyes turned black and she fainted. Xiang Wenru said speechlessly, To think there are such cowards, forget it, cousin, just help me teach these two a lesson. Xiang Wenru pointed forcefully at Chen Yang and Gu Qiuyan. The tattooed young man looked over. But before he could say anything, Chen Yang suddenly rushed up and slapped him in the face. Bang! The slap was crisp and loud. The onlookers outside were dumbfounded. Xiang Wenru yelled, You little bastard, do you know who my cousin is? He's from the Liehu Hall. Brother Leopard, I know. Chen Yang interrupted Xiang Wenru and continued to slap Leopard Brother's face with his palm. I hit you, are you not convinced? I'm convinced. Brother Leopard nodded repeatedly, feeling very depressed. I was just scolded by Qin Yang yesterday, and I ran into him again today. No wonder my teeth were stuck when I drank cold water in the morning. Some people from Liehu Hall also recognized Chen Yang and did not dare to act rashly. Cousin, why are you so afraid of him? If he hit you, why don't you fight back? You have so many men under your command, what are you afraid of? Xiang Wenru was very puzzled. Brother Leopard said with a sullen face, Don't blame me, your cousin, for not reminding you. You'd better apologize to Mr. Chen. What did you say? Ask me to apologize to this little bastard? Xiang Wenru widened her eyes in disbelief. Little bastard? When Brother Leopard heard this name, he slapped Xiang Wenru in the face and warned her, Watch your mouth when you talk to Mr. Chen. This slap finally woke Xiang Wenru up. Her biggest asset for being arrogant is her cousin from Liehu Hall. Since her cousin said so, he must have his reasons. Xiang Wenru pulled Brother Bao aside and asked softly, Cousin, where does this Mr. Chen come from? Have you ever heard of an internal force warrior? Is he an internal force warrior? Xiang Wenru widened her eyes in horror. How could she not have heard of an internal force warrior? They were no ordinary existence. To hire an internal force warrior as a bodyguard would cost tens of millions of yuan every year. Mr. Chen, I brought my cousin here to apologize to you. Brother Leopard instantly turned from a thug into a peacemaker. Chen Yang said calmly, Pay the 10 million first. Brother Leopard. Xiang Wenru asked, What do you mean by 10 million? A little private matter between me and Mr. Chen. Brother Bao didn't say anything too specific, and then said with some embarrassment, Mr. Chen, can you give me 2 more days? Li Hutang is so poor that it can't even come up with 10 million? No. He couldn't possibly tell Chen Yang that he hadn't prepared anything because he hadn't planned to give it to him. He also hadn't expected to meet Chen Yang today. Then I'll give you 2 more days, but if you break your promise this time, you will be punished. Before Brother Leopard could be happy, Chen Yang suddenly crushed one of his arms. Brother Leopard was in so much pain that he didn't dare to make a sound. Let's go. Chen Yang took Gu Qiuyan away. Xiang Wenru kindly reminded, Mr. Chen, your mother-in-law? I don't have a mother-in-law. Mr. Chen said he doesn't have a mother-in-law, so what does this guy do? Xiang Wenru was a little confused. Who cares what she is? Throw her in the toilet. Brother Leopard took out his anger on Wang Huilan and asked two of his younger brothers to carry Wang Huilan to the men's restroom. Before long, Wang Huilan became famous. It is said that there is a female pervert in the men's restroom of a shopping mall who likes to drink urine from the urinal. After Chen Yang left the mall, he received a call. Gu Qiuyan was right next to them. Although she didn't hear what was said clearly, she knew it was Shen Miaoyu, the vixen, from the coquettish voice. After Chen Yang hung up the phone, Gu Qiuyan said angrily, "When did you tell Shen Miaoyu the number?" She had clearly applied for a new phone card for Chen Yang. If Chen Yang hadn't told her, Shen Miaoyu wouldn't have been able to find out so quickly. Sure enough, Chen Yang said, "I sent her a message when I left the mall, but I didn't expect her to call me so soon." Chen Yang paused for a moment, then continued, "You go back first, I have something to do." He just answered Shen Miaoyu's call and said he had something to do. Even a fool could tell that he was going to see Shen Miaoyu. The key point is that Chen Yang is now wearing the new clothes that Gu Qiuyan bought for him. "I buy you new clothes so you can go date another woman? What is this? Are you taking me as a sucker?" Gu Qiuyan rummaged through the bag of clothes, took out a set of old clothes, threw them to Chen Yang and said, "You are not allowed to wear new clothes. I am afraid of the smell." She bought 3 sets of clothes for Chen Yang in total, not including the suit just now. She didn't buy the suit because the clerk's face made her feel sick. There were 3 new sets of clothes, 1 set was worn by Chen Yang, and Chen Yang's old clothes were put into a bag. In a fit of anger, Gu Qiuyan took out her old clothes and asked Chen Yang to change into them. Chen Yang had no objection at all. It was not his original intention to buy clothes, but Gu Qiuyan insisted on doing so. "Just change it back. The original one is more comfortable." However, when Gu Qiuyan saw that Chen Yang actually intended to change back into his old clothes, she became angry again. "Are you a piece of shit? I've never seen you be so obedient before." "Usually?" Chen Yang asked back, "Do you know me well?" Gu Qiuyan was stunned. Yes, she had only been with Chen Yang for 2 or 3 days, so why did she use the word usually as if the two of them were very familiar with each other? Li Shiqing was able to say this, and Shen Yang usually listened to Li Shiqing. "I'm so pissed." Gu Qiuyan didn't let Chen Yang change back in the end. She snatched the old clothes and left angrily. Less than 2 steps later, she said, "I'll lock the door at 7 o'clock in the evening." "You can do whatever you want, hum." Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Don't be angry. I'm not going to look for Shen Miaoyu. She found out about a snow mist lotus. I'm going to negotiate with the owner of the snow mist lotus now." Chen Yang didn't know why he had to explain to Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan snorted, "Do whatever you want, meet whoever you want, no need to tell me." Having said that, the corners of her mouth still rose uncontrollably. Chapter 17. Chen Yang is a miraculous doctor. Li Shiqing was still working in the company when she suddenly received a complaint call from Wang Huilan, saying that she had met Chen Yang and Gu Qiuyan in the mall. Li Shiqing explained that she lent Chen Yang to Gu Qiuyan for a month's work. Wang Huilan was unhappy after hearing this and said, "Daughter, why are you so stupid? Even if Chen Yang is a dog, he is still our Li family's personal property. How can you lend him out? Xiaodian and I are good friends, so it's okay to lend it to her for a month." "How do you know it's okay? Do you know how they usually get along? What if they're having an affair behind your back, what will you do?" "Mom, don't be so suspicious. Xiaodian's vision is not that bad." Not only was Li Shiqing not worried, she even found it a little funny. How could she not know her best friend's taste? Even she looked down on Chen Yang, so how could Gu Qiuyan possibly look down on him? Wang Huilan is worrying about nothing. Wang Huilan said, "Your taste can't be that bad? Then why did she take Shen Yang to the mall to buy clothes today? She bought several sets. And when I was teaching Shen Yang a lesson, she even protected him. I think their relationship is definitely not as simple as you said." Buying clothes? Not only did she buy clothes, I also saw the mobile phone box, which means she also bought a mobile phone for Chen Yang. No way, Chen Yang is a fool, how could he use a mobile phone? I saw it anyway. Wang Huilan was very resentful and continued, "Another incident happened today. Chen Yang and Xiang Wenru from Riyuan Group had a conflict, and in the end, even Li Hotang was called in. Chen Yang has provoked the fierce Tiger Hall." Li Shiqing asked solemnly, "What happened next?" "I have no idea." "You do not know?" "Well, I was killed by that little bastard Chen Yang. He provoked the Liehu Hall, but I was the one who suffered." The people from the Liehu Hall knocked me unconscious, and when I woke up, I was in the men's bathroom. Wang Huilan said angrily, "You must help me teach that little bastard Chen Yang a lesson, and that Gu Qiuyan, break off all ties with her, and ask her to return Chen Yang immediately." "Let me talk to Qiuyan." Li Shiqing pinched her eyebrows in annoyance, then called Gu Qiuyan, repeated what Wang Huilan had just said, and asked her if it was true. Gu Qiuyan admitted, "Aunt is right. I took Chen Yang to the mall to buy clothes. His clothes were too old, and I felt embarrassed to bring him out." "Did you buy him a cell phone?" Gu Qiuyan explained, "I bought it for him because I thought it would be easier to contact him." Li Shiqing scolded him, "He's stupid, and so are you. If you buy him a phone, will he know how to use it? You might as well buy yourself a Gucci bag." "I've already bought it, forget it." Gu Qiuyan changed the subject and asked, "Did your mother ask you to break up with me? Then I will return Chen Yang to you now?" Li Shiqing was silent for a moment. "How is that possible? You're my best friend. How could I possibly break up with you? Besides, I promised to lend it to you for a month, and I won't regret it." For some reason, Gu Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Li Shiqing asked again, "My mom told me that you guys offended the Liehu Hall while you were shopping at the mall. What happened? Are you guys not hurt?" "No. It was just a misunderstanding. Not all the people in Liehu Hall are so unreasonable. They apologized to us in the end," Gu Qiuyan said casually. "Yeah?" Li Shiqing asked suspiciously, "Then why did my mother say she was thrown into the toilet?" "She was so frightened when she saw the people from the Liehu Hall coming that she stumbled into the men's restroom." "That's quite like my mom's style. I'm glad you're all okay. I'm hanging up now. By the way, you don't have to be too nice to Chen Yang. Just treat him like a dog and he won't wear new clothes. He doesn't deserve them at all." Li Shiqing added one more sentence before hanging up the phone. Gu Qiuyan disagreed. She suddenly felt that what Li Shiqing said was too much. Before she met Chen Yang, she heard from Li Shiqing that Chen Yang was very annoying, and she thought it was true. Now it seems that Li Shiqing was just nitpicking. Gu Qiuyan returned to the apartment in a trance, but saw a man standing at the door, which immediately made her alert. "Excuse me, are you Miss Gu Qiuyan?" Gu Qiuyan nodded and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" When the man heard it was Gu Qiuyan, he happily handed over a business card and said, "Hello, Miss Gu. I am Peng Zhe, the director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department of Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. This is my business card." Director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine Peng Zhe? Gu Qiuyan seemed to have heard of this name. He was a very famous Chinese medicine doctor in Jiangcheng, and seemed to be a fellow apprentice of the genius Dr. Wu Wenba. Gu Qiuyan asked doubtfully, "Did Director Peng come to see me specifically?" Peng Zhe smiled and said, "Well, Miss Gu, didn't you post an acupuncture video on the forum yesterday? My teacher happened to see it and was very excited and wanted to meet the person who performed the acupuncture, so I took the liberty to come and disturb you." Gu Qiuyan was stunned after hearing this. Peng Zhe's teacher, also Wu Wenba's teacher, is a well-known master of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangcheng and the former president of the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. His position in Jiangcheng's traditional Chinese medicine community can be said to be unique. When the genius Dr. Wu Wenba came before him, he could only respectfully call him teacher. It is difficult to get in touch with such a person. Countless dignitaries have wanted to make friends with him, but he ignored them. But now Peng Zhe said that his teacher wanted to meet Chen Yang. Why? Is it just because of that acupuncture video? Gu Qiuyan was not from this line of work. Although she knew that Chen Yang's acupuncture technique was very smooth, she had no idea how powerful it was. But what Peng Zhe said at this moment made Gu Qiuyan once again overturn her perception of Chen Yang. Even the old president of the Lianjiangqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association took the initiative to condescend to make friends with him. You can imagine how terrifying Chen Yang's acupuncture method is. "Miss Gu?" Peng Zhe's voice woke Gu Qiuyan up, and she realized that she had been in a daze for a long time. Gu Qiuyan said apologetically, "He hasn't come back yet." "You mean, the immortal doctor lives nearby?" Peng Zhe was very excited. He thought it would take some twists and turns, but he didn't expect that after finding Gu Qiuyan through the forum ID, he also got the residence of the immortal doctor. Immortal doctor. It's just as I thought. Gu Qiuyan said with mixed feelings, "He lives with me." "That's great. Miss Gu, can you let me go in and wait for the immortal doctor to come back? If you feel it's inconvenient, I can wait at the door. Let's go in and wait. Gu Qiuyan used her mobile phone to check the photos of Pang Zhe on the internet. They matched the one in front of her, which meant that the other party's identity was correct, so she invited Pang Zhe in. Chapter 18 Miracle Healer. When Pang Zhe came to visit, Chen Yang was on his way to Lu's house. According to the information provided by Shen Miaoyu, the snow mist lotus was in the hands of Lu Changzhang, the old man of the Lu family, and was used to treat Lu Changzhang's illness. Chen Yang originally planned to go alone, but Shen Miaoyu suddenly called and asked for Chen Yang's address, saying that she could help Chen Yang introduce someone. Shen Yang thought about it and decided to give his position to Shen Miaoyu. Not long after, Shen Miaoyu drove her red convertible to pick up Shen Yang. The moment she took off her sunglasses, Shen Yang saw a charming and beautiful face. Shen Miaoyu was in her 30s, at the age of full charm, exuding the aura of a mature queen. Her voice is also very magnetic, which makes people think about all kinds of things when listening to it. Because of the 9-turn flame dragon art, Chen Yang sometimes gets angry easily, so he tries his best to keep a distance from Shen Miaoyu to avoid losing control. That's what happened last time in the hospital. But now that Chen Yang got into her car, Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but curl up a smug smile at the corner of her mouth, as if some little conspiracy had succeeded. Mr. Chen, you could have rejected me on the grounds that we weren't familiar with each other when we first met, but now we're meeting for the second time. Are you still so reserved? Shen Miaoyu deliberately lifted her skirt a little. She was wearing black stockings from Balenciaga. Her 2 round and slender legs were simply breathtaking. Chen Yang couldn't control himself after being serious for 5 minutes. Don't tempt me. I can't stand temptation. Chen Yang forced himself to look away and looked outside the car. The flames were already burning, but he tried hard to suppress them. Really? Since you can't bear it, you might as well accept it calmly. After hearing what Chen Yang said, Shen Miaoyu not only did not restrain herself, but became even more presumptuous. She didn't care whether she was driving or not, and grabbed Chen Yang's hand and pressed it on her thigh. It feels smooth and warm to the touch. Chen Yang's heart was shaken. No wonder everyone calls this woman a fatal widow. She is so capable. Just this pair of beautiful legs can make countless men bow down. Chen Yang was not a gentleman, so why not take advantage of the opportunity? So he started playing around. Ah. Yesterday I thought Mr. Chen was a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be so bad. Shen Miaoyu said with a tone that seemed to be both angry and resentful. Chen Yang laughed and said, "Isn't this the effect you want?" Hee hee, you guessed it right. Shen Miaoyu giggled. The more rogue Chen Yang acted, the happier she felt. Focus on driving. Chen Yang gave a reminder, but he was busy all the time. Soon Shen Miaoyu couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped on the accelerator and drove the car into the tree-shaded path. Bad boy, you made me so uncomfortable, I'm going to punish you. Shen Miaoyu closed the convertible to create a private space, then unbuckled her seatbelt and moved sideways to straddle Chen Yang in the passenger seat. Is my sister in good shape? Shen Miaoyu took off the hairband on her wrist and tied her hair, while looking down at Chen Yang like a queen high above everyone else. If Chen Yang didn't take action at this time, he would be too unmanly, so he suddenly grabbed upwards with both hands. Shen Miaoyu burst into exclamation. The car shook for more than an hour before it stopped. Shen Miaoyu hugged Chen Yang's neck tightly, and collapsed on him with a satisfied expression on her face. If I say you are my second man, would you believe it? Shen Miaoyu spoke softly in Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang shook his head, I don't believe it. Shen Miaoyu said seriously, it's true. After my husband's accident, I haven't experienced this kind of feeling for many years. Chen Yang was silent for a moment. You don't want me to take responsibility, do you? If I said yes, what would you do? Shen Miaoyu blinked. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, I will try my best to meet one of your requests. Shen Miaoyu stared at Chen Yang seriously, then suddenly burst out laughing. Don't be silly, look how scared I am. We are not children anymore. It's something we both agreed to. How could I possibly force you to take responsibility for me? This is the difference between a young woman and a young girl. Chen Yang was in a complicated mood. After this happened, the first person he thought of was Gu Qiuyan, not his original wife Li Shiqing. Let's go, let's continue on our journey. Shen Miaoyu put on her clothes and returned to the driver's seat. She drove the car back on the right road and arrived at the Lu family without any obstructions. The Lu family, like the Shin family, is a first-class family in Jiangcheng. When Tianyao Group was still around, the three were equally famous, but since the dissolution of Tianyao Group, only these two giants are left in Jiangcheng. No other family could catch up. Shin Miaoyu had obviously made an appointment in advance, and the two of them entered the Lu family very smoothly. The person in charge of the reception was Lu Changzheng's eldest son Lu Zhen. Shin Miaoyu has extraordinary power in Jiangcheng. Although she is not the actual person in charge of the Shin family, she is the person with the best social skills in the Shin family. Shin Miaoyu has made an indelible contribution to the development of the Shin family to its current scale. So when Lu Zhen heard Shin Miaoyu say she wanted to visit, he did not refuse. They are all big shots in Jiangcheng. We meet each other every day, so we have to give them some face. Lu Zhen invited the two to sit down, not paying much attention to Chen Yang, but said to Shin Miaoyu, "Miss Shin, how come you have time to come to my place as a guest? I heard that your old man was ill, so I invited a miracle doctor for you." Shin Miaoyu said with a smile. This was the excuse she and Chen Yang had agreed upon in the car. They wanted Chen Yang to treat Lu Changzheng as a miracle doctor, and the reward would be the Snow Mist Lotus. Lu Zhen was stunned for a moment. Where is the miracle doctor? It's Mr. Chen in front of you. Mr. Chen? Lu Zhen then gave Chen Yang a formal look, but soon frowned. "Miss Shen, are you teasing me on purpose because you saw my father was sick?" Chen Yang said, "We are not joking. I can cure your father's illness." However, as soon as these words came out, Lu Zhen's brows frowned even deeper. "You're asking someone this young to come see you, and you're saying you're kidding? I'm so kind to treat you." Lu Zhen was in a bad mood. Shin Miaoyu explained, "Master Lu, Mr. Chen's medical skills are really amazing. If you don't believe me, you can let him try. Anyway, he won't charge if he can't cure it. Our two families have been cooperating for so many years. I really don't need to joke with you about this kind of thing." Seeing that Lu Zhen still had some doubts, Shin Miaoyu said sincerely. But this obviously failed to impress Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen shook his head and said, "I appreciate Miss Shen's kindness, but I have already hired a miracle doctor to treat my father's illness, so I won't bother this little miracle doctor with any of his care." Chapter 19 Jiangcheng's #1 Divine Doctor. Lu Zhen deliberately emphasized the word young, obviously meaning that Chen Yang was young and he did not believe in Chen Yang's medical skills. This was all within Chen Yang's expectations. If it were him, he would not believe that a young man in his 20s could have such advanced medical skills. Shin Miaoyu asked, "I wonder which miraculous doctor the Lu family master invited." "Mr. Zhou. That master of traditional Chinese medicine, Mr. Zhou, from Jiangcheng?" Shin Miaoyu exclaimed, and when she saw Lu Zhen nod, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Old Zhou has been retired for so many years. It is said that even the mayor came forward to invite him, but he refused. I didn't expect that the head of the Lu family would actually invite him. Shin Miaoyu smiled bitterly. She really didn't expect that Lu Zhen could invite Mr. Zhou to treat his father. In this case, Chen Yang would have little room to play. Lu Zhen said, "Actually, it wasn't me who invited Elder Zhou to come. It was because he was a medical geek. After I told him about my father's symptoms, he thought they were very special, so he agreed to come out of retirement." "I see." Shin Miaoyu suddenly realized, glanced at Chen Yang, turned around and said, "Master Lu, in fact, the main reason we came here this time is for the Snow Mist Lotus." "What's the meaning?" Lu Zhen frowned. Shin Miaoyu said, "My friend Mr. Chen is in great need of spiritual medicine, so I would like to ask Patriarch Lu if he can sell us that Snow Mist Lotus." Lu Zhen shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou said my father's illness requires Snow Mist Lotus as a medicine, so no matter how much it's offered, I won't sell it." "Okay, then we won't bother Patriarch Lu anymore." Shin Miaoyu did not insist and stood up to leave, feeling helpless. If her father was sick and needed a certain medicine as a guide, she would not be able to sell this medicine. Chen Yang didn't move. Lu Zhen glanced at him and asked, "Mr. Chen, is there anything else?" Chen Yang said, "In fact, if I take action, I can cure your father without the Snow Mist Lotus." Where did this young brat come from? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Suddenly a shout was heard. An old man and a young man walked in. Lu Zhen hurriedly went up to him and said, "Mr. Zhou, you're here." The person who came was Zhou Tai. The young woman next to him is his granddaughter Zhou Yilin. The one who just scolded was Zhou Yilin. "Master Lu, my grandfather clearly said he would cure your father's illness, why did you ask someone else? Don't you trust my grandfather?" It's fine if you invited someone else, but you invited someone so young. I seriously suspect you're here on purpose to disgust my grandfather. Zhou Yilin said very dissatisfiedly. Miss Zhou misunderstood. I didn't invite this person. Lu Jin explained. Although the Lu family is a first-class family in Jiangcheng, he still dares not offend the genius Dr. Zhou Tai. After all, if the latter mobilizes his connections, it will be a very terrifying thing. Even the families in the provincial capital had admirers of Zhou Tai. If you didn't invite him, then what's wrong with him? Zhou Yilin asked rudely, pointing at Chen Yang. I came here on my own initiative. Chen Yang said, but his eyes fell on the medicine box in Zhou Tai's hand, and he said disappointedly, but it's meaningless now. What do you mean by meaningless? Explain yourself clearly to me. Zhou Yilin asked. Chen Yang didn't want to pay attention to her. Zhou Yilin persisted, and what did you mean when you said that you didn't need the snow mist lotus as a medicine to cure old man Lu? Literally. Are you trying to say that your medical skills are better than my grandfather's? Zhou Yilin said with disdain. That's the truth. Chen Yang really didn't want to waste time talking to this woman and spoke very impatiently, but his attitude completely irritated Zhou Yilin. I, Zhou Yilin, have seen many arrogant people in my life, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Oh, then I'd be honored to be your first time. You. Yilin, please stop talking. Zhou Tai interrupted Zhou Yilin. Zhou Yilin said unwillingly, Grandpa, this guy is too much. He actually dared to say that his medical skills are better than yours. Everyone knows that your medical skills are the best in Jiangcheng. The mouth is on someone else's body, can you still control it? Zhou Tai smiled and shook his head. If he likes to argue, then I'll give him the title of Jiangcheng's #1 doctor. This old guy is quite generous. When Zhou Yilin heard this, she suppressed her anger and exhaled, Grandpa is right. How can I argue with such a person? After saying this, the grandfather and grandson ignored Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not stay and followed Xin Miaoyu out of the Lu family. When they got in the car, Xin Miaoyu apologized, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't investigate clearly. I didn't expect the Lu family to invite Zhou Tai out. She initially knew that Lu Changjiang had a strange disease, and also knew that the snow mist lotus was used as a medicine for Lu Changjiang. Whenever she changed doctors, Xin Miaoyu was sure to let Chen Yang fight for a chance. But the other party was Zhou Tai, the best doctor in Jiangcheng. With Zhou Tai around, curing Lu Changjiang's illness is no problem at all. So there is no need for Lu Jin to take the risk of offending Zhou Tai and give Chen Yang a chance to take action. So Xin Miaoyu did not force it. Chen Yang smiled and said, it's okay. That snow mist lotus doesn't meet my requirements. Besides, Zhou Tai may not be able to cure Lu Changjiang's illness. The reason why he gave up just now was because he saw Zhou Tai's medicine box. The snow mist lotus was in Zhou Tai's medicine box and had been boiled into medicinal juice. Judging from the strong aroma, the quality was not very good. Xin Miaoyu asked suspiciously, you didn't even see Lu Changjiang just now, how do you know that Zhou Tai can't be cured? I don't need to see it. Chen Yang said calmly, I know a method of observing qi. Through the qi left by Lu Changjiang in the house, I can roughly guess what disease he has. Is it really that magical? Shen Miaoyu expressed doubt. Chen Yang smiled and said, you don't believe it? Of course. I believe it, but I trust Mr. Chen's ability in that area more. Shen Miaoyu suddenly cast a coquettish glance. Shen Yang's pupils shrank. Not full. It seems that she has tasted the sweetness. How about we go to a different place this time? An underground garage? An exciting idea emerged in Xin Miaoyu's mind. She actually found a nearby underground garage and parked the car directly in the innermost parking space. At 30, he is like a wolf. At 40, he is like a tiger. At 50, he can sit on the ground and absorb dirt. Chen Yang finally understood the meaning of this sentence. After some tossing and turning, Chen Yang began to ponder the mysteries of the universe, the origin of mankind, and the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. And at this time, Lu family. Zhou Tai was also thinking. But what he was thinking about was not philosophy, but Lu Changjiang's strange illness. The patient had been given medicine and acupuncture, but Lu Changjiang's illness did not improve. Lu Jin lamented. Even Jiangcheng's best doctor is helpless. Is it true that my father is beyond saving? At this moment, Zhou Tai suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up and he said, I know someone who may be able to save your father. Chapter 20, Bringing a Stink Home. Really? Mr. Zhou, please tell me. When Lu Zhen heard this, hope rekindled in his heart. Is that senior a fellow disciple of Master Zhou? In Lu Zhen's opinion, anyone whose medical skills can match Zhou Tai's must be as famous as Zhou Tai. In today's China, the old Chinese medicine practitioners who are as famous as Zhou Tai are basically Zhou Tai's fellow students. That's why it is said that Zhou Tai's network of contacts is terrifying. Zhou Tai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't know who that person is. I only found out about this immortal doctor in Jiangcheng after watching a video. Miraculous doctor. These two words are of great value. What is more, it came from Zhou Tai's mouth. Lu Zhen's body trembled. If I can find this immortal doctor, no matter how much it costs, I will ask him to treat my father. Zhou Tai said, Mr. Lu, don't worry. I've already asked my disciple to go and visit him. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a result today. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhou, to inform me as soon as you have any news. Good. Zhou Tai nodded. Before returning to the apartment, Chen Yang took a shower to wash away the smell of perfume on his body. What's outrageous is that Chen Yang actually felt a little guilty. It felt like I had done something wrong to Gu Qiuyan. But it was obvious that Li Shiqing was his nominal wife. You're back? Someone's looking for you. After Chen Yang returned, Gu Qiuyan frowned as soon as she approached him, but did not say anything. Instead, she told him about Peng Zhe's visit. Peng Zhe was drinking tea in the living room and immediately stood up when he heard the noise. See Chen Yang. Stunned. Gu Qiuyan introduced, Director Peng, this is the person you are looking for, Chen Yang. Peng Zhe came to his senses and hesitated to speak. He had thought that anyone who could be evaluated as a miracle doctor by the teacher should be at least over 50 years old. I didn't expect he was so young. Peng Zhe suddenly thought of the hands in the video, which looked quite young indeed. Junior Peng Zhe, greetings to immortal Dr. Chen. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the most accomplished ones are regarded as teachers. Although Peng Zhe is older than Chen Yang, he still calls himself a junior and keeps a low profile. Chen Yang glanced at him, without any politeness, and asked directly, what do you want from me? Peng Zhe quickly said, it's like this. Yesterday, after watching Dr. Chen's acupuncture video, my teacher showed a strong interest and wanted to discuss it with Dr. Chen. Your teacher? Well, reporting to the immortal doctor, my teacher's name is Zhou Tai, and he's a medical geek. Peng Zhe's introduction to his teacher was very simple. No one said he was the best doctor in Jiangcheng, nor did they mention any title from the Chinese Medicine Association. They just said he was a medical fanatic. The reason for saying this is, firstly, because Zhou Tai is so famous in Jiangcheng that almost everyone knows him and he does not need too many words of introduction. His name is the biggest sign. Secondly, Peng Zhe said this to express his respect for Chen Yang and did not want Chen Yang to think that he was showing off. Peng Zhe, the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, is quite capable. Originally, his attitude would leave a good impression on Chen Yang, but Peng Zhe never expected that Chen Yang had already met Zhou Tai. And it wasn't too pleasant. So Chen Yang said very coldly, sorry, I have nothing to discuss with your teacher. When Peng Zhe heard this, his smile suddenly disappeared and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He has already lowered himself so much, giving Chen Yang enough face, but Chen Yang responded with such an impolite remark? Dr. Chen, I am also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I understand how important it is for doctors to share medical records with each other. My teacher is very experienced and must have some valuable insights. Peng Zhe no longer spoke with the previous cautiousness and began to praise his teacher. In fact, what he said is correct. Every doctor has different experiences and therefore different insights. Exchanging experiences with each other can benefit both parties. But Chen Yang didn't have that thought in mind right now. He said, your teacher's valuable insights are his business. It has nothing to do with me because I have no interest in his insights at all. You. Peng Zhe said angrily, young man, I'm only calling you immortal doctor out of respect, but what's with your attitude? Have I offended you in any way? You haven't offended me. Chen Yang shook his head and didn't want to say more. Seeing this, Gu Qiuyan tried to smooth things over and said, Director Peng, Chen Yang must be in a bad mood today. Why don't you go back first and I'll talk to him? Since things had come to this, Peng Zhe felt embarrassed to stay here any longer. He snorted and left. Gu Qiuyan asked curiously, what's wrong? You don't seem to like Pang Zhe very much? Chen Yang said, I went to the Lu family today, hoping to trade Snow Mist Lotus with them, but I ran into Zhou Tai. Chen Yang recounted what happened today. Gu Qiuyan suddenly understood. No wonder you look so depressed. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge. It's not because I hold a grudge, but because I really have no interest. Chen Yang didn't want any status or position, so he didn't need to curry favor with Zhou Tai like others did. The most important thing is, the strange old man had sealed so many experiences and insights in Chen Yang's mind that he couldn't digest them all, so how could he have the mind to accept Zhou Tai's experiences and insights? Did you go to the Lu family alone today? Gu Qiuyan suddenly asked. Yes. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, then changed his words. Okay, I'm not good at lying. Actually, I went there with Xin Miaoyu. I knew it. Gu Qiuyan's face darkened immediately as she said, as soon as you walked in, I smelled something fishy, and I knew right away that you must have gone with Xin Miaoyu. Is it that obvious? Chen Yang grabbed his collar and smelled it. There was not much smell. Besides, Xin Miaoyu's smell was quite fragrant. Why did it become a fishy smell in Gu Qiuyan's mouth? Gu Qiuyan said angrily, go take a shower quickly. If you don't wash off the smell on your body, I will kick you out. Very good, then kick me out. You. Gu Qiuyan became even angrier. I'm going to tell Shiqing about you and Xin Miaoyu's affair, and let her know that you've done something wrong to her. By the way, tell her about you and me. Chen Yang was completely unmoved. Gu Qiuyan was so angry that she couldn't speak. This guy was such a bastard. How could she have ended up with such a bastard? Okay, it's just a shower, I'll take it. Chen Yang teased Gu Qiuyan on purpose, but when he saw that Gu Qiuyan was shaking with anger, he stopped, took a set of clothes and went into the bathroom. When Chen Yang came out of the shower, the lights in the living room were already off. Gu Qiuyan's door was closed tightly, and a beam of light could be seen from the crack at the bottom. Chen Yang shook his head. This girl has a pretty bad temper. Uncle Gu said she's quiet and well-educated. Chapter 21, Can you divorce her? Chen Yang also returned to his room and looked at the painting Spring Pool Beauty on the wall. He felt it was awkward no matter how he looked at it. It's not because of these 4 words, but because of the imitation skills. In the eyes of others, perhaps this person's imitation is very similar and has already acquired 30% of Master Yang Chen's charm, but in Chen Yang's own opinion, it feels clumsy and like a poor imitator. After thinking about it, he decided to take down the calligraphy and throw it into the trash can along with the paper and frame. Then he shifted his gaze to the desk. This place was originally used by Gu Qiuyan as a study. It has pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as some of Gu Qiuyan's own calligraphy works. Obviously, Gu Qiuyan is also a poor imitator. Chen Yang shook his head. I really don't understand why they like this kind of work. Is it because my cursive writing inspires the wildness in them? Maybe. But no matter what the reason, since Gu Qiuyan liked it, Chen Yang decided to give her a surprise, as a way of repaying her for helping him solve the sequelae of the Flame Dragon art twice. Chen Yang sat at the desk and began to operate skillfully. He had been very interested in calligraphy before, especially the works of Zhang Su, the master of cursive script, which he had read no less than 100 times. Chen Yang is extremely talented. Without any guidance from a famous teacher, he created his own unique style based only on a collection of Zhang Su's works. The disciple is better than the master. At this moment, Chen Yang was in the mood. He spread out the paper, splashed ink with his brush, and in the blink of an eye, 4 big black words appeared on the paper. Fuck you. It really means fuck you, not Chun Chi Yen Yun. This is in line with the essence of uninhibited. Moreover, after experiencing 3 years of lows, Chen Yang's state of mind has changed significantly from before. Especially after he embarked on the journey of cultivation, Chen Yang broke through and then stood up again. The running script of the past was no longer there, replaced by a more arrogant wild cursive script. Cursive calligraphy. It mainly reflects the word crazy. So you need to write it down in one breath and let it flow freely, which is very difficult to imitate. Chen Yang can guarantee that if the person who imitated Chun Chi Yen Yun were asked to imitate fuck you, he would definitely not be able to do it. Chen Yang had just put down the brush when there was a knock on the door and Gu Qiuyan's voice rang out. Chen Yang, are you asleep? No. Chen Yang put away the fuck you and stood up to open the door. He saw Gu Qiuyan standing at the door in a snow-white lace nightgown. A peerless beauty, graceful and elegant. Gu Qiuyan's cheeks flushed, and she seemed to be suppressing something when she asked, "Can you let me in and talk?" "Yes, this is your house." Chen Yang nodded. After obtaining Chen Yang's consent, Gu Qiuyan immediately walked in, closed the door with her heel, and locked the door with her hands behind her back. This little action naturally did not escape Chen Yang's eyes. Chen Yang didn't say anything, wanting to see what Gu Qiuyan was up to. Gu Qiuyan asked, "Chen Yang, how much does Shen Miaoyu give you per month?" Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. "Why did she give me money? Aren't you being kept by her? Keeping a mistress? Oh shit. Who the hell told you that I was kept by Shen Miaoyu?" Chen Yang was about to retort when he suddenly heard Gu Qiuyan say, "Please don't associate with Shen Miaoyu anymore, okay? I can give you as much money as she gives you." There was actually a hint of pleading in her tone. Chen Yang was stunned on the spot. What the hell? Does Gu Qiuyan mean that she wants to be the one taking over? Could it be that this girl really likes me? Chen Yang stared at Gu Qiuyan's eyes for a while, and suddenly took a breath. He guessed right, Gu Qiuyan was moved. A person's eyes can't lie. Does this mean I have to board the ship first and buy the ticket later? Chen Yang took a deep breath and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not being kept by Shen Miaoyu. We're just ordinary friends." When Chen Yang said this, he suddenly thought of what happened with Shen Miaoyu in the car today, and couldn't help but pause. Fortunately, Gu Qiuyan didn't doubt it and said happily, "That's even better. I'll support you from now on, okay? You name the price." Chen Yang had developed a good impression of Gu Qiuyan after spending the past few days together, but what Gu Qiuyan said today made Chen Yang very angry. "Name a price. Do you really think I'm a professional gigolo?" Chen Yang sneered, "Are you sure you want to support me?" Gu Qiuyan nodded very seriously. "How much do you make a month as a counselor?" 8,000. You want to support me for just 8,000? Being a teacher is just my hobby. If you think my salary is too low, I can go back to the company and take over my father's job. How do you explain to Li Shiqing? Gu Qiuyan was silent for a moment, then said, "I admit that when I heard Shiqing say how bad you were, I misunderstood you. But now I realize that you are not that kind of person. I think what Shiqing did to you was too much. Would you please divorce her?" Gu Qiuyan finally said what was in her heart. Only then did Chen Yang realize that Gu Qiuyan didn't want to support him at all, but wanted to marry him. Chen Yang shook his head, "No." Gu Qiuyan's eyes dimmed. Chen Yang added, "Li Shiqing and I will definitely divorce, but not now. She's been playing with me for 3 years, and I'm going to slowly get over this." "Then I'll wait for you." Gu Qiuyan gritted her teeth and said. Chen Yang noticed at this time that Gu Qiuyan seemed to be a little abnormal. Her breathing was heavier than usual and her cheeks were redder than usual. Could it be? Chen Yang suddenly realized something. It must be because of the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art. This technique is so overbearing that even a practitioner like Chen Yang could easily be affected by it and lose his mind. What about Gu Qiuyan? After playing duo with Gu Qiuyan twice before, Gu Qiuyan's body must have been affected by the energy of the Flame Dragon art, which was equivalent to a strong drug lurking in Gu Qiuyan's body. No wonder she suddenly ran to her room late at night and said some inexplicable things. This turned out to be the reason. Chen Yang recalled his attitude towards her just now, and felt a surge of self-blame in his heart. "You're not in the right state right now, lie down." Chen Yang asked Gu Qiuyan to lie on the bed, then took a needle and inserted it into several acupuncture points of Gu Qiuyan. This time, he deliberately did not use the energy of the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art, otherwise it would only be counterproductive. Chen Yang simply used strange acupuncture techniques to help Gu Qiuyan eliminate the fire poison in her body. When Gu Qiuyan recovered, the snow-white lace nightgown on her body was already soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to her skin, and the beautiful scenery was looming. Chen Yang took a look and almost lost control. It turns out that hazy things are the most deadly. Chapter 22, Pack Up and Get Out. Gu Qiuyan's fire poison was cured, but the resentment in her heart was growing wildly. Obviously Chen Yang could have done it that way, but he didn't. Instead he chose to use acupuncture to help her resolve the fire poison. This means that Chen Yang is not interested in her when he is sober. Thinking of what Chen Yang had just said about not wanting to divorce Li Shiqing, Gu Qiuyan's mood instantly fell, and she felt that what Chen Yang said were all excuses. He must have feelings for Li Shiqing, which is why he doesn't want to divorce. In fact, Gu Qiuyan really misunderstood Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not help her in that way because that method was like drinking poison to quench thirst. It may seem to relieve the symptoms, but in fact it will leave more fire poison in Gu Qiuyan, and the next attack will be more severe. But Chen Yang couldn't explain this to Gu Qiuyan for the time being. It can only cause Gu Qiuyan to misunderstand. After Gu Qiuyan had cured the fire poison, her eyes turned cold and her expression changed even faster than the weather. What I just said to you was all nonsense. Don't think too much about it. I won't urge you to divorce Shi Qing. Even if you divorce Shi Qing, I won't be with you. Gu Qiuyan said coldly. Chen Yang. No wonder women say never to believe what men say when they are angry, because they are likely to regret it after they calm down. Gu Qiuyan obviously got the script of scumbag. Chen Yang could understand her. On the contrary, I think Gu Qiuyan has a lot of personality. After saying this, Gu Qiuyan left Chen Yang's room without even noticing that the painting Chun Shi Yen Yun on the wall had been taken down. The next day, Chen Yang came to the Jiangqing Calligraphy Association with the slogan "Fuck you" and asked for the association's president Gu Yang by name. The receptionist asked, "What do you want to see President Gu about?" Chen Yang said, "I have a calligraphy work here, and I would like to ask President Gu to take a look at it. Leave it here with me. When the president comes, I'll pass it to him for you," said the receptionist. "Thank you." Chen Yang thought about it and gave the scroll to the receptionist, leaving his phone number. However, as soon as Chen Yang left the Calligraphy Association, the receptionist threw the scroll into the trash can. There are already several such scrolls in the trash can. Young people nowadays don't work on improving their calligraphy skills, but instead resort to these unorthodox practices. How can the president have so much time to waste on you? The receptionist has seen many young people like Chen Yang, who simply want to take shortcuts in this way. Once their works are selected by the president, they will become a hit. But in reality, this situation is pitifully rare. Most of the works produced by those young people who thought they were extraordinary were mediocre, and almost none of them caught Gu Yang's eye. So the receptionist handled it directly to avoid wasting Gu Yang's time. After Chen Yang returned, he waited for news from the Calligraphy Association. However, a whole day passed and no one called him. That shouldn't be the case. There's no way Gu Yang wouldn't recognize my style. Chen Yang frowned. He and Gu Yang had met 3 years ago. It can be said that Gu Yang is one of the few people who knows the true identity of Master Yang Chen. That's why Chen Yang found it puzzling. The next day, Chen Yang went to the Calligraphy Association again. The receptionist happened to go to the toilet, so Chen Yang walked around alone and suddenly saw the trash can under the desk. There are several scrolls inside. The rope tied to one of the scrolls looked very familiar. Chen Yang immediately realized what was happening. He frowned and picked up his scroll from the trash can, only to find that it was soaked with tea stains. It's useless. Hearing footsteps behind him, Chen Yang turned around and asked, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" "I just threw the garbage into the trash can." "It's normal." When the receptionist saw that Chen Yang had discovered him, he was too lazy to pretend. Chen Yang questioned, "The rope is still tied, which means you haven't even opened the scroll. How can you conclude it's garbage?" Based on my experience and your age," the receptionist said with a sneer. Chen Yang understood. It was another fool who judged people by their appearance. "I want to see Gu Yang." Chen Yang didn't want to waste time with the receptionist, but unfortunately he didn't have Gu Yang's contact information, otherwise there would be no point in wasting time here. "Who do you think you are? What is the status of our president? You can meet him just like that? Do you think our president is a public toilet?" The receptionist suddenly looked fierce and rolled up his sleeves to kick Chen Yang out, but at this moment a figure suddenly walked in. The receptionist's expression immediately changed. "President, President. Who did you just call a public restroom?" The 60-year-old man who came in was Gu Yang, the president of the Calligraphy Association. He obviously heard what the receptionist had just said. The receptionist was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "President, you misunderstood. I didn't say you were a public toilet. I was talking about him." The receptionist pointed at Chen Yang forcefully. But what he never expected was that Gu Yang followed his finger and saw Chen Yang, and his old body suddenly shook violently. "Master Yang, why are you here?" Gu Yang excitedly walked up to Chen Yang and almost said the word dust, but he finally held back the word. He knew Yang Chen's identity 3 years ago. When he saw Yang Chen's cursive script for the first time, he was simply stunned. So he tried every possible way to get Yang Chen's information, and only then did he know that Yang Chen was actually Chen Yang. Gu Yang was even more shocked. At such a young age, he has achieved such high attainments in calligraphy. He is simply a genius that is rarely seen in a century. At that time, Gu Yang really wanted to publicize this matter. But Chen Yang disagreed. Gu Yang had no choice but to keep this secret in his heart. Every time he heard someone commenting on Master Yang Chen's work, he wanted to interject that Master Yang Chen was actually only in his 20s. Later, something happened to the Chen family. When Gu Yang learned that Chen Yang had become a fool, he felt sorry for him for a long time. God is really jealous of talented people. Until today, when he saw Chen Yang again, Gu Yang was so excited that he almost shouted out Chen Yang's reputation in the calligraphy world. The reason why he stopped suddenly was, firstly, because he was not sure whether Chen Yang was still stupid or not, and secondly, there was an outsider next to him, and he was afraid of making Chen Yang unhappy. At this time, the receptionist was completely dumbfounded. Master Yang? Is this young man's last name Yang? What kind of background does he have that he deserves to be called a master by the president? Oh no! The receptionist suddenly thought of his previous attitude towards Chen Yang, and his heart skipped a beat. Chen Yang looked at Gu Yang calmly and said, "President Gu, long time no see." "Ah, yeah, long time no see." When Gu Yang heard Chen Yang speak, he laughed heartily. This meant that Chen Yang was no longer stupid. The genius in the calligraphy world had returned. Gu Yang was so excited that he rushed to the receptionist and slapped him in the face. "You almost ruined everything. Pack up your things and get out." Chapter 23. Genius is just the threshold to meet him. After teaching the receptionist a lesson, Gu Yang took Chen Yang to the VIP room. Chen Yang explained his purpose. Gu Yang excitedly asked, "Master Yang Chen, are you saying that you want to use our calligraphy association to launch a new work?" Chen Yang naturally had his own purpose for doing this. When the new work is exhibited, he will invite Li Shiqing and Gu Qiuyan to watch a big show, and then let Li Shiqing experience what jealousy is. "Master Yang Chen, what is your identity?" "It's confidential." Gu Yang was overjoyed. What is internal confidentiality? Internal confidentiality means that his identity can be revealed to internal members of the Calligraphy Association, and Chen Yang regards the Calligraphy Association as his own home, so he said the word internal. Gu Yang had been looking forward to the scene 3 years ago. It's a great honor for our Jiangcheng Calligraphy Association to have Master Yang Chen join us. Come on, I'll take you to meet some of the permanent directors of our Calligraphy Association. Gu Yang was overjoyed. He had never been so happy since he became the president of the Calligraphy Association. Several directors of the Calligraphy Association were discussing the calligraphy exhibition. They were all surprised to see Gu Yang come in with a young man with a happy face. What good thing happened to the president? Who is this young man? Don't ask too many questions, you will know who this person is later. Gu Yang deliberately kept the secret, then looked at Chen Yang, and when he saw Chen Yang nod, he prepared pen and ink for him. Seeing this, several permanent members guessed something. The president wanted the young man to demonstrate his calligraphy skills. Judging from the president's friendly attitude towards him, could it be that one of the president's relatives wants to join the association through the back door? They looked at each other and decided tacitly that no matter what the young man's level was, they would just praise him unanimously. After all, he is the president's relative, so we must give him face. Gu Yang prepared the pen, ink, and paper, and just as everyone had guessed, Chen Yang picked up the brush. Let us see what level this relative of the president is at. Everyone is waiting to see. However, Chen Yang was still hesitant to put pen to paper. He was thinking about what to write, and after much deliberation he finally decided to write "fuck it." Then he wrote with a big stroke of his brush, and 4 elegant characters appeared on the paper. At this moment, all those present were masters of calligraphy who had made some achievements in calligraphy, and they could see Chen Yang's thoughts at a glance. The beautiful rhythm of Spring Pond. 4 very classic words. But they soon discovered that this was not the case. What Chen Yang wrote seemed not to be Chen Shi Yen Yun but "fuck it." Even Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, and asked with a strange expression, "Did you do this on purpose or by accident?" It is understandable that ordinary people would mistake these 4 words because they are indeed very similar, but Master Yang Chen is a calligraphy genius, so he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Chen Yang smiled and asked, "Do you think I did it on purpose or accidentally?" Gu Yang's body shook violently. Yes, how could a dignified Master Yangchen be careless? Then he made the mistake on purpose. No. This is not called a mistake, but it is called unrestrained and unique. It was only at this time that Gu Yang noticed that Chen Yang's calligraphy was more exaggerated and arrogant than it was 3 years ago. What he wrote was no longer running script, but rather a wild cursive script that was not bound by form. This style actually achieves a perfect artistic conception with the 4 words "fuck it." When others are showing off their writing skills and writing Chun Shi Yen Yun, I see others mistakenly writing "go to hell" and laugh at them, saying that you are really uncultured. But Chen Yang refused to follow the routine. When others wrote Chun Shi Yen Yun, he chose to write "go to hell." His purpose was to break the shackles of traditional thinking. That is why it is said that these 4 words perfectly fit the artistic conception of cursive calligraphy, because the meaning of cursive calligraphy is also to break the traditional framework. Therefore, when Chen Yang's work came out, everyone was confused at first glance, but after taking a closer look, they were instantly stunned by its beauty. Wonderful! It's truly wonderful! I've never seen such a wonderful piece of calligraphy. An old man sitting in the corner stood up and couldn't help but applaud Chen Yang, which made everyone look surprised. This old man is the most senior permanent director of their calligraphy association, even older than the president Gu Yang. If we were to ask who in the association is the least likely to flatter Gu Yang, it would definitely be this old man. Everyone was just thinking that once Chen Yang finished writing, no matter how well it was written, they would praise him for the sake of President Gu Yang. The only thing they were worried about was that the old man would sabotage them, because he really didn't care about Gu Yang's mood. However, no one expected that this old man not only did not spoil the show, but was the first to stand up and applaud Chen Yang. Not only that, he also analyzed this work. As I just said, the artistic conception is extraordinary. After the old man finished his analysis, he smiled and asked Chen Yang, "My friend, I wonder if what I said is correct." Chen Yang looked at the old man in surprise and said, "Senior, you really know my heart well." By doing this, he was indeed expressing an unruly emotion, which was unexpectedly analyzed by the old man so quickly. The old man was also a deep calligraphy enthusiast. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, young man, you are so talented. I am Wang Wenshan, and I would like to make friends with you." "Nice to meet you." Chen Yang responded with a smile. Gu Yang coughed lightly and said, "Old Wang, don't you find anything special about this work?" "Of course I found out, that's why I'm so excited." Wang Wenshan rolled his eyes at Gu Yang. Of course he knew what Gu Yang was trying to say. The two of them had studied Master Yang Chen's works in depth before. As soon as the brushstrokes came out, Wang Wenshan recognized Chen Yang's identity. "Strange, why does this work feel so familiar to me?" "I think so." Soon, other people in the Calligraphy Association also noticed the clue, and suddenly someone exclaimed, "I remember it, Master Yangchen." Yes, it's Master Yangchen. Although Master Yangchen's calligraphy is running cursive and this piece is cursive, it is obvious that they both use the same brushstrokes. Could this young friend be Master Yangchen? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Gu Yang was very pleased with everyone's expressions and revealed the answer with a smile. Yes, this young friend Chen Yang's stage name in the calligraphy world is Master Yang Chen. Although they had guessed the answer, when Gu Yang spoke the news himself, everyone was still shocked. They are all over 50 years old and were once hailed as geniuses in calligraphy. When they saw Master Yang Chen's works before, they thought that Master Yang Chen was about the same age as them. But when the truth was revealed, they realized that these so-called geniuses were just the threshold to meet Master Yang Chen. Chapter 24, Hosting a Banquet and Inviting the Immortal Doctor. When Chen Yang left the Calligraphy Association, the scene was so spectacular that President Gu Yang and all the directors came to see him off in person. This scared the receptionist. "I have never seen such a scene." Afterwards, he asked his uncle, the director, to find out the identity of the young man, but was scolded instead. Gu Yang has sternly stated that Chen Yang's identity can only be known internally and no one can disclose it. Obviously. This receptionist is not an internal staff member. While Chen Yang was visiting the Calligraphy Association, Peng Zhe was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. After all, he is the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of Jiangchang Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and a person of certain status in Jiangchang. Who among the people outside doesn't flatter him to curry favor with him? After all, no one can guarantee that he will not get sick throughout his life. If you can curry favor with a person like Peng Zhe, you will definitely have a green channel when going to a traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the future. What's more, Peng Zhe's teacher is Zhou Tai, the best doctor in Jiangcheng. Zhou Tai said on the surface that he had retired, but as his disciple, if Peng Zhe insisted on asking him to take action, could he still ignore the relationship between master and disciple? Therefore, Peng Zhe is usually the object of others' flattery. But now, he was actually turned down by a junior like Chen Yang. After returning from Gu Qiuyan's apartment, he became more and more depressed. So Peng Zhe found his senior brother Wu Wenba to have a drink and talk. Wu Wenba was furious after hearing this. I never thought that the person who performed the magical acupuncture technique would be so arrogant. Wu Wenba also watched the video and can only say that it is very strong and he admires it very much. But after hearing Peng Zhe's account of his visit, Wu Wenba immediately labeled Chen Yang as arrogant. How can a doctor be arrogant? That person will definitely have a bad time. Wu Wenba completely forgot the arrogant look on his face when he faced Chen Yang in the hospital. Of course, at this moment Wu Wenba did not realize that the person Peng Zhe was talking about was Chen Yang, who had previously taken away a 1,000-year-old ginseng from him. Peng Zhe, what's the result? The two were complaining when suddenly Zhou Yilan walked in supporting an old man. It was the miracle doctor Zhou Tai. The two of them got up hurriedly. Peng Zhe stepped forward to help support him and said, "Teacher, why did you come here in person? Couldn't you just call me for something like this?" Zhou Tai shook his head and said, "This matter is of great importance. I must come here in person. How is it going? Have you found the immortal doctor?" "I found it." "Really?" Before Peng Zhe could finish his words, Zhou Tai suddenly became excited. "Teacher, please don't get excited. I did find the immortal doctor, but he is different from what we imagined." "Why is it different?" "He's only in his 20s. "In his 20s? Zhou Tai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha, you are indeed an immortal doctor. Without a powerful master's inheritance, how could he have mastered such a miraculous Yama needle technique in his 20s? "Teacher, please listen to me first. His young age is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he is difficult to get along with." Peng Zhe recounted his experience of the visit. However, after hearing this, Zhou Tai did not think Chen Yang was arrogant, but instead scolded Peng Zhe for being stupid. He's a divine doctor. What's wrong with a little eccentricity? Just obey him. Why are you arguing? I just can't stand his condescending attitude. He even said he wasn't interested in your experience, teacher. He clearly doesn't respect you. So you argued with him? Zhou Tai's face darkened and he cursed, "You fool, have you lost your mind? I can't even begin to reach the level of a celestial doctor, and you're bringing bad luck upon me by saying those things. I really want to beat you to death with my cane." What did Peng Zhe say at that time? "My teacher has a wealth of experience and you will definitely benefit from communicating with him. Although my teacher didn't say it explicitly, he took the initiative to make friends with you. You should feel honored and don't be so ungrateful." But the meaning is similar. That's why Zhou Tai called Peng Zhe a pig-brained person after hearing this. Saying such things was obviously bringing bad luck upon himself. Isn't it normal for the immortal doctor to look down on my experience? If the immortal doctor is willing to teach me the Yama King needle technique, I will work like a slave for him. Zhou Tai is indeed a medical fanatic. He is the kind of person who would be happy to die in the evening if he heard the truth in the morning. In order to obtain the Yanwang acupuncture method, he can give up all his status and dignity. Peng Zhe also knew Zhou Tai's temper. He sighed and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm not thoughtful enough and I've disappointed you. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Now that I know where the immortal doctor lives, I must visit him in person to demonstrate my sincerity." "Teacher, don't worry." At this time, Wu Wenba said, "That immortal doctor has a strange temper. He probably doesn't like people coming to disturb him. That's why he was so rude to junior brother Pang yesterday. In my opinion, it would be better to hold a banquet to invite that immortal doctor out. That would be more sincere." Wenba is right. I'm hosting a banquet tomorrow. Punza, please deliver the invitation for me. Remember not to disturb the immortal master for too long. Zhou Tai made up his mind immediately. Peng Zhe said with a sad face, "What if he doesn't come? That means I have no destiny with the immortal doctor." Zhou Tai sighed. Although he really wanted to learn Chen Yang's Yanwang needle technique, if Chen Yang didn't give him the opportunity, he had no better way. Inside the apartment now, Gu Qiuyan was staring at Chen Yang angrily. She only discovered today that the painting Chen Chi Yen Yun hanging on the wall of the study had been taken down by Chen Yang and thrown into the trash can. So when she came back, she angrily asked Chen Yang why he did this. Chen Yang was speechless. Isn't it just an imitator's work? I, the genuine Master Yangchen, am right in front of you, and you actually blame me for throwing away the imitation. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't say anything, Gu Qiuyan picked up Chen Chi Yen Yun from the trash can by herself, but the drawing paper was already torn. Gu Qiuyan was so angry that she cried. Chen Yang couldn't help but ask, is it really that serious? It would have been better if he didn't say anything. After he said that, Gu Qiuyan cried even harder. You have no idea how much Master Yangchen means to me. I once felt hopeless about life, but it was Master Yangchen who rescued me from the abyss of darkness. He is my benefactor, so I will not allow anyone to blaspheme Master Yangchen, even if you are only blaspheming his imitators. Gu Qiuyan was crying with tears in her eyes. Chen Yang was stunned. I helped Gu Qiuyan before? When? I just met Gu Qiuyan a few days ago. Could it be that? Chen Yang suddenly thought of something, and a memory from 3 years ago slowly unfolded in his mind, and his eyes suddenly widened. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chapter 25 I will give you an original painting in a few days. Chen Yang thought of a former pen pal of his who was very pessimistic. Chen Yang would always patiently write back to the other person to enlighten him. The two communicated through letters for a long time. Chen Yang could clearly feel that the other party was becoming more optimistic little by little, and later he would even take the initiative to tell some witty jokes. But their relationship was limited to pen pals. Chen Yang said he would give the girl a piece of calligraphy, but it never happened because after Chen Yang replied to the letter, he met the strange old man. Seeing Gu Qiuyan crying, Chen Yang suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was the pessimistic pen pal. Are you coming to Jiangcheng because of Master Yang Chen? Chen Yang asked. Well, he was my life mentor. He pulled me out of the abyss, but he hasn't replied to my letters since then. Perhaps to Master Yangchen, I am just one of the millions of suffering people he has saved, but to me, he is the only one who is irreplaceable. He is a harbor for my soul. I don't know the true identity of Master Yangchen, I only know that he is in Jiangcheng, so I came. Gu Qiuyan's eyes suddenly turned dim. Chen Yang asked knowingly, did you find him? No, I asked around for him but found nothing. I also went to the Calligraphy Association, but their president refused to say anything. Gu Qiuyan looked disappointed. Chen Yang could probably guess what Gu Yang was thinking. He was a person who valued talent very much. After learning that a genius had passed away, he was unwilling to mention it again. Chen Yang took the damaged drawing paper from Gu Qiuyan and fell into thought. Gu Qiuyan looked at him. I have already told him that Master Yang Chen means something special to me. Is he silent now because of guilt and self-blame? Gu Qiuyan thought silently in her heart. But the next moment. Hiss! Chen Yang tore up the drawing paper. Tear it to pieces. Gu Qiuyan was not even given a chance to piece things together. Gu Qiuyan's face was dull. This man is so heartbreaking. Too cruel. Gu Qiuyan's tears fell like rolling balls, she could no longer suppress her grievance, grief, and anger. Chen Yang said lightly, don't cry, I just tore up one of your poor imitations. I will give you the original one in a few days. No matter what you say, I will never forgive you. What original work? Gu Qiuyan suddenly reacted. Master Yangchen's authentic work. Impossible. Gu Qiuyan shook her head. Master Yangchen has only released 8 works, and they've all been collected. How did you get them? Do you know a master collector? Chen Yang explained, the 9th work will be released in a few days. How do you know? Because I am Master Yangchen. Chen Yang said silently in his heart, but did not tell Gu Qiuyan the news now. Instead, he wanted to wait a few days and give her a big surprise. And how could Li Shiqing be absent from such an occasion? You lied to me. Gu Qiuyan searched hard with her mobile phone, but couldn't find any relevant information. The last piece of information about Master Yangchen was 3 years ago. As a celebrity in the calligraphy circle, if Master Yang Chen really wanted to release new works, there would definitely be news about it, and auction houses like to preheat the market, so it would have been a hot topic long ago. It wouldn't be like it is now, where you can't find any information at all on the internet. What's the benefit of lying to me like this? So that I won't be angry with you because of this? Gu Qiuyan pointed at the shattered drawing paper on the ground and asked dejectedly. Chen Yang said without hesitation, telling you not to be angry is true, but lying to you is false. I don't like lying. But now you are obviously lying to me. Gu Qiuyan almost laughed out loud at this. Is this the usual tactic you men use? You promise a girl something impossible to fulfill, thinking I'll calm down in a few days? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Then wait a few days before arguing with me again. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. Gu Qiuyan asked coldly, how many days exactly? In 3 days at most, you will definitely hear news about Master Yang Chen. Chen Yang thought for a moment and replied. Okay, if I don't get the desired result after 3 days, I will tell Shi Qing that you are not a fool in everything that happened between us. Gu Qiuyan was firm. Master Yang Chen is her belief. Chen Yang dared to use Master Yang Chen to tease her, which had touched Gu Qiuyan's reverse scale. Even if she ends up in disgrace, she will make Chen Yang pay the price. Chen Yang nodded confidently, okay, I won't let you down. At this time, the doorbell rang. Gu Qiuyan wiped away her tears, opened the door and saw a middle-aged man standing at the door. It was Pengze. Director Peng? Hello, Miss Gu. I'm here to see Dr. Chen. Is he here? Pengze said with an apologetic smile. Gu Qiuyan glanced into the room and saw that Chen Yang didn't say anything, so she asked, he's not here. Director Peng, is there anything wrong? Pengze knew it well, but he didn't expose it. He smiled and said, it's like this. I said something wrong yesterday, so I came here today to apologize to the immortal doctor. I hope the immortal doctor can forgive my recklessness. He's not angry anymore. Gu Qiuyan answered for Chen Yang. Chen Yang's disapproval yesterday was not due to Pengze at all, but because of his teacher Zhou Tai. Pengze breathed a sigh of relief. I knew that Chen Xianyi was broad-minded and approachable. He's not broad-minded or friendly at all. Isn't Director Peng afraid of being struck by lightning for saying this? Gu Qiuyan said to ruin the show. Pengze suddenly looked embarrassed. How could he not know Chen Yang's personality? If he was so easy to get along with, why did he make him so embarrassed yesterday? Didn't he know that Chen Yang was listening in the room, so he deliberately flattered him to make Chen Yang feel comfortable? Pengze smiled and handed over an invitation. I apologize to the immortal doctor again for what happened yesterday. I'd like Miss Gu to pass this invitation on to the immortal doctor. My teacher wants to host a banquet for the immortal doctor at noon tomorrow at Baiweiju. Gu Qiuyan took the invitation and said, I'll pass it to him for you. Thank you, Miss Gu. I won't bother you anymore. Pengze said this politely and left. The teacher had told him not to disturb the immortal doctor too much. Gu Qiuyan returned to the room and threw the invitation to Chen Yang. Someone invited you to dinner. I heard it. Are you going? No time. I think Zhou Tai is quite sincere. It's clearly just a matter of saying something, but he specially had someone make an invitation letter. Then I'll go. Gu Qiuyan was stunned. Didn't you just say you wouldn't go? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Chen Yang thought for a moment and said seriously, because you said Zhou Tai was sincere, I decided to go. What if I ask you not to go? Then I won't go. A warm feeling emerged in Gu Qiuyan's heart. Chapter 26 The Big Shot in the Imperial Hall. After Gu Qiuyan's suggestion, Chen Yang decided to meet Zhou Tai tomorrow. After all, the more connections you have, the better. The other party is also a person of status and position. If we make friends with him, it will be much more convenient when doing things in Jiangcheng in the future. This was Gu Qiuyan's idea. Gu Qiuyan received a call just after she gave her suggestion. After that, she looked at Chen Yang with a strange expression. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! The call just now was from Shi Qing, saying there's a dinner party at Baiweiju tomorrow. Isn't that a coincidence? Chen Yang was silent. Gu Qiuyan continued, Shi Qing said that the person who invited her to dinner was Wu Kai. Do you know Wu Kai? Chen Yang shook his head. I have never cared about Li Shiqing's private affairs. Aren't you afraid that Wu Kai will chase her away? Gu Qiuyan said, as far as I know, Wu Kai is the young master of Dongqing Pharmaceutical. Dongqing Pharmaceutical has a cooperative project with the Li family, so Wu Kai has been pursuing Shi Qing for some time. Chen Yang frowned slightly. Then Wu Kai doesn't know that Li Shiqing is married? I know, but some men just like that. Gu Qiuyan looked at Chen Yang with interest. Seeing that Chen Yang's expression first frowned and then turned indifferent, she asked curiously, "Are you really not worried? She and I are not actually husband and wife, so there's nothing to worry about." Chen Yang really doesn't care. He had no feelings for Li Shiqing at all. If so, it is hate. As for the rest, whether Li Shiqing is dead or alive has nothing to do with him. Oh no, it does matter. If Li Shiqing really wants to die, she can only die at the hands of Chen Yang. Actually, you don't have to be too sad. Shiqing didn't accept Wu Kai's pursuit. This time, Wu Kai invited her to dinner in the name of discussing cooperation. Shiqing felt uneasy, so she called me to accompany her. Gu Qiuyan kept staring at Chen Yang. Chen Yang said expressionlessly, "You don't have to keep testing me. Li Shiqing and I really don't have any feelings for each other. There's no need to be too sad." "I'm so sad." Seeing her thoughts exposed, Gu Qiuyan blushed and said, "Then I'll just pray that you don't run into each other tomorrow." "Why not? If you do, won't you be exposed?" "Ha, it's fun when you run into it." A sneer crossed Chen Yang's lips. Gu Qiuyan really couldn't understand Chen Yang's thoughts, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even Chen Yang, the person involved, was not afraid, so what was she afraid of? The next day came in a flash. By Weiju. Gu Qiuyan met Li Shiqing in the lobby. Li Shiqing wore an elegant long dress. She was tall and had graceful curves, but she was still so cool. She stood there quietly, which was a beautiful scenery. Seeing Gu Qiuyan, Li Shiqing happily stepped forward to greet her, but when she saw Chen Yang behind Gu Qiuyan, her brows suddenly frowned. "Why did you bring this fool here?" Gu Qiuyan looked at Chen Yang with a helpless look on her face. She didn't know what Chen Yang was thinking. He actually followed her all the time, as if he wanted to run into Li Shiqing on purpose. Wouldn't most people hide when they encounter this situation? I want to see how Chen Yang explains it. As a result, Chen Yang just smiled foolishly without saying a word, acting as if it were real. Gu Qiuyan was speechless. This little rascal must be deliberately making trouble for me. I don't know what's wrong with him. This time he insisted on going out with me and refused to stay at home. Gu Qiuyan said with a roll of her eyes. Li Shiqing frowned and said, "Let him stand at the door later. Don't let him go into the private room and ruin the view." What fun! Why not let him into the private room? Wu Kai suddenly walked over with a smile. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, looked handsome, and had the temperament of a noble gentleman. He walked up to Chen Yang, took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "You must be Shiqing's idiot husband. I have heard of your name for a long time. Nice to meet you." Chen Yang looked at him without saying a word. Wu Kai naturally withdrew his hand, not embarrassed at all, and said with a smile, "He is indeed a fool." Li Shiqing was somewhat displeased when she heard this. She can say that Chen Yang is a fool, and her best friend can also say that Chen Yang is a fool, but Wu Kai cannot. Whether you beat a dog depends on its owner. Li Shiqing was about to say something when Gu Qiuyan on the side spoke first. "Have some respect for your mouth." "Oh?" Wu Kai raised his eyebrows, glanced at Gu Qiuyan, and asked Li Shiqing, "Who is this?" "My best friend, Gu Qiuyan." Li Shiqing introduced. "Best friend? Another beauty. Looks like we can have a snack tonight." Wu Kai was overjoyed and extended his hand, saying, "It turns out to be Miss Gu. My name is Wu Kai, and I'm glad to meet you." Gu Qiuyan ignored it. Wu Kai's face twitched a few times. It is understandable that Chen Yang did not shake hands with him. He is a fool after all, but it is too disrespectful for Gu Qiuyan not to shake hands with him. But in order to maintain his demeanor and preserve the delicious food tonight, Wu Kai suppressed his anger and said, "Ha, you are worthy of being Shiqing's best friend. You really have personality." "It's not that I have a personality, it's that you are too uncultured. What right do you have to call Chen Yang a fool?" When Gu Qiuyan said this, Wu Kai suddenly had a strange expression. He looked at Gu Qiuyan and then at Li Shiqing. "Who of you is his wife?" Li Shiqing also looked at Gu Qiuyan suspiciously. Gu Qiuyan was originally angry, but after hearing what Wu Kai said, she suddenly felt guilty and pretended to be calm and said, "Although Shiqing is Chen Yang's wife, I brought Chen Yang here today, so I have to take responsibility." This explanation seems quite reasonable. Li Shiqing dispelled her doubts and snorted, "She's just my wife in name only. I don't acknowledge her." "Ha ha, why don't we go into the private room and talk? I booked the queen's room today, and the emperor's room has been booked by my grandfather and his family." Wu Kai said with a smile. Li Shiqing's eyes lit up. Mr. Wu is also at Baiweiju today? Well, not only is my grandfather here, but old Zhou is here too. It is said that an important person is coming today, and old Zhou is personally hosting a banquet to entertain him. Wu Kai was complacent, as if knowing these inside information was something he was very proud of. Li Shiqing was indeed very interested and asked, Mr. Zhou? Is he the #1 doctor in Zhongcheng? Who is this person who can have Mr. Zhou personally host a banquet? Wu Kai shook his head. I don't know about that. Can Mr. Wu be a guide and take us in to have a toast? I'm really curious about what kind of important person he is. Li Shiqing showed great interest. Wu Kai patted his chest and assured, my grandfather is in there, so there will be no problem. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Li Shiqing was beaming, but suddenly she caught sight of Chen Yang grinning beside her and scolded him. Today is a rare opportunity to meet someone important. Stop getting in my way and stand at the door. Chen Yang turned and left. Wu Kai suddenly caught up with Chen Yang and sneered softly, you fool are so pitiful. You have such a beautiful wife but you can't even enjoy it. Let me develop her for you tonight, haha. Chapter 27. Are you sure you don't want to invite me in? You can try it. Chen Yang replied with a cold expression. Wu Kai was stunned for a moment. Didn't Li Shiqing say that this fool can't speak? While Wu Kai was stunned, Chen Yang had already left. Even if he can talk, he's just a talking fool. Do you really think you can scare me? I'm going to have Li Shiqing in my hands today. Wu Kai stared at Chen Yang's back and spat harshly, then turned and walked towards Li Shiqing and the others. Let's go to the private room. Wu Kai's face was covered with a gentle smile again. No one else saw the gloomy look on his face except Chen Yang. Xiaoyan? Gu Xiaoyan stared at the door in a daze. Suddenly, Li Shiqing called out to her, and she came to her senses and said, there's really nothing going on between Chen Yang and me. Of course I know there's nothing going on between you and Chen Yang. I asked you to go to the private room with me. What are you thinking? Li Shiqing felt confused. Oh, okay, let's go. Gu Qiuyan felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look directly into Li Shiqing's eyes. Although Li Shiqing felt something was strange, she couldn't tell what was wrong. The three of them entered the private room. Chen Yang stood at the door for a while, and suddenly an old man and a young boy came towards him. They were Zhou Tai and his granddaughter Zhou Yilan. Hey, isn't this the king of strong lips, Zhongcheng's #1 doctor? Why is he here as a greeter at Baiweiju? Zhou Yilan recognized that the person standing at the door was Chen Yang, and said with a sarcastic look on her face. What she said was naturally a satire on what Chen Yang had said 2 days ago at the Lu family when he said his medical skills were better than Zhou Tai's. Zhou Tai is the best doctor in Zhongcheng. Chen Yang's medical skills are better than Zhou Tai's. Doesn't that mean he is the best doctor in Zhongcheng? But in Zhou Yilan's eyes, Chen Yang was just the best doctor he boasted about. Yilan, please forgive others when you can. Zhou Tai said this with a smile, looking in a good mood, because the senior immortal doctor had agreed to attend the banquet, and Zhou Tai even wore a brand new tangsuit to show respect. Zhou Yilan snorted and walked past Chen Yang with her chin raised proudly. Chen Yang suddenly said, aren't you going to invite me in? Zhou Yilan paused, what did you say? I'm not talking to you. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Tai and asked again, are you sure you don't want to invite me into the private room for dinner? Who do you think you are to be treated to a meal by my grandfather? Before Zhou Tai could say anything, Zhou Yilan exploded and yelled at Chen Yang. Chen Yang ignored her at all. Zhou Tai frowned and said, young man, what do you mean by that? Why are you suddenly asking me to treat you to a meal? Chen Yang shrugged, nothing. This guy is so weird, Grandpa, let's go and ignore him. Zhou Yilan said. Zhou Tai nodded. He also felt that Chen Yang was a little strange. Perhaps he really had a problem with his brain, so he did not waste time on Chen Yang. The two were about to enter Baiweiju. At this time, Peng Zhe came out to greet him. He just called out teacher and suddenly looked at the door in a daze. Zhou Tai asked, what's wrong? Teacher, please wait a moment. Peng Zhe was overjoyed. Wasn't the person standing at the door Chen Xiani? So he ran out quickly and came to Chen Yang. Don't blame me, Chen Xiani. I didn't know you came so early. The invitation letter he gave to Chen Yang had the time of 12:30 written on it. Now it was just past 11 o'clock, and he thought Chen Yang would not come so early. Peng Zhe originally planned to settle the teacher first, and then go to the door to greet Chen Yang around 12 o'clock, but he didn't expect Chen Yang to arrive early. This would make it seem like Peng Zhe's hospitality was not good enough. Peng Zhe naturally didn't know the reason why Chen Yang arrived early, which was to accompany Gu Qiuyan. It's okay. I won't be attending your teacher's banquet anyway, Chen Yang said suddenly. Peng Zhe was stunned for a moment. Why did Dr. Chen say that? Uncle Peng, what are you talking about here with this psychopath? The two granddaughters came over at this time, and Zhou Yilin said in a dissatisfied tone. Peng Zhe asked, what kind of mental illness is this? Zhou Yilin glanced at Chen Yang and sneered, it's this psychopath. He said his medical skills are better than my grandfather's. Just now he wanted my grandfather to treat him to a meal. What else could he be but a psychopath? This. Peng Zhe couldn't help but realize that there was a misunderstanding between the two parties. He immediately explained with an awkward expression, Teacher, actually, Mr. Chen is the immortal doctor. What did you say? Zhou Yilin's eyes widened immediately, and she yelled, impossible. Look at him, how can he look like a miracle doctor? I think he's more of a liar than a fraud. Uncle Peng, have you been fooled by him? Zhou Tai looked at Peng Zhe with a burning gaze and asked, are you serious? Peng Zhe nodded. Zhou Tai said excitedly, immortal doctor. So you are the one who performed the Yama needle technique. Ah, I am so confused. Grandpa, you don't really believe that he is? Shut up. Apologize to the immortal doctor right now. Zhou Tai scolded immediately. He would not doubt Chen Yang's identity because Peng Zhe had no reason to tease him with such a thing. Otherwise, he would immediately sever his master-disciple relationship with Peng Zhe. Sorry. Zhou Yilin calmed down now, knowing that since Peng Zhe said this, it was most likely true. Chen Yang responded coldly, my mental illness is not worth your apology. Zhou Yilin. This guy really holds a grudge. Zhou Tai said apologetically, immortal doctor, our granddaughter was wrong in what happened before. We sincerely apologize to you. No need. Chen Yang waved his hand, I never minded this matter. Then can I invite the immortal doctor to the private room for a chat? When Zhou Tai heard Chen Yang say that he didn't mind, he was immediately happy. Thinking that Chen Yang had forgiven him, he took the initiative to invite Chen Yang to the private room. But Chen Yang said, forget it. I'm not in the mood today. This. Zhou Tai's face suddenly became filled with worry. Didn't you say you didn't mind? You don't look like you don't mind at all. Teacher. At this time, Wu Wenba also walked out of Baiweiju. Seeing that Peng Zhe had been out for such a long time and had not invited the teacher in, he came out to check, and then saw the scene at the door. Seeing that the teacher had a sad face, and the young man standing opposite him was Chen Yang, who had stolen a ginseng from him, Wu Wenba thought that Chen Yang had had a conflict with his teacher, so he rushed to Chen Yang quickly. You bastard, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have that vixen Shen Miaoyu backing you up. Do you know who this person in front of you is? Wu Wenba said angrily. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Tai, your dog? Zhou Tai's face darkened. Wu Wenba thought that Chen Yang's words had upset the teacher, so he scolded him even more fiercely, you uneducated thing, who taught you to talk like that? Bang! As soon as Wu Wenba finished speaking, his face suddenly felt hot. Chapter 28 Beat you to death, you little beast. The slap was loud. What Wu Wenba never expected was that the person who slapped him was his teacher Zhou Tai. Teacher, why did you hit me? I'm going to hit you, you bastard. Zhou Tai's beard almost turned red with anger. Chen Yang already had some grievances against him, and when he was trying to find ways to remedy the situation, Wu Wenba suddenly jumped out and made a fuss, which immediately made the situation worse. Peng Zhe quickly walked over to Wu Wenba and explained in a low voice. Wu Wenba's eyes suddenly widened. He is the immortal doctor. Wu Wenba was shocked for a moment and swallowed hard. In this case, Chen Yang saved Gu Quan not by accident last time in the private hospital, but because he really had the ability to do so. Wu Wenba took a look at Zhou Tai's gloomy face and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, so he quickly bent down to apologize. Chen Yang said coldly, I can accept anyone's apology, except yours. Why? Wu Wenba was extremely puzzled. Could it be that his self-esteem was hurt by his saying that he was kept by Shen Miaoyu? Zhou Tai also saw Chen Yang's dislike for Wu Wenba, which was definitely not as simple as the offense just now. He scolded, traitor, how on earth did you offend the immortal doctor? Wu Wenba's face turned pale, I don't know either. Please tell me clearly, immortal doctor. It shouldn't be about what happened in the hospital last time, otherwise the immortal doctor would be too vindictive. And in the end, it was clearly he who lost a ginseng, so why would he be angry? I should be the one who is depressed. Wu Wenba really couldn't understand it. Since you want to know, let me be clear. A few minutes ago, your good grandson said in front of me that he wanted to develop my wife. How do you think I should forgive you? Chen Yang smiled. Wu Wenba was struck by lightning. What? That little bastard Wu Kai really said something like that? Do you think I would joke with you about something like this? Chen Yang left after he finished speaking. Wu Wenba was furious. No wonder that little bastard also said he wanted to host a banquet at Bai Weiju. So this is what he was planning. So, the person who ruined this banquet was your grandson? Zhou Tai said with a dark face. Wu Wenba's heart trembled suddenly. Teacher, calm down, I'm going to break that little beast's legs right now. Okay, I'll watch it myself. If you don't break his legs, I'll break yours. Zhou Tai said coldly. The Queen's Hall at this moment. Wu Kai was trying every possible way to get the two beauties drunk, but both of them were very wary, and it was obviously not an easy task to get them drunk. And the topics are getting drier and drier. Wu Kai wanted to talk about something else, but Li Shiqing only wanted to talk about work. It didn't take long before they finished talking about work, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Wu Kai decided to find a breakthrough. Shiqing, didn't you just say that you wanted me to be your guide and take you to meet the important people in the Imperial Hall? I'll take you there now. Really? Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was indeed in the mood. She even stood up and toasted Wu Kai with a glass of wine. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Li Shiqing raised her head and drank it, and a layer of blush appeared on her snow-white and slender swan neck. Wu Kai drooled at the sight of it, and he wanted to pounce on her and leave his mark on that beautiful place. Ha, it's a small matter, but I just don't know if that important person is here. If not, I'll take you to meet my grandfather and Mr. Zhou. Wu Kai acted as if he was going to take Li Shiqing to meet his parents, thinking that once Li Shiqing was happy, she would let down her guard, and then his chance would come. It is my honor to have the opportunity to meet two leading figures in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Li Shiqing thought naively. Gu Qiuyan on the side said, I won't go. Why? You are a businessman and need to know more important people. I don't need that. I am just a university teacher. Well, okay then, you wait here for me, Master Wu, and I will be back soon. Li Shiqing didn't think much about it. Gu Qiuyan sighed in her heart. Shiqing, why do you need to go through Wu Kai to get to know that big shot? It makes you seem so humble. Do you know that that big shot is actually your stupid husband Chen Yang? But Gu Qiuyan couldn't say this out loud. Wu Kai was about to go to the Imperial Hall with Li Shiqing. When he stood up from his seat, he secretly glanced at Gu Qiuyan. This woman is obviously much more vigilant than Li Shiqing. If only Li Shiqing came to the dinner today, then he would definitely be able to succeed. Let us see how to solve the problem of Gu Qiuyan then. Wu Kai's mind was in a tizzy. Just as the two opened the door of the private room and were about to go out, they saw several figures standing at the door. The one in front who raised his hand to knock on the door was Wu Wenba. Following them are Zhou Tai, Pang Zhe, and Zhou Yilin. Wu Kai was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. Grandpa is here to assist me. Li Shiqing sees that she is so influential that a figure like Mr. Zhou can come and visit her in person. She wonders how much she will admire him. Wu Kai secretly observed Li Shiqing's expression. Sure enough, Li Shiqing looked excited. As a business person, she certainly hopes to make friends with someone like Mr. Zhou, which is a very powerful network of contacts. I finally have this opportunity today. Li Shiqing was very grateful to Wu Kai. However, before Wu Kai could say anything, Wu Wenba suddenly slapped Wu Kai in the face. I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. Bang! Wu Kai never expected that Wu Wenba would suddenly slap him. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Wu Wenba did not give up. He rushed forward, grabbed a chair and smashed it on Wu Kai. Clang clang. Wu Kai finally reacted at this time and yelled, Grandpa, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm your grandson. Because you are my grandson, I will break your legs. Wu Wenba was also very careful about his stance, hitting Wu Kai's legs with every blow. Although the noise was loud, it did not cause much damage to Wu Kai. After all, he is my grandson, how can I not feel sorry for him? It was just because Zhou Tai was watching from the side, and he wanted to do it for Zhou Tai to see. But Wu Kai didn't understand. He just thought Wu Wenbo was crazy. He definitely couldn't bear this humiliation in front of two beauties, so he kicked his legs hard upwards and kicked Wu Wenbo in the stomach. Wu Wenbo was already old, and he couldn't withstand the kick. He immediately fell to the ground and screamed, and the raised chair fell on him. Peng Zhe hurried forward and pushed the chair away, then angrily rushed forward and slapped Wu Kai. "What a heartless, ungrateful bastard! You even dared to hit your own grandfather. No wonder you dared to have feelings for the immortal doctor's woman." Chapter 29, Gu Qiuyan is flattered. What kind of woman is this? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Wu Kai was indeed confused. It was bad enough that he was beaten for no reason, but Peng Zhe actually said that he had fallen in love with the immortal doctor's woman. Who is the immortal doctor? Who is the woman who is the immortal doctor? Li Shicheng? Isn't Li Shicheng's husband that fool Chunyang? You are not going to say that fool Chunyang is a miracle doctor, right? Of course Wu Kai would not believe such a ridiculous thing. However, no one would give him an answer at this moment. Li Shicheng asked blankly, "Seniors, is there any misunderstanding?" There were only two women in this private room, her and Gu Qiuyan. Since Wu Kai was interested in the immortal doctor's woman, it must be one of them. But Li Shicheng was very sure that she didn't know any immortal doctor. As for Gu Qiuyan, as far as Li Shicheng knew, Gu Qiuyan didn't have a boyfriend at all. So who is the woman of the immortal doctor? Li Shicheng was as curious as Wu Kai. The person who knew the truth best was probably Gu Qiuyan, but she chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb. To be honest, she didn't want Li Shicheng to know Chen Yang's identity so soon. She still wanted to continue living with Chen Yang, even if it's only for a month. But after what happened today, Peng Zhe will definitely explain the reason to Li Shicheng after teaching Wu Kai a lesson. The immortal doctor they are talking about is Chen Yang. When Li Shicheng asks about it, won't Gu Qiuyan tell her the truth? It must be necessary. Once Li Shicheng knows the truth, it will definitely break the delicate relationship between the three. How will Gu Qiuyan explain to Li Shicheng then? So Gu Qiuyan's mood at the moment was very complicated. However, what Gu Qiuyan didn't expect was that after Peng Zhe finished teaching Wu Kai a lesson, he suddenly rushed over to her and asked, "Miss Gu, are you satisfied with this result?" Wu Wenbo also stepped forward and said apologetically, "Miss Gu, please forgive me for my poor teaching. I beg you to be magnanimous and show mercy." Zhou Tai, supported by Zhou Yilin, also came to Gu Qiuyan and said, "Miss Gu, we failed to entertain you well today. I hope you can speak well of this to the immortal doctor when you return." I bow to you. The great master of traditional Chinese medicine, the best doctor in Jiangcheng who never bows to the powerful, actually took the initiative to bow to Gu Qiuyan. If the celebrities and dignitaries in Jiangcheng saw this scene, they would be shocked. Gu Qiuyan's mind went blank. Isn't this too exaggerated? Shicheng is obviously Chen Yang's wife, so why are they all here to apologize to me? Gu Qiuyan quickly realized that when Peng Zhe came to visit her, he saw that she and Chen Yang lived in the same room, so he naturally thought that she was Chen Yang's woman. Wu Wenbo and Zhou Tai were also misled by Peng Zhe. "No, I'm not." Gu Qiuyan waved his hands and wanted to explain, but several people completely misinterpreted his meaning. Peng Zhe said, "It seems that Miss Gu is still not satisfied." Wu Wenbo sighed, "Junior brother, help me teach that little bastard a lesson. Keep beating him until Miss Gu is satisfied." Peng Zhe nodded, "Okay." Zhou Tai lowered his back even lower. "Please give me some kind words, Miss Gu. I will be very grateful." Gu Qiuyan. Why is the misunderstanding getting bigger and bigger? That's not what I meant, Mr. Zhou. Please get up quickly. I can't accept this great gift. If people see it, they will think I'm rebelling against Tiangang. I sincerely want to learn the Yama King needle technique from the immortal doctor. If Miss Gu is unwilling to help me realize this dream, I will not get up. Zhou Tai bent his waist even lower. This is a medical fanatic. In order to learn the Yenwang acupuncture method, he did not hesitate to lower himself and even morally blackmailed a junior. If this were to get out, it would definitely cause a sensation in Jiangcheng. Zhou Yilin, who was standing by, also said, "I also offended the immortal doctor before. If I had the chance, I would be willing to kneel down and apologize to him. In fact, I wanted to do that just now, but he left too quickly." You guys It seemed that the explanation was not convincing. Gu Qiuyan sighed and agreed, okay, I will convey your sincerity to him. That's great. Zhou Tai was overjoyed and immediately invited Gu Qiuyan to dine in the Imperial Hall next door. Since we can't find a breakthrough from the immortal doctor, we should just take care of his wife and persuade her more, and the immortal doctor will definitely give in. Besides, Gu Qiuyan does seem easier to get along with. Zhou Tai seemed to have found his life goal, and his eyes suddenly became extremely determined. His goal from now on was to serve the immortal doctor's wife, Miss Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan was afraid that the old man would use moral blackmail on her again, so she agreed to his invitation and took Li Shiqing to the Imperial Hall next door. During the meal, Zhou Tai was so attentive that Gu Qiuyan felt a little flattered. But there is no doubt that Gu Qiuyan also developed a sense of vanity in her heart. Especially in front of your bestie. What a face-saving thing. Gu Qiuyan wanted Chen Yang even more. If only she could keep Chen Yang by her side forever. Gu Qiuyan secretly glanced at Li Shiqing and had a selfish idea in her mind. At this moment, Li Shiqing's mood was even more complicated. Although she and Gu Qiuyan are good friends, best friends are the ones who are most competitive. No one wants their life to be worse than the others. Li Shiqing dreams of making friends with Mr. Zhou, a big shot, but he behaves so humbly in front of Gu Qiuyan. How could she not be jealous? Li Shiqing was so jealous. After the banquet, Zhou Tai gave another round of earnest instructions, hoping that Gu Qiuyan could say a few good words for him in front of the immortal doctor, and Gu Qiuyan agreed repeatedly. Leaving by Weiju. Li Shiqing suddenly asked with a serious expression, Qiuyan, you actually dared to lie to me, do you still consider me your best friend? How did I deceive you? Gu Qiuyan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Li Shiqing had seen through something. Li Shiqing asked, if you really consider me your best friend, why didn't you tell me that you had a boyfriend? Is your boyfriend the one who gave acupuncture in that video you posted? Yes. What's his name? How did you meet? When did you confirm your relationship? Should you introduce him to me? Li Shiqing suddenly asked a series of questions. Gu Qiuyan smiled bitterly, you ask so many questions, how should I answer? My boyfriend, he said he wants to keep it a little mysterious for now. I will definitely introduce you to each other when there is a chance in the future. Li Shiqing pouted and said, Humph, that's really not nice. I'm your best friend, and you still want to keep it a secret from me. He said so. Actually, you two know each other. He also wanted to give you a surprise. Gu Qiuyan found an excuse. Chapter 30, Teach the Vixen a Lesson. I know him? Li Shiqing was surprised. She couldn't remember when she met such a big shot. He is the immortal doctor that even Mr. Zhou wants to curry favor with. If I knew him, why not just go find that immortal doctor directly? Why would I have to get to know Zhou Tai through Wu Kai? You've made me even more curious. A month at most, you'll definitely know. Gu Qiuyan would delay it for as long as possible. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you to give me this surprise. Seeing that she couldn't pry open Gu Qiuyan's mouth no matter how hard she tried, Li Shiqing had to give up and said with a sticky tongue, I really envy you for finding such an amazing boyfriend. Unlike me. She thought again of Zhou Tai and the others' flattering attitude towards Gu Qiuyan at Bai Weiju just now. As for me, I had to deal with that idiot Chen Yang, and nothing I could do was of any use. Gu Qiuyan looked at Li Shiqing's expression and didn't say anything, but she thought in her heart, it's more like I envy you, but it's obviously you who don't know how lucky you are. Putting aside Chen Yang's identity as a fairy doctor, just because Li Shiqing married Chen Yang 3 years ago and got an asset from Tianyao Group, Li Shiqing has no right to say that Chen Yang was useless. Greedy is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Gu Qiuyan asked, since you dislike Chen Yang so much, why don't you divorce him? If you divorce him, you can pursue your own happiness. If you divorce him, it will be easier for me to get Chen Yang to my side. Gu Qiuyan added silently in her heart. Li Shiqing pondered, I won't divorce him. First and foremost, I want to use him as a shield to drive away a lot of annoying flies. The second and most important point is for the reputation of our Li family. Everyone knew that our Li family only fulfilled the engagement with Chen Yang in order to obtain the assets of Tianyao Group. Our initial plan was to divorce Chen Yang as soon as possible after obtaining the assets. But later we discovered that things weren't that simple, especially after our Li family became famous. We became more and more concerned about our reputation. If I divorce Chen Yang, I will definitely be branded as unkind and unjust. Then the entire upper class of Jiangchang will be ashamed of my Li family. And if I continue to support Chen Yang, I can shut those people up. They might even think that I am loyal and righteous, and that they may have wronged our Li family 3 years ago. Besides, Chen Yang is just a fool. His existence has no impact on my life at all. If I really meet the man I like one day, I don't have to care what Chen Yang thinks. Li Shiqing said these words without feeling any shame, and even a little proud. For the first time, Gu Qiuyan felt that the gap between her and her best friend's ideas was so huge. But this is too unfair to Chen Yang. He's so stupid that he doesn't even know what grievance is, so how can it be unfair? Xiaodian, why are you always speaking up for Chen Yang today? Could it be that you've been spending a few days with him and have developed feelings for him? Li Shiqing looked at Gu Qiuyan with suspicion. Gu Qiuyan turned away, feeling guilty. How is it possible? Shiqing, how could you doubt me? She wanted to stand up for Chen Yang, but found that she had no suitable identity. Li Shiqing hugged Gu Qiuyan's arm and smiled sweetly. Hee, I was just teasing you. You found such an excellent boyfriend, how could you still have feelings for that idiot Chen Yang? I, Li Shiqing, have a very good eye for people. I believe my bestie would never do anything out of line. By the way, speaking of Chen Yang, I don't know where that idiot has gone. I clearly told him to stand at the door. When mentioning Chen Yang, Li Shiqing's brows unconsciously frowned again. I'll go look for it. In fact, when she was at Baiweiju, Gu Qiuyan received a message from Chen Yang saying that he had returned home. Li Shiqing said impatiently, let's not bother with him, let's go shopping. Li Shiqing didn't care at all whether Chen Yang would get lost, because there were police around. Gu Qiuyan could see that her best friend really disliked Chen Yang to the core. Apartment. Gu Qiuyan gave Chen Yang a key, and he can now come and go freely. Just as he opened the door lock, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Chen Yang frowned, turned around abruptly and swung his arm, but when he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he gave up the attack. A fox-like figure threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Bad boy, you still want to hit me? I'll let you hit me on the bed, okay? It was Shun Miaoyu. Her voice was sweet and charming, her eyes were seductive, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears as she stared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's eyes heated up. You vixen, you're playing this trick on me again, you deserve to be punished, right? Okay. Shin Miaoyu nodded charmingly, and her voice was like a stream of warm spring water, pouring into Chen Yang's heart. The fire in Chen Yang's body instantly erupted. Without saying a word, he picked up Shin Miaoyu by the waist and gave her a severe beating on the sofa in the living room. Black stockings, a tight skirt, and a lampshade were scattered messily on the living room floor. Chen Yang hit Shin Miaoyu very hard and knocked her to her knees. In order to survive, Shin Miaoyu kept begging for mercy, and even gave up her dignity and acknowledged Chen Yang as her father, hoping that Chen Yang would let her go. Seeing her sincerity, Chen Yang gave up, but still warned Shin Miaoyu that if she dared to use her charm on him again, he would beat her. After they rested for a while, Chen Yang asked, "How did you know I was here?" How rude of a bastard. He doesn't even know how to be gentle with women. Shin Miaoyu first gave Chen Yang a resentful look before she said, "My Shin family is one of the top wealthy families in Jiangcheng. How could we not find out something like this? Not only do I know that you live with Gu Qiuyan, I also know that you and Li Shiqing are not on good terms. She still thinks you are a fool." Shen Miaoyu covered her red lips and giggled. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. "So it seems you've investigated me in great detail? Aren't you afraid of offending me? What should I do? I've already done my research. Why don't you just beat me up again?" Chen Yang sneered, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Bang bang bang. Chen Yang slapped Shin Miaoyu's beautiful breasts hard, and finally Shin Miaoyu was convinced by the slap. Shin Miaoyu begged for mercy. All right, I know I was wrong. I came here to give you information, and you beat me up. Is that unreasonable?" Shin Miaoyu is worthy of being called a fatal widow. Her coquettish tone and charming eyes can really melt any man's heart. Unfortunately, it fell into Chen Yang's hands. I guess she doesn't know yet that being Chen Yang's woman is addictive. Chapter 31, Bringing the Vixen Home. Chen Yang really couldn't stand the vixen's look, so he looked away, fearing that if he stared at her for too long, she would not be able to help but beat her again. "What information do you want to give me?" Chen Yang asked. Shen Miaoyu sat up straight on the sofa. "Didn't you ask me to investigate what happened to the Chen family 3 years ago? Any clues?" Chen Yang's eyes suddenly focused, and his aura changed instantly. From being relaxed the previous moment, he became extremely solemn, which made Shen Miaoyu feel so much pressure that she almost couldn't breathe. Shen Miaoyu was already gasping for air, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, please withdraw your magical powers first." Chun Yang restrained his breath. "Sorry, I lost control for a moment." "Hate." Shen Miaoyu scolded him, but her heart was in turmoil. It was just as her elder brother said, Chen Yang was unfathomable. The aura he exuded almost suffocated me just now. This risky move paid off. Although Shen Miaoyu has a bad reputation outside, the fact is, as she said, Chen Yang is indeed her second man. It is impossible for an ordinary man to let Shen Miaoyu sacrifice herself so easily. Unless he is someone with extraordinary potential. According to the assessment given by Shen Tianhua, Chen Yang is a person with extraordinary potential. However, Shen Tianhua did not let his sister win over Chen Yang in this way. It was Shen Miaoyu's own decision to offer her body to Chen Yang. Fortunately, this move was the right one. Shen Miaoyu said, "I asked someone to conduct a detailed investigation and found that the Tianyao group 3 years ago was not as simple as it seemed." "Why do you say that?" Tianyao group is ostensibly a comprehensive group integrating many industries, but in reality, all of this is just a cover-up. The true core of Tianyao group is its biopharmaceutical division. Biopharmaceutical department? Well, this is nothing, but the strange thing is that after the dissolution of Tianyao group, all the major industries under its name have been fought over, but only the biopharmaceutical sector has no one dared to touch. Shen Miaoyu paused, then continued, "Such a core industry, yet no one dares to take it over. There must be some unspeakable secret." Chen Yang fell into deep thought. A moment later, Chen Yang asked, "What else?" "That's all I know for now." By the way, when Tianyao group was still around, the person in charge of biopharmaceuticals was a man named Jia Dong. He disappeared shortly after your parents got into trouble. Shen Miaoyu added. Chen Yang nodded, "I understand. Please continue to help me investigate. The more information you can find, the better. I will definitely not let your efforts be in vain in the future." "Bah, I don't believe it. You hit me so hard just now, damn it." Shen Miaoyu spat. Chen Yang did not respond to her and fell silent. Shen Miaoyu did not make any noise to disturb him, but just sat quietly beside him and watched Chen Yang. She knew that the information just now was a huge shock to Chen Yang, so she needed to give Chen Yang some time to digest it. This is the advantage of a mature young woman. With just one look from you, she knows it's time to change positions. Similarly, with just one move from you, she knows you want some peace and quiet. Chen Yang was silent for a while, and his thoughts began to recover. Seeing Shen Miaoyu staring at him with a half smile on her face, her foxy eyes blinking coquettishly, Chen Yang knew what was going on. "Do you have something to ask of me?" "Mr. Chen is so smart," Shen Miaoyu exclaimed in admiration. Chen Yang said, "Tell me about it." "It's about the Lu family." The old man of the Lu family was seriously ill. Lu Zhen had asked Zhou Tai to treat him before, but Zhou Tai failed to cure him. He said that he knew a fairy doctor who could definitely cure him if he could be invited. Lu Zhen placed all his hopes on the immortal doctor. However, Zhou Tai didn't know the identity of the immortal doctor, but he assured Lu Zhen that he had asked his disciple Peng Zhe to visit him and that he would have an answer soon. So Lu Zhen has been paying attention to this matter. Today at Baiweiju, Zhou Tai learned that Chun Yang was the immortal doctor. Lu Zhen happened to call to ask, so Zhou Tai told Lu Zhen the truth. After hearing this, Lu Zhen regretted it deeply. The immortal doctor had clearly come to the door and offered to help with the treatment, but in order not to offend Zhou Tai, Lu Zhen drove Chen Yang out. Thinking about it now, Lu Zhen wanted to slap himself twice. Thinking that it was Shen Miaoyu who brought Chen Yang that day, Lu Zhen called Shen Miaoyu, apologized to her, and hoped that she could persuade the immortal doctor to give the Lu family another chance. Shen Miaoyu was a veteran in the business world, and of course she would not miss such a good opportunity, so she took the opportunity to knock off a big project from the Lu family. Lu Zhen had no choice but to agree. Shen Miaoyu did not say anything definite, she just said that she could persuade Chen Yang. If successful, the project would belong to the Shen family, if not, forget it. This made Lu Zhen feel a little better. Originally, the Lu family lost the Snow Mist Lotus, and I had no intention of taking action. However, since you have helped me investigate so much, I will help you this time. Chen Yang was not helping the Lu family, but Shen Miaoyu. Shen Miaoyu smiled charmingly, leaned over to Chen Yang and gave him a passionate kiss on the cheek. "I knew you would definitely feel sorry for me, my sincerity was not in vain." "Sincere?" Chen Yang glanced at Shen Miaoyu and said with a smile, "You are not a child anymore. I don't know who you are really devoted to. You don't believe me?" Shin Miaoyu sat on Chen Yang, put her arms around Chen Yang's neck, her breath as sweet as orchid and her eyes as charming as silk. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "I wouldn't believe you. A woman like Shin Miaoyu is too experienced and good at playing with people's hearts. If Chen Yang really trusts her so easily, he will definitely be fooled by her. Such a woman is only suitable for physical communication, and there is no need for deep emotional communication." Shin Miaoyu stared at Chen Yang for a while, and seeing that he was indifferent, she curled her lips and got off Chen Yang, saying, "You are such a heartless man, you really make me sad." Having said that, there wasn't a trace of loss or sadness on his face. This also shows that Shin Miaoyu is not an ordinary woman, and her emotions are not revealed on her face. The two of them tidied up and restored the messy sofa to its original state to avoid being caught by Gu Qiuyan when she came back, and then went out together to the Lu family. Half an hour later, Gu Qiuyan returned to the apartment carrying a lot of bags. I thought to myself that next time I go shopping in the mall, I must bring Chen Yang with me. What a great bag carrying tool. Wrong. Gu Qiuyan had just put the things down when she suddenly sniffed. Why was there a smell of perfume in the house, and it was a very strong smell? It must be that vixen Shin Miaoyu. "Chen Yang, did you bring a vixen home?" Gu Qiuyan yelled angrily, but after looking around, she found that Chen Yang was not there, so she called Chen Yang, but he didn't answer the call. What made Gu Qiuyan even more intolerable was that she actually found several strands of Shin Miaoyu's hair on the sofa. Chapter 32, Teaching the Yama Acupuncture Technique. Lu Family. When Lu Jin got the news that Shin Miaoyu had invited Chen Yang, he was immediately excited and prepared to welcome Chen Yang's arrival with the most grand ceremony. Of course, he did not forget to inform Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai, a medical enthusiast, dreams of observing the Yin Wang acupuncture technique in person. In his own words, "If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Hurry, don't go back, go to Lu's house instead." The driver immediately drove Zhou Tai to the Lu family. So when Chen Yang arrived at the Lu family, he saw 2 rows of welcoming teams standing at the gate. It would be fine if these welcoming people were minor figures, but they happened to be a master of traditional Chinese medicine like Zhou Tai. If someone saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out. Lu Jin quickly stepped forward, opened the car door for Chen Yang himself, and then apologized with a flattering smile. Chen Yang waved his hand, "You don't have to flatter me. I agreed to come and treat your father this time not because of the Lu family's face, but because of Shin Miaoyu." Understood. Immortal Doctor, please come in quickly. Lu Jin knew that he was in the wrong and had been disrespectful to the Immortal Doctor before, so no matter what Chen Yang said, he would not be angry. This time I want to try my best to repair the relationship between the two sides. "Hey, Immortal Doctor, we meet again." Zhou Tai, supported by Zhou Yilin, stood at the door to greet him. When Chen Yang passed by, he smiled shyly twice. Chen Yang was speechless. This little old man is really persistent. But this makes the little old man look cute. In fact, Chen Yang could feel that Zhou Tai was not a bad person. Instead, he was quite tolerant and generous. Every time Zhou Yilin had an argument with him, he acted as if he didn't care. Take the last time at the Lu family for example. Chen Yang said in front of Zhou Tai that his medical skills were better than Zhou Tai's, but Zhou Tai didn't get angry. If it were Wu Wenba, he would have been so angry that he would have jumped to his feet. That's the gap. Chen Yang glanced at Zhou Tai, who was grinning foolishly, and said calmly, "Since you are the best doctor in Jiangcheng, you will help me later." Really? Zhou Tai's body trembled violently, and his silver hair began to dance excitedly. Zhou Tai will definitely not let the Immortal Doctor down. What is an assistant? A doctor would only ask others to help him when he was teaching his apprentices. This is not just a simple observation, but a hands-on practice where you can really learn something. This means that Chen Yang is willing to guide him. How could Zhou Tai not be excited? "I don't expect anything from you." Chen Yang said this in a cold tone, then stepped into the Lu family's hall. Zhou Tai didn't mind Chen Yang's cold words at all. He even felt delighted that the Immortal Doctor had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Everyone entered the hall. All the members of the Lu family are here, and the population is huge. They looked at Chen Yang's young face and expressed serious doubts. Chen Yang said to Lu Jin, "Let those who are irrelevant leave." Good. Lu Jin gave some instructions, and soon only a few direct corps members were left in the hall, mainly Lu Jin's lineage. Who is this? Chen Yang's eyes swept around and finally landed on a woman in her 30s who still had some charm. Replying to the Immortal Doctor, "This is my father's second wife." Lu Xun glanced at the woman and frowned subconsciously. He introduced her as father's second wife instead of stepmother, which shows that Lu Xun did not like this woman. In fact, his feelings are completely understandable. This stepmother is nearly 10 years younger than Lu Xun, and no one can stand her. Mrs. Lin Zhao has met the immortal doctor. Seeing that Chen Yang noticed her, Lin Zhao took the initiative to greet him, looking gentle and virtuous. Her voice was also sweet, her eyebrows and eyes were moving, and she was full of charm. No wonder Lu Changjiang is so interested in young girls. Chen Yang just nodded slightly and looked away. The rich and powerful had a very extravagant and exciting life, but Chen Yang was not interested. He came here just to treat Lu Changjiang's illness and would leave after the treatment. What happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. Does the immortal doctor want to rest for a while? After all, he had offended Chen Yang before. Lu Xun was thinking about whether to greet Chen Yang first, but Chen Yang waved his hand and said, "Go upstairs and treat the illness directly." He didn't want to waste any more time in the Lu family. Lu Xun invited Chen Yang upstairs and opened the door. Lu Changjiang was lying motionless on the bed. According to Lu Xun, he had been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights and was being kept alive by glucose water. Chen Yang nodded, "Except Zhou Tai, everyone else should go out." Good. Soon, only Chen Yang and Zhou Tai were left in the room, as well as Lu Changjiang, who was unconscious on the bed. Chen Yang asked, "Did you bring the needle?" "I brought it." Zhou Tai, as Jiangqing's #1 doctor and a medical enthusiast, always carries acupuncture needles with him. "Let's get started. I'll talk and you do it." Zhou Tai was stunned. "Are you going to give acupuncture directly without taking the pulse first?" But he soon realized something, and a surge of ecstasy rushed to his head, and he almost jumped up on the spot. "I say it, you do it." The meaning of these words is clearly to teach him the Yin Wang acupuncture method orally. The facts were just as Zhou Tai had guessed. Since this old man was a medical geek, Chen Yang decided to teach him the Yin Wang acupuncture technique. The main thing is that this old man is really annoying. I might as well teach him the acupuncture technique and give him some peace and quiet. You're an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner, but don't you know that you need to remain calm when giving acupuncture? How can you cure an illness when your emotions are so volatile? Chen Yang suddenly scolded. Zhou Tai quickly suppressed his inner ecstasy and said seriously, "Teacher is right." He successfully changed his tone. Chen Yang didn't take it to heart. After Zhou Tai calmed down, he taught him the Yin Wang acupuncture method and taught him one acupoint at a time. From acupuncture point determination to needle insertion technique, angle, and depth, every inch is taken into consideration. Zhou Tai became more and more frightened as he stabbed. It turns out that this is the Yin Wang acupuncture method, which is truly mysterious. Acupuncture is truly as vast as the ocean. Zhou Tai lived to be over 80 years old and had been immersed in traditional Chinese medicine for decades. He boasted that his medical skills were unparalleled. But when he met the immortal doctor today, he suddenly realized that the medical field was vast and he was just a frog in the well. Zhou Tai died without regrets as he was able to become a disciple of the immortal doctor in the last moments of his life. Buzz. When the last needle fell, the end of the needle actually burst into a trembling sound, and Zhou Tai's state of mind also improved, as if a barrier was broken, and light came towards him. Zhou Tai himself didn't realize that this acupuncture treatment actually made him burst into tears. "Teacher, please accept my disciple's greeting." Zhou Tai couldn't help himself and knelt in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang said casually, "I'm not your teacher, and you don't have to worship me. I'm teaching you the Yin Wang acupuncture technique. I just think you have a sincere heart for medicine, so you can spread this acupuncture technique. There's no need to be shy." Chen Yang is definitely not the kind of person who cherishes his own things. As a son of China, he also hopes that Chinese traditional medicine can be promoted and developed. It's selflessness. Chapter 33: The Strange Man Who Stopped the Car. Disciple will follow the teacher's teachings. Zhou Tai kowtowed. Although Chen Yang just said that he was not his teacher, in Zhou Tai's heart, Chen Yang taught him the Yin Wang acupuncture technique, so Chen Yang was his teacher. He will also treat you with respect as a teacher. Chen Yang shook his head. "You little old man, everyone says you are a medical idiot, but I think you are more like stubborn." "Hey, thank you for the compliment, teacher." Zhou Tai actually thought that Chen Yang was praising him. Chen Yang said nothing more. "If he likes to call me teacher, let him do that. The treatment time of Yin Wang acupuncture is 15 minutes. Once the 15 minutes are up, the needle must be removed, otherwise Lu Changjiang will not be able to withstand its dominance. Zhou Tai kept an eye on the clock hands. Soon 15 minutes passed. Zhou Tai pulled out all the needles from Lu Changjiang's body, but strangely, Lu Changjiang had not yet woken up. "Teacher, why is this?" Zhou Tai was very puzzled. He had never doubted that there was anything wrong with the acupuncture method taught by Chen Yang, and he had helped Lu Changjiang diagnose it before. He was sure that as long as he used the Yin Wang acupuncture method, he would be able to cure Lu Changjiang. But Lu Changjiang did not wake up, which was beyond Zhou Tai's expectations. "That's because he's not simply ill." Chen Yang seemed to have guessed this result a long time ago and didn't find it strange at all. Zhou Tai was puzzled and asked, "It's not just an illness?" "What do you mean, teacher?" Chen Yang did not answer. He walked to the head of the bed and placed his palm on Lu Changjiang's forehead. He activated the flame dragon technique and slowly injected a stream of fire energy into it. Lu Changjiang suddenly opened his eyes. His eye sockets were sunken, his cheekbones were almost fleshless, and he was just skin and bones. His eye sockets were pitch black, and when he opened his eyes, his eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out. Zhou Tai was startled. Lu Changjiang's eyes were so fierce and full of hatred, as if Chen Yang's rescue made him unhappy. "With the king of hell before us, how dare a mere little devil commit such evil deeds?" Chen Yang sneered and slapped Lu Changjiang on the forehead. A sharp roar was heard immediately, and Lu Changjiang's facial features were distorted. It was as if something was trying to come out of his body. "Ah!" This was not Lu Changjiang's voice, but the crying of a child. Zhou Tai was horrified. "Teacher, what's going on?" "I've been practicing medicine for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such strange symptoms." "Weird?" "Weird, of course." Chen Yang slapped Lu Changjiang on the forehead again. This time, when he took his hand away, a puff of black smoke actually came up. After the black smoke left Lu Changjiang's body, the child's crying finally stopped. The ferocity in Lu Changjiang's eyes slowly disappeared. It wasn't until Lu Changjiang closed his eyes again that Zhou Tai came back to his senses. He wanted to ask something, but Chen Yang said, "Some things can't be explained by medicine. Don't be too curious, otherwise your worldview will be distorted." Disciple understands. After hearing Chen Yang's words, even if Zhou Tai was curious, he didn't dare to ask any further. Not everyone has the magical powers of a fairy doctor. Some things should be kept away from. Therefore, Zhou Tai did not mention anything about what had just happened, and just assumed that Lu Changjiang woke up after he used the Yama needle technique. Chen Yang refused Lu Zhen's hospitality and took a taxi back. Why not take Xin Miaoyu's car? First of all, not everyone can subdue the vixen. When Chen Yang stays with her, he is always worried that the fire in his body will run wild. Secondly, Gu Qiuyan must have arrived home by now. If he took Xin Miaoyu's car back, it would make Gu Qiuyan unhappy. Moreover, the scent of Xin Miaoyu's perfume was on his body, and it would take time to dissipate. It's just right to take a taxi back. Thinking of Gu Qiuyan, Chen Yang took out his mobile phone and found several missed calls, obviously all from Gu Qiuyan. There are more than a dozen other messages. "Chen Yang, you bastard, where the hell have you been? Why didn't you answer the phone? Are you with that vixen Xin Miaoyu? Call me back in 3 minutes or I'll be mad. Chen Yang, you're done. This girl is really angry. Chen Yang, can you please pay attention to me?" Chen Yang looked at the messages one by one, and could even imagine Gu Qiuyan's tone, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This silly girl. Grass. Chen Yang was just about to call Gu Qiuyan back when the driver suddenly yelled, and the car twisted wildly and crashed into the curb. Bang! The car came to a violent stop. The driver kicked open the car door and walked towards the man who stopped the car, cursing, "Are you fucking blind? You want to die standing in the middle of the road, right?" The man was about 30 years old, thin, and had a very pale face, a sickly paleness, as if he was malnourished. But in sharp contrast to his skin, his eyes were unusually black, giving people a strange feeling. Facing the driver's curse, the man just said lightly, "Get lost." "You fucking." The driver had never seen such an arrogant person. He was about to argue with the man, but suddenly he met the man's gaze and felt an inexplicable chill in his body. "That's really weird. Never mind, you're obviously a psychopath. I don't want to bother with you." The driver muttered and backed away, frightened by the man's look. Chen Yang also got out of the car. The strange man's gaze instantly fell on Chen Yang. It was obvious that he came for Chen Yang. The little ghost in Lu Changzhang's body, is it you who raised it? Chen Yang suddenly spoke first. The strange man grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. You really are quite capable, kid. This matter has nothing to do with you. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? I saved Lu Changzhang only to repay a favor. After I've repaid the favor, I won't interfere with whether Lu Changzhang lives or dies in the future. So, don't involve me in your grudges. Ha ha, what a joke. You ruined my plan, kid. Do you think you can get away with it so easily? Since you can see through Lu Changzhang's problems, you must die. Well. Chen Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. I have no choice. Then go to hell. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, he flashed in front of the strange man, and fanned out with the energy of the flame dragon art surging from his palm. Bang! The strange man retreated suddenly, and one of his arms was shattered by Chen Yang's slap, spreading large amounts of blood mist. What a powerful force! Could it be that you are? Swish! Before the strange man could finish his words, Chen Yang rushed to him and punched him directly in the chest. The man opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth desperately but could not utter a word. He was unwilling to believe that he died so easily at the hands of Chen Yang without even having the chance to display all his skills. Chapter 34 I'm not wrong, you are my master's wife. Snap! As the strange man died, a wooden gourd tied around his waist suddenly cracked, and black smoke came out, accompanied by sobbing sounds. Then the black smoke condensed into a child's face. The driver in the distance was so frightened that he lost his memory. He completely forgot the scene of Chen Yang killing the strange man just now, and fled in a panic. Chen Yang looked at the faces emerging from the black smoke, his brows furrowed deeply. These children all died at birth, and were later used by the strange man to sacrifice and transform into ghosts, unable to be reborn. The best solution is to help them to be liberated. You should go to a Taoist priest for this matter. Chen Yang didn't understand. But the cries of the children in the black smoke were very miserable, as if they were suffering great pain. Their eyes were begging Chen Yang to help them get rid of it. Chen Yang sighed, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. Then he saw the black smoke rushing towards the fire like a moth to a flame. Although this process is very painful, it is nothing compared to the torture of eternal damnation. Before burning out, they cast grateful glances towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang was in a complicated mood. This can also be considered as accumulating good karma for the future. Finished dealing with these, Chen Yang walked back to the apartment. It normally took him more than 40 minutes to walk, but with his strength, he finished the journey in just over 10 minutes. The moment I opened the apartment door, I saw Gu Qiuyan's resentful eyes as expected. She sat on the sofa in a depressed mood. On the coffee table in front of him were a few strands of hair padded with tissue paper. Chen Yang was suddenly shocked. This was bad. He had clearly cleaned up everything before leaving, but there were still a few hairs left. Would Gu Qiuyan eat him? Hee, Teacher Gu is watching TV in the living room. Chen Yang gave an awkward smile. Gu Qiuyan glanced at the dark TV screen and her anger finally erupted. You still remember to come back? Why don't you spend the night outside with that vixen? What vixen? Chen Yang played dumb. Gu Qiuyan asked, do you have any other vixen besides Xin Miaoyu? That's definitely not the case. Chen Yang answered very decisively, but unexpectedly fell into Gu Qiuyan's trap. Okay, you really admitted that you had an affair with Xin Miaoyu. I haven't denied it. Chen Yang said silently in his heart, but he still explained, Xin Miaoyu came to ask me to treat Lu Changzhang. As long as they are not caught on the spot, men will always keep their mouths shut. Gu Qiuyan obviously didn't believe it and glared at Chen Yang angrily. Chen Yang continued to explain, what I said is true. I really went to treat Lu Changzhang. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Tai. He can testify for me. You think I'm afraid to ask? Gu Qiuyan actually took out her cell phone and made a call. Before, when he was at Baiweiju, Zhou Tai kept trying to please Gu Qiuyan, hoping that Gu Qiuyan would speak well of him in front of Chen Yang, and finally forced the phone on Gu Qiuyan. This will come in handy. As soon as Gu Qiuyan dialed the number, Zhou Tai's surprised voice rang out from the other end, Master's wife. Master's wife? Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment and reminded, Mr. Zhou, I am Gu Qiuyan, did you recognize the wrong person? That's right, you are my master's wife. Thanks to your kind words, the teacher was willing to teach me the Yin Wang acupuncture method. Zhou Tai said excitedly. Gu Qiuyan realized something. You mean, Chen Yang taught you the Yama King needle technique? When? Not long ago, when I was treating Lu Changzheng, my teacher personally taught me the formula for the Yama King needle technique. He really went to treat Lu Changzheng. Gu Qiuyan felt like she had punched cotton. She had no choice but to say a few polite words to Zhou Tai and then hung up the phone. Chen Yang spread his hands and said, "Do you believe me now?" "I don't believe it." Gu Qiuyan crossed her arms over her chest and twisted her body to the side angrily. Bringing Shen Miaoyu home is a capital crime. Chen Yang burst out laughing. It seems that this level cannot be skipped. Besides, Gu Qiuyan angrily said, "You ruined my Chunchi Yen Yun last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Here it comes, women as specialty bringing up old grudges. As expected, smart men will never quarrel with women, because women quarrel not about a time node, but a time dimension. She can dig up everything about the time you bought milk tea one night a few years ago but didn't give her the first sip. Chen Yang admitted that arguing with Gu Qiuyan today was a very unwise behavior. However, good fortune will always be with you. Just when Gu Qiuyan was about to bring up old matters, a phone call from Li Shiqing suddenly saved Chen Yang. Qiuyan, quickly read the news, Jiangcheng headlines. What's wrong? You'll know when you finish reading it. Li Shiqing's voice was very excited. Gu Qiuyan opened the Jiangcheng headlines in confusion, and when she saw the eye-catching title, she became excited. Master Yangchen. It's actually news related to Master Yangchen. Gu Yang, president of the Jiangcheng Calligraphy Association, said there will be a calligraphy exhibition at the Central Cultural Center next Saturday, where a work by Master Yang Chen will be on display. Gu Qiuyan excitedly jumped up from the sofa and held up her phone to Chen Yang. Look, it really is Master Yangchen. I saw it. Chen Yang helplessly pushed the phone away from his eyes. This woman is so unpredictable. She was angry one second and then acted as if nothing had happened the next. Didn't I tell you before that there will be news about Master Yangchen soon? Chen Yang said calmly, as if he had expected it. Gu Qiuyan calmed down and suddenly stared at Chen Yang. Oh, right, how did you know this news in advance? Could it be that, you know Gu Yang, the president of the Calligraphy Association? It was Gu Yang who leaked the news to you in advance, right? Why don't you ask me if I know Master Yangchen? Maybe Master Yangchen told me this news himself. Cut. Gu Qiuyan snorted, clearly not believing that Chen Yang knew Master Yangchen. She cupped her cheek and thought, Master Yangchen's 8 works are clearly already in someone's collection, so why would they be at the Calligraphy Association? Could it be that a collector donated his work? Which one could it be? Gu Qiuyan showed strong curiosity and felt inexplicably nervous. After all, Master Yang Chen is a person with special meaning to her. Chen Yang then said, "It's a new work." How do you know? I said I know Master Yangchen. Here we go again, what if it's not a new work? If not, I'll do whatever you want with me. Okay, if not, I want you to divorce Shi Chang. Chapter 35 100 million, help me kill Chen Yang. Lu family villa. Lin Jiao held a jade pendant in her hand, her eyes blazing with hatred. Chen Yang, you killed my man. I want you to die a miserable death. The strange man who intercepted Chen Yang halfway was Lin Jiao's lover. The two conspired to kill Lu Changzheng, then find a way to make a fortune from the Lu family and then run away. It just so happened that the man knew some evil magic to raise ghosts, so he cast a spell on Lu Changzheng. The Lu family invited many doctors, including the genius Dr. Zhou Tai. Lin Jiao was not worried at all because they knew clearly that Lu Changzheng was not simply ill. As soon as Lu Changzheng died, the two men's evil plan would succeed. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang suddenly jumped out at this time and ruined their plan. Seeing Chen Yang save Lu Changzheng, Lin Jiao wanted to kill him. This man must not be allowed to stay. What if they want to attack Lu Changzheng again in the future and are saved by Chen Yang? So after Chen Yang left the Lu family, Lin Jiao contacted her lover immediately and wanted to kill Chen Yang on the way. But what Lin Jiao didn't expect was that her lover never came back after he left. Lin Jiao secretly sent people to look for it, but they only found a jade pendant, which was a token of their love. When Lin Jiao saw the jade pendant, she knew that her lover had met with an accident. Prepare the car, I'm going to see the Blood Dragon King. Lin Jiao put on a black gauze dress and asked her confidant to drive her to a private residence. It is more like a palace than a house. Because the magnificent buildings here are almost indistinguishable from a royal palace. Most of the people moving around inside were women, and they were beautiful women under the age of 30. They were dressed very coolly, covered in gauze skirts, and had graceful figures. Each one is like a woman from a painting. Such a beautiful scene can be witnessed from outside the house. If a man sees it, it will definitely be a feast for the eyes. But the reality is that no man dares to look in this direction, because they are afraid of death. The owner of this house is named Gongli, nicknamed the Blood Dragon King. He is a powerful internal force warrior. Those men who dared to peek outside the house were brutally killed by Gongli. This is a harem that belongs only to Gongli. If other men take one more look at it, they will have to pay with their lives. After Lin Zhao arrived at her destination, she handed a red card to the maid at the door. The maid checked it carefully and then took Lin Zhao into the house. In the palace-like house in the middle, there is a blood-red dragon throne that is bigger than the bed. Blood Dragon King Gongli was lying on his side on the dragon throne, and several charming women were serving him wholeheartedly. They were half naked, and even when they saw outsiders coming in, they did not look unnatural at all. Lin Zhao took off the black veil on her head, revealing her face. "I am Lin Zhao, greeting the Blood Dragon King. What do you want from me?" Gongli didn't even look at it, but opened his mouth and bit a grape handed to him by the maid, with an extremely arrogant attitude. "I want to ask the Blood Dragon King to kill someone." Lin Zhao quickly explained her purpose. "You should know that asking me, the Blood Dragon King, to help you is very expensive, right? 100 million. Oh? Gongli became interested. He sat up from the dragon throne and drove away the women on him. For the first time, he looked Lin Zhao in the eye and said, "Tell me about the other party's situation." His name is Chen Yang, he might be an internal force warrior. Lin Zhao handed the investigation information to Gongli. After reading it, Gongli's lips curled up into a half smile. It turns out he's the son of Chen Song from Tianyao Group. He became mentally retarded for 3 years after marrying into the Li family, and recently became a celestial doctor in Jiangcheng. Interesting. I, Blood Dragon King, will take this order. Lin Zhao was overjoyed. Then I will go back and wait for the Blood Dragon King's victory report. Give me the money first. Saturday came in a blink of an eye. The day of the Calligraphy Association's works exhibition. As Master Yang Chen's #1 fan, Gu Qiuyan naturally couldn't be absent. She also made a bet with Chen Yang that if the work on display was not a new work by Master Yang Chen Yang would have to divorce Li Shiqing when he returned. This is an attack by the substitutes against the starting players. Li Shiqing naturally also arrived at the scene. When the two women met, they had endless things to talk about, especially when talking about Master Yang Chen. They both seemed to have returned to the time when they first met, that feeling of regret that they had not met earlier. Li Shiqing looked around and said, "That idiot Chen Yan didn't insist on coming this time, did he? Such an elegant place, his presence would ruin the artistic atmosphere." Chen Yang. Gu Qiuyan hesitated to speak. In fact, she came with Chen Yang, but after arriving at the cultural center, Chen Yang said he had to go out to do something and asked Gu Qiuyan to go and meet Li Shiqing by herself. Gu Qiuyan was happy and at ease. Which of Master Yang Chen's works do you think will be on display this time? Li Shiqing just mentioned it briefly, and then didn't take Chen Yang to heart. She pulled Gu Qiuyan aside to discuss which work of Master Yang Chen would be on display soon. Gu Qiuyan soon immersed herself in the discussion with Li Shiqing. Time slowly came to noon. More and more people came to the exhibition hall, and most of them were fans of Master Yang Chen. After all, the Calligraphy Association used the name of Master Yang Chen to promote this exhibition. I am deeply honored that you have taken time out of your busy schedules to attend this calligraphy exhibition. As more people gathered, Gu Yang and several directors of the Calligraphy Association came on stage, and Gu Yang gave an opening speech. A lot of hype. The crowd couldn't wait any longer. The staff unveiled the cloths one by one, knowing that most people here came for Master Yang Chen, so they deliberately left Master Yang Chen's works to be unveiled last. The next one is the work of a talented calligrapher. Some of you may have seen it, but it's a classic that never goes out of style. The staff spoke word by word in order to raise everyone's emotions to the highest level. As the canvas opens, 4 wild characters instantly rushed into everyone's sight. Exactly. The Beauty of Spring Pool. A classic work created by Master Yang Chen 3 years ago. It was a coincidence that when the Calligraphy Association announced that it would exhibit Master Yang Chen's works on Saturday, a calligraphy collector took the initiative to find Gu Yang the next day and said that he was also willing to put his collection of works on display. Apparently, this collector thought that the Calligraphy Association was going to exhibit an old work by Master Yang Chen from 3 years ago, so he decided to show off his work as well. It's a good opportunity to do Gu Yang a favor. So the scene before our eyes happened. Gu Qiuyan said excitedly, "I guessed right. It really is this work. Shiqing, you lose." She had just discussed with Li Shiqing which work was most likely to be exhibited this time. Gu Qiuyan guessed it was Spring Pool Beauty, and she guessed it right. Li Shiqing curled her lips. "Humph, you are awesome." "That's it." Gu Qiuyan puffed out her chest without any modesty, and then she thought of another thing. If it wasn't a new work, would Chen Yang have to file for divorce when he returned? Chapter 36, Guanguan Jujiu, on the island of the river. When she thought about this, Gu Qiuyan became even more excited, but when she looked at Li Shiqing next to her, she felt a little guilty. Was it a bad thing for her to instigate their divorce? But Gu Qiuyan quickly comforted herself by saying that they were not happy now and divorce would be good for both of them. Thinking of this, I felt much more at ease. Everyone. Just as everyone was immersed in appreciating the sound of Spring Pool, Gu Yang's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. In fact, there is a finale piece in today's exhibition, called Guanguan Jujiu. The Orioles are singing on the island in the river. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. A staff member wearing white gloves came in front of the crowd with the scroll, stood at the front booth, and slowly unfolded the scroll in response to Gu Yang's voice. In an instant, the dancing words turned into love, surging out from the scroll. This is a passage from the Book of Songs, expressing a man's admiration for a woman. The wild and flamboyant cursive script, combined with the poetic atmosphere, is so unrestrained and wild that one can feel the excitement even from a long distance. That is no longer cursive calligraphy, but a world. A world formed by a man's sincere and surging love. Most of the people present were fans of Master Yang Chen, and they could hardly recognize that this was Master Yang Chen's handwriting. Compared with 3 years ago, Master Yang Chen's style has become more bold and individual. His running script has become cursive script, and the strokes of each character have changed. There are fewer strokes, but the artistic conception is deeper. It seemed as if every word was poured with emotion. This is the true charm. It can't even be imitated. This is bound to become Master Yang Chen's most outstanding work since his debut. President Gu, you actually have such a hidden treasure. You really hid it from me. A middle-aged wealthy businessman said resentfully. The previous painting Spring Pond Charm was his private collection. It was exhibited this time and was thought to be the hottest topic of today's exhibition. Who would have thought that a painting called Guanguan Jujiu would suddenly appear? In such a comparison, his Chun Chi Yenyun is actually much inferior. As expected, the only one who could defeat Master Yang Chen was Master Yang Chen many years later. So shocking. President Gu, I'm willing to pay 100 million. How about you sell this work to me? Someone couldn't help but make an offer, and then someone else said, I'll offer 150 million. This is Master Yang Chen's comeback work after 3 years of seclusion. I must get it. Ha, Lao Wang, when it comes to financial resources, my brother Ma is still better. I'll offer 200 million. Another wealthy businessman bid. Gu Yang's face darkened. Everyone, I think you've misunderstood. This is a calligraphy exhibition, not an auction. If you want to bid, turn left when you exit. Intellectuals are more or less a bit arrogant, and Gu Yang remained calm even when facing these wealthy businessmen. Several wealthy businessmen didn't want to refute him, so they smiled awkwardly and said, President Gu Yang is right. We are the ones who are vulgar. Gu Yang's expression brightened slightly, and he continued, but this painting, Guanguan Jujiu, is indeed quite special. It will only be exhibited today. Why is this happening? Has this work already been bought? It will only be exhibited once if it is bought by someone. If you want to exhibit it again in the future, it depends on the buyer's wishes. Gu Yang shook his head. It wasn't bought by anyone, but this work was given by Master Yang Chen as a gift to a female friend of his. Deliver? When everyone heard this, they were immediately surprised. Someone asked, President Gu, could you tell us who is so lucky to receive Master Yang Chen's new work as a gift? Is the lady present? Exist. Everyone thought Gu Yang would keep it a secret again, but he nodded very readily, which immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. That person was actually there. For a moment, everyone was looking around, especially at the women. But there were so many women present that it was impossible to guess who it was. President Gu, can you tell me the identity of that woman? Everyone can't wait. So far, except for those within the Calligraphy Association, no one outside has ever seen the true appearance of Master Yang Chen, and everyone has been curious about him for a long time. Now that they heard that Master Yang Chen had a female friend here, everyone wanted to see which lucky woman was worthy of Master Yang Chen's treatment. On the other hand, if we knew the identity of that woman, wouldn't we be able to get information about Master Yang Chen from her? This is the real reason why everyone is curious. Xiu Yan, did you hear that? Master Yang Chen said he wanted to give this work away, and that girl was right here. Who is she? I'm so envious. Li Shiqing shook Gu Qiuyan's arm and said. Gu Qiuyan recovered from her loss of consciousness. Why did she lose consciousness? Because Chen Yang had told her before that the exhibition would feature a new work by Master Yang Chen. Gu Qiuyan didn't believe it. When Shun Qi Yen Yun came out, Gu Qiuyan thought she had won the bet. But when the scene of Guan Guan Zhu Jiu appeared before her eyes, Gu Qiuyan fell into a daze. It's actually the new work of Master Yang Chen. Is it a coincidence? If so, it is too much of a coincidence, even a little too coincidental. There had been no news about Master Yang Chen for 3 years. Chen Yang said that there would be news about Master Yang Chen soon during this period. As a result, the Calligraphy Association announced the matter within 2 days. If this can be explained by coincidence, it means Chen Yang was lucky and guessed it right. But how do we explain the new things? Everyone knows that Master Yang Chen has only released 8 works in total, and they were all released in the same period. Master Yang Chen has not released any new works since then. Even Master Yang Chen's most loyal fans thought that he had stopped writing. But Chen Yang said that a new work would be released this time, and he won the prize. This is not a coincidence at all. Chen Yang definitely knows the inside story, or rather, he knows Master Yang Chen. This bold guess instantly made Gu Qiuyan's eyes widen. So amazing. So when Li Shiqing shook her awake, Gu Qiuyan was still confused. Shiqing, what did you say just now? Miss Gu, you're really distracted after President Gu just announced something so sensational? Aren't you a die-hard fan of Master Yang Chen? Li Shiqing stared at Gu Qiuyan with suspicion. Gu Qiuyan suddenly realized, oh, I wasn't distracted. This news was just too shocking, and I couldn't calm down for a moment. You know I'm a die-hard fan of Master Yang Chen, so after President Gu Yang said that, I started imagining how great it would be if that girl was me. TSK, what a foolish dream. As soon as Gu Qiuyan finished speaking, a hostile voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 37 Gu Yang invites Gu Qiuyan 3 times. Is there any woman present who doesn't wish that the girl Gu Yang is talking about is herself? But everyone is just fantasizing in their hearts. When Gu Qiuyan said this in public, it was natural that she would attract hatred. Who are you calling a fool? Li Shiqing blared at the red-haired girl who had just spoken, ready to stand up for her best friend. The girl also had a hot temper and refused to give in. I'm talking about you guys. What's wrong? Aren't you just dreaming? Oh? You think it's impossible for us to gain the favor of Master Yang Chen, right? Li Shiqing asked back. The red-haired girl said, yes, that's what I think. You think we're ugly? Li Shiqing continued to ask back. The red-haired girl was about to retort, but when the words came to her lips she suddenly didn't know what to say, so she said, you guys are indeed not good-looking? Isn't this just lying with blatant eyes? So what if you're good-looking? Master Yang Chen isn't the kind of vulgar man who only looks at appearances. I can tell from his calligraphy that he's extraordinary. One of the red-haired girl's companions interjected. The red-haired girl quickly agreed, that's right, Master Yang Chen is not that kind of vulgar man. Just because you are good-looking doesn't necessarily mean you will be favored by Master Yang Chen. Li Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this and said, so Master Yang Chen doesn't like beautiful women, but likes spirited girls like you? The 2 girls' expressions suddenly changed. The red-haired girl said, what's wrong with the spirited little sister? What we pursue is freedom. Isn't this similar to Master Yang Chen's uninhibited style? Li Shiqing had a strange expression on her face. Could it be that these spiritual little sisters are fans of Master Yang Chen and regard him as their spiritual leader? What a unique train of thought. Okay, Shiqing, they are just little girls, why are you arguing with them? Gu Qiuyan didn't care at all about what the red-haired girl had said before, that she was dreaming. At this time, Gu Yang also signaled everyone to be quiet, and then under the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked in front of Gu Qiuyan. Ms. Gu, please come on stage. Gu Yang suddenly changed his previous serious expression. When he came in front of Gu Qiuyan, he actually smiled, bowed, and then made a gesture of invitation. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan was stunned and asked, "President Gu, how do you know my last name is Gu?" "Ha, you'll know later," Gu Yang said with a kind smile, continuing to make the gesture of invitation. Gu Qiuyan was confused. She turned her head blankly and looked at Li Shiqing, only to find that Li Shiqing was even more confused than her. "Ms. Gu, please come on stage." Gu Yang invited Gu Qiuyan 3 times, still keeping a friendly smile on his face, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. So Gu Qiuyan came to the booth in front in a daze, looking at the people whispering below. Her mind went blank. At this time, everyone was discussing Gu Qiuyan's identity. "We are not stupid." Gu Yang said earlier that the lady was at the scene, which means he had no intention of concealing the lady's identity. Then Gu Yang enthusiastically invited Gu Qiuyan to the booth. It only takes a little bit of brainpower to figure out that the lady Gu Yang was talking about must be Gu Qiuyan. But Gu Qiuyan's face was too unfamiliar to everyone. Gu Yang's subsequent actions completely verified everyone's speculation. He took the painting Guan Guan Zhujiu from the staff and handed it to Gu Qiuyan personally. "Miss Gu, Master Yang Chen has instructed me to create this work specifically for you. I hope you will accept this gift." This. Gu Qiuyan was so excited that she couldn't speak for a moment. Although the people below had already guessed the answer, they were still shocked when they heard the confirmation from Gu Yang. The 2 spirited girls widened their eyes and said, "No way, it really is her? Did I get into trouble just now?" The red-haired girl looked worried. The companion said, "Since Master Yangchen gave her a gift, it means she knows Master Yangchen and must be an important figure. Do you think you have gotten into trouble? But you just quarreled with them. I was helping you. You're the one who caused this trouble anyway, so I think we should just run away now before she notices us." The 2 energetic girls immediately left the cultural center quickly. Li Shiqing is like a sculpture. Motionless. His eyes were fixed on the stage. "My heart is in turmoil." "How so? Why is it Gu Qiuyan? Why did Master Yangchen give her a gift? It was a masterpiece worth over 100 million yuan. Everyone has a competitive spirit. I don't want to see my best friend living a bad life, but I also don't want to see her living a better life than me." When those 2 spirited girls spoke rudely just now, Li Shiqing really wanted to stand up for Gu Qiuyan, and even deliberately told those 2 people that it was not surprising that my best friend was favored by Master Yang Chen. But when things really happened, Li Shiqing felt uncomfortable. Especially with the series of events that happened during this period, her best friend not only became the guest of honor of Jiangqing's #1 doctor, but also became the moon in the palm of Master Yang Chen's hand. This made the always proud Li Shiqing feel a strong sense of frustration, as if she had become useless in front of this best friend. A deep sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously. At this time, behind the exhibition hall, Chen Yang took in Li Shiqing's expression, and a hint of revengeful pleasure appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Shiqing, do you feel what it means to be treated differently? You are such a proud person, how do you feel at this moment? This is the effect Chen Yang wants to achieve. Step by step, he tore off Li Shiqing's proud face and made her understand that without herself and the foundation left by the Chen family, she was nothing. This is just the beginning. Chen Yang had achieved his goal, so there was no need for him to stay here, so he left the cultural center from behind the scenes. "I'm sure Gu Qiuyan likes this gift today, right?" "Of course Gu Qiuyan likes it." She was in tears. The benefactor who pulled her out of the abyss at the darkest moment of her life did not forget her. Gu Yang handed a note to Gu Qiuyan and said with a smile, "This is also given to you by Master Yang Chen." Gu Qiuyan hurriedly opened it and saw a line of words written on it. "I fulfilled the promise I made 3 years ago." 3 years ago. In the last letter Master Yangchen wrote to her, he said he would send her a work of art, but he never heard from her again. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, on such a grand occasion, Master Yang Chen gave her the work as a gift. At this moment, Gu Qiuyan's happiness seemed to overflow from the corners of her eyes. "Can I meet Master Yangchen?" Now Gu Qiuyan just wanted to see what the man who lit a lamp in her life looked like. Chapter 38 Your mysterious boyfriend is Wang Ziki? Sure. Gu Yang went behind the scenes, and just when Gu Qiuyan was full of anticipation, Gu Yang said with a look of regret, "I'm very sorry, Miss Gu, Master Yang Chen has left." "Gone?" Gu Qiuyan suddenly felt lost, and then asked, can you tell me Master Yang Chen's contact information? As long as I know that Master Yang Chen is in Jiangchang, I will definitely have the opportunity to repay him in the future. Yes. Repay. Gu Qiuyan was so pessimistic at the time that she even became depressed at one point, thinking that life was just like that. It was Master Yang Chen who helped her enlighten her. So in Gu Qiuyan's eyes, Master Yang Chen is not only her idol, but also her savior. Miss Gu, I think it's better not to talk about this issue. Gu Yang suddenly shook his head and said. If Chen Yang was behind the scenes, he could ask Chen Yang's opinion and ask him whether he was willing to meet Gu Qiuyan, but since Chen Yang was not there, he couldn't reveal anything. After all, Chen Yang had said before that his identity was only known within the Calligraphy Association. If Chen Yang wanted to tell Gu Qiuyan, he would have told her long ago. It was not Gu Yang's turn to meddle in other people's business. Gu Yang was afraid that if he told Chen Yang, he would be unhappy. Another reason was that Gu Yang knew that Chen Yang's wife Li Shiqing was also present, and he also knew that Chen Yang and Li Shiqing had a bad relationship. Chen Yang probably didn't want Li Shiqing to know his identity. So regarding Chen Yang's identity, Gu Yang chose not to say anything. This was the safest way. Of course Gu Qiuyan would not accept this. This was the closest she had ever been to Master Yang Chen, and she was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, she would never have such a good opportunity again. Miss Gu, please don't embarrass me. Gu Yang smiled bitterly and said, in fact, Master Yang Chen is very familiar with you. He will tell you his identity sooner or later. Are you familiar with me? Gu Qiuyan's mind was working rapidly, and suddenly she thought of something. How could Master Yang Chen know her in real life? Gu Qiuyan used to communicate with Master Yang Chen through pseudonyms and had no idea of each other's true identities. Therefore, even if Master Yang Chen wanted to fulfill his promise, he should have sent the work to the post office where Gu Qiuyan used to be. But now he directly mentioned the name and said that he wanted to give it to Gu Qiuyan. This inevitably made Gu Qiuyan feel strange. In reality, she seemed to have only told Chen Yang about this. Chen Yang. Dust. Gu Qiuyan's body trembled violently as if an electric current surged through it. So it really is him. Why is it him? How many secrets does he have that I don't know? Gu Qiuyan had 1,000 questions in her mind. My previous understanding of Chen Yang was only through Li Shiqing's oral narration, so naturally I didn't have a good impression of Chen Yang. All I know is that my best friend's husband is a fool and a very obedient dog. However, when Gu Qiuyan came into contact with Chen Yang in person, she found that Chen Yang was like a pool of emerald green water, and she had no idea how deep it was. Gu Qiuyan subconsciously looked at Li Shiqing. At this moment, Li Shiqing was still jealous that Gu Qiuyan was favored by Master Yang Chen and was in a trance. This made Gu Qiuyan even more certain that her best friend knew nothing. Husband and wife should be the most familiar with each other, but Li Shiqing knew nothing about Chen Yang. How can this not be a tragedy? Gu Qiuyan had already guessed Master Yang Chen's true identity, so she did not make things difficult for Gu Yang. When she walked down the booth, a crowd immediately surrounded her. Miss Gu, can you sell me the Guanguan Juzhou that you have? I can pay a high price for it. I'm sorry, I won't sell this painting of Guanguan Juzhou no matter how much you offer. That's such a shame, Miss Gu. Could you please tell me about Master Yang Chen? Since Master Yang Chen is willing to give you his new work as a gift, it means you must be someone very important to him, right? Can I ask what your relationship is with Master Yang Chen? Everyone was very curious. I'm sorry, I have no answers to these questions for now. Gu Qiuyan refused to answer any questions and looked at Li Shiqing with mixed feelings. It was obvious that Li Shiqing was the one who had the most right to answer these questions. Shiqing, let's go. Gu Qiuyan rushed out of the crowd, pulled Li Shiqing and quickly fled the cultural center, but before they had gone far, Li Shiqing suddenly shook off Gu Qiuyan's hand. Gu Qiuyan asked, Shiqing, what's wrong with you? You know Master Yang Chen, why didn't you tell me? Li Shiqing said resentfully. Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment. How should I tell Li Shiqing? In fact, Chen Yang is Master Yang Chen? Wouldn't Li Shiqing have snatched Chen Yang back if she had said that? It hasn't been a month yet. Gu Qiuyan was reluctant to return this treasure, Chen Yang, to Li Shiqing so soon, so she made up an excuse and said, I just met him recently too. Actually, he is my boyfriend. Yes, my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? The immortal doctor that Master Zhou treats with such respect? Miss Gu, what kind of immortal boyfriend do you have? This is too outrageous. The identity of the immortal doctor alone is already very shocking, and there is actually another Master Yang Chen. It is really hard to believe. The fact that Gu Qiuyan could talk about such a boyfriend was beyond words, as even the ancestral graves next door would be filled with smoke. I remember you said that I also know your mysterious boyfriend, right? In other words, I actually know Master Yang Chen? Li Shiqing asked doubtfully. Gu Qiuyan answered stubbornly, yes, you'll know when the time comes. For now, we have to keep it mysterious so that there will be surprises. Gu Qiuyan wanted to brush it off like she did last time, but Li Shiqing began to think seriously, someone we both know. Chen Yang's figure flashed through Li Shiqing's mind. One of them is a female president and the other is a university teacher. They don't know many people in common, and Chen Yang is one of them. But Li Shiqing quickly rejected this horrifying idea. That idiot Chen Yang can't be a fairy doctor, let alone Master Yang Chen. I've been with him day and night for 3 years. How could I not know what kind of person he is? Li Shiqing shook her head. Besides Chen Yang, who else could it be? Could it be? Li Shiqing suddenly thought of a person, Wang Ziki. Wang Ziki was someone they both knew, but both of them had a bad impression of him. Moreover, no matter from which angle one looked at him, Wang Ziki did not seem like someone who was good at writing, let alone someone who knew medicine. He is a typical playboy. Although Wang Ziki didn't look like him, compared with Chen Yang, Li Shiqing was still more willing to believe that the man was Wang Ziki. As long as it's not Chen Yang, she can accept anyone. Chapter 39. Wang Ziki is a super boss. Qiuyan, are we good friends? When the two were about to part, Li Shiqing suddenly grabbed Gu Qiuyan's hand and said. Gu Qiuyan thought she was going to ask about her mysterious boyfriend again, so she replied, of course, but as for my boyfriend, I said I would save it for a surprise for you. Actually, I've already guessed who it is. Li Shiqing said. Gu Qiuyan's heart skipped a beat. Who? Wang Ziki, am I right? Li Shiqing stared at Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan opened her mouth wide, but quickly returned to normal and remained silent. She never thought that Li Shiqing would actually guess Wang Ziki. When she mentioned that person, Gu Qiuyan felt annoyed. Last time, that idiot actually dared to use students to threaten her. Fortunately, Chen Yang was there to help me at that time. It's Wang Ziki indeed. Li Shiqing kept staring at Gu Qiuyan. Seeing Gu Qiuyan's surprised expression, she thought she had guessed right. Gu Qiuyan was just about to say how could it be that idiot, but then she changed her mind and thought, isn't this the effect she wanted? As long as it's not Chen Yang, Li Shiqing doesn't care who she guesses. So Gu Qiuyan deliberately said in confusion, oh, I told you not to guess, don't guess, how can I give you a surprise then? After hearing this, Li Shiqing became even more certain that the person was Wang Ziki. It seems that Wang Ziki is indeed a playboy in disguise. There is a kind of people in this world who are eccentric and like to hide their identities. For example, a security guard in a certain group is actually a martial arts master, a son-in-law is actually the crooked-mouthed dragon king, a dissolute young master is actually a super boss. Wang Ziki definitely belongs to the third type. Such people must have the destiny of being the protagonist, and will soar to great heights in the future. Li Shiqing imagined a lot of things, and the image of Wang Ziki actually became taller in her mind. This is all the effect brought about by Master Yang Chen's idol filter. This is also the effect that Gu Qiuyan wants. I was worried about how to explain it, but I didn't expect Li Shiqing to have figured it out herself. Li Shiqing still held Gu Qiuyan's hand and asked, tell me, are we good friends? She had already asked this question. Gu Qiuyan said helplessly, didn't you say that it would be kept secret for the time being? Why are you asking this question again? No, I've already guessed it's Wang Ziki. I just want to ask you if you can give me this painting of Guan Jujio? Li Shiqing stammered out her thoughts. Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment. To be honest, she didn't want to. Li Shiqing shook her arm and said, well, since your boyfriend is Master Yang Chen, he can give you a work of art at any time. But I'm different. I really want to collect a piece of Master Yang Chen's work because I'm also a loyal fan of Master Yang Chen. This. Gu Qiuyan was suddenly in a dilemma. Logically speaking, if Master Yang Chen was her boyfriend, she could indeed get Master Yang Chen's works at any time. Besides, you already have the person, so what else do you need the work for, right? Under this premise, it is not excessive for Li Shiqing, as Gu Qiuyan's best friend, to make such a request. But Gu Qiuyan couldn't bear to do it. This is the first gift he gave me. It's very meaningful. I want to keep it for myself. Shirqing, if you want, I'll ask him if he's willing to create another work, okay? Gu Qiuyan found a very reasonable reason and said. Li Shixia said, then you must not forget, you must help me get a work of art. Gu Qiuyan responded, I will try my best. Li Shirqing finally gave up and was about to leave when Gu Qiuyan suddenly called her. Shirqing, wait a minute. What's wrong? Li Shirqing turned around and looked at Gu Qiuyan in confusion. Gu Qiuyan gritted her teeth, struggling fiercely in her heart, and said after a moment, I'd better give you this painting of Guanguan Jujiu. But didn't you say that this was the first gift your boyfriend gave you and it meant a lot to you? Li Shirqing asked. Gu Qiuyan forced a smile, even so, you are still my best friend. I am willing to give you anything you like. As compensation. The latter sentence was said by Gu Qiuyan in her heart. Of course, she liked the painting Guanguan Jujiu very much, but perhaps because she felt guilty towards Li Shirqing, she thought that giving this work to Li Shirqing could make up for her guilt. After all, no matter what Li Shirqing's attitude towards Chen Yang is, since they are married, they are husband and wife. Gu Qiuyan crossed the line. Morally, she is sorry to Li Shirqing. So giving this painting to Li Shirqing would make Gu Qiuyan feel better. She hoped that after Li Shirqing knew the truth, she would not hate her so much. Qiuyan, you are so kind. Come on, give me a kiss. Li Shirqing excitedly kissed Gu Qiuyan on the face. This was just a joke between their best friends. After the two separated, Gu Qiuyan returned to the apartment. I couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Chen Yang is his idol and benefactor Master Yang Chen. This information gave Gu Qiuyan a huge shock. Therefore, when she opened the apartment door, her fingers were trembling, and she didn't know what kind of mentality she should have when facing Chen Yang. Is he in the apartment? What is he doing in there? What should I say as the first thing when we meet later? At this moment, Gu Qiuyan felt as if she was meeting Chen Yang for the first time, and she was as nervous as a little girl on her first blind date. My heart is in turmoil. Snap. The door was finally opened, and Chen Yang's busy figure came into view. He is mopping the floor. Gu Qiuyan hurried over and grabbed the mop. Why are you mopping the floor? Why can't you mop the floor? Didn't Li Shirqing lend me to you just to let me do housework for you for free? You are not allowed to do housework from now on, okay? If I don't do it, will you? Well, I'll do it myself. Then what should I do? Whatever you like, do whatever you like. Gu Qiuyan's friendly attitude made Chen Yang a little uncomfortable, so he reached out and touched Gu Qiuyan's forehead. Don't you have a fever? Of course I don't have a fever. When Chen Yang put his palm on Gu Qiuyan's forehead, Gu Qiuyan actually blushed and seemed very shy. Chen Yang was even more surprised. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. At this time, Gu Qiuyan said, Chen Yang, do you know what happened at the cultural center today? Master Yang Chen actually gave me a work of art in front of so many people, and it was a love poem. Congratulations! Chen Yang said with a smile. Gu Qiuyan said, I really liked that gift, but I gave it to Shirqing later. Give it to Li Shirqing? Chen Yang's smile suddenly faded a little. Chapter 40 I'm really coming in. Chen Yang gave a gift to Gu Qiuyan in front of Li Shirqing, with the purpose of making Li Shirqing feel disappointed and make her jealous of Gu Qiuyan. But now Gu Qiuyan said that she gave Guanguan Jujiu to Li Shirqing. Of course Chen Yang was unhappy. He just didn't show it too obviously. However, Gu Qiuyan had been paying close attention to the changes in his expression, so even if it was just a slight one, she was able to capture it successfully. He is indeed unhappy. Gu Qiuyan asked knowingly, Are you angry? Chen Yang shook his head, No. Gu Qiuyan said, You are just angry. Why should I be angry? Chen Yang denied. Gu Qiuyan paused and said, Because you are Master Yangchen, and I gave the gift you carefully prepared for me to someone else, so you are unhappy. There was silence in the living room for a moment. Chen Yang's voice rang out, Since you knew I would be unhappy, why did you give Guanguan Jujiu to Li Shirqing? He had nothing to hide about his identity as Master Yangchen, so he admitted it. Gu Qiuyan said happily, My guess was right, you are indeed Master Yangchen. Chen Yang said with a straight face, So what if I guessed it? I'm very angry now. Then will you punish me? Gu Qiuyan's eyes suddenly became blurred. She took out the whip that Li Shirqing had lent her from under the sofa and handed it to Chen Yang. I know I'm wrong, can you punish me severely with a whip? Gu Qiuyan is a university teacher. She was like a goddess when she was in school. She had never shown such an expression in front of a man. Thinking of her solemnity in class and the sharp contrast with this moment, Chen Yang could no longer bear it and took the whip and hit her. Since you said that, don't blame me for being so ruthless. Chen Yang whipped Gu Qiuyan's clothes to pieces, revealing her flawless white skin. Chen Yang continued to whip her without mercy. Downstairs of the apartment at this moment, suddenly a sneaky figure appeared. It was Li Shiqing. After she returned, she became more and more curious the more she thought about it. Although she had guessed that Gu Qiuyan's mysterious boyfriend was Wang Ziki, she had not seen him with her own eyes after all. Li Shiqing decided to launch a sneak attack. I quietly came to the door of Gu Qiuyan's apartment and suddenly heard a strange sound coming from inside. Li Shiqing's expression froze, as if she had guessed something, so she put her ear to the door. Then, her eyes widened. Gu Qiuyan, you're so good. You always say you're running. I thought you were so self-disciplined. Turns out this is how you run. How could Li Shiqing not understand what was happening inside? She also knew that the fight took place in the living room, otherwise the sound would not have been able to reach outside the door. Are you with Wang Ziki? I remember Chen Yang was there too. They are so brazen, aren't they afraid that Chen Yang is watching? I almost forgot, Chen Yang is a fool, he can't understand it even if he sees it, no wonder Qiuyan didn't get out of the way. Hey hey. Li Shiqing suddenly smiled cunningly and knocked on the door. The strange noises inside stopped. Gu Qiuyan asked, who is it? It's me, Shiqing. Shiqing. Gu Qiuyan suddenly became nervous and said, what should I do? Shiqing is at the door. She must have heard the noise. I heard it, so I heard it. Chen Yang said indifferently, still trying to display his talent, but Gu Qiuyan was in no mood for that and forcibly interrupted Chen Yang's display of talent. Chen Yang was extremely resentful. What does this mean? You are the one who took the initiative, and you are also the one who rejected me. You are definitely a scumbag. Shiqing may have guessed what we were doing, but there are only two of us at home. If she comes in and sees us, we won't be able to explain it. Gu Qiuyan said anxiously. Chen Yang said, then let's show our hand. Showdown. Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little moved. If she reveals her cards, will Chen Yang be able to divorce Li Shiqing, and then she can be with Chen Yan legitimately? No, you can't have that kind of thinking. Chen Yang and Li Shiqing haven't divorced yet. If they are discovered, it won't be a simple showdown, but they will be caught in an affair. Yes, catch someone cheating. Gu Qiuyan doesn't want to be branded as a mistress. If she wants to be with Chen Yang, it should be after they divorce, and then she should announce that she is with Chen Yang. At that time, the loss of Li Shiqing, her best friend, would be inevitable. But at least at that time, Li Shiqing had no evidence to prove that she and Chen Yang had been together for a long time. Yes, we can't let Li Shiqing catch us. Gu Qiuyan was extremely anxious, we can't show our cards. You need to think of another way. How about this, I jump off the balcony, and when Li Shiqing comes in and sees you're alone, there's nothing to say. Then how do you explain the sound just now? Just say you were watching a porn movie. Gu Qiuyan rolled her eyes. What a wicked idea. First of all, I made that sound just now, Shiqing must have heard it. Secondly, there are no pornographic movies on my phone. What if Shiqing finds out? Finally, this is the 13th floor. How did you jump off the balcony? Did you fly? Hey, then I'll fly down. With Chen Yang's current strength, it is not certain that he will be in danger if he jumps from the 13th floor. Even if he is injured, he will be able to recover quickly. Who made him have the super awesome medicine king body? However, Gu Qiuyan would not think so. What's the difference between letting Chen Yang go down from the 13th floor and committing suicide? Of course, Gu Qiuyan disagreed. At this time, Li Shiqing's voice rang out from the door again. My dear Miss Gu, why haven't you opened the door for so long? Could it be that someone is hiding inside? Is your mysterious boyfriend in there too? No wonder I heard some weird noises just now. Li Shiqing's words were undoubtedly clear. I heard everything just now. There's no point in trying to argue. I must meet your mysterious boyfriend today. Seeing that things had come to this, Gu Qiuyan did not deny what she had just said and said, he said he would wait for a while before giving you a surprise. You go back today. When the time comes, I will definitely bring him to see you. I think the timing is perfect now. No, no, I will never open the door for you, Gu Qiuyan said with a stiff upper lip. If you don't open the door, I'll be angry. I won't open it even if you're angry. Gu Qiuyan could only hold on and get through this today. She would definitely not admit it if Li Shiqing asked next time. It was quiet outside the door for a long time. Gu Qiuyan asked through the door, Shiqing, are you still outside? Yes, I'm looking for my keys, Li Shiqing said deliberately. Gu Qiuyan was suddenly shocked. Oh no! I gave her a key to the apartment before, and I actually forgot such an important thing. Snap! At this moment, the sound of a key entering the door was heard. Chapter 41 You Can Only Die in My Hands. Snap! The sound of a key turning in a hole. Li Shiqing was about to open the door. Gu Qiuyan's pretty face turned pale immediately, and she hurriedly pushed Chen Yang into the study, locked the door tightly, and don't come out, understand? Chen Yang had no choice but to accept it. However, the apartment door did not open. Li Shiqing actually didn't bring the key today. She just wanted to take the opportunity to tease Gu Qiuyan. Who made her work so hard to hide it from her? Okay, I'm just scaring you. If you want to surprise me later, I'll just meet your mysterious boyfriend later, Li Shiqing said. Gu Qiuyan breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Shiqing really let in and insisted on opening the study door, she really didn't know how to refuse. Li Shiqing left the apartment door and entered the elevator when a figure walked out. It was Brother Leopard from Leihu Hall. He came to give Chen Yang 10 million. The two people passed each other. The moment the elevator door closed, Li Shiqing saw Brother Leopard knocking on Gu Qiuyan's door. No wonder he looks so familiar, isn't he Wang Ziqi's friend? Li Shiqing had seen Wang Ziqi and Leopard Brother having dinner once before and thought they were good friends. This made her even more certain that the person hiding in Gu Qiuyan's house was Wang Ziqi. Otherwise, why would Brother Leopard come to find Gu Qiuyan? Li Shiqing returned to her residence with what she thought was the correct answer, but as soon as she opened the door, she suddenly saw a hand grabbing towards her. Li Shiqing had no time to react before the other party grabbed her neck. Who are you? Li Shiqing asked in horror. You don't need to care who I am, just hand over Chen Yang, said the person behind him. Li Shiqing was puzzled. What do you want Chen Yang for? Of course I'm going to kill him. But he's not here. Not here? Are you kidding? It's true. Since you broke into my house, you should have searched it. He really isn't here. Then call him. I don't. Bang! The man suddenly slapped Li Shiqing in the face. You really aren't afraid of death, protecting him like this? Li Shiqing was stunned. I didn't protect Chen Yang. I really don't have his phone number. You are his wife, how could you not have his phone number? Who are you trying to fool? The man obviously didn't believe it. Li Shiqing wanted to cry but had no tears. Chen Yang is a fool. He doesn't know how to use a phone at all, so I didn't buy him a phone. I'm telling the truth. Fool? The man was stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong? If Chen Yang was a fool, Lin Jiao could just find a third-rate killer to deal with him, and there would be no need to find an internal force warrior like herself. And Lin Jiao also offered 100 million. Is a fool worth 100 million? Of course not. The man asked, is your name Li Shiqing, and is your husband Chen Yang? Yes. Li Shiqing didn't dare to hide it. That's right. The man grabbed Li Shiqing's neck and threw her onto the sofa. I'll only give you half an hour. No matter what method you use, if I don't see Chen Yang in half an hour, you will be punished. The man stared at Li Shiqing with greedy eyes and rubbed his chin with his fingers. Li Shiqing was naturally beautiful, but her hair was messed up when she was thrown onto the sofa, with a few strands of black hair scattered on her forehead, adding a touch of messy beauty. The man immediately had evil thoughts. But he has a habit of settling matters before playing with a woman, so that he can have fun. Or wait until Chen Yang arrives at the scene and is half dead, and let him watch me playing with his woman. That would be exciting enough. How could Li Shiqing not see what the man was thinking? She had seen this look many times. But this is the first time I have encountered a situation like today. Li Shiqing thought about what would happen to her half an hour later, and she couldn't help feeling scared, so she took out her cell phone and called Gu Qiuyan. At this time, Gu Qiuyan had already accepted Brother Bao's bank card with 10 million yuan. Just after sending Brother Bao away, she suddenly received a call from Li Shiqing. Qiuyan, save me. What's wrong? A man with a big nose suddenly broke into my house. You can call me Blood Dragon King, not big-nosed man. The man interrupted Li Shiqing. Li Shiqing said in a trembling voice, well, a big-nosed man named Blood Dragon King suddenly broke in and took me hostage. What? Why did he hold you hostage? Did he want to steal Master Yunshen's work? No, he said he was here to kill Chen Yang, and he only gave me half an hour. If I didn't see Chen Yang after half an hour, I would be finished. Xiuyan, hurry up and bring that idiot Chen Yang here, or he'll kill me. Li Shiqing's voice was tearful and she was very scared, but she believed that Gu Qiuyan would definitely bring Chen Yang over. Do I need to choose between the death of a fool and the death of a good friend? Let me think of a way. Gu Qiuyan hung up the phone, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She didn't want anything to happen to Li Shiqing, nor did she want Chen Yang to go and die, so she was suddenly caught in a dilemma. At this time, Chen Yang walked straight out the door. Now whenever Li Shiqing called, Chen Yang would put her on speakerphone, so he heard the conversation clearly. Although he hated Li Shiqing, he was the only one who could punish Li Shiqing, and no one else had the right to do so. Gu Qiuyan grabbed Chen Yang and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Save Li Shiqing." "No, you can't go." "Why?" "Because you'll die if you go." "Do you want something to happen to Li Shiqing?" "In no mood." "Then don't pull me." "I don't." Gu Qiuyan grabbed Chen Yang's arm tightly. Chen Yang's tone softened and he consoled her, "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine, and I'll definitely save Li Shiqing, just like I saved you from Wang Ziki a few days ago." Gu Qiuyan was a little shaken. "Then I'll go with you." "Are you going to be a burden to me?" "Okay, trust me." Chen Yang's voice seemed to have some magical power. Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." She had already assumed that this was Chen Yang's home, not that place. Chen Yang agreed. "Come outside the apartment." Night has fallen at this moment. The sky is gray and the moonlight is not visible at all. The neon lights in the city have become sparse, indicating that the night is getting darker. There are few pedestrians on the street. Chen Yang suddenly jumped up, bouncing more than 10 meters high. He stepped on the outer wall of the building several times and finally reached the top of a building. "Li Shiqing, even if you have to die, you can only die in my hands. Anyone else who wants to kill you must get my consent." Chen Yang looked straight ahead, his figure quickly moving between the tall buildings. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived above Li Shiqing's apartment. Chapter 42. Let's play a game. Can I ask why you wanted to kill Chen Yang? After the initial panic, Li Shiqing had calmed down a lot and decided to take the initiative to strike up a conversation and look for a breakthrough. The Blood Dragon King sneered, "It seems you haven't heard of my name. If you had heard of the Blood Dragon King, you would know that I am a killer. I killed your husband on someone else's orders." The words "your husband" made Li Shiqing feel uncomfortable and frown slightly, but she also knew that now was not the time to dislike Chen Yang, so she said, "Who commissioned you?" "I can't understand who would spend money to kill a fool." "I can't tell you who commissioned this, but I can reveal one thing to you: your husband is not stupid, he's quite capable." "Why do you say that?" Li Shiqing really couldn't understand what the Blood Dragon King said. Chen Yang was not a fool, but very awesome? The Blood Dragon King did not give an answer. If he said that Chen Yang's greatness lay in killing a sorcerer, wouldn't that expose his employer? Although the Blood Dragon King is very arrogant, he still has some professional ethics. "Don't worry now. I will tell you the answer sooner or later." Lin Jiao only asked him to kill Chen Yang, but after seeing Li Shiqing, the Blood Dragon King decided to buy one and get one free. But it was not as simple as killing Li Shiqing. Instead, he killed her when he got tired of playing with her. By then it wouldn't matter if I told her who my employer was. However, this has to be done after Chen Yang, the main target, is dealt with. Besides, it will take time for the Blood Dragon King to get tired of playing with a top-notch person like Li Shiqing. Including the time you spent on the phone, 10 minutes have already passed. You have 20 minutes left. The Blood Dragon King's eyes swept over Li Shiqing with more and more greed. In fact, whether Chen Yang came or not, Li Shiqing would have the same fate. For the Blood Dragon King, it was just the difference between excitement and more excitement. Of course, the Blood Dragon King likes more excitement. That naked look made Li Shiqing feel like she was being stared at by a jackal, so she called Gu Qiuyan again to confirm whether she was on the way to send Chen Yang. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. I called several times in a row with the same result. Li Shiqing suddenly had a bad feeling. The Blood Dragon King sat opposite, gazing intently. Seeing a flash of panic on Li Shiqing's face, he smiled and said, "Beautiful girl, don't panic. Since I gave you half an hour, I will naturally wait for you for half an hour. So what if Chen Yang can't come? I don't believe he can keep hiding. I caught a top-notch fish today, so I didn't come back empty-handed. But while I'm waiting, I still want to play a game with you. This game can determine my future attitude towards you." The Blood Dragon King suddenly had an idea. Li Shiqing asked nervously, "What game?" The Blood Dragon King laughed evilly, suddenly walked up to Li Shiqing and unzipped his pants. Li Shiqing suddenly realized something and yelled, "How dare you!" "Ah, don't be angry. I told you it's just a game. You can choose not to play this game, but if you do, once the time I promised you is up, you'll be in dire straits. So it's up to you to decide." The Blood Dragon King did not urge or force, but just stood in front of Li Shiqing, obviously wanting Li Shiqing to do it herself. This was his temptation and also his suppression. Test Li Shiqing's backbone and suppress her self-esteem. This is a necessary step in training female slaves. Li Shiqing gritted her teeth and stared at the Blood Dragon King with her almond-shaped eyes. 10 minutes left. The Blood Dragon King smiled and took off his watch, placing it in front of Li Shiqing so that she could clearly see the time passing by. Countdown 3 minutes. 2 minutes left. 1 minute countdown. Beautiful lady, it seems your husband is definitely not coming. You should think carefully about this. This minute will determine the rest of your life. 30 seconds left. Your best friend and your man are unreliable. Your future depends on you. The last 10 seconds. The Blood Dragon King constantly provoked Li Shiqing, creating a strong sense of tension. Li Shiqing's fingers tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and her expression was very painful. The last 3 seconds. The Blood Dragon King began to count down. 2. 1. Just as the number 1 came out of the Blood Dragon King's mouth, Li Shiqing finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore and leaned forward. The Blood Dragon King sneered. "It seems that this top-notch woman can be tamed, so I will take her back to my harem and train her slowly. I'd rather die than let you succeed." Just when the Blood Dragon King thought that Li Shiqing had surrendered to him, Li Shiqing suddenly grabbed the watch on the table and smashed it on the zipper of the Blood Dragon King's pants. The Blood Dragon King dodged to the side, a fierce look in his eyes. "Damn bitch, you want to destroy my life? You have touched my reverse scale, I will make you live a life worse than death." The Blood Dragon King raised his hand and slapped Li Shiqing. At this time, swish! Suddenly, a silver light came from the direction of the balcony and hit Li Shiqing on the back of the head. Li Shiqing tilted her head and fainted, just cleverly avoiding the Blood Dragon King's slap. "Who?" The Blood Dragon King roared loudly and looked towards the balcony with a fierce look. A young man climbed in. It was Chen Yang. Chen Yang had arrived a long time ago, but he didn't show up because he was also curious about what Li Shiqing would do. This woman is usually arrogant and very proud. I wonder if she can still maintain her pride when she meets a tough guy like the Blood Dragon King. What Chen Yang didn't expect was that Li Shiqing did not surrender to the Blood Dragon King. It seems that it is not an easy task to tear apart Li Shiqing's self-esteem by force. So what should I do? At this moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in Chen Yang's mind. What would you feel if one day you found out that you fell in love with someone you once hated? Chen Yang suddenly came up with a brilliant plan. "Are you Chen Yang?" Lin Jiao once gave the Blood Dragon King a photo of Chen Yang, so he quickly recognized the young man in front of him as the target he wanted to kill. "I thought you were really going to leave such a delicate beauty to be ravaged by me." The Blood Dragon King did not expect Chen Yang to come, nor did he expect Chen Yang to come in by climbing the balcony. He did have some ability, but his accuracy was a little lacking. The Blood Dragon King thought that Chen Yang's needle was meant to stab him, but it hit Li Shiqing's head instead. He didn't know that Chen Yang had intended to shoot Li Shiqing from the beginning. The game between him and Li Shiqing has not ended yet, so how can he let Li Shiqing see his extraordinariness so early? "Since you've fallen into my trap, I don't have to look for you anymore. I truly admire you for risking your life for your beloved wife. So, I'll show mercy and let you die, even more cruelly, ha." The Blood Dragon King suddenly burst into a morbid laugh. Chapter 43: Killing the Blood Dragon King. Facing the Blood Dragon King's madness, Chen Yang remained calm. "I don't think it's possible to take such a risk alone. The Blood Dragon King suddenly stopped smiling and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Yang said bluntly, "In my eyes, you are not that dangerous." Ha ha ha, interesting. In Jiangcheng, there are not many people who dare to speak to me, the Blood Dragon King, like this. Then add me in. Add your mother. The Blood Dragon King was furious and slapped Chen Yang with his palm. "I hope you can be so calm when I play with your wife later." He also deliberately concealed some strength, for fear that he would kill Chen Yang with one palm. Without the audience, his interest would drop a lot. The Blood Dragon King's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Yang threw out a punch nonchalantly, and before the Blood Dragon King's palm landed, his punch landed on the Blood Dragon King's chest. Boom! The Blood Dragon King's chest was noticeably sunken. Amidst a gaze of disbelief and shock, the Blood Dragon King fell heavily backwards, lying on the ground and vomiting blood. This kid is so powerful. No wonder that woman offered 100 million. It seems we can't take it lightly anymore. The Blood Dragon King stuffed a pill into his mouth with a gloomy expression, and then his chest swelled up again. The Blood Dragon King stood up, his blood and energy surging, even more intense than before. Chen Yang asked curiously, "What medicine did you take just now? Get down on your knees and beg me to tell you." The Blood Dragon King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered grimly. Chen Yang shook his head. "If you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, you will die in my hands today no matter what." "Humph, you're not very old, but you're so arrogant. I won't hold back this time. Go to hell." The Blood Dragon King pressed his body downward like a taut bowstring, then leaped out and rushed out like an arrow breaking through the air. Boom, boom, boom. As he charged forward, the Blood Dragon King's momentum grew steadily, and his internal energy turned into a rushing river, pouring into his arms, causing them to burst out with a strength 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Internal Force Warrior. As strong as an ox. Boom. When he arrived in front of Chen Yang, the Blood Dragon King's momentum reached its peak, his arms danced in the wind, and bursts of sonic booms swept across. "Kid, die." A sinister smile appeared on the Blood Dragon King's face. At this time Chen Yang moved. With a sideways movement, he easily dodged the Blood Dragon King's attack, then grabbed the Blood Dragon King's shoulder with his backhand and launched a surprise attack. The Blood Dragon King felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and the grim smile on his face froze before it even faded away. Bang! With a loud bang, the Blood Dragon King's left shoulder was instantly shattered, and his arm fell off and separated from his body. Ah! The intense pain made the Blood Dragon King scream, and he finally realized how terrifying the man in front of him was. The strength is above him. The Blood Dragon King made a quick decision and rushed to the balcony without looking back, ready to jump off the balcony to escape. However, Chen Yang did not give him the chance at all. He pulled the Blood Dragon King back with one hand and threw him to the ground. The Blood Dragon King was horrified and shouted, "Are you going to kill us all?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "Why not?" The Blood Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then roared, "No! You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be destroying Jiangcheng." "Oh? The more you say that, the more curious I become. I want to see if killing you will really bring down Jiangcheng's sky." Chen Yang strode towards the Blood Dragon King, exuding murderous intent. The Blood Dragon King's expression changed. "You can't scare Chen Yang. What should I do?" The Blood Dragon King gritted his teeth and called for help, saying, "Have you heard of Yu Tsunhai? He is my master." Chen Yang shook his head, "I haven't heard of it." The Blood Dragon King hurriedly said, "My master is a martial arts master and also a disciple of Medicine King Valley. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go." Master of martial arts? Chen Yang frowned. To be honest, he had never been exposed to martial arts before, so he knew very little about warriors. Chen Yang had no idea what a grandmaster was. He is no longer a martial artist, but a cultivator. Seeing Chen Yang frown, the Blood Dragon King thought that bringing up Yu Tsunhai had a deterrent effect, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, "That's right, my master is a martial arts master, and he has a bad temper. If you kill me, he will definitely wipe out your entire family. So you're threatening me now?" Chen Yang suddenly relaxed his brows and chuckled, which inevitably made the Blood Dragon King suspicious. Was he afraid or not? Swish! At this moment, Chen Yang suddenly spread out his palm, and a ball of fire appeared on the palm of his hand, which instantly made the Blood Dragon King's eyes widen. "It's fine if you don't threaten me. The more you threaten me, the more curious I become about the true power of the martial arts master you're talking about. When Chen Yang's words fell into the ears of the Blood Dragon King, they were not just individual words, but a buzzing vibration. He could no longer hear what Chen Yang was saying. Because my head is confused. Making fire out of thin air. What kind of magical power is this? The internal energy is released outwardly. Is he also a martial arts master? But even a martial arts master cannot release such powerful internal energy. He is not releasing it, but directly condensing it. The Blood Dragon King's mind was in a mess, and he finally realized what kind of big shot he had provoked. Suddenly, a cold murderous intent woke the Blood Dragon King. He hurriedly said, "Senior, please don't kill me. I can exchange something with you, as long as you spare my life." "What? I can tell you who hired me. Also, weren't you interested in the elixirs I have? They are healing elixirs made by my master. I have a few at home, and I can give them to you as a gift." "Sorry, not interested." The Blood Dragon King begged for mercy desperately, but Chen Yang stepped forward and broke his neck. Even if the Blood Dragon King didn't say it, Chen Yang knew who hired him. It was none other than Lin Jiao. When he was at the Lu family, Chen Yang discovered that something was wrong with Lin Jiao. There was an evil aura about the woman, which indicated that she had just had a secret meeting with her lover, the sorcerer. The ghost aura in Lu Changzheng's body is similar to that in Lin Jiao. So Chen Yang had guessed the truth a long time ago, but it was the Lu family's private business and Chen Yang was not interested in it. At that time, he did not expose it, nor did he reveal any information to Lu Jin. Who knew that Lin Jiao would hold on so tightly that she sent her lover to kill Chen Yang on his way out of the Lu family? After the lover was killed by Chen Yang, she found a Blood Dragon King. "Since you like playing with fire and getting burned, I will grant your wish." Chen Yang put Lin Jiao on the death list. As for the other thing that the Blood Dragon King just mentioned, the elixir. At first, Chen Yang was just curious and thought it was interesting, so he asked what kind of elixir it was, but in fact he was not very interested. Is there any elixir in this world that can compare to Chen Yang's Medicine King body? Chapter 44, Good Fortunes Come to You. Soon, Gu Qiuyan also rushed over. Chen Yang had asked her not to come and be a burden before, but Gu Qiuyan really couldn't let it go, so she followed him quietly. As soon as he reached the door, he was caught by Chen Yang and taken in. "You killed him." Gu Qiuyan saw the corpse of the Blood Dragon King on the ground and her eyes widened. "Should we call the police?" "He is a warrior." Chen Yang replied. Gu Qiuyan was silent. The police cannot intervene in matters concerning warriors, unless it is the Martial Arts Suppression Division. Gu Qiuyan obviously would not go to the Jinwu Division. Besides, the person who died was not Chen Yang. "So, you are also a warrior?" Gu Qiuyan suddenly realized something. Since the Blood Dragon King is a warrior, and Chen Yang has the ability to kill him, it means that Chen Yang must also possess the power of a warrior. That's about right. Chen Yang didn't explain too much. Gu Qiuyan's face was dull. Immortal doctor, Master Yanchen, and now a warrior. I already knew that Chen Yang was extraordinary, but as I watched more, I discovered that his extraordinary qualities were like the vast ocean, unfathomable, and layer upon layer. How many identities do you have that I don't know? Gu Qiuyan couldn't help but ask. You already know almost everything, and your best friend still thinks I'm a fool. Chen Yang pointed at Li Shiqing, who was unconscious on the sofa. Gu Qiuyan. Compared like this, I have indeed won a lot. Chen Yang pulled out the needle from the back of Li Shiqing's head. She will probably wake up in 10 minutes. Then you can tell her this. Chen Yang helped Gu Qiuyan think of a speech, then got up and left. I'll go dispose of the body and then wait for you to come home. Good. Gu Qiuyan felt warm in her heart when she heard this. Waiting for you to come home. After Chen Yang left, Li Shiqing woke up 10 minutes later, her head groggy. Qiuyan, am I dead? What nonsense are you talking about? You are living a good life. But I clearly remember that the Blood Dragon King attacked me. Oh, where is the Blood Dragon King? He has been taken away. Who took him away? Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi? Well, when I rushed in, I saw the Blood Dragon King being taken away by someone. That person told me that his name was Yi Tianzi and he was from the Jinwu Division. Gu Qiuyan made up a story for Li Shiqing according to what Chen Yang had taught her before. Li Shiqing was still terrified, so I'm really lucky to have been saved by Yi Tianzi at such a critical moment. This is called good fortune. By the way, where's Chen Yang? Didn't I ask you to bring Chen Yang here? But I couldn't get through to you on the phone. I thought you didn't care about my life or death. How could that be? I was planning to bring Chen Yang here, but he disappeared after we left. I looked for him twice but couldn't find him. I was afraid of delaying things, so I came here on my own. Humph, this idiot is getting more and more disobedient. Haven't you beaten him recently? People like him need to be beaten every day, otherwise you can't control him. Yeah, I'm playing. A hint of unnaturalness appeared on Gu Qiuyan's face, but she quickly concealed it and spoke in a flattering manner. Li Shiqing was furious. I was almost killed by that idiot this time. I don't know how he provoked the Blood Dragon King. She thought of what the Blood Dragon King said at that time, that Chen Yang was not stupid at all, but very awesome. The more I think about it now, the weirder it seems. Gu Qiuyan explained, this Yi Tianzi told me that the Blood Dragon King has a mental problem. Perhaps Chen Yang offended him in some way before, and he has been holding a grudge against him until now. Yeah? Of course, these are what Chen Yang taught me to say. Gu Qiuyan said silently in her heart. Although Li Shiqing had some doubts, she couldn't find any faults. After all, the explanation that the Blood Dragon King had a problem with his brain was too unsolvable. Qiuyan, can you stay here with me tonight? Li Shiqing grabbed Gu Qiuyan's hand, feeling very scared. Gu Qiuyan had no reason to refuse, so she secretly hid in the bathroom and sent a message to Chen Yang, saying that she would not go back tonight. Lu family. As soon as Lu Changjiang recovered his health, he couldn't wait to have sex with his young wife. He was as fierce as a wolf and a tiger, and still strong despite his old age. Lin Jiao said angrily, Master, your body hasn't recovered yet, please don't be so anxious, okay? Ha, I miss you so much that I even dream about you. But you are very bad in my dream. Lu Changjiang said with a smile and scratched Lin Jiao's nose. Very bad? Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. What's the meaning? Could it be that the damn Chen Yang has already told the truth to Lu Changjiang, and Lu Changjiang is trying to warn him? Lin Jiao gently patted Lu Changjiang's chest and said angrily, I've been devoted to the master. The master has been ill recently, and I've been crying every day. I didn't expect the master to be so heartless and actually say that I'm bad. Lin Jiao pretended to cry and looked aggrieved, which made Lu Changjiang feel distressed, and he kept calling her darling. Lin Jiao was basically certain that Lu Changjiang didn't know the truth. As long as the Blood Dragon King kills Chen Yang again, Lu Changjiang will never know the truth. This way she can rest assured. Lin Jiao refused Lu Changjiang's request to sleep with her on the grounds that Lu Changjiang was not feeling well. This process was a real test of her acting skills, but Lin Jiao did it with ease, which actually moved Lu Changjiang deeply. My little baby is so kind and only cares about my health. Of course I do. Who made me love you so much? This time you were so seriously ill, the doctor said there was no hope. I wanted to go with you countless times. Silly girl, don't say such things. You have to live well. I still want to hand over the Lu family to you. Lu Changjiang said, holding Lin Jiao's hand tightly. Lin Jiao was delighted, but her face was filled with sorrow as she said, I don't want the Lu family, I only want the master. After coaxing Lu Changjiang, Lin Jiao went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet and rubbed her hands vigorously. There was no sadness on her face, but rather a look of disgust. Old pervert, I feel sick if I stay with you for one more second. Lin Jiao spat towards the bathroom, and when she opened the door, she suddenly found Lu Jin standing at the door with a gloomy face. What did you do to my father? He's now in a hurry to make a will, wanting you to inherit the Lu family's assets. What can I do? I just fulfilled my wife's obligations and comforted his old and lonely heart. What's wrong with that? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Oh? Then tell me, what am I thinking? Lin Jiao suddenly put on a charming smile, took the initiative to approach Lu Jin, and stroked her finger towards Lu Jin's chest. Lu Jin dodged and frowned. What are you doing? Normally, you should call me mom. It's normal for a mother to tidy up her son's clothes, right? Lin Jiajiao said with a smile. Chapter 45 Chen Yang's information is about to be exposed. Don't try this trick on me. You make me sick. As long as I'm in the Lu family, I won't let you succeed. Oh, let's wait and see. Lin Jiao looked at Lu Jin's back and her face suddenly became gloomy. Lin Jiao returned to the room and called the Blood Dragon King. The Blood Dragon King told her that he would take action tonight, and there should be results by now, but when she called once, no one answered. Lin Jiao called again. This time it worked. Blood Dragon King, is everything going well? After all, the other party was an internal force warrior, so Lin Jiao didn't dare to speak too harshly. There was a rustling sound coming from the phone. Because it was raining heavily in Jiangchang, this sound meant that the Blood Dragon King Gong Li was outside at the moment. Open the window. There was a human voice mixed in with the rustling sound. It was not the Blood Dragon King's voice, but the noise was too loud and Lin Jiao could not hear it. She just felt confused. Open the window? This time Lin Jiao was sure that she had not heard wrongly. The other party did ask her to open the window. Lin Jiao walked to the window with a suspicious look on her face and pushed it open, but the rain outside was heavy and pouring into the house, so Lin Jiao closed the window again. It's raining so hard outside. Before Lin Jiao finished speaking, there was a sudden bang, the window shattered, and a figure rushed in. Lin Jiao was standing by the window. Chen Yang slapped her and sent her flying. It was windy and raining outside, but Chen Yang's clothes were dry because his flame dragon technique could form a thin flame protection outside his body. It's you! How did the Blood Dragon King's phone end up in your hands? Lin Jiao came back to her senses and yelled. Chen Yang asked back, what do you think? Impossible. The Blood Dragon King's cell phone appeared in Chen Yang's hands. There was only one possibility, that is, the Blood Dragon King had died in Chen Yang's hands. But the Blood Dragon King is so powerful, how could he be killed by Chen Yang? Lin Jiao found it hard to accept. But the facts were there, and Lin Jiao had to accept it. Chen Yang, please don't kill me. How about this? Let's work together. When I get all the Lu family's assets, I'll give you half. How about that? Chen Yang shook his head, not very good. You think it's not enough? Then how about this, we split it 30-70, you get 70 and I get 30. What's more, I can be your dog. My kung fu is very powerful, I guarantee you will be satisfied. In order to survive, Lin Jiao gave it her all. Chen Yang glanced at her coldly. First, since I have the ability to kill the Blood Dragon King, do you think I will be short of money? Internal force warriors are the least likely to be short of money. Just being a bodyguard for someone can earn tens of millions of yuan a year, and this is still the most degrading behavior. Secondly, I think buses like yours, where anyone can get on, are dirty. You. Lin Jiao gnashed her teeth angrily, suddenly turned around and rushed out the door, shouting, help! Boom! A huge thunder pierced the entire room, covering up Lin Jiao's voice. However, what frightened Lin Jiao the most was that a ball of fire appeared on her body. Ah! Lin Jiao let out a shrill scream, and was then engulfed by flames, instantly turning into a charred corpse. What's going on? When Lu Jin and others heard the noise, they rushed into the room and their faces changed drastically. There was no trace of Chen Yang in the room. Only a charred corpse was left. The pungent smell made everyone who came in quickly cover their mouths and noses. Although the body had been burned beyond recognition, it was still possible to identify that the deceased was Lin Jiao. Everyone looked at each other, but no one was sad. They are all the main descendants of the Lu family and have long been unhappy with Lin Jiao. Especially when the old man just wanted to make a will to hand over the Lu family to Lin Jiao, it made them even more hostile to Lin Jiao. Lu Changjiang is getting old and confused, but they are not. Everyone knows what this vicious woman is thinking. Now God opened his eyes and a bolt of lightning struck and killed Lin Jiao, which could be considered as getting rid of an evil thing for the Lu family. It's good enough that they didn't open champagne to celebrate, how could they be sad? Jiao. At this time, a painful roar came from the door, and he was the only one who felt sad for Lin Jiao. Lu Changjiang. He walked in with a crutch, and when he saw Lin Jiao's body, he couldn't accept it for a moment. He kicked his legs, covered his heart, and fell down. Dad! Go and invite Mr. Zhou. Lu Jin hurriedly called Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai decided to treat Lu Changjiang again with a faithful attitude, but after checking him out, he was too lazy to even use the Yanwang acupuncture technique. Lu Jin suggested, Mr. Zhou, how about asking immortal Dr. Chen for help? Why bother inviting a deity? Your father's body is already cold, so asking a deity is useless. Besides, the teacher said that he took action last time to repay Shen Miaoyu's favor, otherwise your Lu family would never have invited him. It's your fault that you left a bad impression from the beginning. Lu Jin became depressed when this matter was mentioned, as if it had nothing to do with you that our Lu family had left a bad impression on Dr. Chen. It was because of your consideration that we offended Dr. Chen. However, Zhou Tai was a famous doctor in Jiangcheng after all, and his personal power was comparable to that of a wealthy family. Lu Xun didn't dare to blame Zhou Tai and could only sigh, forget it. Come on, choose an auspicious day for the funeral. Chen Yang had already returned to the apartment at this moment. He saw the message from Gu Qiuyan and replied, okay. Qiuyan, your phone is lighting up. Gu Qiuyan was washing up before going to bed, with her cell phone on the bed. When the screen lit up, Li Shiqing happened to see it. Chen Yang? Li Shiqing did not intend to look at Qiuyan's message, but she just glanced at it and happened to see the name of the sender, which seemed to be Chen Yang. Is this the Chen Yang I was thinking of? Just when Li Shiqing wanted to see clearly, the phone screen went dark. What's wrong? Gu Qiuyan came in with lotion on her face. I was just washing my face, I didn't hear what you said. Someone sent you a message. Who is it? Chen Yang. Gu Qiuyan froze, her expression a little unnatural as she asked, could you have seen it wrong? I bought a phone for Chen Yang before, but he doesn't know how to use it. How could he possibly send me a message? I saw it clearly. Li Shiqing said firmly, her eyes scrutinizing Gu Qiuyan, I was wondering why you've been acting so strange lately. You must be hiding something from me. Is it related to Chen Yang? No. Gu Qiuyan shook her head. This cannot be admitted. Once you admit it, you don't know what will happen. Then turn on your phone. I want to read the message. This. Gu Qiuyan looked hesitant. It's not that I don't want to show it to you, but some of the information is between me and my boyfriend, so it's not appropriate. I only look at Chen Yang's. Are you feeling guilty? Without. Then show me. Li Shiqing suddenly showed a very tough attitude. Gu Qiuyan was in a dilemma and could only open her phone. Sure enough, there was a message displayed with the note Chen Yang. Chapter 46 Mr. Chen, can I sit next to you? When Gu Qiuyan saw that the sender of the letter was Chen Yang, her scalp instantly exploded. She could feel Li Shiqing's gaze as if it was going to pierce through her. Li Shiqing shouted, it's Chen Yang indeed. I told you I wasn't seeing things. Hurry up and see what he sent. Li Shiqing's tone was already somewhat coercive. If Gu Qiuyan refused, it was very likely that their friendship would end there and they would become enemies. Is the showdown coming so soon? Gu Qiuyan was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She pretended to be calm and clicked on it. There was only one message inside, which was okay sent by Chen Yang. As for the message Gu Qiuyan sent him before about not going back tonight, Gu Qiuyan deleted it right after sending it because she was afraid that Li Shiqing would see it. Okay? Why would he send you an okay? Where are your previous chat records? Li Shiqing asked. There is no chat history before. Impossible. You haven't chatted before. Wouldn't it be weird if he suddenly sent you a okay? I'm not sure about that. Maybe it was sent to the wrong person. I don't even know who this Chen Yang is. He must be someone with the same name as your husband. How could it be such a coincidence? Why don't you give them a call and try? Li Shiqing still expressed doubts. This is normal. Her best friend has been behaving so strangely recently, and now another strange message has appeared. The sender has the same name as her husband. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Under Li Shiqing's interrogating gaze, Gu Qiuyan gritted her teeth and made the call. Hello? Chen Yang spoke. Gu Qiuyan's heart suddenly tightened. She glanced at Li Shiqing next to her. Seeing that Li Shiqing did not show any particularly excited reaction, she remembered that Chen Yang had not spoken to Li Shiqing in the past 3 years. It was normal that Li Shiqing did not recognize his voice. Gu Qiuyan said, Hello, I'm Gu Qiuyan. I saw you sent me a message just now. Did you send it to the wrong person? There was silence on the other end of the line. Gu Qiuyan was extremely nervous. Chen Yang said, Let me see. Oh, sorry, I was going to reply to one of my clients, but I accidentally sent it to you. Obviously Chen Yang had guessed what was going on. Gu Qiuyan was completely relieved. He understood things immediately. With this IQ, who dares to say that Chen Yang is a fool? Since Chen Yang had already started to cooperate, Gu Qiuyan was no longer panicked. In order to prevent Li Shiqing from becoming suspicious, she did not hang up the phone in a hurry, but started chatting with Chen Yang. Excuse me, what do you do for a living? I don't remember saving your number. I'm a swimming and fitness coach, beautiful lady. Are you interested in swimming? All our coaches are handsome guys with 8-pack abs. You can touch them for free, Chen Yang said in a nonsensical way. Gu Qiuyan blushed and said she was not interested, then hung up the phone. I told you he's not your husband. Gu Qiuyan looked like she was wronged and aggrieved. Li Shiqing comforted him, it's my fault. Please forgive me this time, okay? I won't dare to do it again next time. I will never forgive you if it happens again. Gu Qiuyan turned against Tiangang. Escaped again. Gu Qiuyan also became more careful and will note Chen Yang as husband next time, he. The next day, Chen Yang received a call from Shen Miaoyu, saying that she wanted to invite him to dinner. Chen Yang thought it was okay, so he agreed. Don't miss out on free stuff. Besides, when Gu Qiuyan and I were in a double row in the living room yesterday, we were interrupted by Li Shiqing. I couldn't vent my anger yet, so it was a good opportunity to see what that vixen Shen Miaoyu was up to. Arrive at the designated restaurant. When they were still at the door, Shen Miaoyu walked over with a smile in her eyes and took Chen Yang's arm. She smells great. It is the kind of mature and charming perfume that can easily make men lose control. Shen Miaoyu was also dressed sexy, wearing a tube top. Chen Yang was a head taller than her. If he looked down a little, he could overlook the beautiful white mountains and rivers, which were plump and tall. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chen Yang reached out and pinched Shen Miaoyu's buttocks without any hesitation. Shen Miaoyu laughed and scolded, you little rascal, when did you become so indecent? You taught me. Chen Yang replied. Stop pinching it, it's not good if someone sees it. Shen Miaoyu moved the palm of her hand holding Chen Yang upwards a little, from the protruding part to the slender waist. Chen Yang jokingly said, you still know how to be shy? I'm a girl too, okay? Shen Miaoyu rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. The two walked into the restaurant and sat down. Shen Miaoyu said, let's wait for another person. Who? My niece. Chen Yang suddenly thought of the arrogant and rude girl Shenning, and frowned slightly. When Chen Yang just woke up and went to Dali Mountain to pay homage to his parents, the first person he met was Shenning. Shenning actually made fun of Chen Yang's deceased parents. Therefore, Chen Yang had a very bad impression of this girl. Could it be that Shen Miaoyu's intention at today's meal was to act as a peacemaker and get Shenning to apologize? Chen Yang remained calm. After waiting for a while, a beautiful woman walked in from outside. She was tall, with a cold temperament, and a pair of straight and round legs, forming a beautiful landscape. Catching, here. Shen Miaoyu stood up and waved. Shen Keqing came over and said politely to Chen Yang, hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Miss Shen. Chen Yang was a little surprised. Originally, he thought the person he was waiting for was Shenning, but it turned out to be Shen Tianhua's eldest daughter Shen Keqing. This made Chen Yang feel a little more comfortable. However, what Chen Yang didn't expect was that Shen Keqing actually took the initiative to ask, Mr. Chen, can I sit next to you? Normally speaking, Shen Keqing is Shen Miaoyu's niece, and the two are relatives. Relatively speaking, Chen Yang is an outsider, so if Shen Keqing wants to sit, she should sit next to Shen Miaoyu. That's the proper way. At this moment, Shen Keqing asked to sit next to Chen Yang, which was really frivolous. Could it be that Shen Keqing is only cold on the surface, but inside she is just like her aunt Shen Miaoyu, both naturally charming? If this is true, then he is an extremely wonderful person. Chen Yang nodded happily, of course, Miss Shen, please feel free to do so. Thanks. Shen Keqing sat down next to Chen Yang. A faint and elegant fragrance entered Chen Yang's nose, making Chen Yang feel relaxed and happy, as if his mood had improved. The fragrance emanating from Shen Keqing is very different from that of Shen Miaoyu. Shen Miaoyu is charming and captivating, while Shen Keqing is pleasant and fresh. Moreover, Shen Miaoyu's fragrance is created with high-end perfume, while Shen Keqing's is a very natural body odor. Two completely different styles. Chen Yang couldn't help but glance to the side and saw Shen Keqing's profile, which was fair and tender, meticulously carved, and truly perfect to the extreme. What he didn't know was that Shen Keqing was also very uneasy at this moment. Chapter 47 I Want to Marry You. It's really comfortable to be with him. Shen Keqing was born with a cold body and was constantly plagued by cold poison. There was fire under the courtyard in Dali Mountain, which had a restraining effect on the cold poison, but it did not last long. Now the fire there has almost dissipated. Ever since Shen Keqing's congenital cold body first broke out, the Shen family has been helping Shen Keqing find places where fire is stored. Over the years, they have searched almost all the places where fire is stored in Jiangchang. The fire energy of Dali Mountain is about to disappear, and Shin Kiching must find the next fire energy location as soon as possible. But this is not an easy thing to do. The place where the fire is hidden has not been found yet. Once her congenital cold body loses control, Shin Kiching will die. Just then, Chen Yang appeared. Shin Kiching didn't know what was going on with Chen Yang's body. She only knew that when she was with Chen Yang, her congenital cold constitution seemed to be under control. This is also the purpose of her meeting with Chen Yang today. Kiching, don't you have something to say to Mr. Chen? It's rare for us to sit together today, just say whatever you want to say. Shen Miaoyu said. Okay, Mr. Chen, I want to marry you. Shin Kiching's words were shocking. Chen Yang almost choked on his tea. No wonder Shin Miaoyu said that Shin Tianhua's two daughters were not good at socializing. Who could stand it when they were so direct right from the start? Shin Miaoyu's eyes widened as she asked, Kiching, what are you talking about? You want to marry Mr. Chen? She thought she had heard wrongly. Shin Kiching nodded and said, yes, that's what I thought, but I don't know if Master Chen is willing. Ahem, Miss Shin, although you are beautiful and excellent in all aspects, we have never been together before. You said you want to get married right away. Isn't this too fast? Although it is a man's nature, Chen Yang is not such a casual person. Shouldn't we at least finish the meal first? Shin Kiching said as a matter of course, is the pace fast? The men I met before couldn't wait to get married with me the first time they met. Chen Yang laughed dumbly, they are them, and I am me. If it were 3 years ago when he was still the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yang would not have hesitated at all if he met a high-quality woman like Shin Kiching. But things are different now. Chen Yang looked at Shin Miaoyu for help. Shin Miaoyu came to her senses and said, Kiching, this is only the second time you've met Mr. Chen. Why are you thinking of marrying him? She doesn't even know about this. When she was at the Shin family, Shin Kiching only asked her to make an appointment with Chen Yang, saying that she had something important to discuss with Chen Yang, but she did not say what it was. Shin Kiching said, Aunt, you should be aware of my physical condition, right? Shin Miaoyu nodded seriously. Shin Kiching continued, actually, when I first met Master Chen in Dali Mountain, I discovered that his aura complemented mine. Shin Miaoyu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Shin Kiching said, if I can consummate my marriage with Master Chen, perhaps my congenital cold constitution can be completely cured. My silly niece, why didn't you tell me such important information? When Shin Miaoyu heard the news, she almost burst into tears. If she had known that Shin Kiching needed to consummate her marriage with Chen Yang, why would she have given herself to Chen Yang? Wouldn't that have been a mess? Shin Kiching explained, at the time, I was thinking about finding the next piece of fireland as quickly as possible. And before I brought this up with Master Chen, I definitely had to establish a good relationship with him first. It shouldn't be too late to talk about it now, right? Not too late? How could it not be late? Shin Miaoyu complained bitterly in her heart, but Chen Yang deliberately asked her at this moment, do you think it's too late? Shin Miaoyu glared at him fiercely. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. What's wrong with you? Shin Kiching sensed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at the two of them with suspicion. Chen Yang cleared his throat and said, it's okay. Actually, I can help you resolve your congenital cold body. We don't have to get married, as long as we consummate the marriage. I don't mind doing a good deed. No. Shin Miaoyu and Shin Kiching said in unison. Chen Yang asked, why not? Shin Miaoyu said, Kiching is a virgin, and her reputation is very important. Naturally, I can't just consummate my marriage with you casually. It must be done legitimately. What about me as your boyfriend? That won't do. The Shin family has strict rules and prohibits any inappropriate behavior before marriage. Not to mention a boyfriend, even a fiancé, as long as you haven't married him yet, you can't do such things. Shan Miaoyu argued convincingly. Chen Yang was speechless. Your family has strict rules. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows your reputation as the Fox Shen. Anyone in the Shin family can say this, except Shin Miaoyu. Chen Yang spread his hands and said, then I can't help you. Shin Kiching is a very beautiful woman, she can be said to be a banished fairy from the world. If other men see her, they would probably be willing to shorten their lives by 20 years to marry her. But Chen Yang is not ordinary. He was just at the peak of his career, ready to explore the world. How could he let a woman hold him back? Besides, Chen Yang is already married. Shin Kiching asked, Mr. Chen, do you have any concerns? Chen Yang said, I'm married. I've heard that your relationship with Li Shiqing isn't good. Li Shiqing hasn't even consummated your marriage. What's the point of such a marriage? Shen Qiqing speaks very directly. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched twice, and he cursed in his heart, "Damn Li Shiqing, you really tell everything to others, as if you are afraid that others don't know that you are still innocent, right?" Shen Qiqing said, "Mr. Chen, as long as you agree to divorce Li Shiqing, I will immediately bring half of the Shen family's assets as a dowry, marry into your Chen family, and help you revive the Tianyao group." Shen Tianhua agreed to use half of the assets as a dowry. After all, the Shen family has many girls and very few boys. When a girl gets married in the future, the assets will eventually be divided up. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Your offer is very tempting, but I won't consider it for now." Mr. Chen. Qiqing, please give Mr. Chen some time to think about it. Shen Miaoyu was afraid that Shen Qiqing would push too hard and cause Chen Yang to be disgusted, so she interrupted her. Shen Qiqing said nothing more, finished her meal in silence and prepared to leave. Shen Miaoyu suddenly thought of something. "Qiqing, if you stay with Mr. Chen, your congenital cold body will not be so uncomfortable?" Shen Qiqing nodded and said, "Yes, the aura of Master Chen is even more powerful than the fire of Dali Mountain. As long as I stay by Master Chen's side, I won't feel uncomfortable." "That's easy. Just stay with Mr. Chen from now on." "But Master Chen just said that he doesn't want to be with me." "Silly girl, who says you have to get married to stay with him? Didn't you say before that Mr. Chen is very powerful, even stronger than you? Why don't you become his disciple?" No, I think it's best for you to be his maid." Chapter 48 The Gift Yi Tianzi Gave You. "Mr. Chen, didn't I get a project from the Lu family last time? Now I need to find a partner. Do you have any recommendations?" When Shen Miaoyu is serious, she is indeed very serious. Before, Lu Xun wanted to find Shen Yang for treatment, so he called Shen Miaoyu, and Shen Miaoyu took the opportunity to knock on a big project of the Lu family. The credit was mainly due to Chen Yang, so Shen Miaoyu wanted to ask Chen Yang for his opinion. "I don't have anything to recommend." Shen Yang didn't care about this matter at first, but suddenly changed his mind and said, "If you really want me to recommend someone, then it should be the Li family, and in the name of Li Shiqing personally." Shen Miaoyu was surprised and said, "I thought you would recommend the Gu family." She had already investigated Chen Yang. He had a bad relationship with Li Shiqing and an even worse relationship with the Li family. Moreover, he had been living with Gu Qiuyan for some time. According to normal people's thinking, this big project would be given to the Gu family, and then the Li family would be slapped in the face. However, Chen Yang still recommended the Li family. This made Shen Miaoyu very puzzled. Chen Yang said, "When the time comes, tell Li Shiqing that it was a gift from Yi Tianzi." "Emperor Yi?" Shen Miaoyu blinked her eyes and suddenly said, "So this is Mr. Chen's idea. It's really brilliant. What's my plan?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "I'd like to hear what Shen Miaoyu has to say about it." Shen Miaoyu gathered her thoughts and said, "Based on my understanding of Mr. Chen, you are definitely not someone who repays evil with kindness, but rather someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment." Chen Yang smiled and said, "You are really good at judging people." Shen Miaoyu continued, "Li Shiqing and the Li family treated you like this. You absolutely cannot possibly be genuinely trying to help the Li family, but you just said you wanted to recommend the project to the Li family, and you gave it to Li Shiqing as Yi Tianzi. If I'm not mistaken, you wanted to take revenge on Li Shiqing this way." Chen Yang retorted, "I gave the project to Li Shiqing. I was clearly helping her. How could it be revenge against her?" Shen Miaoyu said, "If you sent it as Chen Yang, I would believe that you were helping her, but you sent it as Yi Tianzi, which is worth investigating." Shen Miaoyu fell into thought, and after a moment she seemed to have thought of something. Chen Yang said, "Tell me your guess." "You are trying to show your affection to Li Shiqing as Yi Tianzi. If Li Shiqing falls in love with Yi Tianzi one day, unaware that this Yi Tianzi is her husband whom she despises so much, what an interesting scene would that be?" Shen Miaoyu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire him. This woman is truly intelligent and is very good at understanding people's thoughts. Shen Yang did not deny it. "I believe Sister Shen will know what to do. I'll do the work, don't worry." Shen Miaoyu made an okay gesture. After leaving the hotel, Shen Miaoyu immediately went to Li Shiqing's company. Li Shiqing is having a headache at this moment. "First, I was frightened last night and didn't sleep well. Secondly, the company's performance has been declining recently. No one knows what's going on, but it's just unlucky, which makes Li Shiqing very anxious." At this time, the secretary knocked on the door and came in and said, "President, Shen Miaoyu is here."
Shen Miaoyu? What is she doing here?
Li Shiqing was very confused. She had no cooperative projects with the Shen family, but Shen Miaoyu's identity was not simple after all. Since she took the initiative to visit the company, Li Shiqing could not refuse to entertain her.
Let her in. Soon, the secretary brought Shen Miaoyu to the president's office. The two women looked at each other as soon as they met.
A hint of surprise flashed in Li Shiqing's eyes.
This is Shen Miaoyu, the famous widow of Jiangcheng, and the most dazzling socialite in Jiangcheng's upper-class circles. She is indeed a woman of unparalleled charm.
In the past, Li Shiqing thought that her best friend Gu Qiuyan was charming and graceful, but compared with Shen Miaoyu in front of her, Gu Qiuyan was still far behind. The main reason is that Shen Miaoyu is mature, while Gu Qiuyan is pure and charming, like a delicate flower in bud. However, Li Shiqing didn't know if she was having an illusion. She always felt that the bud of her best friend was more beautiful than before. It seemed that after some time, she would be able to be as charming and seductive as Shen Miaoyu. Li Shiqing finally attributed this illusion to the fact that Gu Qiuyan had a boyfriend. While Li Shiqing was looking at Shen Miaoyu was also looking at Li Shiqing. She's really good looking, but her taste isn't very good.
Shen Miaoyu whispered something, but Li Shiqing didn't hear it clearly, so she asked, "What did Miss Shen just say?"
Shen Miaoyu smiled and said, "I say, this is the first time President Li and I have met, right?" Li Shiqing nodded. "I've seen you from a distance once before at a business gathering, but this is definitely my first time in a setting like this.
What can I do for you, Miss Shen?"
"I'm here to discuss cooperation with President Li."
Shen Miaoyu didn't beat around the bush.
Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment. "You want to discuss cooperation with me?
Seriously? The Shen family is one of the richest families in Jiangcheng.
All the companies that cooperate with the Shen family have become prosperous.
If he could cooperate with Shen Miaoyu, the company's predicament would be easily solved."
Shen Miaoyu pushed a document in front of Li Shiqing. "Of course it's true.
This is the project cooperation agreement. You can take a look at it first and then give me an answer."
Qingtian District Tourism Development Project.
Li Shiqing exclaimed, "Isn't this the Liu family's project?"
"I have discussed it with Mr. Liu many times without success."
"How come this project has fallen into the hands of Miss Shen?"
"He said he had talked to Liu Zhen many times but failed, but in fact he had not even met Liu Zhen. However, this project really excites Li Shiqing." Shen Miaoyu smiled and said, "It used to be the Liu family's project, but now it belongs to our Shen family. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the transfer agreement.
It has Liu Zhen's signature on it."
After reading it, Li Shiqing was still a little bit incredulous. "Miss Shen, are you sure you want to cooperate with our company on this project?"
Shen Miaoyu nodded, "Yes."
Li Shiqing said excitedly, "Thank you for your trust, Miss Shen.
We will definitely not let you down. But, can I ask why Miss Shen chose to cooperate with our company?"
Although Li Shiqing was excited, she still maintained some rationality. Although the Li family's business was snatched from the Tianyao Group, it is still not even 1% of the Tianyao Group's. In addition, the Li family's poor management has now reduced it to a third-rate company in Jiangcheng. Shen Miaoyu chose to cooperate with Li Shiqing, a third-rate company, instead of cooperating with so many big companies.
This logic is totally untenable.
Li Shiqing does have some self-awareness. Shen Miaoyu explained, "Normally, the Shen family would not cooperate with you on this project, but this is a gift from Yi Tianzi to you, and I have nothing to say."
"Emperor Yi?"
Li Shiqing looked surprised.
Chapter 49, Signing the Divorce Agreement.
This was not the first time Li Shiqing heard the name Yi Tianzi. Li Shiqing fainted after being held hostage by the Blood Dragon King yesterday. When she woke up, Gu Qiuyan told her that the person who saved her was Yi Tianzi.
Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is it Yi Tianzi from the Zhenwu division?"
"That's right." Shen Miaoyu nodded, thinking to herself, the starting point of this identity is quite high. He actually dared to touch the CI Zhenwu division.
6. Shen Miaoyu once again admired Chen Yang's fearlessness of death.
Li Shiqing asked, "Why did Yi Tianzi give me such an expensive gift?"
Shen Miaoyu said, "I don't know about that."
Li Shiqing asked, "Then can you give me Yi Tianzi's contact information?" Shen Miaoyu shook her head. "Emperor Yi said that when the time comes, he will naturally come to meet you."
This sounds so familiar.
Li Shiqing didn't think much about it. Her mind was full of the project cooperation letter sent by Shen Miaoyu.
Shin Miaoyu said, "President, don't rush to sign. Here is a document. You can take a closer look."
Shin Miaoyu pulled out a piece of paper from the file. Li Shiqing was so excited just now that she only saw the project development part in Lu Xun's transfer agreement. It was not until Shin Miaoyu took it out that she discovered that there was a special document inside.
Divorce agreement?
Li Shiqing looked at Shin Miaoyu with a puzzled look.
Shin Miaoyu said, "This is also what Yi Tianzi meant.
He gave this gift to you on the condition that you sign this divorce agreement." This was of course Shin Miaoyu's own decision. She wanted to pave the way for Shin Qiqing.
Only if Li Shiqing divorces Chen Yang will Shin Qiqing have the opportunity to marry Chen Yang.
If they get married, Chen Yang will be half a member of the Shin family, and the two sides will be completely tied together.
Li Shiqing didn't understand. Why does Yi Tianzi want me to divorce Chen Yang? Shin Miaoyu said, "Isn't this understandable? Yi Tianzi must be interested in you and hopes that you will return to being single so that he can have a chance to get close to you.
After all, he is from the Jinwu division and has dignity.
He wouldn't pursue a married woman, right? But I don't even know what Yi Tianzi looks like, why would he pursue me? Ha, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Adults often fall in love at first sight. I can tell you something. Yi Tianzi is very handsome." "Yeah?"
Li Shiqing's heart was moved, but she didn't lose her mind.
"I'd like to think about it."
Shin Miaoyu said, "President Li, your Chen Yang is a well-known fool.
Since you despise him, why don't you want a divorce?"
She had already explained this reason to Gu Qiuyan before.
"Because I want to save face."
But in front of Shin Miaoyu, she certainly couldn't say it so directly, so she said, "We have been married for 3 years, and there must be feelings between us.
I need to think about it carefully." Shin Miaoyu said, "Well, let me give you a week to think about it. If you can't give me an answer after a week, then I will have to work with someone else on this project."
Shin Miaoyu felt that she should put some pressure on Li Shiqing. Li Shiqing said, "Okay, I will definitely give Miss Shin an answer in a week.
I believe you will make the right choice."
Shin Miaoyu blinked with a smile, but Li Shiqing couldn't tell that she was speaking in a sarcastic way. She just felt an electric current running through her body, making her whole body numb. Shin Miaoyu's enchanting fox eyes were so powerful that even Li Shiqing, as a woman, found it hard to resist. After Shin Miaoyu left, Li Shiqing called her mother Wang Huilan and told her about this.
Wang Huilan's reaction was very direct. "Divorce, why not? I've wanted you to divorce Chen Yang for a long time. Now's such a good opportunity. If you hesitate for even one more second, I won't recognize you as my daughter."
Li Shiqing. I shouldn't have made this call. After hanging up the phone with Wang Huilan, Li Shiqing called Gu Qiuyan again.
"Qiuyan, where are you?"
"School, where else can I be?"
"Can you continue to come to my house to accompany me tonight? I'm still a little scared. But I have something to do tonight."
Gu Qiuyan wanted to find an excuse, but Li Shiqing said, "Then I'll go find you."
"I'm scared to be alone." "Then I'll go find you," Gu Qiuyan said quickly.
Chen Yang lives with her now. If Li Shiqing comes over and lets them stay together for a long time, Li Shiqing will definitely be able to see that Chen Yang is not stupid.
How to explain it then? Besides, Gu Qiuyan didn't want the two of them to stay together. "Qiuyan, you are so nice. You are worthy of being my best friend. I just happen to have a few questions I want to ask you tonight."
Li Shiqing didn't know what Gu Qiuyan was thinking, and she thought Gu Qiuyan was very loyal, so she drove to the school gate to pick up Gu Qiuyan after work. The two of them walked around outside and returned to their residence after dinner. After Gu Qiuyan received Li Shiqing's call at school, she sent a message to Chen Yang, saying that she would sleep with Li Shiqing tonight.
This time, Gu Qiuyan learned her lesson.
After sending the message, she added "do not reply" and then deleted the message.
"Shiqing, you said during the day that you had something to ask me. What is it?" "About Yi Tianzi."
"Emperor Yi?"
"Well, he gave me a gift today."
Li Shiqing told Gu Qiuyan what happened in the company today.
Gu Qiuyan looked surprised. Of course she knew who Yi Tianzi was.
It was a fake identity made up by Chen Yang, but she didn't expect that Chen Yang would use this identity to give gifts to Li Shiqing. But it is still such a great gift.
However, Gu Qiuyan was also a smart person.
After thinking for a while, she figured out the reason. She was afraid that this was one of Chen Yang's revenge on Li Shiqing. Li Shiqing said, "Yi Tianzi also made a strange request to me, asking me to sign the divorce agreement.
What? Gu Qiuyan's eyes widened. He asked you to sign the divorce agreement? What? Did he ask you to divorce Chen Yang?
Li Shiqing said, that's what Shen Miaoyu said.
Gu Qiuyan frowned, wondering what tricks Chen Yang was playing.
She had previously suggested that Chen Yang divorce Li Shiqing, but Chen Yang refused and even said that he wanted to take his time with Li Shiqing.
Why is he using a fake identity now to force Li Shiqing to sign? Is it because of Shen Miaoyu?
It must be because of that vixen. Gu Qiuyan suddenly felt a nameless fire in her heart, and instantly felt unbalanced. Why did Chen Yang disagree when she asked him to divorce, but was so eager to get Li Shiqing to sign when Shen Miaoyu asked him to divorce?
Is my position in Chen Yang's heart really not as good as Shen Miaoyu's? Qiuyan, Yi Tianzi asked me to divorce Chen Yang, why are you so angry? Li Shiqing asked puzzledly when she saw Gu Qiuyan's angry expression. Chapter 50. Thank you for the compliment, Master.
As the saying goes, it's better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. I'm angry at that despicable villain Yi Tianzi.
He actually used such dirty tricks to force you to submit.
I can tell at a glance that he is not a good person.
Gu Qiuyan seemed to want to vent her anger through Yi Tianzi. She was not scolding Yi Tianzi, she was clearly scolding Chen Yang.
Li Shiqing muttered, it's not really a dirty trick, is it?
He let me make my own choice and didn't force me to submit. And that's not how you judged him yesterday. Yesterday, Gu Qiuyan said that it was Yi Tianzi who saved Li Shiqing.
Li Shiqing was naturally curious about Yi Tianzi, so she asked Gu Qiuyan about it all night. Gu Qiuyan praised Yi Tianzi from head to toe, inside and out, saying things like how heroic he was, how handsome he was, and how gentle he was. Almost all the praises that have been given to her in her career have been used. There was no way, who asked her to substitute Chen Yang for Yi Tianzi.
Chen Yang's image in Gu Qiuyan's mind now is very tall, like a Buddha statue emitting golden light.
But that was only yesterday. After learning today that she was treated differently by Chen Yang and was defeated by Shen Miaoyu, the vixen she disliked the most, Gu Qiuyan's mood changed. You could also say she's acting like a girl.
Naturally, they described Chen Yang as badly as possible.
Of course, she didn't say Chen Yang directly, but used Yi Tianzi to make indirect accusations. Li Shiqing scratched her head but couldn't understand why Gu Qiuyan's opinion of Yi Tianzi changed so quickly. In just one day, there was a 180-degree turnaround.
After Gu Qiuyan finished scolding, she felt much better.
Seeing Li Shiqing staring at her suspiciously, she explained, I just can't stand people bullying my best friend. No matter how good the impression he made on me yesterday, as long as he bullies my best friend, I will sentence him to death. These words successfully dispelled Li Shiqing's doubts.
Li Shiqing laughed and said, it's not as serious as you say, and I haven't agreed yet, have I? Will you agree? Gu Qiuyan asked curiously.
She herself was also very conflicted. She hoped that Chen Yang could divorce Li Shiqing, but she didn't want the divorce to be through this kind of transaction. Li Shiqing said with a frown, let's wait and see in a week.
I don't know what to choose right now.
After Chen Yang received the message from Gu Qiuyan saying that she would accompany Li Shiqing tonight, he turned around and went directly to Dali Mountain. It's a good opportunity to test whether Shinkaching's massage skills are up to par. Come to the courtyard of Dali Mountain. Chen Yang could also clearly feel that the fire energy below had weakened a lot compared to the last time he came here.
Once the fire energy shows signs of decline, the speed of its dissipation will increase day by day.
Chen Yang estimated that the fire here would completely disappear in no more than a week. No wonder Shinkaching was so anxious that she even lowered herself to be his maid.
In the courtyard,
Shinkaching sat cross-legged on a mat. The upper body is very slender. She had her back to Chen Yang. Chen Yang restrained his breath and deliberately hid his footsteps, so even though he came behind Shinkaching didn't notice at all. What Chen Yang didn't expect was that Shinkaching sat up straight with her legs crossed, and there was an iPad on her legs, with a video playing in it. The content of the video turned out to be online massage instruction. This girl. Chen Yang was about to speak when his gaze suddenly shifted a little and fell on the towering part of Shinkaching's chest. Looking down from his high vantage point, he saw the mountains and rivers were so beautiful, and the ravines so astonishing, that it seemed as if they wanted to absorb all the light in the world into the whiteness of the snow. Wonderful! Chen Yang felt that it would be better for him to speak later. After all, the girl was studying so hard, it would be bad to disturb her.
Chen Yang was simply moved by Shinkaching's concentration. Just staring at him.
Pa, after waiting for a few minutes, Shin Keqing finally noticed someone and raised her head to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Owner. Shin Keqing quickly turned off the tablet and stood up nervously. Chen Yang said nonchalantly, "Well, it seems you have taken my words to heart. You studied very hard just now, which is worthy of encouragement." "Thank you for the compliment, master." A happy expression appeared on Shin Keqing's pretty face. "Are you so happy when I praise you?" Chen Yang looked at Shin Keqing with interest, and he already knew in his heart that this daughter of the Shin family must be not very worldly wise. This is indeed the case. Shin Keqing has always been trying to suppress her congenital cold body. She has no interest in socializing with others and naturally has little experience in the world. Don't be fooled by her cold appearance, she is actually very simple at heart. This is also the reason why Chen Yang does not dislike her. Dali Mountain is a natural hot spring pool. Master, would you like to try it? Can. Master, please follow me. Shin Keqing actively took Chen Yang to the back of the courtyard, where there was a natural hot spring pool with hot steam rising from the surface of the water. In order to better absorb the fire essence, I used to soak in this hot spring pool for half an hour every day. As soon as Shin Keqing finished speaking, Chen Yang took off his clothes and jumped in. Shin Keqing's cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Chen Yang say, "What are you still standing there for?" "Ah." Shin Keqing didn't react. Chen Yang said, "Don't you need to absorb the fire essence? This is the last bit of fire essence in Dali Mountain. It would be a waste if you don't soak it for a while." I've already soaked it." It was the first time that Shin Keqing encountered such a situation. She felt a little uneasy, so she told a lie, but she still couldn't escape Chen Yang's clutches. "Then come down and soak with me for a while." Chen Yang's voice was overbearing. Shin Keqing hesitated. This hot spring is not very big and can only accommodate 3 or 4 people at most. Shin Keqing thought that if she also went in, wouldn't it be a couple-less bath? That's so embarrassing. At this moment, Chen Yang suddenly sneered and said, "Why, you said you wanted to be my maid, but on the first day you didn't listen to me? But what? When I asked you to give me a bath, you clearly agreed. Why are you going back on your word so soon? If you regret it, I won't force you." Chen Yang said as he was about to stand up. Shin Keqing said hurriedly, "No, master, please don't misunderstand." Shin Keqing gritted her teeth and said, "Can you wait for me for a moment? I'll go change my clothes." "Go!" Chen Yang waved his hand, and as he listened to Shin Keqing's footsteps gradually moving away, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is indeed a wonderful experience to have such a beautiful woman serving you. Chen Yang held his breath and sank his head into the water. Although this hot spring pool is not large, it is quite deep. The next second after Chen Yang sank into the water, a young and beautiful girl suddenly appeared next to the hot spring pool. "Sister, you are taking a hot spring bath again. I want to join you." Chapter 51. My sister has misophobia. Xining jumped into the hot spring pool without thinking. Usually, only she and her sister Shin Keqing lived in this courtyard. Even Shin Tianhua rarely came here, so Xining had nothing to worry about. When she reached the pool, she stripped herself of all her clothes, leaving only 2 essential pieces of cloth, and then jumped into the water. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen immediately. Xining was also used to playing with Shin Keqing, so after entering the water, he immediately waved his arms and pounced towards the figure in front of him. "Ha! Why does it feel wrong? Hey, little brat, where are you touching?" Chen Yang emerged from the pool and looked at Xining speechlessly. He thought Shin Keqing had changed her clothes and suddenly became so proactive, but when he saw the scale, he found out that it was this wild girl. Chen Yang didn't have a good impression of Xining. Xining was also stunned for a moment, then after realizing what was happening, she hugged her chest and yelled, "Why is it you? Don't look at me, don't look at me." Chen Yang hurriedly stopped her. Don't scream, it's like I did something to you." "Isn't it? I saw it all just now." "What did you see?" "Your eyes are clearly on my chest. This girl has sharp eyes. A girl suddenly appears in front of you wearing such cool clothes, and reaches out to touch you, and your face happens to be facing the girl's chest. Will you take a look? Any normal man would take a look at it. Any normal man would take a second look. Chen Yang is many times more normal than a normal man, so he keeps watching. However, in front of Xining, Chen Yang would definitely not admit that he was looking at her breasts.
Instead, he put his hands together and bowed to the Guanyin Bodhisattva jade pendant on her chest. Xining curled her lips. "TSK, you're so hypocritical. Why are you in my and my sister's private hot spring pool?" Xining calmed down and began to question Chen Yang. Since this hot spring pool was built, only Shinkiching and Xining have bathed in it. Now that Chen Yang, a man, is in it, Xining suddenly feels dirty. "Your sister invited me here." "Impossible." Of course Xining denied it. "My sister is a misophobe. She doesn't want anything that has been touched by a man. How could she possibly invite you to take a hot spring bath? Unless she doesn't want this hot spring pool anymore." Shinkiching also has misophobia? Chen Yang was surprised. If that's the case, then she really made a big decision by asking me to come down and give her a bath. "Did you come to my house and steal things again?" Xining questioned. Last time she also said that Chen Yang came here to steal things. Although she was scolded by Shin Tianhua and Shinkiching later, Xining was not convinced. Shinkiching said that Chen Yang was stronger than her, and Xining always felt that her sister was exaggerating. Anyway, she didn't see anything special about Chen Yang. "I stole something? Again?" Chen Yang had no feelings towards this arrogant young lady. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but as soon as she said this, Chen Yang immediately thought of the scene when he first met Xining. At that time, Xining was joking about Chen Yang's deceased parents. However, at that time, Chen Yang was only thinking about paying homage to his parents, so he didn't bother with Xining. Now that she has some free time, she still dares to act arrogantly in front of him. Chen Yang will certainly not let her off so easily. "You call me a thief, right? I came to your house to steal things, right?" Chen Yang suddenly pushed Xining to the edge of the pool, asked her to lie down on her stomach, and then slapped her buttocks again and again. "Do you still dare to slander me?" Bang bang bang. "Ah, you actually dared to spank this girl, you're so brave. What's wrong with hitting you?" Bang bang bang. "My sister is an internal force warrior. I'm going to ask her to teach you a lesson." "Really? Didn't your sister tell you to be respectful when you see me?" "I won't." "You're still quite stubborn. Go ahead and yell louder, and see who your sister will help when she comes." Shen Yang continued to slap Xining on the butt. Xining was almost crying with anger, and she yelled, "Sister! Sister! Come quickly, your sister is about to be beaten to death." "Xiaoying, what's wrong with you?" When Shinkiching heard the sound, she hurried over and saw Chen Yang pressing Xining against the edge of the pool and spanking her. Shinkiching widened her eyes. "Master, what are you doing?" "Master? What master? Who are you calling master?" Xining originally wanted to ask Shinkiching for help, but was suddenly confused when he heard Shinkiching say this name. Bang bang bang. Chen Yang continued to slap her, saying, "Of course she called me. Who else do you think she was calling? Do you think your sister came to save you? No, if I get angry, she will have to lie down and let me slap her." When Xining heard this, her cheeks turned red. "Sis, tell me this isn't true." Xining couldn't accept this reality. Shinkiching said, "He's right. I've volunteered to be his maid. If he wants to spank me, I can't resist." "Sister, how could you?" Xin Ying's worldview seemed to collapse. The news that her sister was working as Chen Yang's maid had a more severe impact on her than if Chen Yang had spanked her. "Sister, you are confused." Xining screamed again. Chen Yang turned his head and looked at Shinkiching. "Why don't you ask me why I slapped your sister?" Shinkiching said, "Master, there must be a reason for doing this." "I won't ask." In fact, Shinkiching knew without asking that her sister had a spoiled personality and must have offended Chen Yang in some way. It would be better to let Chen Yang teach her a lesson. "Did you hear that? Your sister didn't even bother to ask why. If you dare to offend me again, I will slap you even harder." Chen Yang used a direct move that killed and destroyed his heart. I don't dare, Mr. Chen, please show mercy." Perhaps Xining was really hurt by Chen Yang's slap, so she can only beg for mercy. "I will submit to you temporarily for now. When my butt doesn't hurt anymore, I will challenge you again." Chen Yang let go of Xining and looked towards Shinkiching. Only then did he notice that when Shinkiching said changing clothes, she meant wrapping herself more tightly. She actually wore a leather jacket and leather pants. Just as Xining said, this girl has misophobia and will definitely resist soaking in the same pool with a man for the first time. Take it slow. What Chen Yang didn't know was that if it were any other man, Shin-Kiching wouldn't want to stay in the same pool even if he was wearing an aviation suit. Xin-Ning was rubbing her buttocks on the shore. Seeing Shin-Kiching enter the water, she asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I give it to the master." Before he could even utter the word scrub the bath, Chunyang replied, "Don't ask about adult matters, kid. Go back to your room and do your homework. Who are you calling a child?" Xin-Ning puffed out his chest in dissatisfaction. "You know what, this little gadget is quite interesting." Chapter 52: The Collision of Fire Poison and Cold Poison. "Xiaoying, don't be disrespectful to Master Chen. Besides, Master Chen is my master now, you can't be disrespectful." Shin-Kiching had a serious expression and displayed her authority as an older sister. I know. Xin-Ning was not afraid of anyone except her sister, so after Shin-Kiching spoke, Xin-Ning left quickly. Before leaving, he glared at Chunyang. Obviously he was not convinced again. "Your expression when you scolded Xin-Ning just now was quite fierce." Chen Yang joked with a smile. Shin-Kiching said a little embarrassedly, "I am sorry to have made the master laugh at me." "It's okay, just give me a massage on my shoulders." Chen Yang turned his back. Before that, he had already feasted his eyes. Shin-Kiching's figure can only be described as impeccable, especially when she puts on tight leather jacket and leather pants. Her figure curves are fully outlined, which is the legendary S shape. Devil figure, angel face. Any man who sees it will go crazy. But Chen Yang only asked her to help massage his shoulders. I wonder what other men would think if they saw it. Chen Yang sat on a stone in the shallow pond. Shin-Kiching stood behind him, with her two slender hands on Chen Yang's shoulders. Perhaps it was the first time she had such contact with a strange man. Chen Yang could clearly feel Shin-Kiching's hands shaking. "Don't be nervous. It's not the first time, but it will get better slowly." I don't know why, but after Chen Yang said this, he always felt like a weird uncle who seduced the little girl. Shin-Kiching is actually older than Chen Yang. But she seldom interacted with people, so her mind was simple and she was easy to deceive, which gave Chen Yang an illusion. The most important thing was that Shin-Kiching actually nodded in agreement with Chen Yang, which made Chen Yang's guilt explode. Is it unfair to Shin-Kiching to release the resentment towards Shin Niaoyu on her? Chen Yang suddenly thought about this question. After experiencing the initial nervousness, Shin-Kiching gradually adapted to the contact with Chen Yang, and her massage techniques became more and more proficient. Chen Yang silently practiced the flame dragon technique. A surge of heat emanated from his body, spreading through his pores and into the pool water. Shin-Kiching seemed to have noticed something and her body trembled violently. It's this breath. This is the breath she longs for. Shin-Kiching was a little dazed for a moment. Chen Yang said, "Sit down and take a rest." There were two large rocks in the pool where people could sit and rest. Chen Yang sat on one and Shin-Kiching sat on the other. The two stones are less than half a meter apart. Therefore, Shin-Kiching could clearly feel the water flowing past Chen Yang, carrying the heat emitted by Chen Yang and rushing towards her. "Master, can I take off my clothes?" Shin-Kiching hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but speak out what was in her mind. Chen Yang nodded, "Okay." So Shin-Kiching took off her leather jacket and pants, and found that she was wearing a dress underneath, but it was thinner. Wearing a dress under a leather jacket and leather pants really shocked Chen Yang. How serious is this girl's misophobia? However, Shin-Kiching at this moment was obviously a little carried away, and she had long forgotten about misophobia. Shin-Kiching blushed and said, "Master, can I take off one more piece of clothing?" Chen Yang. "Just take it off, I won't lose anything." Chen Yang thought so in his heart, but said, "If you take off more, you should only be left with your underwear, right?" Shin-Kiching nodded, Other men would have been eager to strip me naked with their eyes, but my master actually reminded me of this. What a serious and good man he is. Shin-Kiching thought naively. Chen Yang pretended to be serious and said, "You take it off, I'll turn my back." Good. Shin-Kiching felt more and more that her master Chen Yang was upright. However, what she would never have expected was that at this moment, all of Shin-Kiching's movements were captured on a smooth pool wall opposite Chen Yang. But even if Shin-Kiching found out, she would not resist. Because her desire for the fire energy emitted by Chen Yang now surpasses everything else, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to take off her clothes, just to allow her skin to come into contact with the water over a larger area. The fire energy emanating from Chen Yang is different from the fire energy under Dali Mountain. The fire energy under Dali Mountain is more chaotic and needs to be absorbed by Shin-Kiching herself.
For example, if the fire energy of Dali Mountain is 10, it is estimated that only 1% of it can be absorbed by Shinkiching as pure energy, and the remaining 9% cannot be absorbed. And this one that could be absorbed was divided into 10 parts. Shinkiching only had time to absorb 5 of them, and the other half could not be absorbed and was wasted. The energy emitted by Chen Yang is different. His energy has been refined and is the purest existence. Moreover, Chen Yang also actively controlled the fire energy to be transferred to Shinkiching, which was more efficient than Shinkiching's unilateral absorption. After soaking for less than 10 minutes, Shinkiching clearly felt that her innate cold body had been purified a lot. Yes, purification. Before today, Shinkiching could only suppress her congenital cold body by absorbing the energy of the fireland. This kind of suppression only blocks but does not relieve. Once the suppression disappears, the cold poison will counterattack. But today, the fire energy that Chen Yang passed to Shinkiching was so subtle and precise that it neutralized the cold poison in Shinkiching like moistening things silently. Neutralization, also known as purification. If the cold poison is completely eliminated, there will be no problem of backlash. Shinkiching tasted the sweetness and lost herself in thought, as if possessed by a demon. She actually took the initiative to open the seal of the cold poison, allowing more cold poison to burst out and neutralize Chen Yang's energy. An indescribable wonderful feeling grew in Shinkiching's heart, making her want to get closer to Chen Yang, closer. Chen Yang was silently practicing the flame dragon technique with his back to Shinkiching. Suddenly, he heard the sound of gurgling water. When he was wondering, he suddenly felt 2 soft and elastic objects appear behind him. At the same time, Shinkiching's smooth and delicate skin also came into close contact with Chen Yang. Shinkiching actually hugged Chen Yang from behind. It was as if Chen Yang was an energy stone, and she was trying her best to absorb energy from this energy stone, and she hugged him tighter and tighter. As a result, the situation became somewhat difficult to control. There is also fire poison in Chen Yang's body, and he needs to find an opportunity to release it. What was emitted just now was pure fire energy, not fire poison. Now that Shinkiching was close to him, Chen Yang sensed the cold poison in her body, and the fire poison began to surge out uncontrollably. When the fire poison and the cold poison meet, they are not neutralized, but an evil energy erupts. Chen Yang's eyes turned red instantly, his mind was in a mess, and then he turned around abruptly. Shinkiching also lost her mind, and the two of them hugged each other almost tightly. Chapter 53 Shun Niaoyu takes the initiative. Sister, you guys, ah! Just when the two were about to lose control, a shrill scream suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire courtyard. Chen Yang and Shinkiching woke up at the same time. Only then did I realize that they were hugging each other so tightly. Shinkiching was even more exaggerated. She even forgot how she took off her clothes. She thought it was Chen Yang who did it. She thought to herself, the master is so bad. Chen Yang? All the previous hypocrisy was in vain. Xiaoying, things are not what you think. I am practicing with my master, but my method is rather special. Shinkiching explained, fearing that Shining would think too much. Shining looked skeptical, do you think I believe it? But she didn't say it. She has no business interfering in her sister's private affairs. Shouldn't it be time today? Chen Yang said to ease the embarrassment. Well, it's time. Shinkiching nodded slightly. Previously, she thought that she had to stay with Chen Yang for at least an hour every day to suppress the cold poison, but the actual situation gave Shinkiching a big surprise. In the situation of taking a hot spring bath together just now, 5 minutes was more efficient than her previous hour of absorbing fire energy. When Chen Yang left, Shinkiching couldn't help but ask, Master, will you come tomorrow? Shinkiching was actually a little nervous when she asked this question. Chen Yang asked in return, do you want me to come? Shinkiching mustered up her courage and said, I hope you come every day. Chen Yang nodded, then I will take some time to come here every day. Thank you, Master. A smile bloomed on Shinkiching's beautiful face, and she was as happy as a child. Shining couldn't stand it any longer and said, you two have done enough. Stop feeding me dog food, okay? I'm about to vomit. Xiaoying, don't talk nonsense. Shinkiching scolded him, but this time her scolding was different from usual. Her voice was softer and a little shy. Okay, I was just talking nonsense. Shining was too lazy to argue and thought to himself, look at how happy you are, I'm afraid you're about to fall for me. Children nowadays tend to mature early. Even though Shining is a high school student, he probably knows more about the relationship between men and women than Shinkiching. She could tell at a glance that her sister's eyes were filled with pink. Of course, Xining only has a rich imagination but no practical experience. After leaving Dali Mountain, Chen Yang returned to the apartment. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Gu Qiuyan angrily approached Chen Yang and asked, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. "What do you want to explain?" Gu Qiuyan said angrily, "You are still pretending to be stupid with me, right? What you did yesterday really hurt me. Do you care about my feelings?" Gu Qiuyan originally had the halo of Master Yanchen blessing Chen Yang, but this time, Chen Yang really went too far. Even with the halo of an idol, Gu Qiuyan still found it hard to accept. She just didn't understand why Shen Miaoyu, such a wild person, was so attractive to Chen Yang. "I gave my first time to Chen Yang and was wholeheartedly devoted to him, but Chen Yang didn't cherish it at all." This made Gu Qiuyan feel truly betrayed. Chen Yang was completely confused. What did I do yesterday? How did I hurt Gu Qiuyan's heart? Could it be that she knew about his relationship with Shin Qiqing? But Shin Qiqing and I didn't reach the final step yesterday. We clearly braked at the critical moment. It was probably because I was too close to Shin Qiqing, and Gu Qiuyan was jealous. Chen Yang asked in confusion, "How did you know this?" "Okay," he admitted it. Gu Qiuyan said angrily, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Shi Qing has already told me." Li Shiqing also knew about it? Chen Yang was really confused. Did news spread so quickly? And since this matter has reached Li Shiqing, wouldn't he be exposed? Chen Yang asked, "What was Li Shiqing's reaction?" Gu Qiuyan said, "How else could she react? She'd be happy." Happy? Chen Yang became more and more confused. Gu Qiuyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You gave her such a big surprise, how could she not be happy?" What's that saying? The fool who had been with her day and night for 3 years suddenly became normal one day and got on the big ship of the Shin family. This was indeed a big surprise to Li Shiqing. But shouldn't she be shocked first and then angry? Why should she be happy? Could it be that Li Shiqing had wanted to divorce him for a long time, and this time she caught him having an affair with Shin Qiqing, so she was happy that she could divorce him with a clear conscience? "You are so good, Li Shiqing," Chen Yang said in a deep voice. "It seems that Li Shiqing is really thinking about divorcing me." Gu Qiuyan was speechless. "Brother, you are just a fool in Shiqing's eyes. You suddenly use such a big project to test her. Don't you think she won't be tempted? Although Shiqing hasn't made up her mind to divorce you yet, she will definitely make a choice next week." Project? What project? Chen Yang originally thought he had guessed what Li Shiqing was thinking, but Gu Qiuyan's words made him confused again. Gu Qiuyan asked, "Didn't you ask Shin Miaoyu to give Shiqing a gift?" The Qingtian District Tourism Development Project is one of the largest projects of the year, backed by the government. Do you think that in Shiqing's eyes, your marriage is more valuable than the profits from this project? I'm not afraid to tell you that Shiqing hasn't divorced you because she's considering the issue of face and is standing on the side of family interests. The benefits this project has brought to the Li family are so great that they can completely ignore the issue of face. What do you think Shiqing would think? Gu Qiuyan said this very directly today and was not afraid of hurting Chen Yang. Who made Chen Yang hurt her so much by what he did yesterday? Come on, let us hurt each other. Chen Yang was silent for a long time. Project? Divorce? Only then did Chen Yang realize that what he had just said to Gu Qiuyan was completely different. Gu Qiuyan was not angry because of her close contact with Shin Qiqing yesterday, but because she gave the project to Li Shiqing. But what about divorce? Chen Yang said, "I did tell Shin Miaoyu to deliver a project to Li Shiqing in the name of Yi Tianzi, but what about the divorce you just mentioned?" Gu Qiuyan asked, "Didn't you say that Shiqing had to sign the divorce agreement first before she could get the project?" "I never said that." Chen Yang frowned. "This should be Shin Miaoyu's own decision. I will go to ask her later." It turns out that this was not what Chen Yang meant. Gu Qiuyan finally felt better after hearing this, but she didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "I've told you long ago that Vixen Shin Miaoyu is no good. She even dares to plot against you." Chen Yang frowned even deeper. This time Shin Miaoyu acted on her own initiative, and if it disrupted her plans, it would indeed be no small matter. Chapter 54 Shin Miaoyu's ex-husband. After learning that it was a misunderstanding, Gu Qiuyan's resentment towards Chen Yang disappeared and she went to school in a happy mood. Chen Yang called Shin Miaoyu. Unfortunately, no one answered. This is the first time this has happened. In the past, when Shen Yang called Shen Miaoyu would never answer the phone in no more than 3 seconds. Shen Yang sneered, "It's really an adult game, very realistic, I've learned my lesson." Fortunately, Chen Yang knew where Shen Miaoyu's office was. Go directly to Shen Miaoyu's company. However, Shen Miaoyu was not found. The secretary gave Chen Yang an address, which was in a restaurant. Shen Miaoyu had taken Chen Yang to that restaurant before. It was a very famous restaurant for couples. Looks like there's new prey. The sneer on Chen Yang's lips became even more intense. Thinking of Shen Miaoyu's previous vow that he was her second man, Shen Yang found it ridiculous. Fortunately, I wasn't so naive to believe it. Women like Shen Miaoyu are obviously masters of love. When dealing with such women, you must never fall in love. Shen Yang came to this couple's restaurant. Same time, same seat, but the person sitting opposite Shen Miaoyu was not Shen Yang, but another man. A middle-aged man in his 40s. Shen Yang's heart was as calm as water. Already accepted this fact. Because this is the adult world. Only talk about interests, not feelings. But some things must be made clear. Shen Yang made a phone call, and through the transparent glass, he clearly saw Shen Miaoyu pick up the phone, take a look at it, and then hang up. Shen Yang put away his phone and walked straight towards the restaurant. "Gentlemen." The waiter came forward to greet him warmly, and Shen Yang waved his hand and said, "I'll find someone." "Yes, sir." The waiter stepped back. Shen Yang came to sit at the table next to Shen Miaoyu with a calm expression. Shen Miaoyu also saw Chen Yang, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "Chen Yang, why are you here? I want to talk to you about something, you two should finish it first." Chen Yang's tone was very calm, so calm that no emotion could be heard from him. Shen Miaoyu explained, "It's not what you think. Sister Shen, you don't need to explain. I don't care." In the past, Shen Yang also called Shen Miaoyu Sister Shen, but today this name sounded particularly unfamiliar to Shen Miaoyu. The man opposite Shen Miaoyu noticed the change in her expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Chen Yang, then stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Jiang Tiancheng." Jiang Tiancheng has the aura of a superior and exudes hostility. Chen Yang said calmly, "Chen Yang. No handshake with him." Chen Yang never likes to pretend when facing people who are hostile towards him. A young man with a lot of personality. Jiang Tiancheng smiled, then turned to Shen Miaoyu and said, "I hope you can consider my proposal carefully. I will be living in Jiangqing during this period, and you can come to see me anytime." After Jiang Tiancheng finished speaking, he nodded towards Chen Yang and said, "Goodbye." Jiang Tiancheng left the restaurant. "He's my ex-husband." After Jiang Tiancheng left, Shen Miaoyu suddenly said, "Everyone thinks I'm a widow, but my husband is not dead. We are just divorced. He came to Jiangqing 10 years ago and joined a company owned by the Shen family. Due to his outstanding work ability, he quickly climbed to the position of vice president. And I happened to be working at that company at that time. He and I got along well in many aspects and shared many common interests and hobbies, so we got together not long after. He told me that his parents died early and he was the only one left in the family. I didn't mind and even persuaded my father. We got married soon. But it was only after 2 years of marriage that I discovered he had cheated on me. It turns out he's from the Jiang family in Hong Kong province, a well-known local family. Dissatisfied with the family marriage, he fled to Jiangcheng. At that time, the Shen family felt enormous pressure from Hong Kong and the province, so I filed for a divorce from Jiang Tiancheng, but never mentioned Jiang Tiancheng's identity to anyone. Jiang Tiancheng returned to Hong Kong province, and I announced to the public that my husband was dead, so I was given the title of a widow. Jiang Tiancheng came back to Jiangcheng this time because he wanted to rekindle our past relationship. He said he had already established a firm foothold in the Jiang family, and the woman he married had passed away not long ago, so he found me and hoped that I would go to Hong Kong with him. Shen Miaoyu showed a bitter smile, but I just realized that I no longer have the same feelings for him as before. Shen Miaoyu fell silent after she finished speaking. Shen Yang didn't say a word the whole time. He waited quietly for Shen Miaoyu to finish speaking before saying, "I didn't expect you to have such a past, but why are you telling me this?" Shen Miaoyu explained, "I just don't want you to misunderstand." Shen Yang smiled and shook his head. "Whether I misunderstood or not, it shouldn't be important, right? Didn't you say that our future relationship is just a simple partnership? So even if you and Jiang Tiancheng rekindle your old relationship, it has nothing to do with me." Shen Miaoyu had a complicated expression. "I did say that, but, well, it's nothing." Shen Miaoyu sighed. Chen Yang said, I came to you this time because of Li Shiqing.
Did you force Li Shiqing to sign a divorce agreement? I didn't force it.
Shen Miaoyu put aside her complicated emotions and said, I just let her make a choice.
Don't you want to use this opportunity to see if she has feelings for you?
Whether she has feelings for me or not is my business.
I don't like people meddling in my affairs. Chen Yang's eyes turned colder. This is the first time, and the last time. If you act on your own again next time, I won't be so easy to talk to. Chen Yang exuded an icy aura.
Shen Miaoyu trembled all over, as if someone had grabbed her throat and was suffocating her. I wanted to tease you, saying that you were such a bad man who turns hostile as soon as you put on clothes, but after thinking about it, I restrained myself. For some reason, when facing Chen Yang, Shen Miaoyu no longer had the effortless charm she used to have, but instead felt unnatural everywhere.
Of course Shen Miaoyu knew what was going on. Only when you are truly in love will you be restrained.
After warning Shen Miaoyu, Chen Yang left the restaurant and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. However, he soon discovered that someone was following him.
Just stop at the roadside ahead.
Shen Yang said something to the driver, then got out of the car on the side of the road. Sure enough, the extended black commercial vehicle behind him also stopped. Four bodyguards in black suits jumped out of the car first, then the bodyguards opened the door and a middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor walked down. It was Jiang Tianshang whom I had just met in the restaurant.
Chen Yang, right? Why don't you get in my car and let's talk? Jiang Tianshang was smoking a cigar and looked at Chen Yang with a hint of contempt. Chapter 55 Grandmaster Zheng Hongyan.
Chen Yang thought for a moment and got into Jiang Tianxing's car. The driver and four bodyguards were waiting outside the car. Jiang Tianxing took a drag on his cigar and said, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be straight to the point.
No matter what your relationship with IU was before, it's over from now on. Chen Yang frowned slightly.
Jiang Tianxing's tone was commanding and condescending, which made Chen Yang feel uncomfortable.
But he still held his temper and asked, Do you think Shen Miaoyu and I have a special relationship? Jiang Tiansheng smiled and said, Based on my understanding of IU, it is indeed true.
She likes you, so she was anxious to explain it to you in the restaurant just now.
Chen Yang laughed when he heard this. Shen Miaoyu likes me?
That woman probably only cares about profit.
How long have you and Shen Miaoyu been divorced? Chen Yang asked.
Jiang Tianxing took a puff of his cigar, was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Yang's words, and then slowly blew out a smoke ring. She even told you about this.
It seems that I was right. You hold a high position in IU's heart. Chen Yang frowned.
Jiang Tiansheng is a relatively stable person, and he probably has some status in Hong Kong. Jiang Tiansheng paused for a moment, then answered Chen Yang's question, about 8 years.
Chen Yang nodded, since you also know that you and Shen Miaoyu have been separated for 8 years, do you know how much 8 years can change a woman? Are you sure you still understand her now?
IU has indeed changed a lot, but her eyes can't deceive me.
I can tell whether she likes someone or not.
Jiang Tiansheng said confidently.
Chen Yang sneered.
Jiang Tiansheng suddenly looked at Chen Yang and said, You are quite capable to be able to make IU fall in love with you.
Thank you.
But as I said, from this moment on, it's all over. Jiang Tianxing's tone suddenly became unquestionable.
What if I don't agree?
Even if Jiang Tiansheng had not appeared, Chen Yang had already drawn a clear line with Shen Miaoyu, but Jiang Tianxing's tough tone really made Chen Yang unhappy.
I don't agree.
Jiang Tianxing smiled and said, This isn't a question of whether you agree or not.
You should know the difference between us, right?
Chen Yang nodded, I know, the difference is that you are almost 20 years older than me.
Jiang Tianxing's mouth twitched a few times, but fortunately he had a strong mental state and said, Didn't IU tell you my identity? I've said it before, the Jiang family of Hong Kong province.
Well, since you know I'm from the Jiang family in Hong Kong province, you should understand that you are smaller than an ant in front of my Jiang family.
In other words,
Jiang Tiansheng exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes becoming fierce. If I wanted to crush you to death, it would be easier than crushing an ant.
There was a silence after that. Jiang Tiansheng waited quietly for Chen Yang's reply.
To be precise, he was waiting for Chen Yang to give in, because he didn't care about Chen Yang's reply at all.
The ending is already determined. If Chen Yang takes the initiative to surrender, Jiang Tiansheng will give him dignity, but if Chen Yang refuses to surrender, then he will help Chen Yang to save face.
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. After a moment of silence, Chen Yang suddenly spoke up, Since you've warned me, I'll also give you a word of advice. never gamble your vision against my methods, because you can't afford the consequences of offending me. After saying this, Chen Yang opened the car door and got out. A bodyguard asked, Mr. Jiang, do you need me to teach that guy a lesson? Zhang Tiancheng smiled and waved his hand. No need, I just like to see these young people being stubborn. Anyway, I have to stay in Jiangqing for a while, so I can play with him slowly. Also, get me his relevant information. Okay, Mr. Jiang. At this time, the driver asked, Mr. Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now? Zhang Tiancheng thought for a moment and said, let's go to Hongyan Villa. Another reason I came to Jiangqing this time is to meet Master Jiang. The driver received the order and drove towards Hongyan Villa, but when he was still 1 kilometer away from the villa, Zhang Tiancheng got out of the car and walked. Now. In Hongyan Villa, a slim woman in a red dress was swinging a sword. An osmanthus tree in the yard had been chopped into pieces by her. The woman's face was also extremely beautiful, but she had a bad temper and her eyes were cold. The woman's name is Zhang Hongyan. He is one of the few martial arts masters in Jiangcheng. Although she is 36 years old, she has never been with a man. In addition, she has made great achievements in martial arts and has practiced bodybuilding, so her skin is very good, firm, white and tender. She looks like a girl in her 20s. It turns out that practicing martial arts is the best recipe for beauty and skin care. However, Zhang Hongyan was furious at this moment. Just now, Zhang Hongyan received the news that her beloved disciple Shen Keqing actually recognized a man as her master. She is a disciple of a martial arts master, but recognizing a man as her master is simply a shame for Zhang Hongyan and a disgrace to the title of martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, due to her personality, Zhang Hongyan became a martial arts master at a young age. Naturally, she is stronger than ordinary women, even stronger than men. Just like a woman who becomes a CEO at a young age, she naturally develops an aura of superiority, and ordinary men are not in her eyes. This is all due to the difference in status. The female president has a noble status, and in the martial arts world, the status of a grandmaster is hundreds or thousands of times more noble than that of a female president. Even the richest man in Jiangcheng came and had to look at Zhang Hongyan's face. This is also the reason why Zhang Hongyan is not married in her 30s. Ordinary men are not in her eyes at all. She has been a martial arts genius since she was young and became a master at the age of 30. The other masters in Jiangcheng are all around 50 or 60 years old. There is no man who can make Zhang Hongyan put her hair up. But such a strong woman actually found out that one of her disciples had recognized a man as his master. How could Zhang Hongyan not be angry? The most important thing is that Zhang Hongyan really likes her disciple Shen Keqing, because they have similar personalities, that is, they both don't like to have contact with men. Zhang Hongyan disdains to have contact with men, while Shen Keqing has a cold personality and most men dare not approach her. Zhang Hongyan allowed her disciples to marry men, which was already her biggest concession. However, she never expected that the first person to take this step would be Shen Keqing, whom she had previously thought was the most unlikely. That would be fine, after all, finding a man to marry is a normal thing, but Shen Keqing did not find a man to marry, but instead recognized a man as her master. Zhang Hongyan couldn't tolerate it at all. Master, there is a man outside who claims to be from the Zhang family in Hong Kong and requests to see you. Suddenly a female disciple came in to report. Seeing the osmanthus tree destroyed by Zhang Hongyan, she didn't dare to speak loudly. Man? Zhang Hongyan got angry when she heard this word and yelled, get him out. Chapter 56 Zhang Tianqing's speculation. Get him out. Zhang Hongyan used her energy to move her voice, which was as loud as thunder and instantly penetrated the entire villa. Zhang Tiancheng stood at the gate of the manor, stunned. I had heard that Zhang Hongyan had a bad temper. Before they even met, she yelled at me without even seeing her appearance. Mr. Jiang, my master is in a bad mood today and doesn't want to see guests. Please go back. The female disciple who helped to inform returned to the gate of the manor and spoke in a cold manner. Zhang Tiancheng said awkwardly, I already heard it just now. Oh, then please go back. The female disciple once again ordered them to leave. After being with a strong woman like Zhang Hongyan for many years, the disciples have also been somewhat influenced by Zhang Hongyan's temper. The woman who made the announcement was already considered polite. If it were any other senior or junior sisters, they would probably immediately follow up with a sentence when Zhang Tiancheng said this, you heard it, why don't you get out of here quickly? Do you want me to send you away? Zhang Tiancheng maintained his composure and said, excuse me, young lady, when will Grandmaster Jiang be in a good mood? The female disciple frowned, clearly impatient, but seeing that Zhang Tianchang was quite well-mannered, she controlled her temper and said, "It's hard to say. It depends on when that man dies." Many of her fellow sisters already knew that Shin Keqing had chosen a man as her master. Moreover, senior sister Yi Shuang couldn't help but come out. Zhang Tianchang was surprised and asked, "Which man is so blind as to dare to offend Grandmaster Jiang?" "It's none of your business, don't ask," the female disciple scolded. This matter concerns the reputation of her master's sect, so of course she would not tell Zhang Tianchang the reason, and she even felt a little regretful for saying it. "Come back in a week. Then Jiang will take his leave." Zhang Tianchang was turned away and had to return in disappointment, but he did not dare to complain at all. The martial arts master is extraordinary. It's not that the Jiang family is necessarily afraid of martial arts masters, but because there are only a few martial arts masters as young as Jiang Hongyan in the whole of China. What he values is Jiang Hongyan's potential. If he could become good friends with Jiang Hongyan, it would be of great benefit to him in his future fight for control of the Jiang family. Even if you can't make friends with someone, you must never offend them. Zhang Tianchang decided to visit again in a week. "Mr. Jiang, this is Chen Yang's information." Zhang Tianchang returned to the car and the bodyguard handed him a document. After reading it, Zhang Tianchang was a little surprised. He is actually Chen Song's son. No wonder he has such a strong personality. But Tianyao Group is gone. Where does he get the confidence from? 10 years ago, Tianyao Group was already a giant in Jiangcheng, although it cannot be compared with the Jiang family. But Zhang Tianchang had to admire the talents of Chen Song and his wife. When he came back to Jiangcheng this time, Zhang Tianchang had planned to contact Tianyao Group, but he got a piece of news that Tianyao Group had disbanded 3 years ago. After a brief understanding, I felt very sad. The once glorious existence collapsed so easily. After the death of Mr. and Mrs. Chen Song, they left behind a foolish son, Chen Yang, who married Li Shiqing and disappeared for 3 years. Zhang Tianchang looked at the information about Chen Yang and frowned. "Fool? That guy doesn't look stupid." The bodyguard explained, "Mr. Zhang, this is all information I retrieved from Jiangcheng's official database. It's very credible. If that's true, then Chen Yang must have recovered during this period, or he has been pretending to be stupid the whole time, sleeping on straw and tasting gall?" Zhang Tiancheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Continue to look through the information. There are very few records about Chen Yang's 3 years of mental retardation. We only know that he was in the Li family. The specific situation is probably only known to the Li family." Zhang Tiancheng was more concerned about Chen Yang's recent activities. "How did he get to know Shin Miaoyu?" "I don't know. He hasn't been active much recently," the bodyguard said somewhat embarrassedly. "So what you're saying is that the most useful information in this document is that Chen Yang is Chen Song's son?" "That's about it. It seems that boy is indeed not simple." Zhang Tiancheng threw the information aside. He would not doubt the bodyguard's ability to do the job, because the names reported were all from the Jiang family. If even this information does not contain any relevant records about Chen Yang, then it is even more unlikely that there is any other information. As for Zhang Tiancheng's question just now, how did Chen Yang know Shin Miaoyu? That was naturally when they were in Dali Mountain. Shin Keqing saw that Chen Yang was extraordinary and told Shin Tianhua, and then Shin Tianhua asked Shin Miaoyu to win over Chen Yang. But this is confidential information belonging to the Shin family. How could the Shin family be so foolish as to tell the outside world that Chen Yang is a big shot and everyone should quickly cling to his thighs? Isn't this just adding more competitors to yourself? Therefore, only a few people in the Shin family know about this information. "Mr. Jiang, this document does mention someone." At this moment, the bodyguard suddenly remembered something. "Who?" "The old president of the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, the master of traditional Chinese medicine known as Jiangcheng's #1 doctor, Zhou Tai." "Oh? Let me see." Zhang Tiancheng regained his interest and picked up the information to look through it again. Sure enough, he saw some intersections between Zhou Tai and Chen Yang. The most important thing mentioned was that the two of them once appeared together at the Lu family to treat the old man of the Lu family, Lu Changjiang. "Ah Cheng, what do you think?" Ah Cheng is the person who helped Zhang Tiancheng collect information. He is not only Zhang Tiancheng's bodyguard, but also Zhang Tiancheng's most trusted assistant. So Zhang Tiancheng would leave many things to Ah Cheng. Ah Cheng analyzed, based on the information on this document, it is obvious that Zhou Tai is Chen Yang's biggest backer. He must have met Sister Miaoyu through this channel. "Do you really think so?" Jiang Tiancheng looked at Ah Cheng calmly. Ah Cheng nodded. Jiang Tiancheng said, "Your analysis makes sense, but you seem to have overlooked the most crucial point. How did Chen Yang know Zhou Tai?" Ah Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's because Chen Song and Zhou Tai are friends, so he took the opportunity to look after Chen Song's son." Jiang Tiancheng smiled and shook his head. "If you know a little about Zhou Tai, you will know that the possibility you just mentioned is very low." Jiang Tiancheng had lived in Jiangcheng before, so how could he not have heard of Zhou Tai? The old guy was a medical geek. What he hated most was dealing with the younger generation. He had retired a long time ago and had a bit of a stubborn temper. For a person like this, no matter how close Chen Song is to him, he would never be so caring towards Chen Yang. At most, he would ask his students to take care of Chen Yang. He himself immersed himself in the study of medicine. Therefore, Jiang Tiancheng felt that Zhou Tai, Chen Yang's biggest backer, was not that reliable. Chapter 57 Robbery, Hand over the black silk. Anyway, there will be a little more fun in Jiangcheng for the next period of time. Jiang Tiancheng smiled. I originally thought that Chen Yang was an ant that could be crushed with bare hands. But after reading Chen Yang's information, Jiang Tiancheng suddenly became interested in Chen Yang. Chen Song's son shouldn't be a mediocre person, right? If Chen Yang didn't have any skills, why would Shen Miaoyu like him? Play slowly. Ah Cheng said, "Mr. Jiang, I will continue to collect information about Chen Yang and will sort it out for you as soon as possible." Jiang Tiancheng suggested, "We can start with the woman named Li Shiqing." Clear. Jiangcheng University. As soon as Gu Chouyan walked out of the school gate, a male teacher couldn't wait to chase her out. "Teacher Gu, let's have dinner together tonight?" "Sorry, I have something to do tonight." Gu Chouyan glanced at the male teacher apologetically. This afternoon she received another call from Li Shiqing, who said she was scared and asked her to come over to accompany her in the evening. Gu Chouyan felt that Li Shiqing would ask her to stay with him in bed for a while. Gu Chouyan couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse. "Say you want to spend some time alone with your boyfriend at night?" Li Shiqing would definitely say that she was ungrateful for the sake of beauty. This reason cannot be used frequently. The main reason was that Gu Chouyan didn't think it mattered, so she agreed. However, before going to find Li Shiqing, she had to go back to the apartment. "I have to ask Chen Yang in person how the Shen Miaoyu incident was handled." What gave Gu Chouyan a headache was that this physical education teacher named Tian Wensong had been pestering her from inside the school to outside the school. A beautiful teacher like Gu Chouyan is very popular in school. She is not only the dream goddess of many male students, but also many male teachers are drooling over her. Basically every day when Gu Chouyan came to the office, there were flowers on the table. I don't know who sent it. Because Gu Chouyan never cared about it, she always gave the flowers to the cleaning lady in the office. But there is no doubt about Gu Chouyan's popularity in Jiangcheng University. Tian Wensong was one of the people who sent the flowers. He said with some resentment, "Teacher Gu, this is the third time you have rejected me this week." "Yeah?" Gu Chouyan thought for a moment and exclaimed, "It seems so." "I've rejected you 3 times. Tian Wensong said, "Then please do me a favor and have dinner with me tonight." Gu Chouyan rolled her eyes. "Tian Wensong, I've rejected you 3 times, don't you understand?" After 3 consecutive rejections, any normal person should know what Gu Chouyan means, right? Shouldn't a normal person give up when faced with difficulties? As a result, this weirdo Tian Wensong actually felt aggrieved, thinking that Gu Chouyan had rejected him 3 times, so she should give him a favor this time. Tian Wensong said, "I just want to know why." "Because I have a boyfriend now. I'm going back to spend time with him tonight. I even bought some black stockings to wear back for him to see." Gu Chouyan decided to make Tian Wensong give up completely, so she said. Unexpectedly, Tian Wensong, this weirdo, actually questioned, "I don't believe it. You definitely didn't buy black silk. Unless you show it to me." He is indeed a weirdo. His thinking process is different from that of normal people. Gu Chouyan really didn't want to pay attention to him, but Tian Wensong got excited and actually grabbed Gu Chouyan's arm forcefully. "You must have dinner with me today. I'm not saying anything bad about Tian Wensong, are you sick? Let me go. Teacher Gu, please give me a chance." "To your sister. Let go." Gu Chouyan usually doesn't swear, but Tian Wensong went too far and she couldn't help herself. As a result, Tian Wensong not only did not let go, but held on even tighter. Gu Chouyan yelled, "You're hurting me."
Tian Wensong showed a sick face. I just want to have a simple meal with you, why can't you satisfy me? While speaking, he sniffed Gu Qiuyan's hair. 1,000 horses were galloping through Gu Qiuyan's heart. There is actually such a pervert hidden in the faculty of Zhengcheng University. It seems that Tian Wensong's uncle is the deputy secretary of the School of Economics. Gu Qiuyan never expected that this guy would be so sick. Hello, do you need a call service? Just when the two were in a stalemate, a figure suddenly appeared beside them, watching them as if watching a play. Who the hell are you? Tian Wensong glanced at the visitor. The man was wearing a mask, revealing only his eyes, nose and mouth. Judging from the outline, he should have a handsome face. But there is a sense of ruffian about him. The masked young man said, I see that the woman you captured doesn't seem to be cooperating very much, so I'm asking if you want a substitute service. The masked young man looked at Gu Qiuyan and said, for just 1 million, I will definitely help you make this woman obedient. 1 million? Why don't you just rob it? Tian Wensong felt as if he had heard a huge joke. The masked young man said, congratulations, you guessed it right, robbery. As he said that, he actually took out a knife. Tian Wensong. Gu Qiuyan. Why do I keep encountering weird things today? I must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out. Tian Wensong glared and said, you dare to rob me when you know who I am? The masked youth shook the knife in his hand and said with a smile, I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, hand over all the money you have. You, okay, I'll pay. Tian Wensong decided to paralyze the masked young man first. He teaches physical education at the university. He is strong and capable. He feels that this is an opportunity to show off in front of Gu Qiuyan. So Tian Wensong pretended to compromise and took out his wallet, then took advantage of the masked young man's carelessness to rush forward and use the black tiger heart rip move. 2 seconds later, Tian Wensong was smoothly stepped on by the masked young man. How dare you ask a girl out for a date with this little money? Are you expecting her to pay for the meal? Tian Wensong really wanted to explain that who still carries cash on them these days, but after thinking about it, wasn't he that just walking into a trap? At least for now, the masked young man did not think of stealing his cell phone. After the masked young man took out the cash, he threw the wallet back to Tian Wensong and kicked him in the waist. Roll. Hiss. Tian Wensong gasped in pain, but still got up as quickly as possible and ran away. Gu Qiuyan stared blankly at the masked young man. What are you standing there for? Take it out yourself. The masked young man suddenly glared at Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan came back to her senses. Oh, sorry, I didn't have much money on me, I gave it all to you. Who asked you to pay? Where's the black silk? Chapter 58 Chen Yang's Mask. Gu Qiuyan had just been disgusted by Tian Wensong, but now she actually felt that being robbed was a happy thing. At least this masked young man drove Tian Wensong away. Besides, the masked young man didn't ask for much. Gu Qiuyan was willing to give him all the cash she had. Unexpectedly, the other party asked, who asked you to pay? Where are the black silk stockings? Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment. What black silk? The masked young man said, I heard everything you were talking to that guy just now. You said you bought some black stockings and wanted to wear them back to show your boyfriend. Gu Qiuyan said, yes, what's wrong with wearing it for my boyfriend to see? The masked young man said, that's what I like. What's wrong with robbing you for a pair of black silk stockings? Gu Qiuyan. Are all normal men extinct these days? After sending away one pervert, Tian Wensong, an even more perverted one comes. This world must be crazy. Are you sure you're robbing Haisai? Gu Qiuyan confirmed again. The masked young man nodded very affirmatively. Gu Qiuyan had no choice but to take out a newly bought pair of black stockings from her bag. The masked young man widened his eyes and said, Balenciaga? Holy crap, you actually bought black stockings? Gu Qiuyan frowned suddenly. The masked young man was excited just now, and his voice actually gave her a familiar feeling. Chen Yang, you bastard. Gu Qiuyan suddenly screamed and reached out to take off the other person's mask. The young man did not dodge, and it was indeed Chen Yang. Chen Yang laughed awkwardly and said, you were exposed when you got excited. I guess you should be more cautious when wearing a mask in the future. You want to die. Gu Qiuyan was so angry that she hit Chen Yang with her bag. Chen Yang dodged this time. Teacher Gu, I just saved you, how can you repay kindness with hatred? Gu Qiuyan stopped.
He tilted his head and thought about it. Oh, that's right. You just helped me scare Tian Wensong away. Why would I hate you? I should be thanking you. No, it's one thing for you to scare Tian Wensong away, and it's another to tease me. Who told you to rob my black silk stockings? Gu Qiuyan's silly look is actually indescribably cute. Chen Yang seriously doubted that with her intelligence, could she really be qualified for the position of university counselor? Could it be that Gu Rinai had used his connections to get her in? Chen Yang definitely couldn't ask this kind of question, because once he asked it, he might see God the next second when he opened his eyes. Gu Qiuyan calmed down and said, "What a pity. You should have scared Tian Wensong more just now. You let him go so easily. He really got away with it. Cheap." When Chen Yang heard this, he suddenly looked strange and said, "He probably won't bother you again in the future." Why? Gu Qiuyan asked curiously. Chen Yang showed a mysterious smile and asked, "Why is he pestering you?" "Of course it's because I'm beautiful." Gu Qiuyan's words were not self-praise, but rather a statement of truth. Beautiful women are very self-aware. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "You are a top-notch beauty, so there are many men pursuing you, which is understandable." Gu Qiuyan raised her chin proudly. It seems that being certified by Chen Yang is a very proud thing. Chen Yang continued, "But from today on, Tian Wensong is no longer a man, so he will naturally not harass you anymore." Tian Wensong is not a man anymore? Gu Qiuyan opened her mouth in surprise. "Did you just castrate him?" "But I didn't see you do it." Gu Qiuyan's eyes fell on the knife in Chen Yang's hand, and indeed she did not see any blood. Then he searched the ground again, but didn't see any of Tian Wensong's remains. Finally, he looked around and found no cats or dogs around, so they wouldn't have taken the sausage away so quickly. Gu Qiuyan asked curiously, "Why do you say Tian Wensong is no longer a man?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't forget my identity." "What's your identity? Shiqing's husband? Master Yangchen? Or is it the fool Chen Yang?" Chen Yang's forehead darkened. "I am a divine doctor. If I kick Tian Wensong in the waist, he will never be able to stand up straight again." Sharp. Gu Qiuyan gave a thumbs up, with a sly glint in her eyes. Chen Yang was basically certain that this girl was just teasing him on purpose. He has a strong desire for revenge. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Chen Yang is too lazy to care. "Let's go home." Gu Qiuyan naturally handed the bag to Chen Yang, and played with Chen Yang's mask. "Can you recognize me with the mask on like this?" Gu Qiuyan put the mask on her face. Because her face was small, the mask completely covered her face. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Even if a top-notch beauty like you turns into ashes, I would still recognize you." Gu Qiuyan spat, "I'm talking to you seriously, can you recognize it?" Chen Yang stared at it carefully for a while and said seriously, "Yes. I think so too, but that's strange. If it's so easy to recognize, why was I confused just now?" Gu Qiuyan put the mask on Chen Yang's face again and gestured. "Now I can recognize your face through this mask." Chen Yang naturally wouldn't tell Gu Qiuyan that the next time he wore the same style of mask, Gu Qiuyan still wouldn't recognize him. The problem isn't the mask at all, but the breath. Everyone's breath is unique. Just like a familiar person, even if he walks towards you with his face covered, you can recognize him at a glance. For Chen Yang, even if the lights were turned off, he only needed to feel the depth a little to know whether it was Xin Miaoyu or Gu Qiuyan lying there. The mask that Chen Yang got was not complicated in craftsmanship, and it even had a lot of hollow parts. No matter who wears it, it's basically the same as not wearing it. But after Chen Yang put it on, he seemed like a different person. That is because Chen Yang changed all his aura by practicing the 9 Revolutions Flame Dragon art. Plus he deliberately changed his voice. Even when Gu Qiuyan saw him, she only felt that this person was very familiar and a bit like Chen Yang, but she was not sure if it was Chen Yang. If Chen Yang hadn't revealed his voice in his excitement just now, he would probably have been able to hide it from Gu Qiuyan for a long time. This is exactly the effect Chen Yang wants to achieve. Gu Qiuyan fiddled with the mask for a while and then returned it to Chen Yang. Her doubts were soon dispelled by Qing Yang. Because Chen Yang took out the black Balenciaga stockings from her bag again. "Teacher Gu, you bought this black stocking. Are you really going to wear it just for me to see?" Chen Yang said to Gu Qiuyan with a playful expression. Gu Qiuyan blushed. The answer is yes. But she couldn't stand Chen Yang's smug look, so she snorted, "I told my boyfriend I was wrong, and you took it for granted."
How shameless. Chapter 59, A Girl Who Cannot Be Let Down. How are you handling Shin Miaoyu's situation? After making a few jokes, Gu Qiuyan asked a question that she was very concerned about. Although Chun Yang had said before that he and Shin Miaoyu were just ordinary friends, Gu Qiuyan always felt uncomfortable. She didn't like Shin Miaoyu, nor did she like seeing Chen Yang interacting with Shin Miaoyu. Chen Yang said calmly, "Of course I warned her. If she dares to interfere in my affairs again, I won't let her off easily." Chen Yang was in a complicated mood the past 2 days. Because of what Shin Miaoyu said. Too realistic. It seems that there are only interests but no feelings between adults. But at this moment, Chen Yang was calm. Very calm. It was as if I grew up in an instant. He was so stupid before. Yes. Too stupid. The mentality is still stuck in the past. Things are different now. Chen Yang is a cultivator now, how can he be entangled in love affairs all day long? Walk through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. This is the true saying. Chen Yang has grown up. Gu Qiuyan blinked, looking curious. Did you break up with her? It was just a normal cooperative relationship, there's no question of a falling out. This time she was really meddling in other people's business. Chen Yang said lightly. It was an ordinary cooperative relationship, and that was absolutely correct. Even if he got together with Shin Miaoyu, it was just a matter of each taking what they needed. Shin Miaoyu wanted to win over Chen Yang in this way. And Chen Yang. This method is also needed to vent the fire poison in the body. Mutual benefit. Isn't it a cooperative relationship? If Shin Miaoyu dared to call Chen Yang a scumbag, Chen Yang could reply with confidence, "You taught me that, my idol. You probably haven't seen my cooking skills yet, right? When we get home, I'll show you my cooking skills." Gu Qiuyan seemed to be in a good mood. Chen Yang's eyes unconsciously fell on Gu Qiuyan's fullness, and he thought, isn't there something here? Do you still need to show it? The two of them went to the market together and bought some vegetables. Watch TV in the living room for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Gu Qiuyan tied on an apron and instantly turned into a cute little cook. She also didn't let Chen Yang go in to help. Chen Yang sat in the living room, looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, and suddenly felt a little dazed. He used to serve Li Shiqing. One-sided contribution. Li Shiqing never cooked for him, and she never even ordered takeout for him. Chen Yang has never been as glorious as he is today. They are both women, why is there such a big difference? Chen Yang sighed. At the same time, it further strengthened an idea in my mind. Some girls cannot be let down, and some girls must be avenged. Gu Qiuyan is obviously the one who cannot be let down. The meal is ready, come and try my cooking. An hour or so later, Gu Qiuyan brought the delicious meal to the table. Chen Yang was very hungry, but he soon discovered something was wrong. Although these meals are delicious, why are there wolfberries in every dish? Especially the bowl of sea cucumber and mutton soup. The combination of these two things is already nourishing enough, but they even added half a bowl of wolfberries. This is because he is afraid that he is not angry enough. Chen Yang stared at Gu Qiuyan with wide eyes. Gu Qiuyan's cheeks flushed, and she said a little embarrassedly, I just want you to take more supplements. It's good for you, and it's good for me too. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. This charming and attractive look is simply a feast for the eyes. Repair. Crazy supplement. Chen Yang ate with relish, devouring the food like a whirlwind. In an instant, he had finished half of the big bowl of mutton. I have to say that Gu Qiuyan's cooking skills are really amazing. Much more powerful than Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt that he had made a great profit by being able to pick up such a woman. Eat slowly. Seeing that Chen Yang looked like a hungry ghost, Gu Qiuyan said something to him, but the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be stopped. Chen Yang's performance is a high recognition of her cooking skills and the greatest respect for her labor results. How could Gu Qiuyan not be happy? The meal was enjoyed with great interest. Chen Yang patted his belly contentedly, I'm full. This meal can be said to be the most delicious one I've had in the past 3 years. This is a true statement that comes from Chen Yang's heart. If you like, I'll do it for you every day. Gu Qiuyan said something subconsciously, then realized it was inappropriate. She shyly stood up, cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Chen Yang laughed dumbly and whispered, silly girl, you can obviously say this with more confidence. After saying this, Chen Yang himself was stunned for a moment.
Li Shiqing, Gu Qiuyan, Xin Miaoyu, and Xin Keqing are all beauties, and each has a different temperament. Not to mention Li Shiqing and Xin Miaoyu. As far as Gu Qiuyan and Xin Keqing are concerned, it would be a great blessing to be able to marry either of them. As long as Chen Yang nodded, he could have both. But before that, when Xin Keqing proposed to marry Chen Yang decisively refused. Chen Yang felt that he was a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, ready to soar. How could he be bound by a woman? Also, in the matter of Xin Miaoyu, Chen Yang also realized the true meaning of playing with flowers. Walk through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Only then can you be a free person. However, all these thoughts were thrown out of his mind when he faced Gu Qiuyan. Just like you, as a veteran bootlicker, always remind yourself that the goddess already has a boyfriend, and you can't keep licking her like this. But when the goddess sends you a message saying that he has left and the room will expire in half an hour, do you want to come and stay? You immediately ran over happily. This is called being unable to extricate oneself. Chen Yang has not reached the level of such a Xiaobing, but there is no doubt that in front of Gu Qiuyan, all his principles can be changed. If Gu Qiuyan asked him again, "Are you willing to marry me?" Chen Yang will definitely give a positive answer. Meeting. This is the answer in Chen Yang's heart. Now. Looking at Gu Qiuyan busy in the kitchen, the apron tied around her waist highlighted her slender curves. Gu Qiuyan was wearing ordinary home clothes, but it couldn't hide her figure. The contrast between her hips and her slender waist made her look even more perky. When she was wiping the range hood, she stood on tiptoe slightly and leaned forward, making the curves of her back more graceful. Ah! Chen Yang, you. Gu Qiuyan was busy when she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms hugging her slender waist from behind. At the same time, it brings a masculine atmosphere. Gu Qiuyan screamed in surprise, but soon felt something. Her cheeks instantly became extremely hot, and her delicate body went from tense to soft. Gu Qiuyan thought to herself, after feeding him so many nourishing foods, is it likely to take effect so quickly? A big fight in the kitchen was inevitable, and Gu Qiuyan could only grit her teeth and persevere. Chapter 60. Li Shiqing comes to visit. Chen Yang's problem was naturally not with food. This little bit of nourishment is nothing to him. It can't be compared with fire poison at all. But Chen Yang's display of power this time had little to do with the fire poison. It's just a matter of emotion. So Gu Qiuyan could clearly feel that this time, the two of them cooperated with each other with an unprecedented tacit understanding. It was a wonderful experience. But Gu Qiuyan still called a stop at mid-game. She had promised Li Shiqing that she would accompany her tonight. What if Li Shiqing comes looking for him later? Gu Qiuyan quickly went to take a shower. Just changed my clothes and came out. As expected, Li Shiqing's voice was heard outside. I'm at the door, Qiuyan, please open the door. Gu Qiuyan. What you fear will come true. Gu Qiuyan pushed Chen Yang into the study, then opened the door and let Li Shiqing in. Why did you come here by yourself? How dare you ask? Don't you see how many times I called you? Li Shiqing looked a little resentful. Gu Qiuyan picked up her phone and found that there were indeed many missed calls, as well as a message from Li Shiqing asking her if something had happened to her. Several times before, when Gu Qiuyan was playing duo games with Chen Yang, Li Shiqing's phone call would suddenly interrupt. Gu Qiuyan was in shock. So this time before the battle, she muted her phone. Otherwise, Li Shiqing would definitely call again. Gu Qiuyan now seriously suspects that this is a curse. Whenever she plays duo with Chen Yang, Li Shiqing will call her. I was taking a shower and didn't hear my phone ring. Gu Qiuyan explained. Li Shiqing asked suspiciously, you take a shower for over an hour? Gu Qiuyan said, well, it's because it's so comfortable in there that I don't want to come out. Etc. Li Shiqing suddenly interrupted, staring at Gu Qiuyan with wide eyes and asked, why do you have strawberry marks on your neck? Yeah? Gu Qiuyan was suddenly shocked. Chen Yang, this bad guy, knew that I was going to accompany Shiqing tonight, but he still dared to plant strawberries on my neck. He must have done it on purpose. Gu Qiuyan thought bitterly, and was just about to come up with an excuse when Li Shiqing said, no wonder you took so long to shower. Did you just finish that thing with Wang Ziki? Li Shiqing winked at Gu Qiuyan ambiguously. Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment. Which one? That's it, otherwise how did you get the strawberry mark on your neck? Oh. Gu Qiuyan reacted and explained, it's not Wang Ziki. Although she didn't want to expose Chen Yang so early, she also didn't want Li Shiqing to mistake Wang Ziki for her boyfriend.
Who is Wang Ziki? Li Shiqing misunderstood her meaning again and agreed, yes, it's not Wang Ziki, it's your mysterious boyfriend, Master Yangchen. Gu Qiuyan nodded. She liked this statement.
Li Shiqing looked towards the bathroom.
So, your Master Yangchen is in there too?
Gu Qiuyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I said I would go to accompany you tonight, so he took a shower and left first.
What a coincidence. But when I came up just now, I didn't see anyone going down?
Li Shiqing looked skeptical. Honestly, Qiuyan, you've been so suspicious lately. And that mysterious boyfriend of yours, I actually always miss him.
Gu Qiuyan thought to herself, it's not that you always miss it, but that every time you see Chen Yang, you treat him like a fool.
In order to prevent Li Shiqing from asking more questions, Gu Qiuyan took Li Shiqing's arm and was about to go out. Let's go.
Li Shiqing stood still. Where are you going? Of course I'm going to your house. Didn't you say you were scared of living alone and wanted me to go over and keep you company? Hey, Miss Gu, how come you've become so stupid from falling in love?
Li Shiqing stretched out her green jade fingers and flicked Gu Qiuyan's forehead.
Gu Qiuyan covered her forehead in grievance and asked, why did you hit me?
I'm scared because I live alone, but now that I've come to your place, why don't we just sleep here tonight?
Why would you run all the way to my place?
Li Shiqing was speechless. It turns out that a woman's IQ decreases when she is in love.
My best friend's IQ has dropped so much. However, how could she possibly know what Gu Qiuyan was thinking?
Li Shiqing also mentioned a few days ago that she wanted to come and live with Gu Qiuyan.
Gu Qiuyan quickly changed the subject and eventually ran to Li Shiqing to accompany her.
Why? I'm just afraid that Li Shiqing will notice something if she stays with Chen Yang for too long. As a result, pretending to be stupid didn't fool Li Shiqing this time.
Gu Qiuyan was really afraid of being exposed. But I can't find a suitable reason.
The worst part is. After looking around, Li Shiqing suddenly asked, by the way, where is Chen Yang?
Why don't I see him? Chen Yang. Gu Qiuyan looked embarrassed. He is sleeping in the room. There are only 2 rooms in this apartment.
One is where Gu Qiuyan sleeps, with the door open, and the other small room has its door closed.
If Chen Yang was sleeping, he was obviously in the back room.
Li Shiqing walked straight over and opened the door, and sure enough, she saw Chen Yang sleeping soundly inside.
Li Shiqing frowned and said, Qiuyan, isn't this your study? Why is it being used as his bedroom? Gu Qiuyan said, the apartment is too small, there are only 2 rooms, so you can let him sleep on the sofa. I always let him sleep on the sofa before. You're just too nice to him. No wonder he's been so disobedient lately.
Li Shiqing said confidently and wanted to go over to wake Chen Yang up, but Gu Qiuyan hurriedly stopped her. Forget it, Shiqing, he's already asleep, don't wake him up. Okay, for your sake, I'll let him go tonight, but starting tomorrow, he has to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Li Shiqing said this angrily, as if she couldn't bear to see Chen Yang have an easy time.
Gu Qiuyan frowned and said nothing.
She really felt that Li Shiqing was going too far. But at this moment, Chen Yang's snoring sounded at an inopportune time, and Li Shiqing was so angry that she almost rushed over and slapped him awake again.
Gu Qiuyan hurriedly closed the door. All right, isn't it just right that he's asleep? If you really woke him up, I don't know how noisy it would be. If he dares to make trouble, I will beat him.
Li Shiqing said this, but she did not cause trouble for Chen Yang again. She probably felt that it would be an eyesore if Chen Yang woke up.
The 2 went to the next room. And at this moment,
Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, with a hint of mockery and coldness in his eyes. Li Shiqing, you are still as ignorant as ever.
I will give you another surprise tomorrow.
Chen Yang looked towards the desk, and the mask on the desk reflected a faint light.
Chapter 61 Meeting Wang Ziki in the restaurant.
Because she had to get up early to go to the company the next day, Li Shiqing got up early.
Gu Qiuyan was a little late.
When Li Shiqing got up, she couldn't help but rush into the study and woke up Chen Yang.
I'm already up, why are you sleeping?
Chen Yang had long been accustomed to Li Shiqing's style and was too lazy to care about it. Anyway, I have prepared a program for Li Shiqing today, and the best is yet to come.
What, you want to have dinner with Shiqing tonight? Gu Qiuyan, who was the last one to leave, heard Chen Yang's words and her eyes widened. Are you going to confront her?
Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. You will know when the time comes. This matter still depends on your cooperation.
How can I cooperate? Gu Qiuyan looked confused. A day passed quickly.
As expected, Li Shiqing said after work that she wanted to live with Gu Qiuyan, and Gu Qiuyan naturally would not refuse. Gu Qiuyan said on the phone, "Shiqing, come pick me up at the school gate.
I have something very exciting to tell you."
What's the big news?
Wait until you get there. Half an hour later, Li Shiqing drove to the gate of Jiangcheng University.
When her long legs came out of the car, she immediately became a beautiful scenery at the school gate.
Gu Qiuyan is another one.
The two landscapes quickly merged.
Li Shiqing said, "What's going on? It's so mysterious. You didn't even tell me on the phone. I've been curious all the way."
"Hee, I'm going to take you to meet someone,"
Gu Qiuyan said with a smile.
Li Shiqing's eyes lit up. "Are you taking me to meet Wang Ziki?"
"No, are you taking me to meet your mysterious boyfriend?"
Being so mysterious, Li Shiqing thought Gu Qiuyan was going to reveal the true identity of her mysterious boyfriend.
Gu Qiuyan kept it a secret and said, "You'll know in a moment." Gu Qiuyan told me the address of a restaurant.
Li Shiqing drove over quickly.
Gu Qiuyan said to the waiter, "Hello, we have reserved table number 3.
The waiter smiled and said, "This way, please."
The two were taken to table number 3, and the waiter asked, "Do you two need food now?" Gu Qiuyan said, "There's still one person. Let's wait a little longer."
"Okay, if you two need any help, please call me anytime." The waiter poured tea for the two of them and went to serve other tables.
Li Shiqing said, "Miss Gu, you guys are being too mysterious. He actually appeared a step later?"
Li Shiqing thought that when they arrived, Wang Ziki was already sitting in the restaurant and would greet them in the most elegant way. That's right, in Li Shiqing's heart, she was certain that Gu Qiuyan's mysterious boyfriend was Wang Ziki.
As luck would have it, after a while, Wang Ziki actually walked into the restaurant. "I knew it was him."
Li Shiqing looked very proud. She stood up and waved to Wang Ziki, "This way."
Only then did Gu Qiuyan notice that Wang Ziki had also come to this restaurant. My scalp suddenly felt numb.
But when he wanted to stop Li Shiqing, it was too late.
Wang Ziki looked at Li Shiqing puzzledly.
Of course he knew Li Shiqing. He had seen Li Shiqing and Gu Qiuyan together before. They were a pair of good friends. At that time, he was struggling over whether to choose Li Shiqing or Gu Qiuyan.
In the end, Wang Ziki chose Gu Qiuyan and launched a fierce pursuit of her.
After all, Li Shiqing is a married woman. When Wang Ziki saw Li Shiqing waving at him, he was stunned for a moment and felt confused.
"I've never seen this woman so enthusiastic towards me before." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziki still walked over.
Hurry, sit next to Qiuyan.
I want to hear your gossip,"
Li Shiqing said impatiently. When she looked at Wang Ziki at this moment, she saw the aura of Master Yanchen and her eyes were full of admiration.
"What a genius!
He appears to be a playboy, but is actually a hidden big shot. Why didn't I realize before that Wang Ziki is so handsome?" Li Shiqing imagined it. This is purely the idol halo at work, and it is a very explosive kind of idol halo.
Wang Ziki is so handsome.
The gossip that Li Shiqing just mentioned was because she wanted to hear about the two of them being together, because she had heard Gu Qiuyan say before that she had no interest in Wang Ziki at all.
Li Shiqing guessed that it was because Wang Ziki used the identity of Master Yang Chen when pursuing Gu Qiuyan that he succeeded.
But Li Shiqing still wanted to hear this story from Wang Ziki and Gu Qiuyan.
However,
her words sounded extremely harsh to Wang Ziki's ears.
"The gossip between me and Gu Qiuyan? What does it mean? Wasn't it the matter between me and Gu Qiuyan that I used a female student to force Gu Qiuyan to submit a while ago, but ended up falling into the hands of a pretty boy?"
In the end, even his father Wang Defa was alarmed.
Moreover, as soon as Wang Defa arrived, he broke both of Wang Ziki's knees.
Later, no one knew what medicine he gave him, but they miraculously healed. But the humiliation he felt at that time has always been buried in Wang Ziki's heart. Wang Defa warned Wang Ziki to stay out of trouble during this period, as it wouldn't be long before the Wang family would soar to the top and become the top family in Jiangcheng. Then I wouldn't be afraid of Xin Miaoyu anymore. The reason why Wang Ziki suffered a loss that day was that Chen Yang's skills were too powerful and disrupted his plans.
But that's not the main reason.
No matter how powerful his skills are, they are not enough to scare Wang Ziki. The most important thing is that Chen Yang knows Xin Miaoyu.
It was because Shen Miaoyu called Wang Defa the day that Wang Defa ran over in panic and broke Wang Ziqi's legs. As long as they endure for a period of time, the Wang family will become stronger than the Shen family. At that time, Wang Ziqi can retaliate in any way he wants and on whomever he wants. These words were said by Wang Defa to Wang Ziqi in person. So when Wang Ziqi came into the restaurant just now, although he saw Gu Qiuyan and the others at first sight, he had no intention of coming over to cause trouble. But he didn't expect that Li Shiqing would actually take the initiative to call him over. What he didn't expect was that Li Shiqing called him over just to humiliate him. That's right, humiliation. Wang Ziqi had decided to tolerate the previous incident for the time being, but Li Shiqing insisted on bringing it up, looking impatient. Isn't this just like I surrendered, but you still chased me with a knife and stabbed me? Too arrogant. Wang Ziqi slammed his fist on the table and said gloomily, "You guys are so proud now, but it won't be long before I make you unable to laugh anymore." After Wang Ziqi finished speaking, he stood up and left angrily. Li Shiqing was bewildered. She looked at Wang Ziqi's back and said, "Qiuyan, why is he suddenly angry? I didn't say anything excessive. Your boyfriend is really weird." The idol halo that Li Shiqing attached to Wang Ziqi was shattered in an instant. Chapter 62 Yi Tianzi appears. Gu Qiuyan held her forehead with her hand and said speechlessly, "When did I ever tell you that Wang Ziqi is my boyfriend? Isn't it?" Li Shiqing widened her eyes. Gu Qiuyan said, "Of course not. How could my taste be so bad? You always thought Wang Ziqi was my boyfriend. I never admitted it." At this time, Wang Ziqi had not walked far. When he heard what Gu Qiuyan said, he clenched his fists in anger. Bad taste? Aren't you two women being a little too arrogant? After I get through this period, I will get you two into bed, and when I get tired of you, I will send you to a brothel. Wang Ziqi stared at the two of them coldly. Gu Qiuyan felt like a thorn in her back, and when she looked back, she found that there was nothing behind her. Wang Ziqi has left. Li Shiqing suddenly realized, if Wang Ziqi isn't your boyfriend, then what I did just now was really confusing. Of course not. I've winked at you so many times, but you didn't understand at all. Gu Qiuyan said speechlessly. Li Shiqing pouted and said, "I thought you were winking at me to get me to be more enthusiastic." Gu Qiuyan. This best friend always says that she has big breasts and no brains, but it's obvious that her IQ is not that high either. Yes, if he is really that smart, how could he not see Chen Yang's ability? Gu Qiuyan was secretly delighted. At least from this point of view, I am smarter than Li Shiqing. In this invisible competition between best friends, I will definitely win. Gu Qiuyan was in a good mood. Speaking of which, that Wang Ziqi is also inexplicable. Even if I misunderstood first, there's no need for him to be so angry, right? Li Shiqing said resentfully. When faced with this kind of question, a normal person's first reaction would be confusion, but Wang Ziqi got angry directly. Li Shiqing didn't know what she said wrong. Gu Qiuyan had a strange expression on her face and decided to reveal some information to Li Shiqing, so she said, "Some time ago, my boyfriend beat up Wang Ziqi." Gu Qiuyan told the story of what happened before, but replaced the role of Chen Yang with her boyfriend. Li Shiqing was stunned after hearing this, and her mouth opened into an O shape. No wonder Wang Ziqi was angry. Who wouldn't he be angry if this happened to them? Li Shiqing never thought that one day she would accidentally stab someone twice. You didn't tell me such an important thing, causing me to make such a big mistake. Li Shiqing stared at Gu Qiuyan with a gloomy look. Gu Qiuyan explained, "You didn't ask me." Li Shiqing said angrily, "When I kept saying that Wang Ziqi was your boyfriend, you didn't deny it." Okay, Shiqing, I know I was wrong. Gu Qiuyan was indeed in the wrong in this matter. When Li Shiqing first guessed that Gu Qiuyan's boyfriend was Wang Ziqi, Gu Qiuyan did not refute it. Because she didn't want Chen Yang to be exposed too early. Anyone is used as a cover. Even if Li Shiqing said her boyfriend was a dog, Gu Qiuyan would not deny it. Who could have thought that Li Shiqing would be so outrageous? That's really strange. If Wang Ziqi isn't your boyfriend, then who is he? I remember you said before that it's someone we both know. Li Shiqing was thinking about this question again, which instantly made Gu Qiuyan's heart tighten. Chen Yang. What? When Li Shiqing suddenly said Chen Yang's name, Gu Qiuyan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Li Shiqing gestured for Gu Qiuyan to look towards the door and said, "There's a person over there who looks a lot like Chen Yang." Gu Qiuyan looked over with a wonderful expression. How are they similar? That was actually Chen Yang. But at this moment, Chen Yang was wearing a mask and a piece of clothing that he had never worn before, a black retro long gown. Chen Yang walked straight towards Li Shiqing and Gu Qiuyan and said in a very magnetic voice, "Ms. Li Shiqing, it's an honor to meet you." Although Chen Yang was wearing a mask, one could still clearly see a gentle smile on his lips. Not to mention Li Shiqing, even Gu Qiuyan, who knew the truth, found it hard to believe. Is this really Chen Yang? It looks more like the disguise than yesterday. Gu Qiuyan can say with 100% certainty that if she didn't know that the other person was Chen Yang, she would definitely not recognize Chen Yang if he appeared in this way. This is a very magical thing. It was obviously an ordinary, even crude mask, so why did it produce a special effect when worn on Chen Yang's face? Gu Qiuyan was almost stunned. Chen Yang smiled and reminded, "Miss Gu, won't you introduce me to her?" Oh. Only then did Gu Qiuyan come back to her senses. Li Shiqing also said nervously, "Qiuyan, this is." She didn't know why she was nervous. Normally, since Li Shiqing hates Chen Yang so much, shouldn't she be disgusted when she meets someone who looks similar to Chen Yang in body shape? Why would you be nervous? Gu Qiuyan quickly said, "Shiqing, he is the Yi Tianzi I mentioned to you before, and he is also the person I want to introduce to you today." He is Yi Tianzi. Li Shiqing stood up in surprise. Gu Qiuyan said that the person who saved her from the Blood Dragon King that night was Yi Tianzi. The identity of this Yi Tianzi is a patrol officer of the Jinwu division. Li Shiqing couldn't help but feel nervous when suddenly facing such a big shot. Li Shiqing said, "It was all thanks to Mr. Yi that day. Otherwise, I would have fallen into the hands of the Blood Dragon King and I don't know how miserable my fate would have been. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi, for saving my life." Li Shiqing has honed her character in the business world over the past 3 years. Although she was nervous, she quickly calmed down. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Nothing. The Blood Dragon King was originally a wanted criminal pursued by our Jinwu division. It was only thanks to Miss Li's help in delaying him that day that I had the opportunity to arrest him." Chen Yang really felt that he should have won an Oscar. His acting was so superb. He acted the role of Yi Tianzi so devotedly that Li Shiqing actually believed him. The main reason is that Li Shiqing would never have thought that her bestie would act with Chen Yang and set a trap for her to fall into. "Mr. Yi, you can just call me Shiqing." Li Shiqing sat up straight, and her temperament suddenly became more reserved. Chen Yang cursed the slut inwardly, but smiled and said, "Well, Shiqing, do you like the gift I gave you a few days ago?" "I like it. I like it very much." Li Shiqing nodded eagerly, but soon thought of something and said, "But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you ask me to sign the divorce agreement?" "It's all Shen Miaoyu's own decision." Chen Yang said silently, and smiled, "I believe that you are a smart person, Shiqing, and you should be able to guess what I mean, right?" Li Shiqing lowered her head in silence, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Could it be that he really has feelings for me? Chapter 63, Catering to His Interests. Mr. Yi is an important figure, and I dare not make any assumptions. Li Shiqing pretended to be reserved. The identity of Yi Tianzi fabricated by Qin Yang came from the Jinwu division. Although he was just a patrol officer, his status was extremely high compared to ordinary people. Anyone who can serve as a patrol officer in the Jinwu division must be a powerful martial artist, otherwise how can he maintain the order of martial arts? The identity of a warrior is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Therefore, no matter how proudly Shiqing was in her heart, she had to lower her posture in front of the Emperor of Night. Even though he guessed what Yi Tianzi was thinking of him, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing that Li Shiqing was pretending to be confused, Chen Yang stopped beating around the bush and said with a smile, "A man will only give a woman a surprise if he likes her. That day, I saw you swear to die and refuse to yield in the face of the Blood Dragon King's tyranny. I was truly impressed, and that's why I fell in love with you at first sight. Afterwards, I specifically looked up your information and found out that you were married. But I heard that your relationship with your husband was not good, so I resorted to this desperate measure. Shiqing, if you think I'm being presumptuous, you don't have to sign the divorce agreement. I can still let Shen Miaoyu give you the project." Chen Yang spoke honestly and directly, giving Li Shiqing the impression that he was not the kind of man who was scheming. This was naturally what Chen Yang did on purpose. Li Shiqing is so proud in her heart and she is also the president of the group. What kind of people has she not met? She just likes to hit the ball straight. Chen Yang can be said to have catered to his needs. Naturally, it would not cause Li Shiqing to be disgusted.
Li Shiqing said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your understanding. That project is really important to our company." Chen Yang smiled and said, "I made this decision only after understanding the situation of your company." Mr. Yi is thoughtful. Li Shiqing expressed her gratitude again. Chen Yang said, "Although I won't force you to sign the divorce agreement, I still hope you can seriously consider it." "Yes, I will." Li Shiqing nodded slightly, her heart already filled with joy. A figure like Knight Emperor is of noble status and very masculine. Although he wears a mask, he is not that ugly judging from his outline. Any woman would have her heart beating faster, right? This is not. Gu Qiuyan next to him was already jealous. Chen Yang, I thought you were dull when it came to feelings, but I didn't expect you to be so sophisticated. Every word he said was in line with Li Shiqing's preferences. This is going to make Li Shiqing fall completely. "I've never seen you treat me like this before?" Gu Qiuyan felt quite resentful. After the meal, the three decided to go for a walk. As agreed beforehand, Gu Qiuyan deliberately brought up topics for the two of them. The more Chen Yang and Li Shiqing talked, the more they got along. After all, they had been together day and night for 3 years, so Chen Yang knew Li Shiqing's temperament very well and was naturally adept at handling her. Li Shiqing felt that they had met too late. Ms. Li Shiqing, right? Li Shiqing was chatting with Chen Yang when suddenly a man in a suit blocked their way. Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment and said, "I'm Li Shiqing, what's wrong?" The man in the suit said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ah Chang. Can I talk to you alone?" Li Shiqing shook her head, "Sorry, I don't have time." She and Chen Yang have endless topics to talk about. If a stranger suddenly appears, how could Li Shiqing waste her time on him? Ah Chang said, "It will only take up a moment of your time." "Brother, how can you flirt with her like that? The girl has already rejected you, but you still keep pestering her. How rude." Chen Yang stood up and said. Of course he recognized Ah Chang, the bodyguard who had been following Jiang Tiancheng before. Ah Chang didn't recognize Chen Yang, and looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who are you?" "Don't worry about who I am. I'm just giving you some advice. Don't be too abrupt when chatting up girls in the future. Otherwise, you'll offend them," Chen Yang said with a smile. Ah Cheng shook his head, "I'm not here to chat up, but I want to find out some information from Miss Li." Li Shiqing asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Ah Cheng said, "About your husband, Chen Yang." Swish. Hearing the name Chen Yang, Li Shiqing's face instantly fell. She was having a great chat with Yi Tianzi when Ah Cheng suddenly popped up and said he wanted to talk about her husband. Li Shiqing's mood was instantly ruined. Li Shiqing naturally didn't give Ah Cheng a good look. She frowned and said, "I'm not in the mood to talk to you about Chen Yang. I'm not interested either. Get out of the way. That's not up to you." Ah Cheng's eyes suddenly darkened. This time, he came to Li Shiqing on Jiang Tianqing's orders to inquire about Chen Yang's situation, and naturally hoped to get things done. Since Li Shiqing was so disrespectful, Ah Cheng would not be polite. Just as Ah Cheng was about to use force to take Li Shiqing away, Chen Yang suddenly took action. "Brother, you can't be so rude to girls. You look single, right? Otherwise, how could you not know that girls are meant to be pampered?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Ah Cheng glanced at him coldly, "Mind your own business." As he said this, he punched Chen Yang, but Chen Yang grabbed his arm with his backhand and pulled it off with force. Ah Cheng was also a ruthless man. He didn't even scream, but just frowned. What a strong force. It seems he is a martial artist. Ah Cheng is considered to be the most capable fighter among all of Jiang Tianqing's bodyguards. He is born with supernatural powers. Even though he has not entered the martial arts world, his physique is no worse than that of a warrior. Therefore, he was highly valued by Jiang Tiancheng. At this moment, Chen Yang had actually cut off one of his arms. Ah Cheng knew that he had met a tough opponent this time, so he did not confront Chen Yang head-on, but instead connected his arm himself. With a click. Hearing this made the two girls tremble with fear. "We'll see." Ah Cheng left after saying something harsh. Chen Yang didn't pursue the matter relentlessly. He looked at Li Shiqing with a smile and said, "Men nowadays are becoming more and more rude." Li Shiqing blushed and lowered her head slightly, saying, "Yes, not all men are as well-mannered as Mr. Yi." Chen Yang's performance just now can be said to have completely captured Li Shiqing's heart. Manly. They dare to stand up at critical moments when encountering danger, giving people a sense of security. The most important thing is that calm and unhurried temperament. People are most likely to reveal their true character when they encounter an emergency. Some men usually say how much they love their girlfriends, but when they encounter danger, they are the first to abandon their girlfriends and run away. What's even more extreme is that they even let their girlfriends take the knife. Chen Yang's handling of the situation just now was very manly. Moreover, he used courtesy before force, and the overall impression he gave Li Shiqing was that of a mature, steady, and very reliable man. Chapter 64, Greening Myself. Why are you adding more scenes to your own? Why didn't you discuss this with me in advance? I almost called out your name just now. While Li Shiqing went to the bathroom, Gu Qiuyan pulled Chen Yang aside and complained in a low voice. The strange man who approached her just now also scared Gu Qiuyan. In desperation, Gu Qiuyan almost called Chen Yang for help. Only later did I realize that this might be a role arranged by Chen Yang, which just created an opportunity for Chen Yang to be a hero and save the beauty. And the whole process was perfect. Whenever Chen Yang resolves a crisis, he always exudes a halo. Gu Qiuyan thought that if she was unaware and was tricked by Chen Yang like this, she would probably not be able to control herself. Chen Yang explained, that was not a supporting role arranged by me. He also didn't expect that Zhang Tianqing's bodyguard would come at such a time and run all the way over to give him an assist. Chen Yang was so moved that he almost wanted to give him a bravery award. I don't believe it. It must be you who arranged it. Gu Qiuyan obviously didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. She thought for a moment and said, I originally thought you were just joking, but at this rate, Shi Cheng will probably fall for you. Chen Yang sneered, I said I would play with her slowly, why do you think I was joking? That's what worries me. Gu Qiuyan said, you know, Shi Cheng and I are good friends after all, and I still don't want her to get hurt too much. Chen Yang did not respond. At this time, Li Shiqing had come out and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Chen Yang smiled and said, I asked Miss Gu about your situation. I want to know more about you. A hint of shyness appeared on Li Shiqing's face, I'll get to know you slowly when I have the chance. Li Shiqing's voice was very soft, like a little girl who had just fallen in love. Chen Yang chuckled twice, yes, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I just received a message from the team saying that there is a mission, so I will go first. Are you leaving now? Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment and actually felt a little reluctant to leave. Chen Yang said, you can leave your contact information. I'll invite you to meet me when I'm free. Okay. Li Shiqing and Chen Yang exchanged mobile phone numbers. Li Shiqing felt that the last digit of Chen Yang's cell phone number looked familiar, but she didn't think much about it. After all, it is not easy to remember someone's phone number. Even though I saw this number on Gu Qiuyan's phone a few days ago. Li Shiqing added the word night to Chen Yang's mobile phone number, which was a little ambiguous. Gu Qiuyan looked at the time and said, it's only 7:30, it's still early. We can go shopping at the nearby mall and go back home after that. She wanted to buy time for Chen Yang. It's impossible that they will go back earlier than Chen Yang, right? Li Shiqing had no doubts at all and happily went shopping with Gu Qiuyan. She even bought a few more sets of cosmetics and new clothes than usual. Gu Qiuyan couldn't help but jokingly said, oh, my dear friend, are you going to fall in love? Don't talk nonsense. Li Shiqing glared at Gu Qiuyan. The two of them went shopping in the mall until after 9 o'clock before returning. When they entered the door, they did not see Chen Yang. It was not until they opened the study door that they found Chen Yang sleeping soundly. Sleeping again. Xiuyan, you're the one who spoiled him. Li Shiqing rushed over to wake Chen Yang up, and suddenly slapped the divorce agreement in front of Chen Yang, sign this for me. Chen Yang didn't say anything. Because in Li Shiqing's eyes, he is still that dumb fool. Chen Yang just made a curious expression, picked up the divorce agreement and kept looking at it, turning it to the top and then to the bottom. He acted like a fool. Chen Yang sneered in his heart, Li Shiqing, Li Shiqing, you are really something. You just met with Yi Tianzi today, and you can't wait to ask me to sign the divorce agreement when you come back. You are really anxious. Li Shiqing said, stop flipping around and just sign your name here. Forget it, I guess you don't even know your own name anymore. Li Shiqing wrote the two words Chen Yang on a piece of white paper, and then asked Chen Yang to sign the divorce agreement according to the strokes. Chen Yang signed every stroke. Li Shiqing picked it up and took a look at it, and was very satisfied. With this signature, I can divorce Chen Yang whenever I want.
This whole scene was seen clearly by Gu Qiuyan, who was standing at the door. Gu Qiuyan couldn't help but remind her, "Shi, why don't you reconsider it? It's already been signed, what else is there to consider?" "Actually, Chunyang is." "What is it?" "It's nothing, it's better if you guys get divorced." Gu Qiuyan almost let the cat out of the bag, but luckily she braked at the critical moment. The two walked out of the study. Chunyang looked at Li Shiqing's back, and a cold look suddenly flashed in his eyes. "You must be eager to tell this news to Yi Tianzi now." "Should I praise you as Yi Tianzi?" Chen Yang sneered. However, a night passed. Li Shiqing didn't send any message. Are you pretending to be reserved? Or, after they returned to the room, did Gu Qiuyan advise her? The next day, Shen Yang deliberately asked Gu Qiuyan, and the answer he got was that she had not said anything to Li Shiqing and had not persuaded her again. Exclude the second case. So Li Shiqing was pretending to be reserved. See how many days you can hold on. Shen Yang waited for a few more days, but Li Shiqing still didn't call him or send him a message about this matter, which made Shen Yang very distressed. This rhythm is wrong. It was clearly me who set the trap for Li Shiqing, but why in the end, I was the one waiting anxiously for news from Li Shiqing? Isn't this just a dog licker? Shen Yang felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death any longer, so he took the initiative and sent a message to Li Shiqing asking, "Shiqing, how is the matter with your husband going?" Li Shiqing replied to the message quite quickly, but the content of the message left Shen Yang a little confused. "Mr. Yi, please give me some more time to think about it. I've already signed the document, why would I even think about it? You vicious woman, are you trying to get something out of me again?" Shen Yang cursed in his heart, but his reply to Li Shiqing was, "It's okay, I can wait. Don't blame me for intruding into your family. I just can't control my admiration for you. If you think it's presumptuous, I won't bother you. Look, so much green tea." Li Shiqing really fell for it. "No offense, it's my honor to be liked by Mr. Yi." Shen Yang threw the phone aside. "Damn it, you're cheating on yourself. This world is finally crazy." Chapter 65 Senior Sister Yi Xuan. Dali Mountain. In the hot spring pool in the courtyard. The two people sat opposite each other, using water as the medium to transfer energy. Shen Yang tried his best to avoid any contact between his body and Shen Qiqing, so as to avoid the previous situation from happening again. Junior sister. Shen Qiqing was happily absorbing the energy from the water when suddenly a cold shout was heard. A cold-looking woman stood by the pool with her brows raised in frustration. "Big sister, why are you here?" Shen Qiqing was startled and quickly got up from the pool. Her thin clothes clung tightly to her fair skin. The perfect figure is on full display. "I heard from Master before that you had chosen a man as your master, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true." The woman was none other than Yi Xuan, the eldest disciple of martial arts master Zhang Hongyan. This time he came out of seclusion because Shen Qiqing recognized Chun Yang as her master. "Big sister, please listen to my explanation. It's because Master Chen can help me dissolve the innate cold poison that I accepted him as my master," Shen Qiqing explained. However, Yi Xuan didn't believe it at all and snorted coldly, "Shen Qiqing, it's obviously you who fell into depravity, yet you have to find such a ridiculous excuse. Even your master can't dissolve your innate cold poison. What's the reason for this, kid?" Yi Xuan glanced at Chun Yang with contempt. Chun Yang said calmly, without any shame or annoyance, "If you are jealous of Shen Qiqing, just say it directly." "What did you say?" Yi Xuan's eyes widened. "Why should I be jealous of her?" "Because she has found such an excellent master," Chen Yang said without blushing or beating his heart. Yi Xuan sneered, "You are really good at flattering yourself." Chen Yang said, "It's not flattery. I'm just telling the truth. If you really envy Shen Qiqing, I don't mind taking in another maid. You're looking for death." Chen Yang's words completely infuriated Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan slapped her waist, pulled out a thin sword, and stabbed out with the sword light. "Master sister, don't." Shen Qiqing naturally didn't want to see this kind of scene, and hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Big sister, please feel it carefully." "Master." "Eh?" Before Shen Qiqing finished speaking, she suddenly looked surprised. She remembered that when she first met Chen Yang, she could clearly feel a tremendous power from Chun Yang. That power is not inferior to Yi Xuan at all. Can't feel it now? This was naturally because Chen Yang restrained his breath.
When Shen Yang first came to Dali Mountain and met Shin Keqing, he had just woken up from his dementia and had insufficient control over the flame dragon art. Coupled with Xin Ying's provocation, Chen Yang became emotionally agitated and lost control of himself. After practicing for this period of time, Chen Yang has gradually adapted to the flame dragon art and can control his aura from leaking out. Shin Keqing wanted Yi Xuang to feel the aura of Chen Yang, but found that the aura had disappeared. Chen Yang's aura at this time was no different from that of an ordinary person. Yi Xuang frowned and glared at Shin Keqing. What are you feeling? Is it your affair? Look at you now, how disgraceful is it? Big sister, how can you say that to me? Shin Keqing was a little angry. Yi Xuang said, today I am here to clean up the mess for master. Yi Xuang suddenly stabbed Shin Keqing with a sword. Shin Keqing naturally would not sit idly by and wait for death. The two immediately exchanged several moves. Although Yi Xuang is Zhang Hongyan's eldest disciple, Shin Keqing's talent is the highest among all of Zhang Hongyan's disciples. During the fight between the two, Shin Keqing was not much inferior to Yi Xuang. The fight was hard to decide. Attack the left elbow, 3 inches above the Xiaohai point. Chen Yang half lying on the edge of the hot spring pool, said lazily. Shin Keqing understood and slapped Yi Xuang with her palm, hitting him right near the Xiaohai acupoint on his left hand. Yi Xuang's body trembled immediately. Yi Xuang hurriedly stepped back to create some distance, and glanced in the direction of Chen Yang with a frown. Her entire left arm was trembling slightly. Big sister, are you okay? Shin Keqing didn't expect that this attack would cause Yi Xuang to have such a big reaction, and asked with concern. Yi Xuang withdrew her gaze from Chen Yang, her eyes darkened as she said, I won't die, so you don't need to worry about me. As he said this, he attacked Shin Keqing again. Shin Keqing hurriedly dodged and said, Senior sister, can we stop fighting? Stop talking nonsense. Yi Xuang's face was cold, and he stabbed with his sword again, forcing Shin Keqing into a corner. Shin Keqing had no choice but to dodge it, and had to tap Yi Xuang's Xiaohai acupoint with her finger again. This time Yi Xuang cried out in pain. Like a kitten that was stimulated, its body suddenly jumped out. Shin Keqing finally reacted and said, Senior sister, is your left hand injured? I'm sorry, I really didn't know before. Shin Keqing hurried forward. Yi Xuang's forehead was sweating from the pain. Seeing Shin Keqing running towards him, he held his sword in front of him and said, Don't come over here. However, Shin Keqing didn't listen to her at all. She still ran forward to support Yi Xuang and said, Big sister, if you want to punish me, then do so. I won't fight back. You. Yi Xuang finally sighed, Oh, forget it, I am here to clean up the mess under master's orders. I have tried my best just now. I am no match for you. I can give master an explanation when I return. Shin Keqing said, I know that senior sister has been showing mercy to me just now. Yi Xuang didn't say anything. At this time, Chen Yang suddenly walked over. Yi Xuang's body suddenly tensed up, and she pointed her sword at Chen Yang. What are you going to do? Chen Yang smiled and shook his head, then suddenly flicked his finger on the tip of the sword. Your sword poses no threat to me. Bite. Accompanied by a crisp sword sound, the sword in Yi Xuang's hand suddenly vibrated violently, and a powerful force passed along the sword body and all the way to the hilt. Yi Xuang's knuckles were numb from the shock. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. Yi Xuang widened her eyes in horror. For those who use swords, the sword is their second life. Once the sword slips out of their hands, the consequences will be very serious. If you can't even hold a sword, what's the point of practicing sword? Zhang Hongyan's scolding voice rang in Yi Xuang's mind. The disciples of Hongyan Villa all base themselves on the sword, and holding the sword has become a basic skill. They have to practice sword holding from the first day they become apprentices. Zhang Hongyan's teaching is that no matter what the situation, once the sword is drawn, you must never let it go, otherwise you will be giving away your second life. As the eldest disciple, Yi Xuang remembers Zhang Hongyan's teachings the most. But at this moment, she actually gave her second life to Chen Yang. Yi Xuang couldn't believe it. How could Chen Yang let her sword slip out of her hand with just a light flick? What Yi Xuang didn't expect was that the next second Chen Yang suddenly rushed forward, pressed close to Yi Xuang, and finally stopped less than 30 centimeters away from Yi Xuang. An extremely masculine aura rushed towards me. Chapter 66, Strange Treatment. Yi Xuang's heart beat faster. Bang bang bang. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. No man had ever dared to stand so close to her. I met one today. Yi Xuan should have been angry. But when Chen Yang approached, the strong masculine aura emanating from his body instantly felt like a mountain pressing down on one's head. He pressed Yi Xuan down hard. Yi Xuan had no desire to resist. The disciples of Hongyan Villa are often taught by Jian Hongyan. They all have very strong personalities and it is difficult for ordinary men to subdue them. If you want to conquer them, you have to be stronger than them. Chen Yang first pointed out Yi Xuan's weakness, then shook Yi Xuan's sword off with a finger, and then approached forcefully. Yi Xuan's defense was instantly defeated. She seemed to understand why junior sister Shin Keqing would choose this man as her master. This man is really domineering. However, just when Yi Xuan was panicking, suddenly, Chen Yang knocked her down, pressed her to the ground and spanked her hard. Yi Xuan. Shin Keqing? What is the master doing? Yi Xuan reacted, struggling and yelling, "Ah, you rascal, you dared to slap my butt." This eldest disciple of Jiang Hongyan didn't look cold or arrogant at all. Yi Xuan struggled desperately, her internal energy surging like a long river, trying to shake Chen Yang away, but unfortunately it was ineffective. Chen Yang's arms were very strong and powerful. He clamped Yi Xuan so tightly that Yi Xuan couldn't move at all. Chen Yang's other hand was slapping people continuously. "Master, stop." Shin Keqing looked at a loss. The senior sister had clearly relented just now, and the relationship was about to ease, but then Chen Yang did this. How can a girl else but be slapped so easily? There is absolutely no chance of easing up now. Shin Keqing's expression was full of helplessness. Bang bang bang. Chen Yang kept fanning, and kept fanning. People who practice martial arts are very compact and it feels great to fan them. Make a lot of money. He slapped her for 2 or 3 minutes, probably hundreds of times. Chen Yang was sure that if he took off Yi Xuan's pants, her buttocks would be covered with red slap marks. Only then did Chen Yang stop. Yi Xuan's face was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out, and her eyes were full of shame, anger, and hatred. "Just kill me." Yi Xuan suddenly stared at Chen Yang hatefully and said. Chen Yang asked, "Why?" Yi Xuan said, "You humiliated me so much today. I will definitely remember this. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you when I find the opportunity in the future." Yi Xuan gritted her teeth. Chen Yang shook his head. "I'm helping you, and you actually want to kill me. People's hearts are really gone, and the world is going downhill." Yi Xuan frowned. "Are you helping me?" Chen Yang said, "If I'm not mistaken, you used to be left-handed, and you used to hold the sword with your left hand, but later you got injured and switched to your right hand." Yi Xuan was shocked. "How did you know?" "Now try holding the sword with your left hand." Chen Yang answered the question irrelevantly. Yi Xuan frowned tightly, realizing something but not sure. She picked up the sword from the ground and held it with her left hand, but she didn't dare to use any strength or mobilize her internal energy to the meridians in her left hand. Because her left hand was injured and her meridians were damaged, once she mobilized her internal energy, her left hand would be in excruciating pain. Yi Xuan then changed to holding the sword in his right hand. Chen Yang encouraged, "Give it a try." Of course, Yi Xuan was extremely hoping that her left hand would heal. After hearing Chen Yang's encouragement, she hesitated for a moment, but soon she silently mobilized her internal energy. The internal energy circulated in the body and paused when it reached the left torso along the meridians. It seems as if the meridians on the left hand are a restricted area. Yi Xuan gritted his teeth, overcame his inner fear, continued to push his internal energy, and soon reached the left hand area. In the past, whenever the overbearing internal energy approached this place, the meridians in my left hand would spasm, followed by severe pain that would make me feel worse than death. So Yi Xuan has a shadow. But today, for some unknown reason, she believed Chen Yang's words and transferred her internal energy to the restricted area of her left hand meridians. Yi Xuan took a deep breath. Internal energy flows. It unexpectedly penetrated the meridians of the left hand extremely smoothly, forming a complete circulation. Yi Xuan was stunned for a moment. Then, a hint of ecstasy flashed wildly in his eyes. "All right. Junior sister Shin, my left hand is actually healed." Yi Xuan was so excited that she almost cried. Shin Keqing came back to her senses from her daze. It turns out that the master slapped the eldest sisters but hard just now to help her heal the old injury on her left hand. Misunderstood the master. A hint of pride appeared on Shin Keqing's face, and she said, "Big sister, you now believe in Master Chen's ability, right?"
I definitely didn't just accept him as my master casually.
After hearing this, Yi Shuang calmed down. Her beautiful eyes fell on Chun Yang, and she looked at him seriously for the first time. But she just looked at Chun Yang silently without saying anything.
A moment later,
Yi Shuang said to Shin Keqing, "Junior sister Shin, give me some time. I'll get back the feeling of holding the sword with my left hand." After saying this, Yi Shuang walked to an open space nearby to practice swordplay. She was still clumsy at first, but after a while, her left-hand swordsmanship became proficient and even as good as her right-hand one. Yi Shuang was originally left-handed, and when he first embarked on the path of martial arts, he used his left hand more often.
Now it's just a matter of getting back into shape.
It's like a person who has a driver's license but hasn't driven for a long time. He feels unsure about the car, but as soon as he gets behind the steering wheel, he instantly feels like he is speeding away. Yi Shuang is in a similar situation. When Yi Shuang was practicing holding the sword with her left hand, Shin Keqing exclaimed in amazement, "Master is so amazing. He actually healed senior sister's left hand with just a slap on the butt."
The meridians of the human body are a whole.
A single hair can affect the entire body. Even though your left hand and buttocks are two different parts, their meridian systems are actually connected. Chun Yang said this very theoretically, but he was thinking in his heart, "I want to tell you, in fact, I secretly used the flame needle to pierce several acupuncture points on Yi Shuang's left hand."
It has absolutely nothing to do with spanking.
As for why do this? Of course, it was to take the opportunity to cure Yi Shuang's temper. Chen Yang did not tell Shin Keqing the truth so that he could find an opportunity to take advantage of Shin Keqing in the future. From now on, no matter which part of Shin Keqing's body has problems, Chun Yang can always blame the treatment plan on her butt. Chun Yang took a look calmly. Shin Keqing's buttocks were firm and round.
The feeling of slapping her should be more wonderful than Yi Shuang's. It seems I have to find an opportunity to try it.
Swish! At this moment, Yi Shuang put away her sword. The joy on her face was hard to conceal, but she did not show any excitement. Instead, he tried hard to control his inner excitement, walked up to Chen Yang and said thank you. Then he said to Shin Keqing, "Junior sister Shin, you have passed my test, but as for master, you are on your own."
Chapter 67 Yi Shuang's Enemy. Thank you, senior sister.
Shin Keqing was very happy about Yi Shuang's recognition, which showed that this was a very good start. I believe that when the master comes and meets the master, he will definitely change his mind. Yi Shuang looked at Chen Yang deeply, then retracted her gaze and said to Shin Keqing, "I will do my best to speak well of master and ask her to forgive you. I knew you were the best, senior sister." Shin Keqing actually hugged Yi Shuang's arm and shook it like a little girl, giving people an extremely unreal feeling.
Why?
Because Shin Keqing always has a cold and aloof image outside. Only in Hongyan Villa would one look like this.
Shin Keqing is Jiang Hongyan's youngest disciple, and everyone's junior sister.
When she was at Hongyan Villa, she was the most favored. Naturally, she would only show such an expression in front of her senior sisters. Even Shin Yang, who was standing by, felt it was a dream. He only knew that Shin Keqing was simple-minded and easy to deceive, but he had never been treated like this by Shin Keqing. Yi Shuang nodded lovingly. It was indeed as Shin Keqing had said before. When she attacked Shin Keqing, her moves seemed fierce, but she was actually showing mercy. The reason why Yi Shuang was so angry was that she was worried that Shin Keqing was being played around with by someone. Imagine if one day your daughter brings home a yellow-haired boy, and the first thing he says to you when he comes upstairs is, "Well dang, the will-o'-the-wisp has stopped downstairs of your house." How would you feel?
Don't you want to slap him to death? The deeper the love, the more severe the criticism.
Yi Shuang was also afraid that Chen Yang was a liar. But judging from the situation just now, he seems to be quite capable, so Yi Shuang naturally won't keep holding on to Chen Yang.
Thanks.
Yi Shuang glanced at Chen Yang and prepared to leave. Shin Keqing tried to persuade her to stay, saying, "Big sister, you've just arrived and you're leaving. We haven't seen each other for so long. Why don't you stay here for a while?" Yi Shuang smiled and said, "I came off this time not only for your sake, but also for revenge.
After I've taken revenge, I'll come back to accompany you, okay?"
Revenge. Shin Keqing's expression changed. She knew the background of this senior sister.
She was originally the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Jiangzhou.
Later, she was hunted by her own people and fled to Jiangchang. Finally, she became a disciple of Jiang Hongyan. This time she came out, firstly to see the situation on Shin Keqing's side, and secondly to go to Jiangzhou to avenge her past. Shin Keqing naturally didn't want to see Yi Shuang take risks alone, so she took Yi Shuang's hand and said, "Big sister, let me go with you." "Silly girl, this is senior sister's own business, so naturally senior sister has to solve it herself. When my master accepted me as her disciple, she told me that once I left Jiangcheng, she would no longer care about my affairs. I would have to avenge myself. Thanks to Master Chen for healing my old left-hand injury, my chances of revenge have increased by another 10%. Yi Shuang looked at Chen Yang with gratitude, and at the same time signaled Chen Yang to help persuade Shin Keqing. Chen Yang, however, seemed not to understand Yi Shuang's meaning. He just looked outside thoughtfully, thinking, no wonder there are several mysterious auras outside. It turns out they are coming for Yi Shuang. Just 2.5 minutes ago, Chen Yang felt the breath outside. It didn't seem like that of an ordinary person, but a warrior. At that time, Chen Yang was still wondering whether some idiot was looking for trouble with him. Now after hearing what Yi Shuang said, Chen Yang was basically certain that those people outside were coming for Yi Shuang. They probably spotted Yi Shuang when she came out of the mountain, and then chased her all the way here. Chen Yang reminded, when you go out, you can pay more attention to the 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 12 o'clock directions. Yi Shuang frowned slightly and looked at Chen Yang in confusion. What do you mean, Master Chen? Chen Yang smiled and said, you'll know when you get out. Shin Keqing also looked at Chen Yang curiously, but since Chen Yang said so, they naturally didn't bother to ask and prepared to go out and take a look. Chen Yang grabbed Shin Keqing and asked, are you planning to go out dressed like this? Shin Keqing was just soaking in the hot spring pool with Chen Yang. She was wearing very cool and thin clothes, the kind that would make people bleed from the nose at the first sight. The key point is that her clothes are not only thin, but also transparent. Chen Yang knew, but he didn't say it. But there is also a prerequisite, that is, when he is the only man around, he will not remind Shin Keqing so kindly. If there are other men around, you must remind them. And with this reminder, Chen Yang's image as a caring and warm man instantly stood tall and big in Shin Keqing's heart. If a master should be like this, what else can a maid ask for? Big sister, please wait for me. I'll go change my clothes and come out soon. Shin Keqing hurried to change her clothes. Yi Shuang was no fool. From what Chen Yang had just said, she could roughly guess what was going on. Are you saying that someone is ambushing me outside? Chen Yang nodded. Yi Shuang frowned tightly and said to Chen Yang, Mr. Chen, please help me protect Keqing. After she finished speaking, she walked out and soon heard the sound of fighting coming from outside. Shin Keqing changed her clothes and ran out and asked, Master, where is my senior sister? Before Chen Yang could answer, she heard some noise outside and hurried out. Big sister. Shin Keqing burst into a cry of surprise. Yi Shuang's white skirt was stained with blood and her body was covered with wounds. When her skirt was torn open, large areas of bloody skin were exposed. Hearing Shin Keqing's cry, Yi Shuang shouted, Go back! It was indeed as Chen Yang had just said, there were 3 opponents in total, lying in ambush in 3 directions. As soon as Yi Shuang came out, they immediately launched an attack. If Chen Yang had not reminded her, Yi Shuang would definitely not be able to dodge this emergency situation. Another thing is that her left hand is healed, and her swordsmanship is sharper than usual, which naturally gives her more chances to save her life. But there were 3 people on the other side after all, and their strength was not inferior to Yi Shuang, so after the fight, Yi Shuang was seriously injured. The 3 people on the opposite side were not hurt at all. Seeing someone coming out of the courtyard, the 3 of them temporarily stopped attacking and looked at Shin Keqing at the same time. Of course, there is also Chen Yang. He came out behind Shin Keqing. However, the 3 of them quickly ignored Chen Yang because they did not sense any warrior aura from Chen Yang, so he was not to be feared. Shin Keqing ran forward to support Yi Shuang and asked, Big sister, are you okay? I asked you to go back, don't you understand? Yi Shuang's tone was stern. Shin Keqing shook her head. I know that senior sister is afraid of getting me into trouble, but I will definitely not abandon senior sister and hide away by myself. Chapter 68, 2 swords missed, it's weird. Yi Shuang originally wanted to scold her, but when she saw Shin Keqing's stubborn look, she could only sigh helplessly. The most important thing right now is to escape from the hands of the 3 people opposite. Yes. Escape. Yi Shuang didn't think he had the ability to kill them back. Even if Shin Keqing is included, it's only 2 against 3. Oh, if Chen Yang is included. Yi Shuang glanced at Chen Yang and immediately gave up the idea. First of all, she didn't know Chen Yang's true strength. Although Chen Yang had helped heal the injury on her left hand before, It only proved that Chun Yang was a martial arts doctor of noble status, but it was not clear how strong he was. Secondly, Chen Yang may not be willing to help her. Yi Shuang asked, "Mr. Chen, can I ask you for a favor?" "Explain." "I'll hold the three of them back for a while, and you take junior sister Shin away." Chen Yang shook his head. "Sorry, I can't do that." "Can't do it? Are you unwilling to do this, or are you incapable of doing it?" "It should be the latter." Yi Shuang's eyes dimmed. "Yi Chirong sent you here, didn't she tell you that my master is the martial arts master Jiang Hongyan?" Yi Shuang looked at the three of them and asked with sharp eyes. The three of them looked at each other without much emotion. They obviously knew the information, but they didn't care. In other words, even if it meant risking offending Jiang Hongyan, they would still kill Yi Shuang. Seeing that even bringing out his master couldn't suppress them, Yi Shuang naturally stopped talking nonsense and immediately started fighting with the three of them. The flash of swords and the shadow of sabers, the momentum is shocking. "Big sister, let me help you." Shin Keqing rushed forward and held one person back, helping Yi Shuang share a lot of pressure. Yi Shuang was able to catch her breath. It seems that these two are Jiang Hongyan's disciples. "I thought we could end this quickly, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome," one of the three said impatiently. They followed Yi Shuang from the moment she left Hongyan Villa, but they did not take action because they were worried about being discovered by Jiang Hongyan. So we followed Yi Shuang all the way, ready to find an appropriate time to take action. What surprised them was that Yi Shuang actually came to Dali Mountain by herself. This place was far away from Hongyan Villa and remote, which was simply a godsend. So the three of them lay in ambush in the courtyard, ready to kill Yi Shuang with one strike when he came out. Waited for more than half an hour. Yi Shuang did come out, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Shuang's reaction was so fast that she dodged their three fatal attacks in a row. This was the first point that the three of them didn't expect. The second point is that Shin Keqing is actually also a warrior, and also a disciple of Jiang Hongyan, which once again delayed their plan of a quick victory. The longer this operation is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Once Jiang Hongyan arrives, the three of them will be the ones to die. So the three of them were very anxious and attacked fiercely. The man opposite Shin Keqing burst into murderous intent and slashed Shin Keqing's neck with a bayonet. Shin Keqing retreated in a hurry, but the man's bayonet followed her like a shadow, emitting a cold light from bottom to top. Shin Keqing's face turned pale in an instant. "Take care of one." The man opposite smiled coldly and confidently. Just as the bayonet was about to cut Shin Keqing's throat, suddenly a force grabbed Shin Keqing and dragged her back a distance, just avoiding the fatal blow. The person who took action was Chen Yang. "Thank you, master," Shin Keqing said gratefully. Chen Yang nodded calmly. "This person's lower body is unstable, you can focus on his lower body, especially his right leg." "I understand, master." When Shin Keqing heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she rushed into the battlefield again. The man opposite stared at Chen Yang warily, with a serious look on his face, but he couldn't be distracted because he had to deal with Shin Keqing. Chen Yang looked in the direction of Yi Shuang. At this moment, Yi Shuang was fighting fiercely with the two of them. To be precise, Yi Shuang was being beaten fiercely. Every move is thrilling and deadly. If you are not careful, you will die on the spot. He is no match for the two people opposite him. Swish! While one person was holding Yi Shuang back, the other one stabbed wildly from the side with a sword, full of murderous intent. Yi Shuang was horrified and quickly moved sideways to block. The long sword shook and the huge force knocked her delicate body away. Die! One man came forward and slashed with his sword, giving Yi Shuang no chance to breathe. What they want is a quick victory. It has been delayed for too long now. We can't delay any longer. Once you find an opportunity to kill, you must not let it go. Suddenly, a flash of swordlight rapidly enlarged in Yi Shuang's pupils. Yi Shuang was no longer able to hide. But at this moment, the enemy who launched a fatal attack on her suddenly trembled and the sword missed. Yes. As Yi Shuang was unable to resist and did not move, the man's sword missed the target. When his teammates saw this, they yelled, "You're such a fucking pig teammate. If you miss such a good opportunity, who knows how long it will take?" I don't know what happened. It seemed like an invisible force pulled my sword away. I held on tightly to prevent it from slipping out of my hand. Don't King bluff me. I think you're just dizzy from having too much fun with women last night. Really not. While the two were bickering, Yi Shuang breathed a sigh of relief.
The two can only look for new opportunities. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked over hurriedly and their faces changed. The man who fought with Shinkiching had wounds all over his legs, especially his right leg, which was a bloody mess. The person who accomplished such great achievements was naturally Shinkiching. She had just listened to Chen Yang's advice and specifically attacked the man's right leg, and it really worked wonders. Even Yi Shuang didn't expect that Shinkiching could win so beautifully even though her internal strength was not as strong as the opponent's. It really surprised her. Yi Shuang's two opponents had expressions as ugly as they could be. Damn it! If you hadn't missed the target just now, we would have completed the mission. Now that the third brother is dead, we are in a much more difficult situation. Okay, I'll assist you this time. Let me see how steady your sword is. The man who missed the target was obviously resentful. He really didn't know what was going on. Normally his sword was very steady, but at such a critical moment just now, it deviated. It's really weird. So he also wanted to let his companion see whether he was dizzy or it was really weird. The two of them cooperated again and joined forces to force Yi Shuang back. The opportunity has arrived. Watch carefully, this sword of mine is very powerful. The main attacker thrust out a sword suddenly, steadily and fiercely, hitting Yi Shuang's heart directly. It seemed that he was only a few centimeters away from piercing Yi Shuang. Suddenly. Bite. The sword is deflected. Chapter 69 Shai's senior sister, Yi Shuang also surrendered. He thrust his sword forward with full confidence, but it missed. The man's eyes widened on the spot. What the hell, is this really a ghost? Haha, you also went to play with women last night? The companion laughed at this, he really holds a grudge. Don't gloat over this. Don't you find it weird? The man glared. The latter said, I know there is something strange. I just told you, but you just didn't believe it. Okay, I apologize. Now we should consider whether to find the source of this weirdness. What do you think is going on? The two fell silent for a moment. If you knew what was going on, how could you say it was weird? Yi Shuang also looked confused. She had been on the verge of death twice just now, thinking that she would not survive, but both times she was able to escape the danger because of the enemy's mistakes. Once can be explained as luck, but twice? Could it be that I have been blessed by the goddess of luck? There is no goddess of luck, but there is a Chen Yang. Big brother, second brother, pay more attention to that kid. At this moment, the third brother suddenly yelled and pointed in the direction of Chen Yang. He knew clearly that Shinkiching was not his opponent at first, but it was only after Chen Yang's guidance that she suddenly gained the upper hand. After he reminded them, the other two remembered that there was another Chen Yang at the scene. Yes, that kid. Both of them looked at Chen Yang at the same time, frowning in confusion. They still couldn't sense any internal energy from Chen Yang. Internal strength is the hallmark of a warrior. Whether it is the 4 realms of heaven and earth, or the 9 levels of Grandmaster, they are all divided according to the strength of internal strength. Of course, there is another notable feature of being promoted to a Grandmaster, which is the release of internal strength. Warriors can usually sense the existence of each other's internal energy, unless there is a huge difference in their realms. For example, a warrior in the yellow realm will naturally not be able to sense the internal energy of a warrior in the heaven realm. What they were confused about at the moment was that if Chen Yang was a powerful warrior, they would naturally be no match for him. Should they continue to look for opportunities to kill Yi Shuang, or should they escape to save their lives first? If Chen Yang was not a powerful warrior, then what happened to the 2 strange deviations before? The two looked at each other, exchanged glances quickly, reached a consensus, and finally stabbed Yi Shuang with a sword in tacit understanding. One last try. If the stab still misses, it means there is indeed a problem. There is no need to hesitate any longer, just turn around and run away. The two of them instantly burst into murderous intent. At this moment, Yi Shuang was still confused. She had never expected that the two would suddenly launch a fierce attack. Even if she had expected it, she was now exhausted and could hardly resist. So, in Yi Shuang's dull gaze, 2 sharp edges suddenly approached. Swish! Bite! Sure enough, when they were about to kill Yi Shuang again, the sword tilted again. And this time it's even more outrageous. Their 2 swords actually collided directly with each other. The feeling given was that both of them wanted to kill Yi Shuang, but coincidentally, both of them used their swords to help Yi Shuang block the other's killing moves.
but they knew very well in their minds that they were not intentionally blocking each other's swords. One of them stabbed to the left and the other to the right, and there was no way they could collide with each other. There was an invisible force that changed the direction of their swords. There is only one situation that can achieve this level. There is a martial arts master who is secretly helping Yi Shuang. A martial arts master can release his internal energy and kill people and control objects from a distance. It is not difficult to change the direction of their swords. The two of them were suddenly horrified. At the same time, he looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked indifferent. They no longer cared whether it was Chen Yang who did it or not. They only knew that there must be a martial arts master helping Yi Shuang in secret. Why don't you run away? Are you waiting to die? The two of them ran at the fastest speed in their lives. And me? You can't leave me behind. Third brother, your leg is so badly injured, you can't run away, and you will only be a burden to us. I'm sorry, third brother. We will choose a good cemetery for you later. Damn it, two treacherous beasts. The third brother was so angry that he started cursing, but the next second he couldn't curse anymore. Suddenly a silver needle pierced his forehead. The two people who wanted to escape were also not spared. Chen Yang threw out two needles, and silver light flew out. Two plops were heard, and the two people who were running fast fell directly to the ground and died. Yi Shuang saw the whole scene, and a look of horror appeared in her beautiful eyes. He casually threw out 3 needles and killed 3 powerful warriors. What realm is he in? So the 2 times I escaped death just now were also because of his help? How could Yi Shuang not understand that her survival this time was entirely thanks to Chen Yang? Chen Yang first checked Shin Keqing's condition. Seeing that Shin Keqing was not seriously injured, he slowly walked to Yi Shuang. Thanks. Yi Shuang's white dress was completely stained with blood. She struggled to stand up and thanked Chen Yang for saving her life. But he frowned. There was a sharp pain in my body. Just now, I was in a state of tension and my pain nerves were numb. Now that the crisis is over, as soon as I relax, the pain comes back like crazy. Without saying anything, Chen Yang picked up Yi Shuang by the waist. Yi Shuang said uncomfortably, Mr. Chen, we men and women shouldn't touch each other. If you don't want to be unable to hold a sword for the rest of your life, shut up. Chen Yang said lightly. Yi Shuang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a domineering aura from this man. This kind of temperament has a fatal attraction for strong women. Especially for the disciples of Hongyan Villa, Jiang Hongyan often taught them to always pursue the pace of the strong. What is a strong person? Strong strength is a prerequisite. Then you need to be domineering and be able to suppress them with your momentum. Chen Yang is obviously such a strong man. Just one sentence calmed Yi Shuang down, but although Yi Shuang appeared calm on the surface, her heart was beating wildly. I have never felt this sense of security being held by a man before. No wonder junior sister Shin surrendered to him. Even I. Yi Shuang's cheeks suddenly turned red. Chen Yang looked down at Yi Shuang and asked in confusion, you lost so much blood, but your face is still so rosy? After saying this, Yi Shuang dared not look directly at Chen Yang anymore and silently buried her face in Chen Yang's chest. Shin Keqing's eyes widened. If she saw it correctly, she saw shyness on the senior sister just now? The master is indeed extremely charming. Instead of being jealous, Shin Keqing was extremely happy. This proved that she had a very good eye for people. Chapter 70. Please use your full strength, Mr. Chen. Carrying Yi Shuang into the house. Chen Yang had to admit that Jiang Hongyan's disciples were truly top-notch. There was Shin Keqing in front and Yi Shuang behind. From what they said, it seemed that Jiang Hongyan was also a woman. Chen Yang suddenly became curious. There will definitely be a chance for us to interact in the future. No rush. Your meridians are broken in several places. If not treated properly, it won't just be a matter of not being able to lift a sword, but you could become disabled for life. Chen Yang examined Yi Shuang and told her the truth without exaggeration. Yi Shuang's eyes dimmed. Shin Keqing looked anxious. Master, you must have a way to cure senior sister, right? Chen Yang did not answer, but looked at Yi Shuang and said, Miss Yi, do you hate me? Ah? Why should I hate you? Yi Shuang was stunned for a moment. Chen Yang said, I clearly have the ability to kill those 3 people, but I didn't take action earlier. That's why you are in this situation now. Don't you hate me? Of course not. First of all, those 3 people were originally coming for me.
They have nothing to do with you, so I have no right to ask you to take action.
Secondly, if it weren't for Master Chen, I would have died in their hands long ago. Master Chen saved my life, and I should be grateful. Yi Shuang spoke clearly. She did not resent Chen Yang at all because Chen Yang acted late and caused her meridians to be broken. As she said, Chen Yang could have stayed away from taking any action at all, and then Yi Shuang would have definitely died at the hands of those two men. So she would not blame Chen Yang, but would be very grateful to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang nodded and said, Miss Yi is indeed a sensible person.
For what you just said, I am willing to be your friend.
As long as Master Chen doesn't mind.
Yi Shuang herself didn't notice that she, who had always been a strong person, would actually say such humble words to a man. It seemed like it was a great honor for Chen Yang to be friends with her. Chen Yang asked Shin Keqing to get paper and pen, wrote a prescription, and then handed it to Shin Keqing. Buy these Chinese medicines for me within half an hour.
Okay, master.
Shin Keqing also realized that these Chinese herbal medicines might be used by Chen Yang to treat Yi Shuang.
She did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately gave the order. Yi Shuang looked at Chen Yang curiously. Mr. Chen, are you a martial doctor?
Martial doctor.
As the name suggests.
A practitioner of both medicine and martial arts. Ordinary doctors can only treat ordinary people's diseases, and are helpless against some hidden diseases and internal injuries of warriors. Martial medicine doctors, on the other hand, are proficient in treating martial artists. They are familiar with the direction of every meridian of a warrior. Therefore, in the martial arts world, martial arts doctors have a very high status. Even if a martial arts doctor has a low level, he can still get the favor of the master. As for martial arts doctors at the master level, their status is even more outstanding. Even when Jiang Hongyan came, she didn't dare to offend a master-level martial arts doctor. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, I guess so. Anyway, he can cure warriors' diseases, so there is nothing wrong with calling him a martial arts doctor. When Yi Shuang heard this answer, her beautiful eyes brightened a little.
Miss Yi, if you don't mind, you can take off your skirt.
I'll give you acupuncture before I buy the herbs.
Chen Yang pointed at Yi Shuang.
Her white dress was stained with blood and her clothes were tattered. She looked very disheveled. Yi Shuang hesitated for a moment. How could she, a pure girl, not mind taking off her skirt in front of a grown man like Chen Yang?
It's like not asking the question.
However, as soon as Yi Shuang thought that Chen Yang was a martial arts doctor, she felt a little relieved.
Isn't it said that doctors don't care about gender?
Especially martial arts doctors. When warriors are injured, they are usually internal injuries or injuries to the meridians. If you want to heal this type of injury, it is difficult to avoid physical contact. Therefore, when female warriors are injured or sick, they will generally seek treatment from female martial arts doctors. For male warriors, it doesn't matter if they are injured, they will be more excited to have a female martial arts doctor. However, there are very few female martial arts doctors. Even if there is, the level is not very high. This is a common phenomenon in the Chinese martial arts and medical circles today, and no one knows what is going on. Yi Shuang had never been touched by a man before. This was the first time, to be precise, the second time. The first time was not long ago, when Chen Yang helped heal her left hand by spanking her butt. But there is no doubt. Chen Yang was the first man Yi Shuang had such close contact with since she grew up. Compared to being disabled for the rest of her life, Yi Shuang finally chose to take off her skirt. The body is revealed. Beautiful curves. Well-proportioned body. It should have been a very perfect body, but there were many shocking wounds on the snow-white and smooth skin. The bleeding from the wound has stopped. But it still makes people feel sad. Yi Shuang was a little shy at first, but when she saw Chen Yang's eyes, which were free of any desire, she immediately relaxed.
This is a gentleman.
Yi Shuang couldn't help but give an evaluation in his heart.
Of course Chen Yang knows the limits.
He knows when to be serious and when to be unrestrained. As our great writer Lu Xun said, when you look at a woman, you should first look at her eyes. If she doesn't look at you, then you can feel free to look at her breasts. If the other person is looking at you, then you think about philosophy. When men think about philosophical issues, they are very deep, pure, and charismatic. No woman will ever think you are a hooligan. Chen Yang is well aware of this. Miss Yi, please lie down on the bed. I will give you acupuncture from behind. Chen Yang took out the needle and said. Good. Yi Shuang nodded, cooperated, and lay down on the bed, trusting Chen Yang very much. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made this man so serious? Just that pure look. Yi Shuang believed that Chen Yang would never do anything to take advantage of others. If Chen Yang knew what she was thinking, he would definitely give her a thumbs up and praise her. Miss Yi, you are really good at judging people. Yi Shuang, that's right, my eyes are the ruler. Then, Chen Yang scanned Yi Shuang's body curves without any surprise. She was curvy and sexy. Especially when lying on the bed, the curvature is perfectly displayed. You would be doing a disservice to your eyes if you don't look at it. Mr. Chen, are you ready? Yi Shuang suddenly turned around and asked. Chen Yang smiled, his eyes fixed on the side, holding his silver needle in his hand. If I am careless and intrusive later, please don't blame me, Miss Yi. So polite. Yi Shuang confidently handed herself over to Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, please give me acupuncture as much as you want. Chen Yang nodded. The first injection will be a little painful, just bear with it, it will be fine after a while. As he spoke, he raised the needle and inserted it into Yi Shuang's Fengmen acupoint. If it was ordinary acupuncture, Yi Shuang, a warrior, would definitely not feel the pain, but Chen Yang's needle was infused with the energy of the flame dragon art, and it was very hot. It pierced into her all at once, and Yi Shuang couldn't help but scream.